Man, you talk about the adrenaline of that basketball game. When Anderson Garcia hits that shot to tie it and send it to overtime, I don't know about you, but, so many times, so often, you get so deflated that you had a huge lead and you frittered it away. I said frittered. That's right. Not a lot of people use that word anymore. Frittered it away, and yet you were able to bounce back. Thanks to Jamal Shed. Boy, man, you want to talk about a leader. You want to talk about a guy who is just he just puts everything on the line for you in that basketball game. For them to come back in overtime and win that game, holy crap. What a game for the Cougs. Now, this is the Cougs' MO. You'll remember against Texas A&M the first time they played him. Okay, my buddy's game over at Toyota Center. They blew the big lead against Texas A&M. Texas A&M bounces back and comes back. Yet the Cougs were able to hold on with a huge Emmanuel Sharp three near the end of the game. Baylor, huge lead at Baylor. Blow it. Go overtime. But the Cougs were able to bounce back. Iowa State, huge lead against them. Blow it. And yet the Cougs were able to right the ship and hold on and win that basketball game. They've done it time and time again. They know what it is to blow a lead. That's what they do. Well, nobody has more leads because if they're in a tight game, nobody has gone on more 10-0 runs than the Cougs this season. So they know how to build a lead. What they don't do well is hold that lead.
Well, and that's what happens when you don't shoot well. I mean, if you don't shoot well, you're not going to free throw shooting team. But I will say this: yesterday, their free throw shooting was okay. Their
free throw defense was tremendous.
Well, it was A&M shots so bad, like that game
that they could have lost big.
They could have lost that game if A&M had shot free throws well. But Houston also, I mean, the officiating. Look, there was some stuff. The foul that fouled out. The foul that fouled out Jamal Shed, for example.
That was awful.
What did he do exactly?
That was awful.
It was just a bad. And then people complained about, rightfully so, the jump ball call that gave A&M the last chance. Houston grabbed the ball away from the guy from A&M, had his hands on it. Houston snatched it away. That's not a jump ball. There was no held possession by two people.
I'm not going to blame the refs. It was a good basketball game.
No, it was a good game.
It was a good game. Now, Cougs, listen, they went to
fouled four people out.
They went to the line 45 times. Boy, this is the anti-Colorado game. Colorado had to foul 3 times at the end.
Four times.
Yeah, they needed 4 fouls just to get to the 7 to put them on the line. This was the Marquette Colorado game was so clean. 75 free throws in this game. 45, and the Cougs just caught up at the end because they had to foul. Yeah. Otherwise, it was the disparity. The disparity was incredible.
4 fouled out Cougars, and you had 3 others with 4 fouls.
Did you see that stat? No team has won a tournament game with 4 guys that fouled out since 87.
Not a surprise.
No.
Not a surprise.
You can't win like that.
It kind of gets that. It helps that the other team didn't make free throws, and it helps that your team. Well, I mean, when you get down to the walk-on making free throws, that's a. When I heard, and Ryan Elvin comes to the game, I told my wife, this is the guy that people cheer for at the end of games when it's a blowout.
Yeah.
He's getting in, and then he got wide open, and there was no way a walk-on, even though he was 3 or 4 for the season coming in, there's no way he was going to make 2. That's too pressure packed.
Well, but he made that.
But he
one,
made
that was
one,
huge.
which was big enough.
Yeah,
it was big enough to make one, and that was a margin of victory. I thought that some of the decisions by Buzz, some of the decisions by Kelvin were not great down the stretch. I thought Houston really, just wasn't great from a coaching standpoint down the stretch. We can get into the 3-pointer that tied it up. There's just no reason any Cougar should have been anywhere in the paint. Like your feet shouldn't even been anywhere inside the standard area. You got to be standing on the 3-point line. I don't understand for the life of me why you would allow somebody to get picked and switched off. You're basically playing zone out at the 3-point line, and you make them go over the top of you and try to get a shot off. But coaches just don't. They just don't. It's so unconventional. They don't coach that way.
No, they should. You're right.
Kelvin is very, very, very conventional. He will not foul to try to create a situation where, he's always afraid of 3 free throws, and he's a very, very conservative coach.
How about you play a zone, a prevent zone on the 3-point line? How Malik Wilson got caught back there, and they just basically rolled it out to Anderson Garcia.
It was a great inbound.
It was a great inbound pass, but how you get caught up if you're Malik Wilson on that thing, that was just incredible. But them hitting that shot and the Cougs able to Jamal Shed is such a he is such a great. He's one of the all-time great Cougs.
So I was listening on the radio. He really is. I was listening on the radio. I mean, I saw some great ones, and I didn't get to see Otis Birdsong play, Elvin Hayes. I didn't get to see those plays. I saw Phi Slam and Jamma, and I put Jamal Shed up there with Michael Young. I mean, you had Dream and you had Drexler. Michael Young was an All-American for, I think, 3 years. Michael Young was a phenomenal player, first-round draft pick by the Boston Celtics. And I would put Jamal Shed up there with him. He was a highly recruited shooting guard. Of course, his son played for University of Houston in the past as well. But Jamal Shed, everything about him, he's just his determination, his will to win, his ability to overcome adversity. I think it seeps out to the entire team.
Yep.
Because you hit that 3-pointer, all that momentum is in your favor. You think, okay, here we go. We've got all the momentum. That just wasn't the case. Oakland coming back the other night, you thought they had the momentum against NC State. NC State strangled them in the overtime. University of Houston, they come back. A&M comes back from that deficit, and then they hit a 3, and you think and Houston's got fouled out players, and you think everything's going against Houston. Guess what? Houston just took control of the overtime, and A&M wasn't getting back in that game. That's the mental toughness of a Kelvin Sampson.
That's so much fun.
And that's the mental toughness that Jamal Shed instills as the extension of Kelvin Sampson.
Listen, this team is different in that. Listen, we'll find out. Now, going forward, it's Duke and then possibly Marquette. After that, holy crap! This is going to be a great Sweet 16. Duke is playing better than they have all season long. We'll find out whether or not they can continue to do that. They were able to win that game. They destroyed James Madison. But you don't get here unless Emmanuel Sharp has that game, and L.J. Cryer as well. L.J. struggled so mightily in the first, but he came up with huge threes in the second half. They are I trust this team more making shots than any other Coug team under Kelvin Sampson. Emmanuel Sharp last night was fantastic, not only on the offensive end, on the defensive end as well. He was fabulous last night. That was the best game he has had. What a time for Emmanuel Sharp to have his best game as a Coug. It was fantastic. Every time he shot out, a lot of times you're like, oh, Emmanuel, don't take that. Yeah, I wanted him to have the ball every single time down the court.
Yeah, a lot of confidence yesterday, and made some huge free throws. Good free throw shooter. I mean, he's over 80%. He's a good free throw shooter, but boy, you're right. They don't get there without him. Different people stepped up at different times of the game.
How about Ramon Walker coming in and getting that huge rebound after the fourth guy? After fourth guy fouls out, you got no big guys left. Listen, it's exactly what I said. It can't happen early on. You got Francis with 2 fouls in the first 10 minutes of the game. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh my goodness, Francis, you can't do this. They put in Sedloth. You realize we can't play 4-on-5. Sedloth is not ready for this. The guy's played. You hear Kelvin in one of the interviews. He goes, this guy didn't start playing basketball until he was 15 years old. He ain't ready for this. He ain't ready. So you're going to have to go small. J1 is playing in the middle about as big as some of his baskets, Robert's baskets. How fantastic. He uses the board as well as anybody we've seen. Like, you just don't use the board anymore. And J1 uses the board all the time on that shot. He was fabulous last night as well. And he had to do it in foul trouble all night long. Mm-hmm. He was in foul trouble most of that game. 6 from 6 from the field. Just fantastic. Now, they got to do something about the defensive rebounding. because
Well, it's become an
killing
issue,
them.
man.
It's killing them.
With Tugler out, they've really lost a lot of their board help that they needed. And this is something where the Houston used to dominate teams. They used to dominate teams there. Now, A&M is known as a good rebounding team, so it's not entirely
no, this is every team, though.
Surprising, but yeah, that's what I mean. It's for A&M to do it is one thing, but they're not controlling the boards. And there's only so many there's only so much you can do if your bigs get in foul trouble and you lost one of your most important front court players. But you saw, there's elements of it where you think, well, Houston, if you look at it negative, you say Houston showed reasons why it's going to be hard for them to get to the Final Four because they don't, they lose leads, the flip side of that is this team had everything go against them. They were in foul trouble from the very beginning. It was crazy how many fouls went against the Houston Cougars first half and second half. And everything that could go wrong did go wrong. It was Murphy's Law as Kelvin Sampson. I don't know, did you hear Kelvin after the game?
Well, we'll hear him on the other side. Let's hear from Kelvin after the game on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got thoughts on this? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776, the number. If you want to get in here, let's talk Cougs basketball here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about free reign. We're talking about the coffee. We're talking about a deep, full, rich flavor that you're not getting. I don't know. Why coffee doesn't have to be bitter. It doesn't have to have, it just doesn't. It could be full body. It could be just, a great way to start your morning. I don't know. I'm telling you, the big Seattle-based company that's got all of these different coffee shops all throughout the city, every city in America now, their product just isn't as good. I'm sorry. It just isn't as good. Why do you have to drink that? You don't. What you need is if you got Keurig or you want grounded roast and you brew it yourself, you can do that. And you know what? You're going to get a better cup of coffee here. I'm telling you here and now. Get up and get after it. They've been doing this for over 25 years. Rip from Yellowstone is the guy who started this thing in San Angelo, Texas. Proud to be Americans, country, community, military, veterans. They love all of that. Get up and get after it with Free Reign Coffee. 975coffee.com. Put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off. That's 975coffee.com. Promo code ESPN20.
Living with pain, managing pain is something a lot of people will do every single day. It starts maybe when you're in bed in the middle of the night sleeping and you feel the knee or your hip or your back, something's in pain, and you think, okay, well, let me work on this bed. I got to get a different bed. And then you start to realize over time it's not that. It's worn down tissue. It's damaged tissue. It's tissue that needs to be basically repaired. And I know the thought in the past was always you start taking steroid shots, you take aspirin, you take different pain medication. You even go towards surgery, and then you have the downtime of the surgery. How about if you use QC Kinetics? It's regenerative medicine that regenerates and restores damaged tissue in the joint, and it's that damaged tissue that causes the inflammation. That's what's causing the pain. If you can do something about that, you can get better. Well, steroid shots are a temporary fix. Regenerating and restoring damaged tissue, that's a permanent fix. It gives you a chance to alleviate that pain immediately and can help you get your mobility back and your ability to live that life outdoors and doing the things you love to do. QC Kinetics, it's not just for the pros anymore, it's for all of us. 4 locations here in Houston. It's QCkinetics.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about that they were able to survive that game last night? Wow. Cougs led it by 5 at the half. But Kelvin knew it was going to be a war in the second half. And sure enough, they blew it open, and in the final minutes just frittered it away. But at halftime, Kelvin knew. And he called on the team. You saw the 32 patch on the jerseys. They've been wearing them all season long. For their teammate, Reggie Chaney, who died at just 23 years old. Reggie Chaney. I don't know that the details come out still. I looked it up last night, the cause, and I don't know. I hadn't seen why Reggie, if they have ever published why Reggie passed. But they've worn, these guys, Jamal Shad, Jaywan Roberts.
Fentanyl toxicity.
It was what?
Fentanyl toxicity.
So
2023 KHOU. So it was a reputable source that he had fentanyl toxicity. Fentanyl got him.
So Ryan Elvin, Jaywan, and Jamal, were played with him for years, all of them, those 3. And the other guys who had been here a couple of years, 3 years, have played with him as well. But they had 32 on their jerseys, and Kelvin told the team at the half that they had to be tough, like Reggie.
It's the first time I've done this year is that, we lost 4 starters from last year's team. Jarris Walker, Marcus Sasser, Shamon Mark, and then a special guy in Reggie Chaney. And I hadn't mentioned Reggie other than when we watched him on film, but I brought Reggie up at halftime. I said, what would Reggie do, Jaywan? What would Reggie do, Javier? Because I didn't think either one of those guys played very good the first half. So I asked him about Reggie. And as soon as I said it, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jamal got really emotional. Ramon got really emotional. So that one was for Big Rich.
That was, wow. You bring up their fallen teammate, and sure enough, they came out in that second half. They looked like gangbusters. Holy cow. They took it right to A&M. That line was started at 9.5, went down to 8.5. And sure enough, that's just too good a team to be given that many points, and they ended up covering. But for a while there, it looked like the Cougs were going to cover that.
I liked A&M plus the points. I thought it was way too high. It started at 10.5 was the overnight line, and then it went to 10, and they kept going down because it was just too much.
It was way too much.
It's just too much right now. If you've watched Houston, you know and you watched A&M. A&M's on the upside, and Houston is pretty much steady all the time. You kind of know who you're going to get, but A&M played them tough. Kelvin Sampson, after the game and the post-game interview, said this is his favorite Cougar team of all the teams he's coached.
This is my favorite.
Is it really?
Yep. This is my favorite team.
I probably had one, I think 2 years ago. Maybe the Final Four team. That would have been 3 years ago, wouldn't it? The Final Four team, I think.
They were Sweet 16 last year. I think the year before they were Final Four.
Was the year before they were Final Four 2 years ago? Yeah, it might have been 2. Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That might have been, I think, my favorite one with Reggie on that team, by the way. But regardless, Kelvin just loves coaching his team.
Yep.
Loves coaching his team.
Man, I wish Tugler was there. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This would be a different story if Tugler was there. Okay, and one of the reasons this is my favorite team is because this is one of my favorite players in Cougar history. I don't have the history that I wasn't here in '83, but this guy he's got to have his number hanging on the rafters when he's done. Jamal Shed. Here is Kelvin talking about the difference in that basketball game last night.
They were at full strength and played well. Texas A&M played great tonight. I mean, you can tell they're a lot better team than when we played them early. But as good as they play, we had the best player on the floor, Jamal Shed. And sometimes at the end, that's all you need.
When he fouled out, I thought, holy crap, how in the world? And he was playing with 4 for a while. This was I don't know if it was on your mind, but it was on my mind as well. That dude cannot leave this game. His jump stop shot to win the game, basically put the game away, where he had jumped in the lane, boom, and jumped back up and made that basket, was he was the only option at the time. Mm-hmm. Basically the only option at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, Cryer is out. Sharp is out.
I know.
What is he going to do?
But he never wavered.
Wavered.
It never ever looks too big for him.
Nope.
I was listening to the broadcast at one point on the radio, and Tom Crean. First of all, Crean was jumping in on everything. Like, he was overcoaching it, frankly. I think one of the issues that we're having with Steve Lapham with Tom Crean on the radio is I'm always interested in the coach's perspective, but man, they are countering anything and everything that, like, it's almost too much what they're doing. Now, I thought Lapham made a good point about when A&M had a running start at the basket, and then Buzz Williams called timeout.
Yeah.
And, like, wow.
That was huge.
Yeah, it was a 4-point game, and you're thinking, man, if they score a quick 2, it's not like Houston is a great free throw shooting team.
That was huge.
I don't know why he called that timeout, and I thought that was worth pointing out. But Tom Crean couldn't stop talking about Jamal Shed. So this is why, for me, he's the best guard in the country. He said, because he doesn't, what he brings to the table offensively and defensively, when you need big plays, he makes big plays. And that actually is really, you can just sum it up. If you need a big play, Jamal Shed will get you a big play. And this is not new. He's been doing this for 3 years, and he's doing it again. He did it again yesterday. And now the Cougs go on to take on a Duke team that I thought James Madison was going to give Duke some issues. Holy crap. Duke kicked the living crap out of James Madison. Yeah. And now they're waiting for you in Dallas.
Yeah. How about this? Duke and Marquette. You got waiting for you? Possibly Marquette. Anyway, that is this is going to be fun this weekend. If they can survive this and get through this. A lot of people didn't believe in this team because of their offense. But, man, I'll tell you what. Emmanuel Sharp grew up. And L.J. Cryer is a different you know what? As bad as he was in the first half and didn't shoot the ball well, man, every time I couldn't wait for him to shoot again in the second half. He's been there. He's done it. He's won a national title. He wasn't a huge player in that national title run, but he knows what it takes. And this is his time now with Jamal Shed and Roberts. I think they get through Duke, and it's going to be just a battle against Marquette. That little Kolek dude, holy crap! That little left-handed guard for Marquette. He's healthy now.
56 assists over his last 5 games.
He does some. He goes up against 6'10", 6'11" guys. He's a little guy, but he'll push the ball away from himself with his left hand and shoot it over guys.
He can get the ball off the tight quarters. Yeah,
against anybody. Yeah. Against anybody.
Good player. he was somebody they were missing previously, but man, when he's on the court, 21-11 for him yesterday. Big game. It was, I think we're starting to lock in on mostly favorites getting down to the
this year,
time.
Yeah. This year, yeah.
It looks like the best teams are going to the top 8 teams look like they've got a pretty good chance of going.
Really hasn't been any bracket busters this year.
Not bad. I mean,
Not bad.
Kentucky,
North Carolina State getting there. That's about. I mean,
yeah, and they were a hot team because look what they did in North Carolina
Yeah.
in the tournament.
I mean, yeah,
so
no. You
that
usually
was
have
one
a
you coulda
team
picked,
that's real
yeah.
hot like that, and that's that team this year that weren't very good during the regular season, but they get hot right now. And who knows? They may end up winning it. I don't know, but I do know this bracket. These games are going according to Hoyle a lot more than they have in the past. We got the best teams, and that was a question before. That was a question on the show before us. Would you rather have? Is this tournament as interesting as other tournaments because you don't have those Gulf Coasts or those teams that are getting into the George Masons that are getting in the Sweet 16 and Final Four? Or would you rather have the best teams right now?
I mean, I like drama, but I got it with Oakland. They didn't move on. I got a great game with, I had a lot of excitement with NC State and
James
Oakland
Madison.
in the second round. James Madison. You had the Cougs and Aggies with a really fun game yesterday from just a general perspective. I think we've had some blowouts, yeah, but I think the tournament's still been pretty good. It's not been a wild free for all.
No.
But at the end of the tournament, we're probably going to have really good teams. In the Elite Eight, we're probably going to have really good teams.
No, yeah. We're going to see the best teams, and it's going to be really, really
you're
good.
going to get Houston or Duke moving through.
You're having really good games in the Sweet 16 now.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun next weekend. Well, next week, Thursday and Friday. And, man, it's just going to be
I thought about going to Dallas because do you know that they have – I'm not signed up to go to the Big 12. Do you know about the Big 12 Combine? Have you heard of this?
No.
It's the first time – I think it's the first conference that's ever done this. They've got their own Big 12 Combine in – I think it's in Frisco. And then they're going to do – or Jerry World or whatever. Where's Jerry World? Is that in Frisco? I don't know. So they're going to have a Big 12 Combine. So – like there's 8 players from Kansas who are going to be there, including Austin Booker, who should be a day 2 pick. But they're going to have multiple players from the Big 12. I guarantee you Cougars are going to be there too. It's a Big 12 combine. There's going to be lots of players. And scouts are all having to go to this because, anytime you have a combine, you have a chance to get measurements and watch guys work out, guys who weren't invited to the combine. And so you've got that going on in the Dallas area, and then you have basketball going on. So I'm thinking about heading up there, seeing some of the just meeting with some teams and talking to some scouts and stuff like that, getting some of the data from the combine, and then going to the Cougar game.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to get a media pass, and if I go with my wife, I'll probably just buy 2 tickets. So it was great seeing everyone saw Jim Nance in the stands for Houston, big Houston Cougar alum. Everyone could see Jim Nance, but I don't know if you saw real quick next to him was Bill Worrell.
Yeah.
Was also there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, those two are longtime buddies. Great announcers in their own right. We got a lot to do still. We still haven't touched on the Rockets yet. We got to do that.
Oh, my gosh.
There's so many stories that we have to get to. And we still have, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 15 minutes from now, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Look, if you're looking for the best way to have fun watching these games, go to my bookie right now. You knew who was going to win. Like we said, it was way too many points for the Cougs to be given Texas A&M. You could have made some money on that, okay? And if you're not at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, then you're not making money on this. You know who's going to win. Who do you like? Do you like the Cougs or do you like Duke? It's fine. Make money, okay? You know you've been watching these games now. You got a good feel for it. Who do you want to bet on? Have you been betting on the Rockets lately? Because you're winning money. If you've been betting on them over this 8-game stretch here, man, you are making yourself some jack. But if you're not on my bookie, you can't make no jack without it. All you need to do is go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Put in what you can afford. Don't hurt yourself, okay? Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. They will give you 50% of your initial deposit when you sign up. Put in $200, you got $300 to play with. Put in $400, you got $600 to play with. So you're looking for a great way to play, and your local bookie ain't doing that. They're doing it at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you at 713-780-3776. 12 minutes from now, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? And you got to get in here because I'm sure that you learned something. I know what I learned this weekend, and we will talk about it. Everybody's got it. You guys got to all get in because that was a big weekend. That was a huge weekend. Our basketball here in the city of Houston is pretty good, okay? Over the last 7 days, who is the best basketball player in the world?
Jalen Green.
It's not even close. Well, it's relatively close. Jalen Green, according to Hoops Hype puts out the rating of the best basketball players over the last week. His rating is 38.4. Chet Holmgren, 34.4. Anthony Davis, 33.43. Damian Lillard, Luka Doncic. This is the order over the last 7 days of the best basketball players in the world. Fred VanVleet is 24th on the list. He's been playing great.
Fred VanVleet is 24th. Well, he had a big day the other day, too, yeah.
His three-pointers, about 27 three-pointers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, holy crap. I remember a time when they went 0 for 27.
Let's really put all this in perspective. Right now, the Rockets may have turned a kind of a corner. Maybe not as a whole unit because Alpie's not there, but I think they understand who they are now. I think they finally figured out, hey, they finally figured out their places on the team. They finally figured out the pecking order. They finally figured out how to play together with each other. And people are playing, especially, let's be honest, I mean, it's Jalen is playing with a different level of confidence. Right now, although some yucky stuff came out about Jalen over the weekend, but gossipy stuff. Yeah.
Well, it's all right.
He has three kids.
He's playing for the baby.
Babies.
Babies.
Bees.
That's all right. I mean, he's going to have enough money.
3 babies.
He's going to have enough money to take care of them.
A stripper came out, and another one came out and said, no, one of them had the baby already, and the other one said, my baby's due date is the same as
Then I either saw or it was implied that one of the women who's having a baby has already had a baby by Jalen.
There's 2 of them. One of them said she had a baby, the stripper, and then there's another one who said my due date's the same as Drea Michelle's.
And it was classified as he's pulling a Tyreek.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just pointing out what the gossipy people are saying.
I mean, as long as he's not a deadbeat, he's paying. You know what?
Well, you can't be a deadbeat.
You get paid. You know what?
Oh, they're coming.
You know what? Pay up. That's all. It's time to pay up now, Jalen.
Yep. I know that I don't want anything on that man's mind.
Not a great look, but yeah.
Not a great look, but I don't want anything on that man's mind. I want Jalen.
I don't know. It seems like ever since these pregnancies have come around, he's been better.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to Sean Kemp it.
Yeah.
He needs to Sean Kemp this thing.
That's never great because then you get in the financial stuff.
Get fat after a lockout? What do you mean?
I remember
Sean Kemp's.
So I remember
no, not that one.
An NFL team told me that one of the big problems that they had with Antonio Cromartie is he constantly wanted to redo deals so he could get money. He wanted to get redo deals so he could convert some of the salary into signing bonus so he could get money in advance. And they're like, having babies, that's a great thing, having kids and all that. When you're taking care of your kids and you're a good dad, and that's great. But constantly looking to rework your deal because you've got so much financial strain, that is a concern for teams. Now, there's nothing you could do if you're an NBA team. You just do what you do. But regardless, that came out this weekend. I don't know how much of it is true or whatever. I'm sure they'll talk a little bit more about it. The real story, though, is Jalen right now is just, he's at a point now where the 40-point game is not a surprise.
I'm just shocked that, Jalen is not monogamous and true to the 39-year-old woman that's having his baby.
Well,
it's
to anybody,
shocking.
you're a young athlete. Yeah, that's shocking.
Shocking.
But think about this. Jalen had a run like this his rookie year. His rookie year, he couldn't score less than 30 over his last 10 to 12 games. He couldn't score less than 30 points a game.
No.
It was impossible. And he's having one of those runs again this year, only it's with a better coach. It's with a better cast of teammates. They are wins that are potentially going to push the Rockets into the playoff. They're a game behind right now. The Rockets are on the doorstep of being in the play-in. And to me, the play-in is the playoffs, but whatever. I mean, it's like being in a wild card in baseball. No one didn't consider. Remember, you're one and done in a wild card of baseball, the Astros. No one considered that not the playoffs.
That's the playoffs.
It was a one-game series. It's still playoffs.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
That's it. It's the playoffs, and the Rockets are right there, one game back.
At first, people considered it not the playoffs. Initially, when the whole one-game wild card thing, baseball people were like, that's not the playoffs.
Well,
yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it's changed now because it's just part of the deal. But at one point, they're like, this is not real playoff baseball. And people were criticizing the Astros for celebrating winning it when they did the whole champagne thing. It happened.
Yeah.
And people were criticizing the Timberwolves. Remember when the Timberwolves won a play-in game and Patrick Beverly was nearly crying?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Cut
It's
it
a
out.
play-in game. Stop crying.
Right, yeah. Well, Draymond don't give a damn. We'll hear from him a little bit later in the show about what he thinks of the Rockets and being a game behind. They suck. The Golden State, they're passing Golden State. This team is now Portland tonight, and they've got another tough one. Who do they got? Milwaukee? I forget who the
No, Golden State has to go to Miami.
to Miami.
Yeah.
Well, the Rockets got that coming up too.
Well,
but the two of them play against each other April 4th.
Yeah, because Mopey and Mapes were the first on this. We've been saying we want meaningful basketball. I know you guys are hopping on right now, but Mopey and Mapes have been tracking this for about the last week and a half, seeing how this could play out, seeing how the schedule's kind of weak and what the Rockets have. And the Warriors game, the one they play against the Warriors, is a big one. But welcome to the party, John.
Well, the Mopey and Mapes show.
I know you've been focused on other things like golf, but Mopey and Mapes has been locked in on this particular
Your
scenario.
show is a college basketball show.
No,
this show is a college basketball show.
No, your show is a college basketball show. I was listening to you after Knicks, and it was all college basketball. They were locked in on
for
college
the first
basketball.
30 minutes, sure.
Yeah. Well, their show.
Our show is a pro basketball show.
Their show is just a spin-off of this show.
Yeah.
It
Just
really
basically.
isn't. It really isn't because we
Yeah,
do-
no.
Because
If-
Mrs. Garrett,
If it was, we're
Mrs.
all
Garrett
in the
was
family,
on-
and you're all the other shows
we
that
would-
came from that.
We do a show that's
you're a different
we
world.
do a show that speaks to people who realize golf is for simps. We do a real show. You do this whole. All you do is kind of play to your friends. You mention them all the time. How many? Like this show is pretty much for the people, like the 5 people you know.
Well, you would mention your friends too if you had any.
That is.
Yeah.
You
No,
think
no,
that?
no.
So you think,
That would be the case.
problem is you think that's insulting, but I realize your friends, I wouldn't want them. So
Yeah.
not having friends, I'm fine
Guess
with.
what? I have friends.
Well,
and if you had any, you would mention them
I've
too.
met your friends, and they're no credit to you, by the
Your
way.
only friend is Mapes. Mopey's only friend is
Mapes
Mapes.
isn't even my friend.
And you
we
two-
just work together.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's ugly.
It's true,
Sean
though.
Mapes is finding
He's your
this out
best
this
friend now.
morning.
It's true,
That's
though.
That's your radio
Sean Mapes
partner.
is finding this out this
He
morning.
may be our radio partner, but he's not my friend.
No.
Oh, by the way, did you see? Oh, I'll save this for what did you learn?
Okay, that's coming up next, right here. As a matter of fact, Lance, coming up next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, there is a lot, and it does not have to be basketball related or sports related. It can be whatever related. As a matter of fact, mine is not sports related. Yours might not be too. Tom had wondered whether or not he was going to come back and bring all of his. He brings us a lot of knowledge about
Tom,
the dating game. Yeah, whether or not he would be back. But, Tom, we need you back in here about the dating game out there and what's going on. So 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Let's go. 713-780-3776. I'm telling you right now, I know about Home Bank. I learned about Home Bank a while ago. Home Bank is where you are going to get your money on. Here's the deal, is if you're looking for a great way to invest your money, right now, a 5-month CD at Home Bank, you got to put in at least $2,500, 5.05% APY, annual percentage yield. Okay, 5.05% APY on a 5-month CD. You want an 11-month, a little bit longer? That's fine, 4.45% on an 11-month CD. Minimum balance, only $2,500. If you got money laying around and you're not going to use it, don't need it for 5 months or for 11 months, let's go. Put it in there. Let's get some money making money for us. Business and personal banking solutions for any need at Home Bank. Local bankers ready to meet your financial goals. They're at River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Friendswood, and a new location in the Baybrook area. You're looking for the best way to make your money work for you, or let Home Bank work for you and help you reach your financial goals. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, a member FDIC.
I can tell you now, our car buying experience at Gulf Coast Chevy, we've experienced it 3 different times, twice for my wife, once for my son, and it's phenomenal. We don't get treated any differently than anyone else, but that's a good thing for you because the way you get treated is incredible. Their customer service index, they win the award for customer service index year after year after year, and it starts with the way that they treat people. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC makes the car buying experience a fun one. It should be fun finding a new car. It's exciting. You know, one of the stresses is the sticker shock now because prices have gone up so high over the last, let's say, 8 years. If you haven't, looked at cars, but what they do with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is they help you in that regard because I'm looking for the best deals I can find. So for me, I love leases because I can get lower payments with leases. That might be for you. You may say, no, I've got a great credit rating. I want to get a finance rate that works for me. So they've got 0.9 and 1.9% APR finance rates on a lot of the trucks that they have in stock right now, the GMC Sierra and the Chevy Silverado. And if you want to have the selection that you want and a car buying experience, it's no pressure and no hassle. That is always the case out in Angleton. So, yeah, it's a little longer drive, about 42 minutes from downtown Houston, but it's worth thousands of dollars in your pocket when you go with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Start the car buying experience at lantzcars.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Cleaning up the show. Yeah, the Cougs were in the Final Four in 21, then the Elite Eight in 22, and then the Sweet 16 last year, and Sweet 16 again.
Okay, so it was 3 years ago.
4 straight years that they've been to the Sweet 16. So there you have it. We cleaning that up. All right, I'm going to start. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? For those of you who never heard it, you get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. I'm going to start. The best deterrent for terrorism is what I have seen this weekend from Russia, in that electrodes to the Guyons is going to make whoever thinks it's a good idea to kill people a bad idea.
I'll have to look into some
You
of
haven't
that.
seen that?
No.
Okay.
Is it a video or one of these old videos that
No.
they're using?
It's real. It's the guys who they caught this weekend.
You're sure about that?
Yes.
Okay.
So they got the guy's picture with no pants on and on the ground. Russia is publishing it.
Well, that's kind of been like, I've always felt like that would be a Russia thing.
Yeah.
So that's not a huge surprise. They don't really have, their outrage has to be muffled. If there's any outrage about treatment of people, including their own people, you better muffle it in Russia, or you'll end up with an accidental poisoning.
Yeah, no.
Out of a window.
They ain't afraid to torture.
No, it's
if I'm
the
a
autocracy.
terrorist, I'm going to decide not to go to Russia anymore. I'm not doing Russia, because when you get caught in Russia, wow. Anyway, you guys, you want to start or no? Wow, that was ugly.
Oh, goodbye, free reign coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get one for you. I learned this weekend that not only is Jack Easterby alive and well, he is thriving at the Texas A&M basketball community.
That's why he was 0 for first half.
I mean, we
Hugging
had
Jack Easterby.
Easterby's.
Hugging Jack Easterby after a game let you go 0
Never
for
great.
first half the next game.
You have one, Del?
I learned no matter how awful Greg Berhalter is, we own El Tri.
Yeah.
Once again.
Another
Love
dub.
El Tree.
Another dub.
He hates him some El Tree.
I mean, look, I know I got called a racist son of a bitch by a woman because I don't like another nation soccer team. But this is sports, and El Tri is the worst. And their fans might be even worse. Is not a word, but they might even be worse than the
ugly
team.
Things to play.
And they start fights and they throw stuff when you score goals.
Yeah.
Look, I'm never gonna like El Tri. The Mexican people love you, but the team, get out of here. We own you. We own CONCACAF, which isn't saying much, but we own CONCACAF.
Eat that. All right, let's go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Who was first up? Let's go, Brandon. Top of the list. What do you say, Brandon?
Morning, guys. I learned that between the Cougars headed to the Final Four, the Rockets push for the play-in game, and the Astros opening season series, the little golf tournament they're doing here this weekend has no chance of being relevant.
Oh, that's ugly.
man.
It's huge. It's
Just
huge.
went
It's the
took a-
biggest event in the city of Houston.
Just
Okay.
wow.
You got the Houston Open here. Are you crazy? That's just it leads the list.
Man, went a long way to dump all over golf.
I know. That's even a lot for you.
Tom,
Del?
what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, Tom?
I learned that my plan to get a job on the Houston Dash coaching staff so I can date the players would have ended up getting me fired.
Yeah, they don't recommend
They don't love
fraternizing.
that. They've
male
gone
coaches,
through some coaches over there, by the way.
not just the
Inappropriate
just
coaches.
the league in general.
Yeah, no.
fraternizing.
In Houston,
Yeah, but
we had an inappropriate coach.
Yeah, but overall, fraternizing with the players is something they don't want to happen.
They don't love that. A lot of them aren't interested in you anyway, Tom.
Oh, there it is.
There's the
Jeremy,
underlying theme.
Jeremy, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
What's up, guys? I learned nobody wants to mess with baby daddy Jalen Green. Draymond Green, we're coming for you.
Okay.
All the Greens have a lot of answering to do right now.
Yeah, we'll hear from
'Cause
Draymond.
Draymond made a comment, and so now he's got to answer to Jalen Green.
Yep. Okay, who you got in this green fight?
You know what? He's quickly becoming America's baby daddy.
I don't know if we want that to be the
I'm
case.
not sure. That's great. Ocho, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué aprendiste este fin de semana?
Yeah, I learned that there's at least one college basketball team that shoots free throws worse than the Cougars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
They
Man,
exist.
that was awful. Awful. The Cougs, they're like one of the top teams. Free throw defense, the Cougs are one of the top teams in the nation.
Yeah.
Their free throw defense is spectacular.
Is it because of the home
I
crowd
don't know
being so
why.
raucous?
Maybe you're tired when you get to the line because you're
exhausted
fighting so
from
hard.
getting
Probably.
all those offensive rebounds.
Yeah,
You're exhausted.
probably so.
Yeah. dominating on the offensive boards.
Takes your legs.
Takes your legs out. Tired of jumping so much. La raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Yanni Granati. Lunch Schnitzel.
Para tres. Gentlemen, good morning.
Sports, gentlemen.
Sports to you.
So, I had confirmed, I have two sources now, Dell, that Gilbert and Gilbert's mom had told me that Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was doing illegal bets at China Garden.
Wow.
USA coming on this.
Wow. Gilbert and Gilbert's mom told him.
He called in on the Mopey and Mape show with this. He said China Garden was running some illegal gambling ring. And now I was like, you don't have evidence of that. What are you talking about?
You know they're Chinese and he's Japanese,
well, that's
right?
the other thing I wanted to bring up in here, but
Carol's
whatever.
Chinese, by the way.
Yeah, not Japanese.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, what is Ipe?
They're Chinese.
He's telling a lot of lies. He might be Chinese. We don't know.
Well, yeah.
He's not really telling the truth about anything.
Apparently not. He doesn't tell the truth.
We're more Chinese and Vietnamese, more than anything in Houston. Not as big Japanese. Japanese there's not as many Japanese. So I don't know that Carol's doing anything with a Japanese gambling
Not
ring.
sure. I mean, you're kind of lumping everybody into the same. Yeah.
Well, he was. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
I tried to fight it last week, but he's not done.
Just leave it alone. Okay. Mito. Mito.
Hey, I learned this weekend that my wife is a problem after she's now going through divorce number 2. That B.I.
She was the problem.
Yeah.
Her second divorce. Maybe it wasn't you, Mito.
It was never you, Mito.
It was never you.
It was never you.
Isaac, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned that if the refs want to foul out all your scholarship guys, don't worry, because Cousin Elvin will walk on and get it done.
He did.
Golly.
How about Cousin Elvin? Cousin Ryan. He stepped up in the biggest time of his life.
Never has a 50% free throw percentage looked so good.
No, it's awesome.
1 of 2 was great.
I mean, he's sitting on the bench the whole game thinking, wow, this is fun to watch. He's a great seat. What? You what?
Elvin.
Hey, Jamal, he was probably praying, please don't fall off.
When do you think he thought he had a chance to come in the game?
When Sharp was sitting next to him and Cryer
I think when whoever before the last guy before Shed. No,
Shed.
But Shed.
Well, no.
He had to go in with Shed.
With Sharp and Cryer were already there.
No, I don't think he thought there was even a chance until Shed went out, and then could they have not gone to anyone else? Were they at 5?
That was it.
As far as guards, they had other guys, but as far as guards, there was no one left.
Well, you know what he did? He said, Ryan, get in there.
You go to the team mascot?
I think when Sharp fouled out, he was like, and Shed had 4. Okay, there's a chance
when
here.
people cheer for you because you get into a game late.
He's a victory cigar, yeah.
That is unheard of. And then he hustled down there, on the play, the inbounds play. He hustled to his spot, got the ball, got fouled. And I told my wife, I said, okay. When they said Ryan Elvin coming to the game, I was, Ryan Elvin? And I said, Nick, you got to watch. This doesn't ever happen. And then he got fouled. I'm like, stop reading your book and look at this. This never happens. This guy only gets in the last 20 seconds, or if it's a really big blowout.
And everybody loves him. He's the biggest thing in the last minute of every game that they blow him out.
I was hoping he'd make 2.
Woods, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that getting a porn star or an influencer pregnant makes you a better basketball player.
Apparently.
Yeah, I'm just going by the numbers.
He said it's the baby, and I think he meant babies.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more evidence he was talking about Drea, because if he should have said babies if he meant the baby.
Is she really his baby when there's 3 of them now in 1 year?
I don't know.
He said the baby. He didn't say my baby, I think.
Is she really that special to him?
Well, you think about Houston. Hold on. Houston, some of the most explosive scoring from 2 guards.
He's explosive.
Well, think of this. Some of the most explosive scoring from 2 guards in Houston have come from, really being pushed and being excited to perform for. One was the baby and one is a baby, right? James played for the baby. If there was anything that James played for, it was his friend, the baby.
Right.
The baby gave him honey buns. He gave him cash. He gave him James gave the baby a Prada bag because he said he was proud of him. And so we had one 2-guard playing for the baby, and now we have another 2-guard playing for possibly the babies.
Well, it could be. Or maybe he was playing for Big Baby, who's now a porn producer, right?
He tried his hand at it. He's not currently a porn producer.
He's not currently?
No.
Okay. Maybe he was playing for Big Baby. I don't know.
What, he had it at his house? It doesn't make you a producer.
No, he actually went to studios and did it.
It
wasn't OnlyFans.
He
directed, by the way. He was the director.
Ben, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that John thinks Dell has no friends. I'm his best friend. Stop picking on him.
Okay. Ben is your best friend?
Yeah.
According to Ben.
I just got a text from somebody. Table for one, waiting for Dell. Dell, table for one.
You guys think that insults me. It doesn't.
No, we know it
I
doesn't.
embrace that.
No.
I don't care.
No one likes
Try
it.
harder.
Okay.
Whoever that is, your nerdy friend. You can't be part of the show. Sorry. Who is that?
It was your friend Ricky.
Ricky who?
You know Ricky.
Who's Ricky?
Ricky!
I don't know who Ricky
Crash.
is. I don't know who that is.
Oh, never mind. Then forget about it. He's your best friend.
I'm looking
You've
at
had a war with him before.
By the way, it's a golf thing.
Inconsequential, Ricky. I don't even remember you. Sorry.
By the way, I'm looking at it says in Russian media said Saturday that one of the suspects had his ear cut off during interrogation. That's just like news from Russian media. So his ear was cut off. The Associated Press couldn't verify the report or the videos purporting to show this, but the guy did have bandage all over his head where one of his ears would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russia doesn't play.
No, they ain't playing. I'm telling you, electrodes to the Guyones is the number one deterrent for me. Peter, our final one. Peter, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that walking around the Pasadena indoor flea market makes for a very interesting day of people watching.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would think so.
I would imagine.
I would think so. Yeah, there's a lot of people there.
That's actually worth storing away.
People watching. All right. That was a good one, peeps. Nice job. We got a lot more to talk about here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell, you got there's some ship talk in there too this weekend. You got some good stuff?
Yeah, I got the Draymond thing. I've got coaches. Dan Hurley had a nice night or a nice day. He talked quite a bit.
Yep. You got Kim Mulkey.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh my
God. We've got Bull getting caught on the live mic.
Yep.
After guarding Wemby.
Get off his. Yep.
Yeah, he told people to stop riding. That's all.
That's all. Time for me to talk about. You need to get out to Carlton Woods. Carlton Woods Nicholas course is one of it's one of, if not our nicest course in the Houston area. I mean, this is not an exaggeration. It is both the Fazio and the Nicholas, but the tournament for the Chevron Championship is at the Nicholas course. And the Nicholas course is perfect for this. The women loved it. They're going to love it. They did a redo on it, and if you haven't seen it, it's awesome. You're going there to see great golf, the Chevron Championship. Go to thechevronchampionship.com, thechevronchampionship.com. Pick up your tickets. Get on out there. It's April 17th through the 21st. We're going to be out there on the 17th, as a matter of fact, broadcasting live. We want you there. We want you to come and see great play. They are really, really, really good. If you're a golf fan, this is a place that you have to go. But sure, the Houston Open is here. The guys are here. You don't play like them. You play more like the women. I'm telling you, your game is not like the men's game. That's incredible. The women are incredible as well. But here's the deal, is you're going to love the best competitive golf in the city of Houston and a major at a beautiful golf course, Carlton Woods. Get on out there. Get your tickets now. thechevronchampionship.com.
Oh, John Daspit Law Firm. Good. John Daspit, spoke with him over the week. We were talking a little bit of basketball, and John is a big sports fan, huge sports fan. He listens to the show every day, multiple times. He listens to every hour. He'll comment to me a few days later about different things that he heard on the show. He does that in between. That's one of his hobbies is listening to the show. What he does best is fighting for the rights of those who are injured, and he passionately pursues justice. And what does justice mean? Justice means that if you've been badly injured due to someone else's negligence, that you are not going to have to take the fall when it comes to coming out of pocket for medical bills. Do you know how many people get hurt in an injury in a car accident or hit by an 18-wheeler or, at their workplace through someone else's negligence? And then what happens is an insurance company ends up writing them a check. They sign off on it. And then it doesn't even end up covering their bills for the insurance. Doesn't even, for medical bills, doesn't even end up covering the time missed from work due to the injury. Doesn't cover your pain and suffering. That's not even considered. There's so many people who don't understand that having a lawyer like John Daspit or one of his law associates is the right way to go, because they look out for your best interest, not the insurance companies who's looking out for their client. Make sure that you have someone who's fighting for you on your side. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What a game last night. If you want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Some other news. So the Rockets have won. They got Portland tonight, right? I think Portland is here tonight. While Golden State, just a game back. Golden State has Miami. Just a game back. One game. The Rockets out of the play-in. And, yes, that is the postseason. 35-35. This was, if they get to 41 wins, if they end up at 500 this season, well exceeded expectations.
500 seems like it's happening.
And doing this without Ime, doing this without Cam Whitmore, doing this without Tari Eason, adding a player. Did you watch Dalton Connect at all?
No,
the Tennessee 6'6", 6'6" player. He is the one that is listed that the Rockets will probably get with the Nets pick.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the Tennessee. Oh no, Tennessee. Yeah, I saw him against Texas.
Yeah,
I saw. What am I talking about? I watched the game.
Yeah, big white dude.
Yeah.
He is the guy that's most likely.
I can't stop thinking about white guy for Clemson with the chubby face who doesn't look like he'd be a basketball player who was wrecking Baylor. Did you see that guy?
No.
You see him like, this guy does not look like he should be on a basketball court. He's slapping people's shot against the backboard. For a second, I was like, for some reason, I zoomed into him. But no, that was that a lot of Rockets fans were talking about that. And I don't understand why that is considered the position the Rockets would be looking at.
Yeah. Well, I think, how about just a shooter? You know what? You need,
where are you going to play?
Reed Shepherd is probably going to be gone. More than likely. He didn't play well but he had a good season. He had a good season.
Yeah, but where are you playing these guys? The only position you have right now is future point guard. Who do you two guards right now? Unless you're assuming Jalen's gone.
Well, Amen is going to be the future point guard.
Well, he is, but it wouldn't shock me if he's kind of a 1-2. He's kind of a swing player. If there's three wing players, in other words, James was a point guard. But he was a ball dominant player. I guess it will be Amen Thompson from a standpoint of putting him in a lineup. But okay, so what are you looking for? A second player then? A backup?
You're looking for anybody who can really play.
Right.
I don't care.
But Jalen, Cam Whitmore,
there's no place in the rotation for anybody, if you want to know the truth, not the way that they're playing right now.
It's a weird thing here where you just think, man, 8-man rotation, the Rockets have too many players for an 8-man rotation now.
Right. But, listen, you can always use good players.
No. You got to get better players than what
and
you
they
have.
could use better shooters, as a matter of fact. As we'll hear from Ime. I got a quote here this weekend talking about Amen and his play and what he's done here recently. I just put it in the rundown, Del. Listen, this team right now, you say, oh, well, they don't need. They're still a 500 team. This is still a 500 team.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're better now than two of their best players aren't even playing right now. But they're better playing for whatever reason. This is the best run that they've had all season. It's inexplicable how they're playing this way without Alpi and without Tari and without Cam Whitmore as well. It's just unbelievable. It's just incredible what this team is doing right now. And the run that Jalen is on. He's really turning heads. He's really, I don't know that they were going to trade Jalen Green or whatever, but if they were dissatisfied with Jalen before, they have to be looking at him differently right now.
It's complicated because, you have two guys that really should be starters on the team in the future. Cam Whitmore and Jalen Green. I mean, Jalen obviously is, but Cam Whitmore would be great as a sixth man. I think they're going to have to answer. We got to see how it plays out with Cam Whitmore. If his personality is built for being a highly, highly recruited guy. Is his personality going to be okay with being a sixth man? I would hope so, but we got to see that in the future. We won't know for a while because he's not starting ahead of Jalen. If Jalen sticks around, he's not starting ahead of Dylan Brooks or Jabari. So, how does Steven Adams fit in? My guess is off the bench. Is he going to play some with Alpi? He'll have to, but I would think. But I don't know what happens with Jalen Green because Jalen right now, one of two things is happening. He's making himself a lot of money and getting a lot of attention. Are the Rockets going to be the one to pay a max dollar extension? I don't know. Are they already ready to buy into 2 max dollar extensions? Can this level of play continue if Alpi's on the court? And that's not to say Alpi's the problem. I'm saying Alperen Sengun is not going anywhere. He's a good basketball player. He's one of the most well-rounded players in the game right now. Well, what happens when they're on the court together? I really actually want to see this again. And we're not going to see it this year. How do they play when they're together on the court?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we have seen it all this year. But can Jalen continue to be a factor and a force with Alperen on the court? Because you have to answer that question before you give both of them max dollars. Now, the flip side of that is you could probably max out Jalen and still move him. This is not like, it's not like baseball necessarily or football where you have dead money if you trade guys and blah, blah, blah. In basketball, you could really give Jalen whatever you want to give him, and he's still going to be a tradable commodity.
So you lost all of those guys. Now you've lost Jabari for one game as well. This Rockets team is getting into a kerfuffle every night. Every night. He and Chris Dunn got tangled up the other night. Chris Dunn got a 2-game suspension, and Jabari got one and Jabari really didn't deserve anything. Jabari did not even deserve to get suspended.
He threw a punch. I mean, it wasn't close, but he threw a punch.
It wasn't a punch.
He extended his arm. I mean, he wasn't close to him, but he extended his arm.
Man, back in my day.
Well, when did you play in the NBA?
Back in my day, they used to just throw haymakers at each other, and then shook hands, and we're gonna play some more basketball.
Is that the basketball you want?
Yeah. Okay, not this. I'm just gonna stand out. I'm gonna be 6'11", 280, standing outside. Okay, shooting threes. Okay, that's not what we're doing.
How many guys weigh 280?
Okay, that's not what Zion. Okay,
but he's not even 6'11". He's playing really well, actually. That's why the Pelicans are really good. If you don't think Draymond, who we'll hear from maybe in a segment or two, is going to try something with the Rockets, because they appear to be people who can't resist.
Oh yeah.
In a game that matters,
we ain't backing down.
Well, it doesn't matter about backing down. How about we stay in the game?
No, that is true. I mean, didn't Jock just the other day told Dylan Brooks, "Hey, we need you in the game." Okay, Jock Landale, that voice of reason and leadership in that Rockets locker room. He's actually played okay. He actually has. How about Amen? You got that quote from Ime? Here is Ime I mean, they got bigger guys on Amen Thompson right now. Amen is just playing. He's playing.
Amen plays like he's 6'9".
He's incredible how well this kid is playing.
You understand what he plays like? He plays like before Dennis Rodman became a lunatic. He plays like early Pistons Dennis Rodman, where he could guard multiple positions, grab a ton of rebounds, block shots. Like, he plays like one of those guys who's just all over the court making hustle plays. That's what he's like.
And he's learned something throughout this season with his rookie season.
Say him handling and initiating, it's whoever the 5-man guards, we, put him up top in the spot Alpha usually mans, and so from there he's quick enough to still get in, penetrate and make some plays. I think then the second piece was him using him as a screener, and he's been really good there. Like I mentioned, something he never did before, but hitting him in the pocket. He's so athletic there, and he can pass the ball. So that's been really good for him. His adjustment over the last 4 or 5 games is really shown in those areas. But as always, all year, it didn't just happen now. Teams were putting the 5-man backup units on him, and so it was for us him finding the shot that he wants, not getting baited into what they wanted to take.
Yeah, that's been one of the keys.
That was Ime as a pilot.
It was a little tough for them. The sound wasn't great.
We're going to be traveling to 2,000 feet, and we're going to be facing winds of 45 miles an hour. And
I couldn't understand a word he said.
Sit back and just relax and enjoy the wind streak.
I couldn't understand one word he said.
I did. I had to really lock in, but he was talking about that. Amen's getting shots that he wants, basically, instead of they're trying to basically said he's shooting the shots that he knows he should boost
instead of what they want
him to do.
Right.
Instead of the tricks they're trying to play.
Right. Well, the Cougs did that last night with the dude standing in the corner, and they left him open and said, you know what? That's the guy he's shooting 27%. Knocked down the 3. You don't get wide open looks unless the opposing coach wants you to. For the most part. I mean, there's, some guys that really shake themselves free and get open, or they're just stupid defensively, whatever the case may be. But normally, if you're getting open looks, Amen, it's because they want you to have open looks at certain places on the court. Amen's like, yeah, I ain't falling for that. What I'm going to do is drive, and I'm going to dunk on you because I can jump out of the gym. Amen is... Boy, you want to talk about – I tell you what, we give Casario all this credit. The picks that Rafael Stone has made over these last couple of years have been fantastic.
They're impact players.
Fantastic.
These are guys who are making high impact.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Dell's News of the Weird – or News of the Weird. Dell's what is it?
Ship Talk.
Ship Talk is going to come your way at the bottom. We'll hear from Draymond then in that Ship Talk. Also, Kim Mulkey and a host of others. But right now, you and I are talking about Billy Brown. I played golf with a client yesterday, Derek DeSola, and he was pretty good. And he said, "You're not going to mention me on talking. You're going to talk bad about me on the air." And I said, "I just keep that for Billy Brown, how bad he is at golf. That's what I do." And but
he's good at plumbing.
He's great at plumbing.
That's right.
And the only reason he can afford is because he's got a great business where he takes care of the customer, and he's able to now, he's got great people that come to your home. They're so knowledgeable. These plumbers that come to your home, they're plumbers, okay? It's not like, basketball players in the 80s. These are real plumbers, right? And they come to your home, and they're going to diagnose the problem, and they're going to fix that problem, and they're not going to charge you just for showing up, which is the plumbing business has been sleazy for years, not with Aqueduct.
No, and they get out there when you have an emergency. They can get out to emergency situations. If you have something that's a small issue, if you have something that's an issue that you think is as it continues to grow or be a consistent problem for you in your home, that's something that a lot of times can develop into something more serious. You need to have Aqueduct Plumbing Company on your side because they get out and diagnose it without you having to pay a penny. And then when you get the work done, it's going to be fairly priced and the work's going to be done right the first time. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. If you can hear our voice, you can access Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to get in here with us to talk about whatever from this weekend. What an exciting weekend. Give a call. Let's go. That was just so much fun last night. Couldn't go to sleep. I'm going to have to take a nap, Dell. I'm going to be like you, taking a long nap. That's all you do. I'll do it during your show. Yeah, that's a great time to nap.
You think it's necessary to do what you just did?
I'm going to take a nap during your show.
To use your excitement.
You said that about other shows before. I don't know. I'm always napping.
Well, I don't blame
about Joel's show. You used to nap during his show.
I don't blame Joel's show for taking a nap. I'm asleep before the show begins. It has nothing to do with Joel's show. But you decided because of your excitement over the Cougs and being tired that you decided to use my show as a reason to take a nap.
I just said I'll be napping during your show.
No,
I didn't say because of your show.
That's a great time to take a nap. Because your show. You don't pretend like no one knows what you're doing.
It's a great time because it's right after our show.
You're kind of a terrible person. I think we've made that clear.
Before the poker tournament.
I don't care. No one cares about your personal life outside of here.
Okay.
It's golf and poker. It's the same thing every day. As you want to talk about how boring I am, do you talk about anything but golf and poker? And drinking? Hey, diversify at some point.
Right. It is kind of, you do know what you're going to get.
That's it. That's all. I mean, what?
Golf, poker,
drinking, or complaining that he can't drink currently.
I got 1 week to go, baby. Less than a week.
Everyone's thrilled.
Lucky. Yep. And then you'll see, Dell.
See what?
Coming in Monday morning.
I've seen this for years. It's not going to be new. What am I going to experience that's new?
You'll see. Okay.
Taking Monday off.
Time to bring in Chris. Wants to talk about Ime. What do you say, Chris?
Guys, good morning. I just realized when y'all were playing that Ime Udoka audio, he sounds eerily like Bill Belichick. Are we sure it's not really Bill Belichick?
It's not Bill Belichick. Ime Udoka was just a sound issue. It's not Bill Belichick. Just didn't have the microphone. It was far away.
Apparently, that was just bad audio.
Yeah, it was bad audio.
It's terrible audio. I blame that. Dell.
Although I'll bet you he likes Bill Belichick. I bet Ime Udoka is a Bill Belichick
sent it to
fan.
Me. You're like, let's get to the Ime audio. Man,
yeah, but you know what?
Yeah,
you could have cleaned it up.
No, I
made it better.
I had to enhance it. That's why it's
what
so
real
low.
Producers do.
You might have probably just said, "Hey, let's not play this." Once you heard it the first time in your crappy speakers. Except your speakers suck, so you can't tell the difference between good audio and bad.
I changed it. I fixed
it.
How about Buzz on Shed? You got that ready? So, I mean, you said I didn't hear the radio broadcast.
Yeah,
I didn't hear. I heard. By the way, we had the Texas A&M side last night on our air.
This was the national,
Yeah, Andrew Monaco was on our air because we're the Texas A&M station.
And then he kept saying things like, another good foul, another correct call.
He couldn't have been pleased with another missed free throw.
No.
Well, you got that side, and I'm sure when Garcia hit that three, he was ecstatic.
I listened for about. I had to go pick my kids up, bring them back. So I was listening on the radio for the last 10 minutes of the first half, and probably the first 6 minutes of the second half.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
A long time.
I only got a little bit. We left. We were eating crawfish, and it was a 5-minute ride home. That's all I got. So I didn't get much of it. But I do know this. The superlatives that are being thrown around for Jamal Shead, first team All-American, deservedly so. And here is Buzz talking about Jamal Shead and the defense. He was asked about Jamal Shead's defense.
He can guard anybody in the United States, no matter how old they are, and no matter how much money they're getting paid in NIL or through the National Basketball Association. He is an elite defender. And I personally think he's an elite leader.
Oh, you're not alone in that. He is one of the great leaders of a team. I mean, everything he does. From his grade point average, was he? They said last night on the 3.7, 3.8 grade point average.
He's a great student.
On the floor, off the floor.
Leadership stuff.
As a son, as a coachable player, as a teammate, as just a person. You mentioned it. You went to dinner with him. I saw him the other day. He can't be more respectful of everyone. He can't be a nicer young man. Eloquent. He is everything that you want in a basketball player. Everything that you want in an athlete, period. And Kelvin Sampson gushes over, and he's mentioned it a few times now. There was a big story, I think it was on Channel 13 this weekend, about Jamal, and Kelvin was like, he has the best parents because they say the coach is always right.
Woo, that's something different in today's age.
It really is.
The teacher and the coach are never right.
Now, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what coaches and teachers deal with now is you can't discipline it's rough right now for coaches.
So I had the pleasure of playing some golf with Coach Sampson this offseason, and he told me it was the same thing with Jarris Walker, that his dad came up to him. Jarris was not playing in some spots. Jarris was not the focal point of the offense. Jarris would be benched in the fourth quarter, and his dad came up to Kelvin Sampson and said, "You keep coaching that boy, okay, and make him the best player that you can make him. I don't care about we ain't complaining about nothing." Jarris never complained about anything. Jarris was considered a top 10 draft choice in the NBA, and Jarris wasn't a focal point of the team.
He was a 5-star.
Yeah.
He was a legit 5-star. Kelvin doesn't get a lot of 5-stars.
No, and
he was a legit 5-star.
And Jarris just was coached.
You got to have somebody like that, a mom or a dad like that, or both, who, like, Kelvin Sampson's not going to be for everyone. So
no.
Kelvin, I think, knows how to recruit guys who are Kelvin Sampson guys. He recognized that. He knows what he's looking for. Not everyone's going to be made for Kelvin Sampson, but having Jamal Shed came up. We were at a John Daspit dinner before, not this past year, but the year before last year's, the 2022 season. And I tell you what, he came up, introduced himself to me because he knew that I was one of the ones to kind of organize some of that stuff, and talked to me for about 15 minutes. He went around talking to John Daspit. He was talking to John about doing so. He does a lot of things with his mom for their church in Austin. And he's like, you can just see he's CEO material. Mm-hmm. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. When you realize he's somebody who knows how to talk to people, he is not somebody like Jarris was on his phone the whole time. He's young. It's just that's the norm for a lot of people. You know who wasn't on his phone at all was Jamal Shed. He was out trying to make contacts. Like, he was talking to Daspit a long time, talking to me. He was talking to Tillman wasn't there. I'm trying to remember who else was there. Jarris is one of those guys who understands how to get things done. He has leadership qualities. He has an understanding that he's the guy who needs to be in charge of the room. And, hearing Buzz say he can guard anybody in the country, what a strong man, what a great compliment to hear.
Yeah.
This guy can guard anybody in the country, no matter what their age.
There isn't a coach in America that wouldn't want to have this guy on their team. Not a coach in America with the example
you
that
and I have
he
the same
sets.
concern, though. You're losing a lot when you lose.
Oh my
Jamal
gosh,
Shed.
it's going to be impossible.
You need to
replace.
find another Jamal Shed, frankly.
All right, when we come back, Ship Talk. Dell has got Ship Talk for you. Jackie's favorite segment of the week. What? See, well, here's why we have to see. Jackie was rooting for the bad guys last night. He's in. I don't know.
Are they the bad guys?
The Aggies, yeah.
Are
the
Aggies bad guys?
Yeah, they're on our station. Andrew Monaco's a bad guy.
Well, he was last night to me.
Steve Rockford is a bad guy.
Bad guy
coach.
to me.
Jack
last
Easterby.
night. Jack Easterby, bad
coach.
guy.
Yeah, okay.
So they should just change they should just switch it up because they happen to be playing the Cougs?
Okay, who wore black and who wore white?
So white and is good and black is bad?
Well, and what you wear. Look at you.
Well, I'm wearing blue. What do you mean, look at me?
Well, you usually wear black.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm wearing blue today, so your example.
The black hat always is the bad guy.
This is a blue hat.
Okay.
And black, we know it's cool. So black is bad, is what you're saying?
Black clothing is bad.
Is it?
Immediately when we're in a movie and we see the guy with the black clothes on, he's the bad guy.
Well, that's because you've been trained to think that way.
That's exactly right.
Unfortunately.
And I am easily swayed by Hollywood.
Clearly.
Easily. I'm not easily swayed in the car industry. It took a long time for me to find Chastang Ford. But when I found him, that's it. It's over for me. I love Chastang Ford. I'm going to be a Chastang. I'm going to be in the family forever. Chastang Ford is where I got my F-150 Lightning, and I love it. You're looking for a truck? Listen, we're getting towards the end of the month now of March. We can't have any 2023 F-150s on the lot. We got to get them off. They're going to do whatever it takes to get them off the lot. This is the best time for you ever to get that F-150. You're looking for the F-150, 1.9% financing for all 2023 F-150s, any truck on the lot, and up to $12,000 off on 2023s. They're brand new, and yet they're 2020. Who cares? They're 2023s. They're great trucks, and you get them at a better price than everybody who bought them in 2023. Okay? 0% financing on 2023 Bronco Sports. Get there. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck. There's only one place to go. No dealer add-ons, no markups. They ain't doing that. They're getting you the best deal they possibly can. They want these trucks off the lot right now. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Dell's turn now. Jackie said, stop trying to turn me against Dell. He's my friend. Okay? Hey, have you all had a chance to talk about Jamal Shedd? I haven't heard him mention. Yeah, Jamal Shedd. Great person. Unlike you, Jackie. We mentioned him because, if you had enough of Jamal Shedd, I bet you did last night with your Aggies losing. I mean, I like the Aggies.
This is turning into one of John's grievances where he uses his bully pulpit to beat somebody up again. Have you noticed that?
No, Jackie had told me on Twitter how the Ags were going to take care of that business against the Cougs.
I like Ag. They covered.
Yeah. No.
They took care of that covering business.
They did take care of the cover. That's the best we could have hoped for the Aggies last night.
They took care of
against the number 2 team in the country. Oh. You're moving up in class, Jackie. It ain't the SEC. We're all those losers. Dell, what you got for us today?
Well, let's start with the coach in waiting, Kellen Sampson. He was coming off the floor, celebrating the win, as you might imagine, and he was just singing the plaudits of his team and what he thinks should happen in Dallas.
Come on! Now they gotta see us in Dallas. Come on!
How you feeling, Kellen?
Come on, baby! 5 straight Sweet 16.
That was 5 straight Sweet 16s. That was the end of his quote. Got to see him in Dallas. And part of the message from the Cougs was show up. It's not that far of a trip. Show up in Dallas and support the team. That's Kellen Sampson coming off the floor. Another coach, plenty of coaches did a lot of talking after their games. This is Dan Hurley, who thinks the world is out to get him, particularly the NCAA.
And I don't know if you know this yet or not, but you do have the early tip on Thursday in Boston.
Okay, so it gives me a little bit more us against the world stuff that I could utilize because, I do think that the committee, has tried to make this as difficult as they can on us to do it. The Florida Atlantic, Northwestern, 8-9, obviously, the Auburn, San Diego State, and Illinois, and what they look like with Iowa State. We know what they. We know what they had in mind, and it just, it's more fuel on the fire.
What did they have in mind, Coach?
How'd you like Duke and Marquette this weekend? How'd you like that? Everybody's got a tough road. Poor me, Danny Early. I got to wear my gloves. Why does he wear gloves at practice? Does anybody know?
I don't know. Maybe he thinks his team is dirty and filthy.
Maybe he wears like cafeteria gloves, or
Well, dirty, filthy.
Yeah, apparently his team is dirty, filthy. He doesn't want to. Okay.
Well, Matt Painter, because it's the bully pulpit. After your team wins, you get to talk about people who said bad things about you. Matt Painter had thoughts on people.
Do you believe now?
Who are criticizing his giant center, Zach Edey.
You see people, around the country, even, fans, but even people that cover the game say he's just tall. What would you say to the people that say that are only looking at the size and not just the game?
Yeah, they just shouldn't cover basketball. Yeah, And so, you go to school and you learn things or whatever, but we all don't like every single class we're in, right? It's kind of a necessary evil. It's like going to work. You don't like everybody you work with, or you don't like certain parts of your job, and, it's tough, right? You got to be able to deal with, certain things that are difficult. And so I just think everybody should, take tests on their knowledge of what they're doing. I think all coaches should take a test so they understand refereeing. And I think all referees should take a test so they understand coaching. And I think all journalists should have to take a basketball quiz or a test, or anybody that tweets, they should have to be able to do it. And if they say something so moronic as that, then they should have to have a probationary status where they can't tweet for 3 months. I think it'll help like society, just try to knock out the fools, so they don't have to, meet at the local Walmart and say things that don't make any sense.
I like that.
That's my president. That's my president right there.
I like that. You want people to be
if Matt Painter
tased, or no, you want to bear spray them.
But I think that if I'm on a more aggressive ticket.
Yeah, it's a little more.
Yeah.
How about a suspension instead?
Probation, a probation of your tweeting if you say something so stupid. I like it. I've been a long proponent of believing that there needs to be some test for you to, if you want to comment on something, you do have to have a basic, you should have to have a basic competency exam if you're competent enough to have conversations with other people about certain topics. I'm a big believer in
Would you pass the test?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Flying colors.
Sure. We're talking about the media.
And that includes hitting stuff, pitching stuff.
Yeah, we've heard.
We know.
Shooting form.
Yeah, we've heard.
Walking
golfing.
Stuff. Walking.
I don't golf much, but I know the way you're supposed to.
You'd fail the walking test.
Which is embarrassing.
Yeah.
We heard Matt Painter go after the media. Well,
it's a written test.
The coach who went after the media the hardest was Kim Mulkey. So I combined a couple clips from before the game and after the game.
Look out
regarding the Washington Post and Kim Mulkey and really her stance on any media who decides to write anything negative about her.
But you see, reporters who give a megaphone to a one-sided, embellished version of things aren't trying to tell the truth. They're trying to sell newspapers and feed the click machine. This is exactly why people don't trust journalists and the media anymore. It's these kinds of sleazy tactics and hatchet jobs that people are just tired of. I'm fed up, and I'm not going to let the Washington Post attack this university, this awesome team of young women I have, or me without a fight. I've hired the best defamation law firm in the country, and I will sue the Washington Post if they publish a false story about me. Not many people are in a position to hold these kind of journalists accountable, but I am, and I'll do it. That's all I'm going to say about this right now. This reporter has been working on a story about me for 2 years.
Now, of course, what I didn't have in there, she mentioned that the reporter's been trying to get her response for years and trying to sit down with her. So if it's a negative-sided story without, a rebuttal, it's because she wouldn't speak with the reporter. But, of course, that's not mentioned.
Well, she didn't like a story. Did you see the story that he did on
Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly?
She didn't like that, no.
He's being paid $100 million while everybody else in Baton Rouge is poor.
Well,
I mean, it was pretty.
Some of the stories are some of the stories are agenda driven, and it's not. I think you just pick and choose who you're going to go after, which I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, if there's some malfeasance, of course, go after it. Kim Mulkey's probably got some stuff in her background that's not going to look great, is my guess, because she is highly abrasive. Honestly, I don't know her political leanings, but she's the one instead of Katie Britt that should have had the Republican response. You could have had her, instead of Katie Britt scaring everyone with her crazy, bad acting. If you have a Kim Mulkey, and it could be a Democratic response to a presidential president. I don't care who the president is. I don't care the political affiliation. If you've got Kim Mulkey giving your response, she's coming after you. There's no acting here. And I'll tell you another thing. No. If you try it, and I hope that you do, because I got somebody that's going to sue your ass so hard you won't be able to sit down.
And I will punch you right in your crotch.
Okay. Well, we've got a couple more before we wrap it up.
Go ahead.
Let's go with something we've been teasing quite a bit. Draymond was asked about the Rockets. We know the Rockets are making a hard charge. Okay, relax. So here's Draymond responding to a question about the Rockets.
How much are you now kind of tracking the Rockets? I don't give a damn about the Rockets.
Ooh.
You
need to keep that. Mm-hmm. I don't give a damn about
Does
the Rockets.
Does Turkey know that this was said?
Whoa. Well, he didn't say anything about Şengün. He said about the Rockets.
Don't even bring up.
Stop. Is Şengün a Rocket?
Stop. He's not playing, so he's not concerned.
We don't need that.
He might be more concerned if Şengün's playing. This is my favorite clip of the lot. Now, it is a mic catching audio from a game, so you're going to have to listen intently, be an active listener. Here is Bol discuss guarding Wemby, getting called for a foul. Now, Bol was supposed to be the first Wemby. Didn't really work out for Bol, but he's playing for the Suns, and he was guarding Wemby, got called for a foul. Got to listen. Here's Bol responding.
And Victor draws the foul.
Phoenix foul number 11, Bull is second.
Second foul on Bull. I get it.
What you missed was him saying, "You're D-riding, bruh," to the officials. And then he says, I get it.
Oh, there's a suspension coming.
There's a fine.
Really?
Minimum.
A fine, at least.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You can
telling
find
the officials that they're D-riding?
Players say awful stuff all the time to officials.
Yeah, I think we don't really
They're
take
not
it
caught on
I don't
tape.
think. Yeah, exactly. But it's said.
Yeah, it's said, but it's not
Don't
caught
say. Does D-riding also mean that he's accusing them of fixing games?
No, he didn't do the money thing. He just saying you're D-riding, which means you're just giving calls to the superstar, which players say all the time.
Players have been, officials have been D-riding for years in that
Wow.
regard.
Well, yeah.
Because because David Stern wanted it that way.
Yeah, give Michael all the calls. That's right.
David Stern's gone out there and said that. I don't want the best players fouling out.
That's right. If Michael didn't get all the calls, maybe he'd only have 3 titles.
No, that's not it.
Oh, look
He
at
got
the
all-
look at the Michael defender.
Yeah, that's right.
If he hadn't got all those calls, maybe he'd have lost a couple finals.
Okay. You're a plumber in this industry, okay?
Another insult. This
Okay.
is all he's been about.
You're a plumber
He
in this
can't
industry.
respond with a relevant, coherent counterpoint. He just has to insult. This is who you are.
What I do. It's what I do today.
That's why the rumor going around is, well, the nickname for you is Wash Johnny.
What is it?
Wash Johnny. People just keep calling, Granado, he's washed. So we just started calling you Wash Johnny.
See, with the insults?
Now it don't feel so great.
How does it feel?
Doesn't feel so great,
Okay.
does it?
It feels pretty good when you insult somebody.
When
you get a good one.
Wash
when you
Johnny.
when you get a good one in. Okay.
Not Johnny Granati. Wash Granati.
It's 8:48. John, Lance, and Black Dexter here with you on ESPN.
I can't believe the people of Turkey were so upset. I get called Black Dexter every day, and I'm not going on rants and tweeting at people.
Racist. Well, they weren't nearly as racist as you were.
No, you are the one we're talking about, not them.
Okay. Time for me to talk about Artisan Grange, my guys over there. I'm going to be with Chase and Wayne tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we're going to play a little golf tournament over at Wildcat Golf Club, which is in perfect shape, by the way. This isn't a Wildcat spot, but we played there yesterday, and it was awesome. Listen, we got a tournament there tomorrow, and I'm going to be with the guys from Artisan Grange, and I'm going to bring out all kinds of product. If you are going to the tournament, ask me for some product. I've got it there. The Canstead and the Dew Blend is the way to go. If you're somebody who dips and wants to get out of the dip, I'm telling you, do it safer. Do it better. Do it cleaner. Do it where people aren't disgusted with you, okay? I mean, with the teeth and the black and the yellow and the gross and the spitting and the on your shirt and the tobacco and the danger and everything else that goes along with dipping, man. Stop already. You can get that same flavor. I don't know what flavor you like, the dark fired or the you like tobacco flavor, you can do that as well. It just is so much better. It's hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. CBD American Shaman is carrying it. You can get it there or at select shops, or you can get it online at 975dip.com, 975dip.com. Do it safer. Do it better. Do it cleaner. You want to dip? There's only one way to go, 975dip.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
.852 here on the bench, as I call it. Lance Zerline, John Granado, and my friend Del Olaleye.
Are we friends?
Black Dexter. Good weekend of college basketball. Good weekend for the Houston Rockets. The Rockets are sitting here in striking distance of a playing game. And from this point forward, as long as the Rockets play solid basketball, it is definitely a successful season. I mean, you couldn't ask for more than the Rockets finishing the season on a strong note. And honestly, I think getting into a playoff scenario, all it does is build excitement for season ticket sales, which means you're building excitement for the in-game, for the in-game anticipation of the 2024-2025 season. This is a great opportunity for the Rockets to really stamp this team along with the Texans as the teams moving forward. And now it will be the Astros trying to maintain their status quo, because the Texans have really come up, and this city is alive with football again. And the Astros have been, in the catbird seat since 17, obviously. But now the Rockets, very quietly, after having the Texans put together, what it is they're doing, I think any type of postseason appearance, including playing game, would be a really big deal for the Houston Rockets and really help to underscore how they are traveling forward with the same pace that the Houston Texans are. Because that's what we talked about all year, and once again, that looks like what's happening. And it's great to see that here at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing bad about it. Even Jeremy admitted when he was calling for tanking to try to get up to the 4th spot, this is so much better. We're done with the tanking. We're done. We're done with Texans tanking. We're done with Astros tanking. We're done with Rockets tanking. We've been through tanking.
So
we're not. It's a loser mentality. Jeremy, I don't mean you're a loser, but you're a loser. It's a loser mentality. We're not doing that.
But you're saying loser things.
You are saying loser.
You're not a loser, but you're saying loser things.
Yeah. Yes, you're not stupid, but you could say stupid things, right?
A lot of times they go hand in hand, but
right?
I don't know why we had to go there.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean someone who says something stupid isn't necessarily stupid.
But that's a loser mentality. What he was
So what's the percentage? How often do you have to say someone says something stupid before they're stupid?
Because people say stupid things.
Because you say a lot of people say stupid stuff.
No, smart people can say stupid stuff too. I mean,
yeah, they can, but stupid people are going to say stupid things
more often.
Right.
Smart people are going to be, if they say something stupid, it's probably because maybe it's agenda-based. Like, smart people don't typically say stupid things. They may say things you don't agree with, but they're not going to say dumb things. They may not have enough information on something. Stupid people say stupid things.
So going by Lance's theory, John, you generally say Jeremy says dumb stuff, at least stuff you don't agree with.
No, not dumb stuff.
Stuff
I
you don't agree with.
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis.
Which could necessarily mean stupid.
Do you not agree with it because it's stupid or because it's just not your opinion?
Both.
Okay. So by Lance's theory, then what does that make Jeremy if he's always saying dumb stuff that you don't agree with?
Well, no. I mean, you could still be smart and say a lot of stupid things.
But Lance, you just said not a lot.
Yeah.
Smart people are not known for saying a lot of stupid things.
Yeah.
Those are people who think they're smart but are not. And I'm not saying that's Jeremy.
I'm not saying that Jeremy is stupid.
This is not a Jeremy thing, but Dell's trying to take a universal adaptation and trying to see if it's applicable here.
Because if we're going by Lance's thoughts and saying dumb people or smart people don't say a lot of dumb things, you have criticized a certain person of this lineup for saying dumb things quite a bit. So if he says dumb things quite a bit, what does that make him? Smart or dumb?
I didn't say they were dumb things. I said there were stuff I didn't agree with.
And then you also said sometimes they're stupid too.
Yeah, they're in some instances. I'd have to go back and look.
Do you think he says?
I don't want to make a judgment about Jeremy's intelligence.
Okay.
If you're not saying that, do you think he says?
I'm not flagrant like that. I'm not
what
being
about
reckless.
does he say dumbish things like in the neighborhood of dumb?
Yeah.
So
it's dumb
or
adjacent.
stuff that. Yeah, or stuff that I mean,
is not smart.
Well, you know what? Tanking has worked for all the organizations.
Well,
but
I think
now
they were
it's time
bad
to
anyway.
stop.
But yeah,
It has worked for every one of these organizations. Tanking has worked for every one. Astros, Texans, Rockets. It's worked.
Well, the Texans
So
weren't
to
tanking.
be pro-tanking is okay. At this particular time, it's over. We're done with that. So it's not necessarily something stupid, but it's untimely. Okay?
But other things have been stupid, correct?
Other things have been...
Like the Will Levis stuff. Was that dumb or untimely?
No. That was tiring.
Okay.
Okay. Not stupid, necessarily.
So
now it's turning out to be stupid.
Because
But
Will Levis
because
is-
he's not...
Yeah, well,
he's not all that.
But we kind of saw with that coming,
But
right?
and the Carlos Correa mound trip.
Is that tiring or dumb?
That's tiring.
So you're mostly tired of Jeremy.
No, because he seems to jump on something and stay with it. Right.
He's the small relentless.
He kind of is.
Hold on. What
He's
if he
relentless
said?
sometimes.
What if he said, "Oh, you, the poker, golf, beer guy.
Well, he can.
You're relentless about those.
and
What if he
can
tried to
disagree
turn the
with those
tides
things.
on you?
That'd be stupid.
What
That's
if he
where
said,
the stupid thing
I
comes
don't
in.
bring up. What if he said, I don't bring up Will Levis as much as John brings up Coors Light?
Well,
Would that be accurate?
No one brings up anything as much as John brings up Coors Light.
That's on him.
It's on him.
It's on him. Okay.
For not bringing it
For
up.
not bringing up Coors Light.
All right.
Okay? He can have. Now he likes his Gentle Bend.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I don't criticize that.
I'm glad
That's
you're
where
fine.
Jeremy is smart. He likes Gentle Bend. That's fine. That's great. He has his opinion,
Now, to
which
be
is
fair,
wrong.
he never accused
It's
you. of-
wrong.
See again.
See, there it is.
Again.
Coors Light, greater.
But they're
than-
different.
I noticed
but
you won't say that about Joel.
But they're different things.
Howard.
I'm not. I don't have anything to say about anything Joel talks about. I don't have anything to say.
No, you don't.
I don't.
You don't find
You
him.
know to keep Joel's name
you
out of
don't-
your mouth.
You don't
well,
find
no
Joel
one
tiring.
tweets as much as Jeremy. Okay. Jeremy
Jeremy
is
does
a-
engagement tweets.
Yes,
he does engagement.
And you know what? That's fine because he's using social media to
So,
to enhance his career.
If
and
we're
that's fine.
judging the Killer Bees, you find Jeremy tiring more than dumb.
in
some
of his,
instances.
in some of his instances,
So
yeah.
it's more tiring, which could be considered annoying, depending on how you want to phrase
Yeah,
it.
but not dumb.
But not dumb.
Not dumb.
But Joel, you don't have an opinion on at all.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't
bother
He doesn't
you.
have takes that are as tiring
As Jeremy.
as Jeremy.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeremy will get on something
And won't
and
let it
won't
rest.
let it go.
Dog with a bone type stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're talking about the radio announcer of our Houston Cougars.
That's
Play
right.
by play now.
He's a great play-by-play guy. He's really, really good.
Well,
Jeremy
finally,
is
he
really,
did something
really
good.
But a tiring tweeter.
Yeah, well, some of his tweets.
Not
his
all of
Will
his.
Levis,
A tiring
Carlos
tweeter
Correa.
with sometimes
What
dumb
about
takes.
what about his mock draft stuff? When he's always tweeting about different mock draft picks for the Texans.
I don't care.
You don't care about
He
that
changes
stuff.
those up. It's
Okay.
not like there's one guy he continues to pound.
Okay.
Right.
Phrasing. Okay.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Sure.
What about this? Okay, on the other side, this Shohei Ohtani thing. We've got to get to it.
Well, he's getting ready to make a statement.
Yes, this morning, right?
And his lawyers are going, yes, and his lawyers, it's now, rumor has that their lawyers are going to go after Ipe with the full with the full hammer of the law behind them to go after this dreadful rapscallion.
They better watch because that
If they better be accurate,
might tell the truth.
Yeah, they better be accurate.
better be.
Unless he's in on this. So that's what you do. You say, look, if you take the fall, you're going to take all the fall.
Well-
He's going to be like, I better not be going to jail.
Yeah, right.
All I'm telling you right now is I better not be going
You're
to
still
jail.
4.5, and you might be going to jail. Okay, so better be careful about how hard we want to go after Ipe.
Yeah.
Time for you. What are the odds that Shohei is because you got underdog?
Yeah, so underdog, well, they don't deal with odds. They deal with basic. Look, I was looking at this yesterday. Did you know that this is on a regular basis? Once you're in with their Pick'em challenge, you can get once you've signed up, use promo code Lance. Okay, so the first time you go download the app, Underdog Fantasy, and use promo code Lance, they're going to match your first deposit up to $100. But this is really great because what they do is they are going to have a special pick in there for you. And the special pick is an easy winner. Like it's higher than 0.5 points for Steph Curry. Are you kidding me? This is a W. So they're giving you your first one. Now you decide if you want to do 2, 3, 4, or even 5 picks along with it. Did you know that you can get paid out 100 times your original play when you're using some of the booster picks that they have available? doubles, rebounds. It depends on which one that you're looking at. But so many players now have booster picks. Before you know it, you could be at 44 or 54 times your original play just by having 3 different picks. It's incredible. I saw it for myself just yesterday. If you've got knowledge of that sport, it can be NBA basketball, it can be March Madness, or it can be the tournament, rather. I promise you, you are going to have a chance to win money. It's completely legal right here in the state of Texas, and it is real money. Make sure that you are doing it with the experts in the field, with the greatest front end that I've seen in terms of the ability to maneuver around their user interface. It's Underdog Fantasy. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use promo code Lance. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, 9:05 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jamie's been waiting a while. He wants to talk about Atascocita High School. Hey, Jamie.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to Atascocita High School. I don't know if you guys saw that this weekend. They ran out of track meet. It was at Rice, and they smashed the U.S. record of the 4x100. They ran a sub 39, and I think it puts them on par with most like major D1 colleges in the relay. So I don't know those kids, but shout out to those kids. And sounds like they even have some faster times at hand. But I just wanted to give props to those guys for smashing the U.S. record. It's held. And by the way, the second team, the team that finished second was Duncanville High School. They also broke the U.S. record, but they just ran up against Atascocita. Anyway, just crazy stuff, and just the props to those kids at Atascocita High School.
Watch this, John. I'm going to play it for you. The third leg and the fourth leg are insane on this. The third leg, and you'll be able to see they're going to be in red. I think they're right here.
So U.S. high school record?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It stood for a while.
Or U.S. record.
U.S. high school record.
High school record.
Shattered the national record. I mean, shattered it. Two teams did. Atascocita and the second place team. But look at the third leg.
Boy, Atascocita is
Watch
good.
this third leg catch up here. This white guy is flying. I mean, absolutely.
Can we learn his
flying.
Why
name?
has he got to be a white guy?
Well, he is white, but can we learn his name? Do
What
we know this kid's name?
No, but white guy on a sprint
Holy
team
crap!
is-
Look at that fourth leg.
I know.
Holy shnikes! He
And
can
both
run.
of this is how badly they beat the record. Both of those guys, both of those teams broke the record.
Wow. But
What's
he
the
was
white guy's
flying.
name? It's white track guy.
No.
Matthew Bowling?
No,
Is
he's
his name
not
Matthew
on the
Bowling
team
Jr.?
Who was the
anymore.
guy that used to running back that used to jump over everybody? The track guy went to
Sam,
Rice.
Sam McGuffey?
Sam
oh
McGuffey.
my God, Sam McGuffey.
Yeah.
Forgot about Sam McGuffey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he used to jump over guys. Remember?
So does Mac McClung.
Yeah. Mac. Oh yeah, he does.
I think that's Kevin Bowling, is Matthew's brother. Is my guess. That's who it
Is
is.
the white guy on the Atascocita team?
Atascocita team, yeah.
Because I'm looking at the relay team.
He was third leg.
Let's see. Still looking for it, though.
Looked like a white guy.
But
both the third and fourth legs are really fast.
You want to guess? Because we have Torrey Blaylock, Landon Fontenot, Jordan Parker, and Jelani Watkins. Which
Landon Fontenot.
Landon Fontenot, you think is the white kid's name?
Yeah.
Well,
Landon A. and Fontenot, you got some South Louisiana in you.
Well, shout out to the he's also a baseball player, looks like. Maybe. Landon Fontenot does not look. You sure he's white or light-skinned?
Don't know.
Nah,
I've never seen this. I only saw the video on
Landon's
YouTube.
not white. So if you see a white guy, that's not Landon. I'm looking at his Twitter account or X account, Fast Landon F. Not white. So I don't know what you're looking at, Lance.
Huh.
Well,
Maybe.
the third leg guy.
Maybe it's just.
Maybe it's just of a lighter skin tone.
Might be.
Or Lance is just wishing he
Oh,
was
no,
white.
you might be. Maybe this is a kid.
Maybe-
Yeah, that might be.
Maybe you're just
light-skinned
hoping
guy.
he was white.
He's committed to University of Iowa.
You wanted your next Jesse Owens,
Why
apparently.
can't we claim him?
Like Will Shipley.
University
Why
of
can't
Iowa.
you claim him?
Why can't we claim him?
He's not Italian. What do you mean we?
No, white. Okay. He's obviously has white blood. Why can't we claim him?
I don't know if he obviously has anything, to be honest with you. I'm just looking
Okay.
at a picture.
John always likes to delve into things that Dell is very good at understanding. Usually he's very good at understanding where the landmines are, and he'll just skip right around it.
Congratulations to Landon and the rest of the Atascocita team.
Yeah. They were flying, man. Wait until you got to look this up because they were chopping knots out there.
What?
Well, I don't know what that means.
Chopping knots.
Knots?
Yeah, that's when you're fast. You're chopping somebody's knot.
Giving somebody a pump.
No, you chopped it. He got his knot chopped.
I'm gonna look up.
When you
chopped
get beaten
knot.
badly,
chopped?
yeah. If you get beaten badly, he got his knot chopped. Yeah, y'all don't hear that? Yeah,
Nope.
chopping knots.
That must be another
He got his
Richmond
knot
Rosenberg
chopped. Yeah,
thing.
if you get it was Richmond Rosenberg. If you get beat badly, you got your knot chopped.
No one ever got their knot chopped.
In Texas, we do. You don't know in Chicago.
Maybe in Russia they're
y'all
doing
didn't say
that.
it in Chicago.
I know knot is a measurement of speed.
Neither one of you grew up here. Y'all didn't know about pumps. You know about getting your knot chopped. You know about having your wig split. All these
I've
things.
heard wig split before.
You've heard wig split, I'm sure.
I know knot is a measurement of speed, but I didn't know about getting your knot chopped.
No one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. How about we haven't mentioned Rice? Rob Lanier is their new head coach, head basketball. Scott Pira, great guy.
James's friend.
Hate to see him go. Tough job. He is it's a tough job. Rob Lanier just got let go. SMU finished 20-13, and he got let go from there. He took Georgia State, Georgia Southern. He took Georgia, one of the Georgia other teams, to Georgia State. Took them to the NCAA tournament just a couple of years ago. So he's going to come here and he's going to try to win here, which is not an easy thing to do at Rice. So we'll find out here's the latest Rice head coach. We'll see what he can do.
He was a Texas assistant years ago.
Yeah, Texas and Tennessee.
SMU, he coached at SMU last year.
He's a Rick Barnes disciple.
Now he's here at Rice.
Yeah. So we got a new head coach there. His name is Rob Lanier, coming in here to True Rye and turn things around for them. Owls like their women's team did.
Yeah, and they showed themselves not
Yeah.
bad against LSU. It wasn't like LSU ran away from to start. It got ugly because LSU is a second half team, but I was looking at the game and the score. They were competing. And then, talent advantage took over. Of course, Kim Mulkey got involved. So LSU, the Rice women, nice season for them. Made the tournament for the first time ever. Just happened to play one of the most talented teams in the country in the tournament.
Yeah. I didn't realize how sassy Caitlin Clark was.
Oh, she's a like that. We lost like Rice only lost by 10.
This
LSU
has been going on, by the way, for several years. People have talked. There was a reason. She's a sass. Like, there's a reason that LSU did the stuff that they did, because it's not. It didn't just come out of nowhere. But most people who are watching the game for the first time thought LSU was just pulling us out of nowhere. It wasn't out of nowhere.
Did you see the exchange with her dad?
Yeah, he goes, "Stop it!"
Right.
Because all she's doing is complaining about officiating.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like we see it a lot more, but maybe because we're in 2024, we're seeing all of Caitlin Clark, not just toward the end of the season. But yeah, she's a complaint train.
Yeah,
she sells fouls.
She's got some Luka in her.
She does have some Luka.
She got elbowed in the face too.
Now that was a legit shot.
Yeah.
That thing was over the top like an MMA
flopping there.
strike.
Was there any torture for that girl?
What do you mean torture?
Well, I mean,
this isn't Russia. What do you mean torture?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it was in Russia and you elbowed Caitlin Clark.
It was Holy Cross. I believe that's who they're playing. And I don't know Andrew Perloff. What was he formerly of the Dan Patrick show? Is he a Holy Cross person? Because he was like, "What? What's that's not a foul?" And everyone's like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's Holy Crosser.
But he was the one who tweeted about it and said, "I don't even what are we talking about? That's not a foul." Everyone's like, "What are you?" Obviously,
that was almost like a troll, but he was being serious.
Yeah, and no one could understand what he saw or didn't see. But Iowa wins, and Caitlin Clark and that Iowa team got off to a rough start. She started struggling shooting, but she got it. She got that out of the way, and they won handily.
Do you believe this? On Twitch, they're saying Rice is only has athletics for a tax shelter. I'd never thought of it before.
No, but it could be.
But I mean,
taking the losses.
I mean, I never thought of it. It's kind of what makes it ingenious.
It does. All right. We didn't even talk about Ohtani this segment. We'll do it on the other side. That's coming up here this morning. At some point, he is meeting everybody to talk about this situation.
Can't wait to hear what he says.
Well,
where he owns his gambling problem,
right?
Allegedly.
Well, apparently, it's not baseball. It is 100% soccer, and we'll talk about that on the other side. But right now, we're talking about HRP. If you have a problem at your office, HRP is here for you. Chris was out at the event on Friday, and we were talking about talked a little bit about business and what's going on, and it's just awesome what you guys are doing. You're responding to the knowledge that HRP is actually the best way for you to go. Don't fall for what the other guys are doing. What they're doing is they're saying, "Oh, look at what HRP, that's what they're charging for payroll. Look what we're going to charge you for payroll. Oh, look over here." And then over here, they're charging you exorbitant amounts for your 401k. They're charging you exorbitant amounts for your insurance policy. They're charging you exorbitant amounts to do your taxes and everything else. So it's a game. It's a game that the other guys are playing that HRP ain't playing. They don't, you know what? They just ain't playing that game because HRP doesn't do 401ks. They don't do insurance They don't do benefits packages. They do payroll and they do HR. And then they give you a choice of like 5 different companies that you can choose from for those other, and they'll recommend which one they think is best for you. But they're not profiting off of that like the admin companies are. So don't be fooled by these other admin companies when they tell you about how great the price they give you for your payroll because they're charging you elsewhere. HRP ain't doing that. HRP.net. If you're not completely satisfied with your payroll company, go with ours. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Is this okay? Shohei Ohtani. What does if it is in fact, there have been there's one source that said they have inside information because they know the bookie, this Bauer guy, they know him, and Shohei Ohtani. He said he has claimed Shohei Ohtani is his biggest client, and it's Shohei Ohtani that's down $4.5 million. But it's all soccer bets. Is that something that now it is an illegal bookie, and this is exactly what Major League Baseball or any sports organization fears, is that you get in so far debt to an illegal bookie that you have to do things and you have to compromise your integrity just to pay it back. Shohei Ohtani is going to have enough money to pay back $4.5 million. But Shohei Ohtani apparently is really, really poor at betting on soccer. Really poor.
If it was him, they found a fall guy, which is now you're going to have to break through that. There's going to be baseball. Will the FBI keep? I think baseball claims they're going to investigate this. I think baseball's not going to try to find anything. They're going to if the FBI finds it, they're going to have to act. Rule 21 states that players and team employees are prohibited from placing wagers, even legal bets on baseball, and from wagering with illegal or offshore bookmakers. That clearly would fall into Rule 21. Shohei Ohtani would have violated Rule 21.
If the FBI is indeed involved, the FBI will figure out exactly what happened.
I would much rather have the FBI looking into this than Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Major League Baseball looked into the Astros hard, but they had a smoking gun. This is kind of smoking gunnish. If you can get if they can get the guy who's charged with this, the bookmaker, to go on the record and say it, not just hearsay, but go on the record and say, Shohei Ohtani for sure was one of my customers.
Yeah.
Then there's your smoking gun.
But here's the thing. What one source says, Shohei Ohtani never talked to the bookie. It was always through the interpreter.
Oh, sure. He's not stupid.
But it was clear to him, though there is no evidence, other than I think there were a couple of transfers that were actually signed by Shohei Ohtani.
There were.
Which is going to be impossible for him to explain without him having known that there were bets being made.
So he had to have known.
Right.
So that's where they made the mistake.
Right.
Right now, as you said, they have no evidence.
Right.
He spoke with nobody. They can't get him on that. But he shouldn't have backtracked he should have stayed with the story, whether it's true or not. The story should never have deviated from, I was giving money to help him out. Because if your name is on wires, if you're connected to the wire, now I guess the difference is you say, this guy just took him from my account. And maybe he did. But because I did hear this. Here's a conversation I heard from a national sports talk this weekend. Do you mean to tell me, because they all sound the same, weekend guys all have the same kind of Northeastern yelling type of quality.
Right.
Do you mean to tell me that you would have $4.5 million missing from your account and not know it? You wouldn't know if there's $4.5 million missing? And the other guy said, well, because because this guy said that Ipe had paid a lot of his bills and had access. Actually, let me ask you something. If somebody had millions and millions of dollars now, Shohei's made good money. He's made good money, not the money he's going to make in 10 years or whatever. But I do think that really wealthy people, they're not looking at their bank accounts like we are, checking their online app. I mean, I doubt it. Do you think? I do think that $4.5 million could go missing without a rich person knowing. I do believe that.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time.
Oh, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
When there are people who are in charge of their money.
Is he that rich right now?
I don't know. That's what I was saying.
I think his last contract with the Angels was over $30 million. I mean, this last year with the Angels was over 30.
Yeah, it's pretty rich.
That's pretty rich, but 4.5 is a big number. But actually, he owes 4. He lost 4.5.
He lost 4.5.
He's lost 4.5.
Yeah. Let me ask.
Well, we don't know if he's lost.
Ask you guys this, because obviously in this city we have the post-Astro scandal scars, and we look at everything in baseball because they're cheating. Let's get them. Do you guys enjoy the game outside of the Astros? Like, because you know what the commissioner would do if he had his way. For the betterment of the game, we want this all to go away. Is the game better? Do you even care about the game being better if Ohtani has to miss time because he's a gambler?
The game's worse.
No.
Same way the game was worse without Michael Jordan, unless, if you ever go by the rumors of Jordan it was a soft suspension by the league.
This is why I asked. I know he's on the Dodgers. We hit the Dodgers, but because of the gambling, and did it hurt anyone other than Ohtani and having to pay? If he's the one responsible, does it matter, or do you care that he needs to get punished?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, because I'm an Astros fan.
If
no,
you weren't,
that's not it.
Well,
you can't have a special rule for Shohei Ohtani.
Well, this is if he's not betting on baseball, this becomes he's doing something
no,
illegal.
But he's
in the
with
FBI.
an illegal gamble.
It's
clearly in the rules.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like if it's not on baseball, so he wouldn't get thrown out, I guess, for his entire career, but he would miss time. And it's not specifically special rules, but do you want it to happen because fair is fair, not because he's a Dodger?
I don't care about the Dodgers.
Okay, Lance.
It says, any player, umpire, or club or league official or employee who shall bet any sum whatsoever upon a baseball game in connection with which the bettor has no duty to perform shall be declared ineligible for the year. Any player, umpire, club, blah, blah, who shall bet any sum upon baseball game in connection with which the bettor has duty to perform shall be declared permanently ineligible. Any player, blah, 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 with illegal bookmakers or agents for illegal bookmakers shall be subject to such penalty as the commissioner deems appropriate in light of the facts and circumstances of the conduct. Any player who operates or works for an illegal bookmaking business shall be subject to a minimum 1-year suspension. Basically, what they're telling you is Rob Manfred has the ability to interpret and make his decision. And let's face it, I mean, the Yankee letter never got unsealed, even though a judge said it should be unsealed. That thing just went away. The Yankees and Red Sox scandal was kind of quietly put to the side with the Apple Watch stuff. It's not – he doesn't want any smoke. Bud Selig didn't either. They know baseball has got an uphill battle because they've got to – you're fighting esports now. You're fighting mixed martial arts. You're fighting the growth of soccer in this sport. You're fighting basketball. You're fighting baseball. They don't want to take out a star. I don't blame them.
No.
But the rules are the rules.
No.
And you have to follow it if there's enough if enough information comes out. But let me tell you, they better really have some smoking guns because Rob Manfred is not worst case, best case. Here's what I think will happen. Shohei will get like a 10-game suspension.
No, it'll be more than that.
You think it'll be more?
It'll be more than that. If, in fact, he did this, it has to be more than that. You cannot have a double standard. Baseball is the most hypocritical sport ever. And we've seen that with the Astros, Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, all of them, and the way that they punish the Astros and not the other teams. It's hypocritical. But this is so out in the open. And if you give him a 10-game suspension for betting $4.5 million with an illegal bookie, you're opening up floodgates for other players. Oh, it's no big deal. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal if you're caught. But what I'm working off of you just said it. They don't really have evidence.
They have common sense.
No,
they have common sense.
You have to,
and they do have evidence in.
This can't be a common sense thing.
In Shohei's signature on wire.
Well, it has to be evidentiary. But it cannot be common sense.
So how is it that he stole when in fact Shohei was sending wire transfers to an illegal?
That's what you can't prove that this guy. It's not his betting. It's without a smoking gun. Without this guy. Without the bookie saying, I know it was Shohei Ohtani because Ippei said he was doing it for Shohei. And even then, you have to prove that was it actually or was he just saying that so he could have a bigger spend on his account? It could be that too. Like you can't just punish Shohei unless you have enough evidence. You have to have enough evidence. But what you can do is give him a small penalty for paying off a debt. You can say, okay, we believe that that's the case, but we think
But apparently that wasn't the case. He stole it. Remember that Shohei had no knowledge of this. He stole it. That's what they came out with. And now it's being proven that that's a lie. I mean, so.
Well, I know it hasn't been proven yet.
Well, yes, with Shohei sending wire checks to the illegal bookie.
But it came from his account. We have to see
his signature, apparently.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it wasn't forged.
Well, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean that's really you can't forge. You can't just sign something. Yeah, absolutely. What you have to find out is Does he have power of attorney where he could take money? Has he ever done it before?
Best watch yourself, because if, in fact, there's video of Shohei at a bank sending a wire or whatever the case may be, the FBI will find out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has to be evidentiary based. It can't be common sense. They got to have evidence. And I want to let this play out and see what they come up with, because, yes, you can't. If Shohei had to send it, there's going to be bank. Oh, you don't think banks have videos? But how long ago did this happen?
Yeah.
Did this happen in 2023? Would a bank have evidence of something happened 14 months ago, for example? Still? I don't know. When did all this happen?
I don't know. We don't know. But we'll find out how you know what, if this is so Rob Manfred baseball is the most hypocritical sport ever. I wouldn't be surprised at all if absolutely nothing happens, because Shohei is such a star. And that is a shame. Time for you to talk about Craig DeSurf, who's not ashamed.
No, Craig DeSurf is very proud of what he does. He's not ashamed of what he does. He's proud of what he does. He's out there trying to help people just like us get the best deals possible. I did that with my son, Alec. He bought his first car. I mean, look, I'm the one on the account, but he'll take over the payments when he gets an opportunity to. But right now, I'm worried about finding the best prices I can. I'm worried about finding the best mileage. I was looking for mileage because he had to drive back to Tuscaloosa. I'm looking for safety features. It's his first car. There's a lot I was looking for. We came up with the Buick Envision. I love the Buick Envision, and he loved it too. And if it wasn't that, he was going to go with the Buick Encore, but the Envision, they had a phenomenal deal going on with finance rate availability of finance rate, or with no money down leases that we were able to get in at an unbelievable price. And that's available to everyone. It's just not a sweetheart deal for me. It's available for everyone. And all you have to do is ask about what some of the programs are that make the most sense for you, whether you're looking for, trucks or crossover vehicles or the big SUVs. I promise you they will have a program that makes a lot of sense for what it is that you're looking for at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Start your car buying experience online at landzcars.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. One thing that we missed so far, we always do this. What did we miss in this show? Alex Bregman. Is it enough that he hit 2 home runs in a game this spring? Is Alex Bregman now, he started slow in spring training, and now all of a sudden?
He said he already came out last week and said they haven't made any offers to me.
No, but he said he would listen.
Yeah, he said he'd listen. Great.
Yeah,
you know what the Astros said? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We're glad you listened. You know what Carlos was trying to do 2 years ago?
Offers. Well, they did make him an offer.
I know. And then he's like, I hope they call.
Well, no. They made an offer that Carlos refused, remember? It was a low. They lowballed him. They knew he wasn't going to.
Well, if Alex wants one of those, they can whip one of those up.
Yeah, easy. No problem. Hey, you want $15 a year? We'll do that right now.
Yeah.
Okay?
We can whip that up for you easy.
What did they offer Carlos? 6 150.
Yeah.
6 150. Yeah, he wasn't doing that. And Alex ain't doing what they're. Alex wants a big number. Alex is going to have a big season. I'm telling you, I think Alex Bregman finishing top 5 in the MVP race is a real. That's a real good bet. I don't know if you can get top 5, but if you have to get bet on him winning MVP. I don't know that he'll win MVP, but he's going to be up there. He hit his first couple of homers this weekend. Here is Alex Bregman talking about getting off to a hot start this spring.
Yeah, I feel great. Just trying to stick to the routine and what we've been working on, and continue trying to hit the ball in the barrel, hit it hard, and put together good at-bats and control what I can control. And that's the work that I put in beforehand.
It's that email. Was that email talking about Alex Bregman?
No, this seems to be a trend for you. You send me something, go, hey, this is great, and then
clean it up.
No one can understand
if
what
it
you
was
said.
Mapes in there, he would have.
Well, if it was Mapes,
you
probably would have given him more than a minute and a half to figure it out.
Yeah.
Hey, did you got that Alex Bregman stuff ready? Oh no, could you put it in there? Okay, sure, let me try. 30 seconds before the break's over.
What about Jake Myers' injury? How about Jake Myers is hurt already? I mean, this is bad.
That's what happens.
He got hit by a pitch. His apparently he took an X-ray. The X-ray came back negative. He did not break his hand. He was struck on the top of his left hand by a 94-mile-an-hour sinker. I don't know. So that changes things a little bit, in that Jordan is probably going to have to play some more left field than you might have wanted him to play.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing. Or, deservedly so, Dubon is playing more than you wanted him to play. Dubon is going to be an everyday regular to start the season.
You sure more than I wanted him to play?
Well, no. Then they wanted him to play. They got him as a bench guy again.
Yeah.
When Dubon has proved that he could be an everyday guy. I believe, as opposed to Jake Myers, and Jake Myers had himself a really, really nice spring. But Jake Myers should not be playing every day ahead of Mauricio Dubon.
No, he shouldn't. But they're gonna that's gonna be a rotating door all year long. That's just they're gonna do that. They're not gonna have a static lineup. It's gonna be they're gonna use the same way as always. They're gonna use, Dubon. They had Dubon to be a Ledmus, to be Marwin.
That's it.
He's in that role.
Yep.
And he can take on a bigger chunk of the role when there's injuries. But frankly, I think we all believe he can take on a bigger role, period.
Yes.
Remember, we watched when it was Billy Spires would do the same thing. I mean, we just happen to Houston. We've been lucky to have some pretty good utility men who can do more than you expect them to do. And I would say Mauricio Dubon is probably fallen into that category.
Yeah, I agree. I think that dude should be out there a lot more. That he proved when he took over for Jose Altuve. He played Gold Glove second base.
Mm-hmm.
He was hitting with a little pop. I mean, you couldn't ask for more out of that guy. And then when he had to take on a more regular role, playing center field, whatever, Dusty really trusted him, and he played. I mean, he proved that he should be out there. Jake Myers hasn't really proven anything.
Yeah.
Why they're handing Jake Myers the center field job as opposed to Mauricio Dubon on an everyday basis?
Well, they're not anymore.
Well, not because of the hand.
Yeah.
I mean, he got hit by the hand. I mean, I feel bad for Jake because he was actually hitting well, and, you know, he can play a good center field. I don't know if he's got the arm for it, but, yeah, he'll be back. But
Well, Spada said he's not going to miss any time.
Well, apparently it's negative, and he's going to be back. But I'm going to tell you this: it ain't going to be long that Jake Myers is in center field. I don't know. Why Mauricio Dubon has to be in that. Why you think immediately just because he took over for Aledmus Diaz that he's Aledmus Diaz? I mean, some guys prove that they should be out there every day. And I think Mauricio Dubon has proven that. We'll see whether or not Jake can keep it up. Whether or not he's going to be able to continue to. I mean, whether this will carry over to the regular season. We'll see against Nestor Cortez whether or not. It's Thursday, opening day, 3:10 game. Friday, they're on Apple TV, thank goodness. Just doesn't get any better than the Apple TV broadcast on Friday.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
What? You know how many people are going to be like, wait, I can't find my team.
Yeah, on the second game of the season, nobody can watch them. How about that? I mean, it's so bad. That is just so bad. Anything else that we missed today, Doug?
I love that this is the new methodology. It's basically the hostage. It's basically a hostage situation where these different streaming platforms are spending a lot of money to purchase sports, and they say, you know what I'll do? Here's what Amazon said. Let's just get football. Yeah. They're going to have to watch football. We'll force everyone into getting Prime if they want to do that. Apple says, we'll do it with baseball. ESPN Plus. We'll do it with the UFC.
Apple did it with
Although
Messi.
you can buy it.
Apple did it with Messi.
Well,
you want to watch Messi? Apple did it with Messi. You want to watch Messi? Come pay for the service. Hell, if you want to watch the MLS period, come pay for our service.
Yeah.
What we missed, John, the Titans acquired a big-time corner.
Oh, yeah.
L'Jarius Sneed is a Titan. Didn't cost them very much.
Does that bother you?
It didn't bother me. Does it bother you?
No. I mean,
it didn't cost the Titans very much, and the Chiefs had $22 million tied up and that they couldn't spend on free agency because they assumed they'd get a better pick for it. So the Chiefs kind of had to sit out the first 3 weeks of free agency because all that money was tied up in Sneed, and they get a third and a something else. They didn't get a lot for a starting cornerback.
And a good one.
Yeah.
Like one of the best in the league.
They called everyone's bluff. Everyone called their bluff.
They're still the Titans.
Understood, but they're better. They're more talented in the secondary, at least.
Yeah. No. They are better. There's no question about that. But you know what? Everybody got better. Nobody got more better than the Texans.
What?
If that's a way to put it.
That's not a great way to put it. And are you sure that that's the case?
Oh, Texans may have had the best offseason of anybody in the NFL.
How so?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking. I
All
just
their
asked
acquisitions?
Like who? Akuda and Henderson?
Daniil Hunter?
Who's
Aziz?
their starting defensive tackles?
Autry? I mean, honestly, nobody.
Look at Lance. Look at Lance's face.
What?
The 285 D tackle is still a little bit of a concern for me.
Okay, name teams that had a better offseason than the Texans so far.
I have to think about it. I think the Bears had a pretty good one. I mean, Texans had money to spend. I count Schultz as keeping Dalton Schultz. They lost Grenard. They added Hunter. That's an upgrade to me. They lost Blake Cashman, added Aziz Al-Shaair. That feels like an upgrade. I don't know if it's going to be an upgrade or not, but feels like it. I mean, he played in D'Amico's defense. Autry is going to be a good pass rusher that they can add. Like, I think they had a Joe Mixon. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They had one, certainly name value was really good.
Yeah.
Do I love having C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah and Mike Ford? I like the names. I like where they were drafted. I like that they signed Hashim Thabit also to play corner.
Johnny Flynn
at safety. Daryl Morey's made a bunch of acquisitions of former lottery picks like Jeff Okudah. But no, I mean, Daniil Hunter, you added Rush. You added a running back that is a 3-down back that should be an upgrade. Over Singletary.
Is he an explosive back anymore?
No, he's not really an explosive back, but if you have your offensive line healthy and you're doing a better job run blocking, you should have a lot more holes to open. Look, he didn't have a good offensive line in Cincy. That hasn't been a good offensive line in Cincy for Mixon for years.
Yeah.
Probably since he got into the league, it hasn't been a good one.
Listen, I mean, everywhere I've seen, the Texans are ranked up there with everybody as one of the best off seasons in the NFL.
What's it actually mean?
It means that you improved your team.
Well, we'll see. They're grades before we even see them play.
Yeah. No, obviously.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, whatever, a grade. It's
Dell just said, you don't know.
You don't exactly.
What
No
Dell
one knows.
basically just told you.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Grades.
But I do know that their acquisitions have been amongst the best in the NFL.
On paper, sure. And then we got the draft coming up. We'll see how they add to their team that way. There's still a second half of the offseason to go, and they got picks now, not in the first round though. D'Amico actually talked about it. He talked about how they traded because they're in a sweet spot of the draft. That's why they made that trade.
Yeah.
He was at the NFL owners meetings. He's talking to people today.
Oh my God! Did you see this? Otani had a betting buzzer tucked inside his uniform.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw it. People are
Look at
the
the
face.
images.
Look at his face after he's lost another bet. You see the face there because of the betting buzzer.
Holy crap!
I hope this gets the same energy from John Boy and all the Dodgers fans.
Yeah,
all these buzzers he was wearing that told him about what happened with his bets.
What his bets were doing. Yeah. All right, 713. Oh no 713. We got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, Lance, this is for you. And maybe, Del, you can help out with this one. German scientists have found that teenagers smell uniquely of cheese, urine, and goat once they hit puberty. Isn't there a song about this, Del? A German song? Is there a German song?
Oh, play it.
I don't know any German song about goat.
It's Taylor Swift. I think this is
Taylor
what Taylor
Swift has
Swift.
a German
well,
song
Lance
about
was
goats
doing
and
the German song.
Oh, no.
Is this what you were talking about in this song?
I don't have that song.
You don't have that?
No.
They smell uniquely. Have you found that your teenagers smell like cheese, urine, and goat?
No, wet dog. But maybe that's what goats smell like.
Well, maybe.
Maybe cheese.
Maybe they're onto something here. Maybe they're just onto something.
Well, first of all, teenage boys have a kind of
they do smell of urine.
A wet dog smell. Yeah, they could have easily they could pee and cheese. Like that could just happen with any boy.
Yeah, right.
You could just be peeing outside like a boy's going to do.
Or
Snacks when he was a kid peed on the playground at school. Principals we had to find out about that. Like you did a full whip out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, on the playground. Not on a tree or behind a tree.
No, good for him. Apparently, Saudi Arabia is being appointed chair of UN's Gender Equality Forum amid ongoing assault on women's rights. Is it? If you're a woman, do you feel like you want Saudi Arabia? No, it's a real. Amnesty International put this out.
How did they get picked?
Amnesty International.
How did they get picked? They're going to punk them somehow.
Yeah, apparently. Well, Amnesty International is none too pleased with it, but Saudi Arabia is like,
when I think of women's rights, Saudi Arabia comes up when I think women's rights. Who's a staunch supporter of women's rights? And I think, Saudi Arabia actually should probably be mentioned.
On Sunday, guess what happened on Sunday?
Xander Schauffele had a good round finally?
No. He didn't win. The horror film Late Night with the Devil, do you know how much money it earned at the box office?
$666.
$666,666.
I've never even heard of that movie.
Me either. But it earned $666,666. That's what it earned at the box office.
Look at that.
Oh, you think that's not real?
It's got a great Rotten Tomato score, 96.
Does it really?
Yep.
What's it called?
Late Night with the Devil.
Late Night with the... Oh, is this Jimmy Kimmel?
No. Wow.
No?
No, it's not a Jimmy Kimmel vehicle. It's just apparently a comedy horror movie. A lot of people's faces you recognize, but probably wouldn't know their names.
Okay.
Yeah, but no Jimmy Kimmel.
A new study, a UK study, 5-decade UK study finds that playground bullies do prosper and go on to earn more in middle age. Is that surprising?
How long was this study done?
5 decades.
So they had to basically tag who bullies were.
Right.
And follow through multiple scientists, because I'm sure people died inside the scientists who were tracking this probably died. And then they would have had to see, okay, how do you...
They had primary school teachers who assessed the children's social and emotional skills. They found that bullies actually succeed later in life. Do you want your kids?
Yeah. That's in a different. Biff didn't succeed. Well, Biff was a loser.
I'm not sure if you heard that was a movie, not real life.
Yeah, I think it's based loosely on somebody's life.
Okay, but it's not real life.
When somebody actually went back in time.
I could see where bullies would make their way. They're going to bully their way through school. They're going to bully their way through the business world.
Do you think Bill O'Brien was a bully?
Yes.
On the playground?
Look how successful he is.
You think Pat Beverly was a playground bully?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think he was smaller and got bullied, and it became his story arc started on the playground when he was bullied. And he goes, never again. Drake got bullied in school, and now he's in MM. Now he's a jiu-jitsu and practitioner, fights Muay Thai. He's got a fight coming up. He's 174 and ripped. He's lost like 20 pounds.
Good for him.
And he got bullied once. And he's like, okay. And then he's in doing pull-ups on his. He basically just was like, I'm going to beat the piss out of everyone I can.
Well, bullies are a story today because a mother was arrested after concocting a drink for her son to give the school bully that sent the bully to the hospital. Do you feel like, I don't know, in Russia,
comment.
I think this would be okay in Russia.
Yeah.
It's not okay here. We're softer.
How bad was the bullying?
The bullying was bad, and she sent the kid to the hospital. I'm okay with it.
What was the concoction? Is it just something where he was dehydrated because she did the old laxatives
mixed
in
lemon juice, vinegar, salt, Gatorade together in a sports bottle, told her son to give it to the classmate who had stolen his drink the day before. Kid stole it, drank it, and made him sick.
That just sounds, but there's no poison in
There's
there.
no poison. Mixed lemon, vinegar, salt, and Gatorade. Apparently, that's not good for your stomach.
Well, apparently not.
I guess not. Apparently, this is not good. New HIV cases are linked to shuttered New Mexico salon that offered vampire facials. If you spread blood all over someone's face, do you feel like maybe you're risking spreading HIV?
Okay, do you think those are dumb people?
Those are dumb people.
Okay. And they said and did dumb things?
Yes,
Yeah.
That's the definition of
That's a dumb person.
Yes. Doing dumb things.
And going in there is dumb.
Right. And saying, oh, that's a good idea. Spread someone else's blood all over my
Can
face.
you get some blood we haven't tested and put that on my face, please?
That's terrible.
For a facial. No, to look younger.
Yeah.
We've got someone from the Peanut Gallery says that story's dumb, like this segment.
This segment is dumb, and it's over right now. The Mopey and Mace Show is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
Welcome into the show, a show with plenty to discuss from the Cougs, which we'll get to. I mean, if you're a Cougs fan and if you don't deal with anxiety very well, good luck watching your team play. Our agenda with the Rockets continues as they continue to win ball games and kind of do it in dominant fashion, particularly when they're playing bad basketball teams. They got the Blazers tonight. We'll discuss the Rockets and some sound from over the weekend, and also another Rocket gets in another fight, which apparently is just what they're going to do. But first, I want to talk to Sean Mapes. Sean Mapes is decked out in Cougars gear, which is great. He's got a Texas bandana on, or headband, however you want to describe that. He's got a Cougar shirt on. But, Sean, you went to LaBerge, right? You were out there on Saturday to do the bullpen. I've been out to Lake Charles, the Golden Nugget, that resort. You went to LaBerge. You did a show with, was it Brian and Joe?
Yes.
Brian and Joe. What was the experience like? I don't think the Texas game came on after that, after your show.
Yeah. The Texas game was at 7 o'clock. I left probably around 4-ish. So
you got back in time?
Yeah, I got back in time, and it was late night Friday night. It would have been, right? Yeah, late night Friday night. It was James Madison, Wisconsin, and Grand Canyon, and whoever Grand Canyon played in the St. Mary's.
St. Mary's, yeah.
Those were the two big, kind of group events watching in the sports book. UH was playing Longwood, but they were up by like 40, so
not much to discuss there.
Eyes weren't as locked in on that one. And then as we were doing the show on Saturday, it was Dayton and Arizona that tipped off, and that was a pretty good one too.
Yeah, so I know when we go out to the Golden Nugget, there is generally 1 to 2 team outings. Well, and we spend a couple of days there, and there's the night before, so it's generally a Sunday. Depends, depending on when we leave, but it's generally the night when we get there. Then we have the next day, and then we have a show, and then we're out. There's usually maybe a lunch or a dinner, and then that first night we go watch games. How many outings did you have with the boys? Because I know I limit myself with John and Lance to about 1.5 maybe at the most, and then the rest of the time it's free time. How much time did you spend with B-Mac and Joe?
Well, B-Mac came on. He didn't spend the night.
Okay.
He came because our show was at 12, so he just drove from his house to Lake Charles. Joe and I both got there on Friday, and we had some quality time, had a meal, watched games in the sports book, and then went to the casino part of it and stayed out pretty late.
Oh, look, I am not a gambler, and I've done the casino maybe once or twice in my life. It doesn't interest me, but guys, the Golden Nugget in LaBerge, great places to go. Yeah. I've never experienced LaBerge like Sean did, but if you want to hang out, those people do a great job helping us out, and it's a great time. And obviously the tournament, you go out there for big events. You also just go out there. I mean, they have live music and comedy depending on which place you go to. So a couple resorts within like 5 minutes walking distance of each other. It's a great time if you're interested. But the sports books and both are where you want to be, particularly during big events. And I've enjoyed the experience there. So that's that. I just did want to know how you guys fared, mostly because it seemed like a short turnaround, and I didn't even know Brian only went out there for for the show. So he drove out. He got up really early and drove out there. Credit to him, and credit to you guys for doing a good job on the bullpen.
Yeah, no, it was a good time. Hopefully we can do it again, either the bullpen again or either our show or
sure.
Gallant George. Or another show. But
whatever.
I care less.
Yeah, I care less about what happens from 12 to 6. To be honest with you, if we're talking about going out there, they have their own places they go to. But I would like to reserve the Golden Nugget or LaBerge for the 7 to 12 bank of shows. But speaking, he mentioned the Cougs against Longwood, and he's wearing a Cougs shirt. The Cougs in a game last night, and I mentioned anxiety. I don't have the type of connection that a lot of people do in this town to them, but even just watching the game and watching them go up by 12 with about 1:50 to go and watching that lead dwindle away, whether because of a poor possession or an offensive rebound by Texas A&M that led to a 3, and, of course, a turnover to change the complexion of that game, and then you got the final shot. The final shot where the Cougs, maybe we question their strategy when you decide to defend inside the 3-point line. All the switching that led to the open shot that tied the game. And I'm not one who believes that much in momentum, particularly when you have a little of a cool down, you go to overtime, because I've seen it too many times. I didn't immediately think, oh, the Cougs are done, just because you've seen this happen, particularly in college basketball. A guy makes a shot, the other team regroups because they give them the time, the TV timeout, and then things change. And the Cougs made a big shot. I think Emmanuel Sharp hit a 3 to start the but overtime, and they never trailed after that. He eventually fouls out like a lot of Cougs did. The stat is out there that it's the first time a team won a tournament game since 1987 when 4 guys fouled out. And really, keeping A&M off the boards and off the line was a problem throughout, particularly in that first half with the free throws. The Cougs just kept fouling, and we can get into the referees and what is or what isn't a foul. But it was a thing where it was kind of balanced. No guy was in like real trouble in the first half. And college basketball, as soon as you get 2, it feels like trouble. But it was evenly distributed. But the fouls kept getting picked up, and eventually we wound up with Elvin on the free throw line. He made 1 out of 2, which was big. But it was a battle of attrition. I was a little fearful because you go into overtime and you have one guard who can handle after Emmanuel Sharp goes out, at least one guard you trust and Shed it, and he made that great play on the jump stop to get the Cougs up by 4 before he eventually fouled out. It was a credit to that program. That's a real program win because things are going poorly. You're playing guys in positions you don't necessarily have. They don't necessarily have a comfort level with, and they found a way. And they found a way to do it at the end without Jamal Shed on the floor, which is a big deal because you know how much Kelvin Sampson believes in Jamal Shed. Hell, we'll have sound from Buzz Williams talking about Jamal Shed and what he might mean. But it was an emotional win. Kelvin Sampson was seen and heard after the game talking about now they got to see us in Dallas. The Cougs, you would hope, have a home court advantage. They will see Duke, but it was one of the more emotional wins because of all that played into it. Obviously, you got the in-state stuff too, and a Texas A&M team who played really, really well. And Kelvin Sampson talked about that. He talked about how A&M played well, but they have Jamal Shed. And Jamal Shed is the difference. He will go down as at least the modern era of Cougars basketball, maybe the best player. Some of that's longevity. Has been around quite a bit, also because of the success he's had, but. Not only did Buzz Williams talk about how great he was, so did Kelvin Sampson. While complimenting A&M, he talked about what Jamal Shed meant.
They were at full strength and played well. Texas A&M played great tonight. I mean, you can tell they're a lot better team than when we played them early. But as good as they play, we had the best player on the floor, Jamal Shed. And sometimes at the end, that's all you need.
Particularly when your best player is a guard. The guards can make all the difference. Now, Duke has Kyle Filipowski, and Sean and I discussed this really in kind of a joking fashion because CBS Sports talked about if this was the Sweet 16 matchup that Duke would have to up his physicality to match Houston, and we don't think Kyle Filipowski can be an enforcer in that regard. But Duke has some guards, and Duke's biggest problem why they haven't won a national title recently is because their guard play hasn't been up to snuff. Like we think about all the great Duke teams. Generally, their perimeter guys were really, really good. They haven't had a high quality backcourt in a while in terms of competing on the national level. We'll see how the one they have currently transitions against a Cougs team who's going to be physical on the defensive end. We watched Duke manhandle James Madison. I was a little surprised by that, but they got hot shooting in that first half, and that continued, and that put James Madison away. So we have an elite Sweet 16 matchup, and it's another ACC team. The Cougs played Miami last year, a number 1 seed, had everything in front of them, a potential Final Four in Houston, and that went by the wayside in Sweet 16 because they could not get stops, and Miami's guard play kind of won the day for them. We'll see if we hope that's not the same thing. I don't think Duke has the same type of guard play Miami did last year, so it will be a concern. And sometimes you have to hurt a little bit to realize your goal, and getting past Sweet 16 certainly is a goal for the Cougs, and hopefully Duke doesn't derail that. But I'll credit the Aggies with this. They fight. Buzz Williams' team fights. It was the same way in the game in the regular season. The Cougs felt like they had control of that game in the second half, and Wade Taylor went off in the first game. This version of Wade Taylor, I'd ask to have some discretion. Wade Taylor, relax. Sometimes not every shot's not a good shot. In fact, most of Wade Taylor's shots were awful shots. Now he made one, and then he got to the lane, but woof. We talk about bad shot selection. Some of the times I was like, is Buzz Williams going to talk to this guy? Apparently, he has the greenest of green lights, because one shot he took late, I don't think he saw the rim until the ball was out of his hand, and then they got the rebound. He took another awful shot late. Sean, he was on one. We talk about guys who are on one. Wade Taylor's like, I'm just going to get shots up.
I don't know what his problem is.
I don't know.
What is up with that dude?
I don't know.
He was like 5 for 27. Like, it's crazy.
And I know some of it is he's our guy. He's gonna get shots up, but at some point we're like, man,
not your guy tonight.
Not like, tonight. Do something else. Get to the hole. He's really quick. Even some of those drives are out of control, and the Cougs are waiting for him. But wow, a couple possessions, not even a couple possessions, the same possession, they got offensive rebounds. You're like, what are we doing here?
I'm sorry, he was 5 for 26.
I'll give him some credit. Only 5 for 26.
Felt like more. Yeah, I don't know what he like that. Kelvin Sampson is being nice when he says, we're both good teams, we're both great teams. The difference is we have Jamal Shed. It was actually the difference is they have Wade Taylor.
They had Wade Taylor, and he did not know when to stop. Particularly, he had his backcourt mate fouled out, and then Wade Taylor was like, "Okay, now it's on me."
Wade time.
It was Wade time. Thankfully for the Cougs, it was more Wade Taylor instead of Dwayne Wade. But it was woof. Look. One of those hit the back rim. It was dead on and straight, but hit the back rim. But then he got the ball back, and it was an air ball. It was I'm going to get a shot up to the rim, and some of it I understand because Texas A&M was a great offensive rebounding. Another thing the Cougs have to clean up. They have been out rebounded. Can't protect the defensive backboard, and that's become a thing recently. But wow, just watching Wade. If you're an A&M fan, you got to be like, what? Wade. Make a pass, something other than the 35-footers when you're not even looking at the rim before you let it go.
Yeah, there's one. I think it was like a 4-point game in overtime, just coming down the court and literally no pass, just dribble down the court, shoot a three as quick as he could with like a minute left.
Yeah,
and just like, what are we doing?
And I think that was the same possession. They got an offensive rebound. He got the ball back and was
and he shot
corkscrewed and tossed it up and wasn't looking at the rim when he let it go.
Yeah, where it looked like, was he fouled? Because that's the only time anyone shoots just on the TV broadcast.
Felt like it, yeah.
The only time anyone ever shoots like that is when they get fouled or when there's 2 seconds left.
And he had time. He had plenty of time. I think he had like maybe 10 seconds on the shot clock when he let it go. Yeah. And everyone looked, and I'm looking, and there's no chance that ball goes in, right? And it didn't go in.
Hell no.
And so Wade Taylor shot selection and Jamal Shed, the biggest MVPs for the Cougs last night. But the Cougs do get it done. They're in the Sweet 16. Kellen Sampson said for the 5th consecutive time. That is certainly an accomplishment, and they have bigger goals ahead of them, and it begins with Duke in the next round. So a great night for the Cougs, even though it felt like at points that they weren't going to be able to survive the battle of attrition, but they do. 195 the final there, and your Houston Cougars, if you are rooting for the Cougs, are off to the Sweet 16, and we're the Aggie stations. So it's interesting to talk about, but a good season for the Aggies, but they came up against a better team, but they fought. Apparently that's just their MO when they see the Cougs. The game is never over, and they made the Cougs battle, and we'll see how the Cougs come out injury wise. It didn't seem like anything happened other than guys fouling out. So hopefully that's the case. You never know.
Yeah.
After the game is over.
Yeah, luckily they don't start with 5 fouls on everyone like they did.
Yeah, everything resets.
Like they did in overtime.
It resets, and hopefully the whistle is more kind to them against Duke, although it is Duke, so you never know. You just never know.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, it is Duke. But it'll be in Dallas. We'll see if that plays a part in the proceedings. Hopefully the Cougs fans will show up, and the whistle is more kind, and that physical brand of basketball gets them through through the Blue Devils and on to the Elite Eight, take another step forward as they try to win a national title. But we got other stuff to get to as well. We'll get to the Rockets because they're certainly likes to fight guy. They can't escape a game without a guy fighting, and that leads to a suspension. We'll talk about that. We'll get into Ime on Jalen Green and his performance, among other things. And we're just getting started here. D'Amico Ryans is at the owners' meetings. He spoke about the trade that pushes the Texans into the second round and also the acquisitions of C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah. So a lot to get to going forward here on the show. And obviously, if you want to get in, you can call the show at 713-780-3776. You can tweet the show at Sean A. Mapes, at Delvey2. And obviously, you can always watch on YouTube at ESPN Houston. So we're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. And I don't know if I do know. There hasn't been a team more dominant over the last 11 games than your Houston Rockets. 10-1, net rating of like 14.8. All that really means is they're kicking the crap out of everyone. I mean, the numbers can be something that can be annoying and boring, but all that number means is they're dominant, not only by record but by play. No one is really touching them. Some of it has to do with playing bad basketball teams. That certainly helps. Or teams who are not trying as hard as they are. And some of it has to do with just them playing really well, because you also have the games against Phoenix, where they had the 2 games in Phoenix and they lose the first one and then beat the Suns in the second one, and they beat Cleveland at home. Now, Cleveland is kind of struggling mightily. A lot of injuries on Cleveland's side, but they did have Donovan Mitchell in that one, I believe, and the Rockets won that one going away. So they've been dominant. There's nothing really to take away from them as far as saying, oh, well, this is the reason for this. We can make an excuse for how good they are. They've just been beating teams consistently and not even really being challenged. That was the case once again against Utah. Another victory where they pulled away, and Jalen Green had another great night. The unfortunate thing is Jabari Smith is going to miss tonight against the Blazers. He was suspended for 1 game due to his altercation with Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn gets 2 games, and Jabari Smith, I guess when you heard the announcement or saw it, just tweeted out LOL on Twitter. And I didn't know what it was about because he came up on my For You page, and I kind of, okay, he probably saw what happened to him. So if you missed it, the Rockets were up by 26 to start 26 points to start the second quarter. It was 47-21. It was the first 5 seconds of the first quarter, and all of a sudden off screen you see, I think Jayshawn Tate stop running where he was going to run and then run off screen to go break up whatever it was, and then you see the aftermath of jerseys being grabbed and then eventually punches being thrown. It was a typical NBA fight. No punch was even close. I get why Jabari Smith might have laughed. He goes, I wasn't even close to hitting this guy, but he did extend his arms, and that's what got him the suspension.
How much of this suspension do you think isn't – we talk about the reputation calls that certain people get, or that, like Dylan Brooks will get. How much of a reputation call is this just on the Houston Rockets, of the league going, hey, guys, just chill out.
Cut it out.
Can we go one night without
something
happening?
What is it, like 5 altercations in the last 2 weeks? Is that where we are right now?
That seems low.
Maybe
it seems like it's 1 a night.
Maybe it's 5 in a row. I don't remember exactly what it is. And Chris Dunn and Jabari Smith had an issue earlier this year, so this is just, I guess, a culmination of it. Now, Chris Dunn is considered the agitator who started it all, so he got the 2, but Jabari Smith gets 1. No one was in any danger of getting hurt. They both had to leave, and maybe Chris Dunn just had enough. We're already getting drilled by 26. I don't want to be here. Now, Jabari Smith was having a good time. The game was going in his favor. I imagine he still wanted to keep playing, but he won't be available tonight.
Yeah, but I think for Jabario's, man, I deal with this guy like that I already have issues with.
Yeah.
And for Chris Dunn, it is, let me just leave early.
It's fun.
Fight the guy I don't like.
I always like to go back to the autopsy of the video of the fight, and Colin Sexton runs off the bench onto the court, and then realizes, wait a minute, this is suspension worthy. So he does a quick U-turn and runs back. He ran so fast his assistant coach couldn't get in front of him, and then he realized, what am I doing? And then he runs back. I didn't see him getting suspended. So the NBA is kind of more lax on that rule, where if guys come off the bench.
Yeah, the rule now is that if you come off the bench and
get involved.
Yeah, it's not just like the Amari Stoudemire from back in the day, where he literally just got up off the bench and walked halfway down the court and then turned around.
Yeah,
and got suspended for Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals.
Changed the complexion of a series, and who knows what the Suns might have been if that didn't happen. So Colin Sexton, if you care about the Jazz, will avoid suspension, it looks like, but Jabari Smith does not. So he's not available for the Blazers, which means I guess Landale's going to start, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And does Boban get back up 5 minutes tonight, or do they just do they put Jayshawn Tate as a small ball 5? I wonder how that happens, because we know the 5-out stuff has worked for them, and but it'll be a little different. Jabari Smith won't be there, so we'll see how they adjust.
Yeah, I would assume some Tate, maybe a little bit of Boban, just to see.
Portland has DeAndre Ayton. Now that he's on a Tempur-Pedic as opposed to sleeping on an air mattress or whatever he was doing earlier in the year, he's played better. But it's still the Portland Trailblazers. They stink. So even without Jabari Smith, the Rockets should be just fine. And if they win it, they're a game above 500, which just leads into the Mopes and Mapes agenda, or the Olaleye Show agenda with Sean Mapes, that the Rockets are playing meaningful basketball, which means that a game against the Warriors may matter. Now, Draymond Green, who is a noted Warrior, after their loss last night against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the questions were really about surrounding Steve Kerr not playing Steph Curry more minutes. He only played 30 minutes in a game they lost by 4 in a quarter where they were not great. Minnesota was down going into the fourth quarter and outscored and outplayed the Warriors by the tune of 7 points. So it was a bad second half all around by the Warriors. They got outscored by 12 in that second half and lost by 4. And Steph Curry only played 30 minutes. And people questioned Steve Kerr, and obviously Steve Kerr said 2 minutes wouldn't have mattered. Well, Steph Curry, it might have mattered. It might have mattered in a 4-point loss, but he wouldn't budge. He played Steph 30, and he was okay with that. But Draymond was asked about the Rockets and whether he was concerned, and in typical Draymond fashion, it appears he wasn't. I put Sean under.
Oh, I don't see the
Draymond. It's probably on the ship talk. It's not there. We'll play that later. I put Sean under the gun there, and just because I remember playing it in the early show, I forgot where I put it. But we'll hear from Draymond when we come back. He discussed his level of concern with the Rockets, and surprisingly enough, it's not that high. But before we get to Draymond and before we go to a break, let's get to Eric, who wants to talk about Kelvin Sampson. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. If Kelvin Sampson doesn't take the Cougars to the Final Four, when is his time up? Because he's had a few chances, and they haven't gone far. And why does Marvel not have a Mexican-American superhero like DC's Blue Beetle? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, I'll have to look up the second part. I'm not sure. Well, they've turned what's his name? Namor. No. What's his name? He was in the last Black Panther movie.
Oh, yeah, Namor.
Namor, he's now Mexican, right?
Yes.
Yes, in the MCU. So Eric, there it is. You should have watched the last Black Panther movie
Well, why? Okay, why does he have to be a bad guy?
Well, he's an anti-hero, I believe. It's what they would term him. Now he was going against Wakanda, so I guess he's a bad guy in this. But Namor is now Mexican, Eric. So there you go. There you go. So you're wrong once again. And as far as your first
question, yeah,
ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not. No matter what happens, Kelvin Sampson is at a point where he can write his own story at the University of Houston, and we know it's going to Kellen anyway. It's not like if Kelvin Sampson is not retained, it's going to someone outside the family. As long as Kellen Sampson wants that job, it'll be his job. I'm not sure when Kelvin Sampson wants to wrap it up as far as his coaching career, but he's only 68, so maybe he doesn't want to coach till he's 75. But Final Four national title, losing to Duke up this weekend, doesn't matter. He's not going anywhere, Eric. So this is back-to-back silly sports questions for you. I don't mind, and also you weren't even informed on the Marvel stuff too. You're on a bad run. It's not ban-worthy because you don't have a stupid slogan like Julian does, but come on, Eric. You've been better until recently. Kelvin Sampson's not going anywhere. He is a Coug legend, and so is and Jamal Shed will join him as well. I don't know.
Ryan Elvin too. Ryan Elvin too.
He did make a free throw, and he was a legend before then. He was not beyond being the victory cigar when they were blowing a team out. People love that kid, and he made a big free throw. Changes the complexion of the game if they're not up 4 and they're up 3 late. He made the free throw. He missed one, but he made the one he needed to, and it gave the Cougs a cushion. They went on to win 195.
Missing the first one was, of course, he was going to miss.
Of course,
the first one.
The second one was what we were concerned
he
about.
Touched a basketball in what, probably an hour.
When's the last time you touched a basketball in a consequential manner? Since high school, maybe.
That I was just thinking for that day, like he probably did a little bit of shoot around.
Second half, halftime warm ups probably.
Yeah, and then all right, let me go sit on the bench and just assume I'm not going to play because this game is close.
I asked a question earlier. When do you think he thought I might actually play in this game? Was it the Emmanuel Sharp foul out? because he only came in because Shed was out of the game. Do you think once the third guy fouled out, I was like, oh man,
Yeah.
this might be my time. One more guy and I'm in.
I think it was LJ Cryer fouled out, then Emmanuel Sharp fouled out. I think after Emmanuel Sharp, he was like, okay, I'm in the danger zone.
I don't know how you prep yourself for that, but I better get ready.
Hopefully we're still up and they're just fouling and I don't have to run the offense.
Ooh, I think they would have given the ball to Dunn. I don't know if hey, stand in that, that corner you normally stand in when we're blowing teams out and we try to get you a shot. Go stand in that corner. I think the bigger thing would have been him on the defensive end. As bad as Wade Taylor was in shot selection, I'm not sure Elvin would have been able to stay in front of him.
No, I disagree.
You disagree?
No, because I think you should be trying to funnel Wade Taylor to shoot the ball more. You don't put your best defender on him.
What you do if you're going to put Elvin on there? You lay off of him.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Shoot the basketball. Go under every ball screen. Go ahead.
And then you can help off because you know he's not passing it. So.
No, not last night he wasn't. There's no chance of that. Ryan Elvin, a Coug legend. Maybe a little bit below Kelvin Sampson and Jamal Shed, but still there. A guy people will remember from this Cougs team, and he's got a point in the NCAA tournament in a clutch situation. I don't know how many people would have thought of that. In fact, I do know. No one thought that was going to happen. But he played his part along with the rest of the team as they were able to survive, and they see Duke. One of the blue bloods in college basketball, but I think the Cougs should win as long as health and foul trouble doesn't derail them. Well, that'll wrap up this segment. We'll get into some Texan stuff because D'Amico Ryans was asked about the trade that got them out of the first round and also the acquisitions of Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. So we'll hear from him. He's out at the owners' meeting, so all the coaches are available who showed up. And they're answering questions today, so we'll hear from him. We'll get into some Astro stuff as well, as there's an injury update on Jake Myers if you're worried about that. So plenty to get into going forward. If you want to call in and ask about the status of D'Amico Ryans and whether if he doesn't win the division, he might get fired, I only say that because it's almost as ridiculous as the Kelvin Sampson question we just heard. But we're open to that. Bring on the nonsense if you so choose. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
How much are you now kind of tracking the Rockets? I don't give a damn about the Rockets.
Short and sweet from Draymond Green when asked about the Rockets. The Rockets are only a game behind the Warriors when it comes to the final play-in spot. The Lakers won last night against the Pacers as they continue to extend their lead in ninth. So they probably are out of the danger zone. The Rockets have their eyes on the Warriors, we would assume. But Fred VanVleet was even asked about this because it's now a thing we have to focus on. We have to focus on whether this team is going to be in the play-in and likely would play the Lakers in a play-in matchup. But, you know, the mentality, as you might imagine, for a team who hasn't won a lot is just to win games. So Fred VanVleet isn't necessarily worried about catching the Warriors. He just cares about winning.
I know that from the outside, it's a great story to write just because of, you know, the standings and who's in front of us. But for us, it doesn't really matter. We got to try to win every game anyway. You know what I mean? This team these guys that have been here are tired of losing. The guys that are new here are trying to, you know, make a difference. And so no playoffs, like coming down the stretch here, we're trying to win every game. And if you do that, you know, everything else will take care of itself.
Yes, if you never lose again, you'll probably make the play-in. I don't know if we can hold the Warriors to the standard of never losing another basketball game the rest of the way because they're not that good. So Rockets a game out, and they do have one game against the Warriors, and Draymond apparently isn't concerned. I'm sure there's some more context to that, but that's the quote that's out there, and that's the sound we got. I'm not concerned. He may be just more concerned about how the Warriors are playing, but you got to think a four-time champion, been through the playoff wars, isn't all that. He's not really thinking about the Rockets, but if
how about an 11th seed without their best player?
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know how much they're thinking about it, but if it comes down to a winner take all, and it won't be that because it won't be the last game of the year, he'll be thinking about the Rockets, and if he really cares about making the plan, which probably is beneath them, I guess they probably think of it that way. He will have to focus on the Rockets at some point.
Yeah, no, he will. This is really, I mean, I guess like Fred VanVleet said, if you just win all your games, you don't have to really worry about the standings. But this has happened very fast for the Rockets chasing down the Warriors. It feels like feels like it was like last week where it was like 4.5 games, and you're like, I don't know, like maybe at least they're, you know, in competitive games, and now it's like really the Rockets don't have to keep on winning every game that they play in. They just need the Warriors to like fall off a little bit, and the Rockets to just kind of play 500 basketball.
Yeah, the Warriors are 36-34, but this recent run, they haven't been good. They've lost the last two, but even beyond that, they're kind of playing to the level they've played at all year. The problem for them is the Rockets have taken it to a level that we haven't seen from them since early in the year. Winning on the road, it certainly has added to that. 35-35, won 8 in a row. Second longest winning streak in all of basketball. The Celtics don't lose basketball games, so they're up to 9. So the Warriors are pretty much what they are. The Rockets are playing at above what they've been, and that has caused this race to get tighter and tighter. And the schedule remains easy, at least tonight. They've got the Blazers. They do have to go see the Thunder, which changes things. But the way the Rockets are playing, I wouldn't count them out. But it'll change. The complexion of their schedule will change. The Warriors' next game is tomorrow night against the Miami Heat. Miami Heat team who are battling themselves to stay out of the plan. They're likely going to, at least at a minimum, be in the plan. So that's a road game for the Warriors, and they're not a great road team. They're okay, 18-15. In fact, they're worse at home. So I think the Rockets travel to Golden State, which I guess by record and how the Rockets will play recently on the road and how the Warriors play at home is a plus for the Rockets. We'll see when that game rolls around. So things are trending in their favor, but the games get a little bit tougher. In fact, the Rockets have the Heat in April too. So it is a thing where if you're a Rocket fan, what could be better than what's going on right now? You've outside of Şengün not being here, and you don't know exactly what the team will be when he's back, along with Tyrese and Cam Whitmore. So you have 3 big contributors out, and you watch this team playing well. I don't know if you're worried about whether it can continue when they're back, but at least you see the unit that is out there is a successful one. My question is it not maybe that it's a mirage, but is it simply something that isn't sustainable beyond winning all your games, but because you have to incorporate these guys back. And does it change the way they play? Because beyond the whole Jalen plays better when Şengün's not there, you aren't going to be this 5-out team when Şengün is back. He will be featured. Does that mean that Jalen Green isn't the focal point anymore like he has been? Because there's a quote from like months ago where they were struggling. I think they got blown out by Minnesota, and he talked about how, hey, we just got to run. They've got two bigs. We can't play against set defenses. We got to get out there and get in transition and make plays. And that's how we'll thrive on offense. Does Şengün coming back change that?
I don't think it really changes it that much, because in the 10 games that the Rockets played after the All-Star break with Şengün, they were running more.
Yeah,
they were up there in
pace.
And if anything, they've just kind of kept that going in his absence. Also, I would like to note that they are not playing 5-out. The Rockets are right now, because Amin Thompson is one of the 5 out there, and not exactly
True.
a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, I
think he's like 19%.
The discussion about they're more athletic, but I'm not sure, and he's not a shooter. I know the discussion was earlier about him being their future point guard. I mean, I kind of see Sean Marion in this game, a guy who's going to clean up stuff around the rim. He's going to be a great defender. Now, Sean Marion became a guy who could space the floor a little bit with the Suns and shoot out of the corner. If that's going to be his game, he's going to have to find that at some point. But I see more, because he's not going to have the ball in his hands as much, because Fred VanVleet's a point guard. Jalen Green's going to handle a lot of that too. So he's more of a cleanup guy when it comes to putbacks and being the guy in the dunker spot and things of that nature. But credit him, he's probably been the third best rookie. Jaime Jaquez has kind of fallen off since coming back from an injury. You think about Wemby, clearly, and Brandon Miller. But I don't know if there's been a better player.
Chet Holmgren, but
I barely consider. I get it. This is me and my blind spot. I don't consider him a rookie. Okay. But yeah, I know. Experience-wise, he is a rookie.
Best player in the 2023 NBA draft. Third best.
20. Yes. Amin Thompson's playing like that in the second half of the year, which has certainly helped the Rockets' cause. Lazy J, I see you. I guess you might want to talk about El Tri and the U.S. We can talk about that on the other side. I was going to get to the D'Amico stuff. We'll get to that at some point. Also, we've got a ban on a tackle. The NFL owners have approved a ban. Now it's going to be looks like a 15-yard penalty for the hip drop tackle. We'll talk about that too and what it might mean. I know the Players Association opposed it, and the NFL owners are like, so what? We don't care what you oppose. This rule is in play. So hip drop tackles, the one that injured Mark Andrews, among others. If you remember back to the playoffs a couple seasons ago when Tony Pollard broke his foot, I believe, that's the tackle that did it. That tackle's now banned. So NFL players will have to get used to being dragged 3 or 4 yards before a guy comes down, because dropping your weight on a player is now out of the question unless you want the 15-yard penalty. And Sean and I will discuss that and I guess where we fall when it comes to that rule change. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. We had a big tournament weekend. Hell, we're not even done with the tournament weekend, I guess, because we've got second-round matchups for the women. So if you want to bet on Juju Watkins tonight against Kansas, you can do that. And if you want to do it, you go to mybookie.ag. You can take your experience to the next level with real-time live betting that lets you stream and bet the games right from the website. You can sign up now and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. If you put in $200, you get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. If you're not sure about the games, they have experts who will walk you through and help you decide what to put your money on. That goes along with up-to-the-minute odds and props as well. And if you want to know the best part about MyBookie is you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. It doesn't have to be from your desktop at home, or even if that's allowed, at work. You can use your laptop. You can use your phone. MyBookie takes care of you that way. Just use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I mentioned hip drop tackle being banned. There's also another rule that'll be changed we'll get to regarding the NFL and coaching decisions. So we'll get to that. But first, Lazy J wants to talk about soccer. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, what's going on, Dale? First-time caller, long-time listener. What's going on, buddy? First of all, I want to congratulate you on your show. It's been a long time waiting for you to go solo. I know we're here. We're holding you back. So,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Congratulations on that.
All right. Thank you.
But yeah, I wanted to talk about USA. They went out there and got them a bunch of Steph Curry lookalikes and Dale's little brothers so they could beat El Tree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they couldn't beat them with the white boys, so they had to go get Dale lookalikes.
Do you know this
And,
country
Steph
isn't
Curry.
made? Do you know the country isn't made up of just white guys? You know those are just.
I'm gonna start calling USA/France 2.0 because that's all y'all looking like right now. You know, that's what France did. They wouldn't got nothing but Africans. You know, paid them a little money.
I don't think that's how that happened. I don't know if you know world history,
Allegedly.
I don't know if you know world history, but there's a African community in France. They didn't just go pay Africans and ship them
No,
over.
but I've heard that they paying players to come over. You know, just to play.
Okay. Do you think that happened with
But-
the U.S. that they're paying like Timothy
Hey,
Weah and Ahmed
it might
Musa?
be. It might
Or
be.
Yunus
I mean,
Musa?
y'all was redheaded stepchild to Mexico, so you know now all of a sudden y'all start winning a little bit. Now y'all done
I'll let
think
you
y'all
continue.
degraded,
I'll
so.
let you continue. How about the U.S. decided to diversify their recruiting efforts and realize that American soccer doesn't just have to be white guys who go down to Bradenton and train, and that's why the roster's more diverse. I don't know, because if I look at the country itself, it seems pretty diverse. But go ahead with whatever else you want to say.
And then one other little small question I want to ask: what you think about Mape? What jersey number you think he's gonna take? And you know, how's that gonna work with everybody? You know, you got Rodrigo on one side, you got Valencia. I know Modric's retiring this year, might come to the MLS. You know, so how would you think that would work out? You know,
if you missed what he's
thoughts
saying,
on that? I love the show.
appreciate it, Lazy J. He mentioned Kylian Mbappe because he is going to move over to talk about long awaited. The move to Real Madrid finally appears that it's finally going to happen after years of the flirting. He will leave PSG and become a Real Madrid player. What's the number he's going to wear? I know Vinny wears 7, right? So is he going to wear 9? He'll wear a striker's number. I don't know if Modric is retiring. Maybe he'll just wear 10. He wears 10 for the French national team. So with Modric leaving, maybe he'll just wear 10. Since we're getting into the ins and outs of European soccer. Can't take Lazy J seriously. He's calling in, if you missed it, CONCACAF Nations League. It's a made-up thing that they started like 5 or 6 years ago. The U.S. won it. They beat Mexico again because now all the U.S. does is beat Mexico, particularly when it's on U.S. soil. Another Nations League title. Mexico's so poor right now that even Greg Berhalter can't stop the U.S. from winning. I mean, we saw this team nearly lose to Jamaica, if not for an own goal in the 96th minute. They're not even in the final because Jamaica's beating them in front of like 8,000 people, or whoever it was, at Jerry World in the semifinal. But they win. They beat Jamaica in extra time. Then they go on to dominate Mexico because that's what the U.S. does. And now he's bemoaning the fact that the U.S. doesn't look like they did like in 1994 when only Ernie Stewart was out there who wasn't white, I guess.
Yeah. I was very uncomfortable during the during that conversation.
I wasn't, because I know who I'm talking to.
Steph Curry lookalike.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Anthony Robinson is of a lighter shade, but then he went into the African stuff. Weston McKennie, sure, and Anthony Robinson, who's actually spent most of his youth in England. He still has like an accent. I didn't even know that. He plays for my favorite club team, and I listened to him. Oh yeah, you spent a lot of time in England. Listen to how you sound. Tim Ream also plays for that team. He's been around for a long time playing, but he was white. Lazy J. See, Pulisic and Tim Ream were still out there. Couple guys out there starting, but yes, the U.S. is you look at the roster and it's very diverse. And he mentions France because France has a lot of players of African descent, but are French playing for their team. And they're not like a private school shipping in guys from Africa to play. They have French nationality. That's why they play for the country.
Yeah, why doesn't Mexico do that?
Oh, I don't think their fans would be so
What?
open.
No. Oh, okay.
Well, considering we saw what happened last night when the Mexican fans weren't thrilled with the performance. They got into a chant that they generally get into that stopped the game a couple times. I'm not sure having non-Mexican, at least what they would consider traditional Mexicans on the roster,
Get
they
a
would
couple
accept.
Devin Booker's out there.
Well,
Devin Booker's half Mexican.
Yes, he is. If people weren't aware,
That's why I felt the need
to
follow up.
yes,
because,
Devin Booker is half Mexican, but he won't be playing for Team Mexico in the Olympics. If he chooses to, he'll be playing for Team USA. But the soccer team, the U.S. men's national team, dominates El Tri one more time. 2-0, the famous scoreline, and Lazy J can bemoan the fact that apparently we're too diverse now. Sorry, the country is pretty diverse itself.
No, this team looks like a melting pot. Doesn't.
What the hell is that?
Nothing like the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to dip back into the late '90s when you guys were kicking our ass, cool. But you were kicking our ass like 5 years ago, and the team was still diverse. It just was run by Jurgen Klinsmann and Bruce Arena and others. And to
Now
be
we got
honest,
the steady hand of Greg Berhalter.
to be honest, not like Greg Berhalter's any better. It just so happens that the Mexican national team's on a downturn. So even now, when we know we're not being shepherded by the best coach in really CONCACAF, probably, I would probably take the Canada coach over Greg Berhalter at this point. The talent on the roster is still too great. Sorry, El Tri. Step it up. I don't know what else to say.
So are we stuck with Berhalter until the World Cup?
Maybe he crashes out in Copa America. Maybe that's enough because the next big tournament, the U.S. has been invited to Copa America. But that's the problem. You watch the games and go, sure, we want to beat Mexico, but it really would have been the worst thing if they had lost to Jamaica and put the pressure on Berhalter to get at and for someone to get rid of him. But they win, and he will stay. And the problem is the 2026 World Cup it's supposed to be a showcase of how America has grown as a soccer playing country. We have the World Cup here. I mean, a quarterfinal, semifinal run, people would probably expect, considering the level of talent and where all these guys play in Europe and just the talent that's been accrued. And then we have Greg with 3 Gs still being the manager, and that's where the concern is.
God. I really wish Claudio Reyna could have finished the job.
Yeah, he step on his neck, Claudio. You let your foot off his neck, and he's back. You didn't finish, and now the villain remains. And Greg Berhalter. Well, anything can happen, and I don't like rooting against the country, but losing in the groups, getting 0-3 in the group stage of Copa America might not be the worst thing in the world as far as long-term goals. But I still can't do that. I'm going to watch the matches and hope they win. And somehow, it's very college football-like, where you hope the team wins despite of the coach, even though all the time you're rooting probably for the coach to leave for some reason. But if they continue to win and they win trophies like he does, they're going to continue to keep him.
Yeah, there's been times where I'm like, I don't want to give the administration like a opportunity to keep them, or like the excuse to keep this guy around. Charlie Strong.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
just don't want to.
Exactly.
I don't want him to even have the like grain of like, well, they did it. Sure, he lost to Kansas, but they turned around and they beat so and so next week. It's like, no, just get him out of here.
Wrap it up. But they kept him. They brought him back, and another trophy on the mantle.
Yeah.
So
Rings.
Gold Cup, Nations League keeps winning, and you keep beating Mexico. It's probably going to help your cause, even if people don't think have that much to do with it. So if you want to call in about Greg Berhalter, sure.
And the ethnic makeup.
And the ethnic
Team
makeup
USA.
and how it's not fair, apparently, to Team El Tri, you can do that as well. 713-780-3776. I will get to the D'Amico Ryan sound. I will get to the rule changes in the NFL when we come back. We just got distracted by our country, if you happen to be an American by nationality, winning another trophy. Last night in Dallas, they beat Mexico 2-0. Very famous scoreline, and it happened again. We got 1 hour in the books. We'll be back with the second hour soon. Welcome back to the show. We got NFL news to get to. I will get to that D'Amico stuff and what he had to say about trading out of the first round and also acquiring the two corners, the poo-poo platter of corners that are Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. But the news coming out of the NFL owners meeting that they've approved the ban of the hip drop tackle. And as you might imagine, defenders aren't thrilled. One defender in particular is J.J. Watt, who doesn't play anymore, but, you see him on CBS. And he alluded to, quote, tweeting the rule being changed and said, well, just wait for the flags to come out. And by flags, I mean the flags you put on your waist to play flag football. The belts and flags, I think is what he said. Because, of course, if I ask JJ, hey, what do you think about the chop block? Do you think that's cool? Would you like that rule? How often would you like to see that happen? You being engaged with someone and then another player coming to block you below the waist. I mean, hey, just bring out the belts and the flags. I know defenders, and rightfully so, feel like the NFL is out to get them. They can't do this. They can't do that. Don't lead with the head. Don't target. That's more of a college football rule. But the NFL kind of legislates that too. I just don't think the 3 to 4 yards you're going to lose because you can't drop your weight on the back of, let's just say, pretty much a defenseless player on his ankle or his foot. I don't think they're even. I think losing a player for an extended amount of time doesn't equate to you stopping a guy 3 or 4 yards shorter than you would have. That's just my opinion. I mean, now Mark Andrews came back for the playoffs, but Mark Andrews losing all that time because he was tackled as he was going in to score a touchdown. I don't feel that. I don't feel like that's commiserate. Sorry, if he drags you into the end zone, he drags you into the end zone. But I don't want a guy of his caliber, anybody, to lose time because of that tackle. What's the difference between that and a horse collar? Can anyone explain? You guys can call in 713-780 and 3776. What's the difference between the hip drop tackle being banned and the horse collar tackle being banned? Why is this so offensive to people when the same thing applies? You pull someone back by the collar and drop your weight, it could lead to a major injury, and they banned it. We've seen now defenders adjust and do the hip drop tackle, and we've seen guys' lower leg injuries occur. I would like an explanation from a defender why they're okay with the horse collar tackle being out, but the hip drop tackle is something they can't abide by. Maybe it's just a preponderance of things going against you, and you feel like, once again, this sucks, but you know what? So be it. Would you rather have the quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the running backs still play and not miss a lot of time instead of you giving up a first down? That's just how it's going to be. And I don't have an issue with it. But if you do, 713-780-3776. The other rule that is going to be amended is the challenge system. Coaches will now get a third challenge if they get one out of the first two right. So you don't really have to be that good. Just be 50%, and you get a chance to get a second challenge. I mean, I would have been like, just give them. If they get the first two right, they get a third. You're gonna reward failure because 50% is failing. Why am I rewarding you for failing? You weren't even average. You stunk. If we're going by traditional grades, and you get a chance to get a second one. Now I'm disagreeing with the rule. You shouldn't get a third challenge just because you were half right.
Oh, also just the idea, it's like that's literally just a coin flip. So you could just throw your flag like sight unseen, and it's like,
and you get a second one.
Yeah, maybe
if you get it right. So those two rules are now in effect. The more controversial one is the hip drop tackle, which get it out of here. And I'm just letting you know, if you are against it, it's fine. What if your quarterback out of the pocket gets grabbed, hip drop, ankle breaks or ligament damage? Now, what are you saying? Most of the time people don't react to something until it's personalized, even when it just comes to sports. But horse collar can go, the hip drop can go, and I think we'll just be fine. I don't care if you get dragged for 2 yards; it happens. So the hip drop tackle is out. I don't know if D'Amico Ryans was asked about it at his availability, but he was asked about a couple things, including the Texans trading out of the first round. The Texans no longer have a first-round pick. They traded that to the Vikings. They now have 2 second-round picks, one of their own and from the Vikings. They also have a future second-round pick as part of the trade in 2025. Here is D'Amico Ryans discussing why they made the trade.
Yeah, the thought process behind, moving back, in the draft is just, we feel like in this draft there is a large amount of players right in that second to third, fourth round. It's a lot of guys right there that can come in and help our team, right? We feel like that's where as I said, the sweet spot of the draft is this year. And so we're excited about that move, and we feel like we can add some really quality players to our team.
So that was some of the speculation, at least from me, whether they thought the value was in that second round as opposed to where they're picking in the first round. And is it going to be a second-round corner? They've added a couple corners with big names and at least big reputations coming out of school. Those reputations haven't lived up to those reputations, and the proof is in the fact that they're on their third or fourth team, depending on who it is. Okuda's on his third team right now. I think Henderson as well is on his third team right now. So those 2 guys were top 10 picks in the first round, but they haven't played to that level. And you might think, why are the Texans signing guys who have kind of been washouts in other places? D'Amico explains why these guys are here.
We're going to get in and dig in on these guys?
With the 2 corners, I see young players, right? Young, talented guys who, for wherever they were picked, it really doesn't matter to me. I see young, talented guys on tape, long guys who can run, who can play sticky coverage. You just have to be more consistent. And sometimes guys just need a new scene, right? Hopefully change of scenery helps these guys out. But it's adding those guys we just talked about, man, you want to come in and compete. So it's competition, and that both guys understand that. And as much healthy competition as we can have on our roster, that means we're getting better. If our depth is getting better, we have guys actually competing for spots, and our team gets better.
The problem is maybe they're competing for spots because they're not good. Are they competing for spots because there's no one better and you have to play them? I mean, at least with the Okuda thing, you're paying him to a point where he is likely to make the roster. I'm not sure if what he's being paid guarantees snaps, but you want competition, but I like it to be good competition. I'd like it for one of those guys, if they won the job, to be an average cornerback, which those 2 haven't been over the course of their careers, and that's why they're no longer on their team. So we'll see if the competition and the reclamation projects for C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okuda bear results, or we're asking why the Texans didn't fix that position in the draft if they don't do it, or through free agency when there are a couple guys out there, particularly one in Xavier Howard, who's expressed interest and kind of been strong and open about his interest to be a Texan. Of course, there are monetary concerns and also injury concerns with him, but the Okuda-Henderson combo, it looks like you're taking lottery picks and hoping that you can turn one of them into something that their previous stops couldn't. And D'Amico being a defensive coach, maybe he can't. So we'll see about that going forward. But Pena wants to talk about the hip drop tackle before we go to break. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? A lot of people are against that new rule. I'm for it. I actually like it because, like you said earlier, what would have happened if it happened to Tank Dell, Nico Collins, or Lord behold C.J. Stroud? Right? We're not going to be happy about that. We're gonna be pretty mad about it. So I'm all for it. I like it, but as in high school I played defense. In basketball I wasn't a good shooter, but I played really tough defense. I'm a real defensive guy. I would like for them to help the defense out a little bit more. Like, I don't know, like the defensive, when the receiver catches the ball, he hasn't hit the ground yet, and they penalize him for that. I would like to get that away, help the defense out a little bit. Everything's helping out the offense, understandably. So I know why, but I would just like to see the defense get a little bit of love, And one thing about I want the Texans to get Howard. We need some help on the cornerback, and them trading out out the first round. I don't see us getting a top cornerback in the second or third round. That's about it. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, Pena. Yeah, I'm not against helping the defense out. Maybe maybe be more stringent on holding calls on the offensive line. We know the old thing about you can call holding on every play. Well, maybe call holding more. Maybe make it more difficult to keep pass rushers from getting to the quarterback, but you won't do that because you want offense. And this is another rule that maybe not just for offense, but to remove the possibility of undue and maybe season-changing injuries, depending on how egregious the injury is to a player. So I'm with the hip drop tackle, but if we're talking about helping defenses, look, wide receivers can get away with offensive pass interference pretty much whenever they want. Make that a rule you focus on. Change the holding calls to make them more. Maybe not more. Maybe don't penalize more yards, but call them more. If we're trying to make things fair, I imagine the defender would appreciate being rewarded for putting on a great move and then being held, as opposed to we're going to ban the hip drop tackle. I think we can even it out, make it safer, but also make it fair. But that second thing about calling more holding, probably unlikely because you can't call more holding if you want more offense. Paney, I appreciate the call. Anyone else want to get in on the rule? And we can talk about the Texans and what they might do in the draft as well when we come back, but we are due for a break. And what that break means is maybe you head to MyBookie during the break. And the website is mybookie.ag. I talked about your ability to bet on the games tonight, whether it be the NBA and the Rockets versus the Blazers, or maybe you got a line on Juju Watkins and the USC women's basketball team against the Kansas Jayhawks. There are plenty of things to bet on because MyBookie provides you a chance to bet on anything, anytime, and anywhere. You can sign up and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit, all the way up to $1,000. If you put in $200, you get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. And the fun will not stop there. You get up-to-the-minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide who to put your money on. Not everyone's an expert. Just ask that Dodger outfielder. He might have needed some help from MyBookie. The best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. It's also legal. That's the other thing. You don't have to worry about an illegal bookie. You use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Just to clean up the hip drop tackle discussion, the penalty will be a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down. So they're just going to treat it like a personal foul. If you missed it, you're just tuning in, the NFL has decided to ban, the owners have decided to ban the hip drop tackle. So despite the player opposition to that rule and the proposal, the owners voted on it, passed it, so you can no longer do that if you are an NFL player. So good luck, defenders, I guess. You guys can whine about another rule going against you, but I don't have any sympathy. Hey, don't be out of position. Don't get dragged 3 yards. Don't drop your weight on the back of someone's legs. That's a dangerous play, no different in my eyes from a horse collar, which I didn't remember a lot of pushback with. We all thought that was a rule that needed to be put in place. Now, apparently, this one is a bad one for whatever reason. But it's in, and the NFL tacklers will have to adjust. Pena mentioned, we talked to Pena, who called in the previous segment, about the Texans trading out of the first round. D'Amico talked about why they did it. They felt it was a sweet spot. So I'm going to pose these players to Sean. Because now that the Texans are not going to draft until day 2, they need to find guys who will land there and see if they maybe a guy slips, maybe they find value. So I'm going to give you names, Sean. I'm going to throw them out there to you, and then you can respond with who you like the most, considering the Texans' potential needs with free agency kind of on the last ebbs of it. Ladd McConkey, the Georgia wide receiver. Jalen Polk, the Washington wide receiver, who you saw in the playoff. One of your guys, T'Vondre Sweat, who may not fit the Texans' mold of defensive tackle, at least D'Amico's. He's like, at least in San Francisco, longer, angular defensive tackles. T'Vondre's 366, maybe. That's what he's listed at.
Angles.
Yeah. Edgerrin Cooper, the A&M linebacker, and Kamari Lassiter, who is a Georgia corner. Now the Texans have added a couple corners, as we talked about, but that will be more competition, and that's what we heard from D'Amico, adding competition to the mix. So Kamari Lassiter, T'Vondre Sweat, Edgerrin Cooper, Ladd McConkey, or Jalen Polk. If you had to choose, particularly Texans needs part of the equation, which player would you choose
for that first
second round pick?
I liked Lassiter, watching him in college, at Georgia. Again, maybe this is because you're telling me that they can't get a defensive back for the rest of free agency.
I mean, they could. Now, they got the money, but
so now I'm like, well, then draft a defensive back, because that's what I think they need. I think that is part of it. I do like McConkey though. McConkey, that boy, nice.
You think about the Texans and the offense and where it came from. It's an offense kind of built on yards after catch. Now it could be modified. The Dolphins are an offshoot of that, and they throw the ball down the field more. And we know Brock Purdy and the 49ers take advantage of yards after catch. Ladd McConkey is a guy who is a dynamic in the open field. I mean, Tank Dell is Tank Dell, but you would like another guy who you can throw the ball to at a depth of like 6 yards. He can make a guy miss. He's a guy who ran into rounds for Georgia, quick screens, bubble screens. He was a guy who did some of that for Georgia, so I would understand the acquisition. So you would take Ladd McConkey over Jalen Polk, who was more, I believe, a downfield threat guy.
Yeah, that's really the difference in my mind between those two. And as far as the linebacker, you mentioned Cooper, and I just don't view linebacker as
a need,
that big of a need when you have Harris and Azeez Al-Shaair. And then you bring up a good point with T'Vondre Sweat. As much as I would love T'Vondre Sweat on the Houston Texans, it does seem like D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have a type that they're looking for, and like you said, it's more angular, and T'Vondre Sweat is less angular.
He is not what you would consider angular.
Again, they're just different type of angles.
The angles exist. They're just not the angles D'Amico and Nick Caserio prefer.
Angle.
Yeah, I mean, he does have angles.
45-degree.
Yeah, but he isn't one that would fit the profile. But he's a talented player. Weight will probably be a concern quite a bit, just because it's been that for him in college. And there are some rumors that he ballooned up and then tried to get down, and that might be something he fights throughout his career. So we'll see. We'll see where they go. But those are just a couple guys. And I think I probably like Ladd McConkey on this team. As we're not going to, they've had interest in acquiring a free agent wide receiver. But if it comes to the draft, as Sean said, he is nice. Just watch his Georgia highlights. That's a guy who there was initially, hey, look how interesting he is. I can't believe he's doing that because, the white receivers running around making plays. Everyone's like, I can't believe that.
Yeah, of course, him and Stetson Bennett have a chemistry.
Yeah, imagine that. But then it turns out Ladd McConkey just makes plays, and he made plays over and over again for Georgia. And I think his skill set, the short area quickness, his ability to make guys miss in the open field would add a different element to the offense. Tank Dell has some of that, but he's a guy you imagine because of his speed, you're going to throw the ball down the field to him a little bit. If you need a short area guy who's bigger, who maybe you don't want to expose Tank to bubble screens that may result in him being drilled by a safety who reads the play well. Ladd McConkey is a bit stouter. He wouldn't be as susceptible to injury. I think that would be a nice fit for the Texans going forward. I think you look at Jalen Polk. I mean, you have Tank, you have Nico as your downfield guys. He is really good. That Washington trio, when they're healthy, were really good catching the ball from Michael Penix. But yeah, if I'm making the pick, and of course, clearly, I have no power. But if I did have any power, I would take Ladd McConkey. Maybe just because I can say Ladd a lot.
Yeah.
We talked about Tad, and not a lot of people named Tad. Who's named Ladd?
I didn't even know that was a name. Honestly.
It's LADD. If you didn't know how to spell Ladd, as in Ladd McConkey, it is LADD McConkey.
His first name's Andrew,
and he goes by Ladd.
Yeah, it's Andrew Ladd McConkey.
I might have stuck with Andrew.
Andrew McConkey.
But Ladd's
Drew McConkey. I think Drew
McConkey.
That's a first-round pick.
There you go. Drew McConkey is a great name.
He's picked before the Texans have a chance to get him.
But Ladd, maybe he drops.
Yeah,
to
Ladd's a second.
To pick 42. Maybe that's great for the Texans. Who knew?
And, part of the reason I think I like Ladd McConkey is that I feel like he brings something to the Texans that they've been missing since the days of Andrew Walter,
Well, it's Kevin Walter.
Kevin Walter.
Yes.
Andrew Walter was the quarterback for the Raiders back in the day.
David Anderson and Kevin
Anderson,
Walter.
Yeah.
Yes. We haven't
been missing those.
Was Amendola here at some point? Right.
He was. He had a cup of coffee.
Sure. During the dark years for the Texans.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Yeah, we don't think about those. We don't think about that stuff. Before we go, just try to stay on the clock. Who has a big supporter? Cal McNair. Jerry Jones is a big supporter of Cal. Because, we talked about it last week as the Texans succession episode comes to an end. Because the eldest boy isn't going to get it, it'll fall to Cal, the ownership of the Texans. That vote's going to happen. And Jerry Jones, the vote's tomorrow. And Jerry Jones says he was mentored by one of the finest men and one of the best owners ever to be in the NFL, Bob McNair. He's been mentored. I'd vote for him every time. So Cal has a giant and great supporter in Jerry Jones. I don't think there was much debate about whether he would get approved. You wouldn't even get to the vote if anyone thought this wasn't going to go through. Maybe Amy Adams Strunk decides to throw a little wrench in the whole thing.
Pure hater vote.
Yeah, or maybe she abstains just to prove a point. Maybe she doesn't vote against the Texans, but she abstains. But this is going to pass. Cal's going to be the principal owner.
Does it have to be unanimous?
No, it doesn't. I don't think it has to be unanimous. That's why
2/3 majority. What are we?
I'm not sure. Is it 24-8? I'm not sure what the number is, but it looks like that's going to go through. And Cal has one of the more influential owners in the league behind him, in Jerry Jones.
Like you said, it wouldn't get to this point if it was in doubt. But I do like the idea of them having to to politic for it, and then abstention and
the House of Representatives. Cal needs a whip to get people on his side.
Exactly.
We don't have the votes. What do you mean?
We got to make some backroom deals with Shad Khan.
Shad Khan isn't all in. He wants a couple things. I wish that was the case. If he had to convince Stephen Ross of something, we had to swap Super Bowls or something to make sure the job got done.
Stephen Ross is 100% for sale.
Yeah, you could buy Stephen Ross.
Hey, this isn't legal, Stephen Ross. Man, I don't care.
Legal? I'm talking about legal. You know my track record. I tried to swoop in and get Tom Brady without anyone noticing. Cost them picks. The Dolphins were F them picks before they were actually trading them. They were just giving them away. And
Here, take them.
here, we don't care. The Tom Brady thing didn't work out. Whatever, take our picks. But yeah, tomorrow Cal will likely be approved as a principal owner of the Texans. And really all we're hoping for is that Cal's just handing the reins over to Hannah. Great, Cal. You're the owner in name. We appreciate you. But hand it to Miss McNair, or Mrs. McNair, excuse me, your wife, and we'll keep it moving. We are done with this segment. I want to get to the Astros a little bit because Joe Espada was asked about what he's implemented and how the players have responded. We'll get to that. I'll give you the Jake Myers update as well as your everyday center fielder. I know that's surprising, but the Astros kind of made that announcement in December. He had an issue with the hand. We'll give you an update on that. We'll hear from Joe Espada, and we'll do a couple other things as well before we wrap it up. We'll be back. Oh, man. Well, it's a pertinent question. She, yeah.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
No, not really, Michael. You could just watch. You don't have to be here. Couple things to get to before we get to the Astro stuff. More rules are being changed. This might go the way of the pass interference penalty that the officials didn't want to deal with because they felt like it was an attack on them. The replay assistant will be able to fix mistakes on roughing the passer and intentional grounding. So if you felt one of your players was unfairly penalized, now the replay assistant can immediately go in there, fix it, and also intentional grounding, I guess, whether it is or isn't. So that'll be up for review by the replay assistant. We'll see how quickly they do it, whether it adds more time to the games, which the NFL has tried to avoid. But a lot of news coming out of the NFL owners meeting. They're making changes to the rules, at least, and some of them more controversial than others. But now roughing the passer penalties are under review, which has not been the case before. But it'll be up to the replay assistant. We won't have the referee going over to the screen or the Microsoft Surface and making a determination. That'll be up to the eye in the sky. I don't know if that'll be in New York or on site, but those are a couple things that'll be reviewed, and maybe we'll get better calls that way. The other thing, the Denver Broncos are changing their uniforms, much like the Texans. It looks like they're not going to change the logo, or the colors. Well, the Texans will change their colors slightly, but the Broncos aren't doing that. But they will change the redesign. So the Texans and the Broncos officially will be changing their uniforms this year. Before I get to the Astro stuff, so the Cougars, they played A&M yesterday. They have Jim Nantz as their celebrity that will show up to the games, and the camera will pan to them. Sean, you'd say I know Kevin Durant showed up at the women's game, but it's Matthew McConaughey, right? For Texas, that's the guy. If he shows up to a game, the cameras. Is there another person that's in competition for the camera?
In general?
Yeah.
No, it's normally McConaughey. Glenn Powell gets a little bit of love ever since the
anyone but you?
Top Gun.
Oh, Top Gun. Okay.
Well, yeah. Come on.
Well, if he brought Sidney Sweeney with him, he certainly would get a lot of love. So you've got McConaughey at the forefront. KD when he can, basketball seasons coincide, so he can't.
He's an active athlete.
He can't get to the games.
LaMarcus Aldridge was at a game.
Okay, but it's, I guess maybe non-athletes. You've got McConaughey, some Glenn Powell. We've got Jim Nantz. Do you think the Aggies are in a distant third with Jack Easterby as the people, as a person people are focusing on?
Celebrity row.
Yeah. Jack Easterby, if you don't know, and Aggie fans noticed it, and some will blame him for what happened yesterday.
They noticed it, all right.
Yeah. Jack Easterby is a part of the Aggie basketball program in some way, shape, or form. It's pretty nebulous, maybe less nebulous than it was in Houston, at least in the final stages of his time here. At the beginning, people weren't really sure what he was doing, and maybe at the end, people weren't really sure what he was doing outside of ruining the team. But Jack Easterby is around the Aggie basketball program, and I believe Buzz Williams was asked about it, and Buzz was kind of, I don't want to say he danced around it, but he said he knew Jack from before. And here's Buzz Williams discussing Jack Easterby being around the Aggies.
What kind of impact has he had on you and your program, the players, and does he have an official role with the program?
Oh no, he's just visiting. I've known Coach Jack for.
Coach? What does he coach?
Long before he was with the Texans. So I would say long before I was at Texas A&M. I would say over a decade now. Yeah, he's just here at the game. And
I believe that was a Houston report. I don't know his name because obviously the Cougs are playing, so you're going to get Houston people, and a Houston person immediately is going to notice that Jack Easterby's around. He's going to see the tweets, and of course a Houston person is going to ask the question. I'm not sure anyone from College Station knows the extent of the dislike for Jack Easterby, but it caught some eyes, and you can't have that guy around Buzz Williams. You can't. Maybe Wade Taylor would have had a better shot selection if Jack wasn't around. I don't know. But you can't have Jack Easterby around if you want to win.
Jack Easterby was giving him too much support.
Yeah, giving him too much confidence.
Wade Taylor was like, man,
I feel
Jack Easterby loves me. I can go 5 for 23 tonight.
Oof. Well, they wish 5 for 23.
Oh,
maybe,
yeah, 5 for 26.
Maybe he would have passed the ball more if it was 5 for 23. It was 5 for 26. Wade Taylor,
And then he kept looking over to the sideline.
And Jack was like,
Buzz Williams has his arm crossed, shaking his head, but Jack Easterby's behind him.
Yeah, he's looking above Buzz's head, and Jack is like, Go ahead, Wade.
Keep shooting.
Yeah, shoot. Wade Taylor. He was good against the Aggies in the regular season here in Houston at the I don't know exactly, the Halal guys and the Daspit event. Not so much last night as the Cougs found a way in overtime despite all the foul trouble to win. I mentioned the Jake Myers, and we'll get to the Espada sound here after this. But Jake Myers had an X-ray in his left hand, he is going to be fine. Joe Espada doesn't expect him to miss any time. He was struck on the top of his left hand with a fastball thrown by Johan Ramirez of the Mets. But Jake is apparently going to be ready for the start of the season. So if you had any concerns about where your starting center fielder would be, he'll be in the lineup as long as, I guess, the swelling isn't too bad. So Jake Myers avoids serious injury. He's a guy who's been at that spot for really since Dana Brown talked about it in December. There's been no question that Jake Myers would be your opening day center fielder, and he's rewarded the Astros' faith, I guess, if you want to consider what he's done in spring a reward. Certainly, we'll see what he is once the season begins. So DeBond's out there. So if Jake Myers struggles, you can certainly turn to Mauricio Dubon, but at least early, Jake Myers is going to get the start, and we'll see how it plays out. I know people aren't all in on the Jake Myers stuff, but he'll get his chance. He's been around quite a bit, and he's been able to impress the organization to a point where even with the new manager, he will get his time. So it wasn't just a Dusty thing giving Jake time. Joe Espada sees something in him as well, along with the rest of the organization. And speaking of Joe Espada, the new manager, he is one who will do things a little differently. We know about that, whether it be openly naming Hader the closer very early on, as long as he's available, and also giving Yordan the 2 spot. Those are, I guess, you want to point to his big moves so far, the big decisions. But he's made other changes, too. He was asked about how the players have responded to his changes. He's been around. They're familiar with him, but he has been open about doing things differently. And here's Joe Espada talking about how the players have responded to his changes.
Got some feedback from the players and the coaches and from a lot of people. I think we're in a really good spot. I think I did some things early to set the tone on how I wanted things to go, and some relationship with the players, and some things that I want to make sure that we get clear, things that I wanted as a manager, but I think it was a good spring.
I wonder what he means when he says things he wanted to get clear. Lay off the pudding, Chaz? If we're going to, I'm just throwing out jokes here because I don't know. I don't know what it means. Like I'm sure that stuff that'll just stay in the clubhouse, and hopefully it means more. I don't even want to say more wins, because how many more wins can there be? This team wins all the time, but maybe a less stressful regular season than it was last year. You have to hope Alex Bregman gets off to a better start than he's normally accustomed to. Yeah, he had a couple home runs over the weekend, so that's good news. What it means when they see the Yankees, I don't know if it means anything, but you want Alex Bregman, who got off to a slow start in the spring, to kind of ramp it up, because he's going to be important, and he's got a contract coming up too. So hopefully it's that annual tradition of someone in the contract year performing above expectations, because even if Alex Bregman is not long to be in an Astros uniform, you like him to have a career year this year. Hey man, go out on a high note. And if the Astros don't want to pay you, I'm assuming he's going to want at a minimum 8 years and $35 million, whatever the number might be, which is out of the realm of what the Astros will pay him. You want to give us a career year? We'll take it. And thank you, and shake your hand.
Although he does have one thing going against him.
What is it?
That's Scott Boras being his agent. Scott Boras can't get his guys paid anymore.
That's true. Scott Boras has found a brick wall, being the owners, saying, nah, not you. We're not giving you everything you want. We've done that enough.
We've done that for 25 straight years.
We're tired of it. Yeah, finally the owners find a backbone. I mean, by backbone, I mean they're still giving Blake Snell like $60 million over 2. That is a number, but at least it's not 120 over 4 or whatever it might be. Yeah. Actually, it wouldn't even be 120 over 4. About 120 over 4.
Yeah. He wanted like 250.
Yeah. I mean, at some point we got to draw a line, and Blake Snell's the line. We're not going to give Blake Snell $250 million, Cy Young Award winner or not. We're not doing that for you. So Scott Boras, I won't say he ever loses, but maybe things are changing, and maybe we're just not. Maybe the owners have decided not to bend the knee to Scott Boras anymore, which doesn't help his clients at all. And as Sean mentioned, Alex Bregman is one of his clients. But does that mean Alex Bregman's going to take a short-term deal and the Astros will match what he's asking for? We'll see. I think it's unlikely, just if we go by precedent. He seems like the next Astro cornerstone to say goodbye.
Yeah. A shorter-term deal, like if he has just like Matt Chapman's or Blake Snell's or Cody Bellinger's offseason next year, I do think it helps the Astros that they're more likely to sign him to a $30 million annual value deal for only 2 or 3 years than they are a $30 million annual value for 10 years.
Yeah, Alex Bregman is a good player. Good player here. Maybe even call him really good. But
I would put him really good.
Really good. But are people going to jump out there and go, we must pay him everything he wants? Or is he going to be a guy, like you said, who's waiting around into February to find a deal he thinks is appropriate for what he's done and what he can do?
Yeah.
So that's something that if Scott Bort's clients are guys who people are willing to wait on because they don't think that what they're asking for is their actual value, and maybe the owners have just decided no more listening to Scott and bending to him. We're not going to compete against each other. It could be rough out there on the streets for Alex Bregman, particularly if he doesn't perform to a high level this year. He'll get his money. He's as Sean said, a very good player, but he may be waiting a little bit, particularly if he can't get a couple teams to bid against each other, and if his home team, the team who knows him, isn't willing to get into a bidding war. It won't be tough in them streets. He'll be fine. But maybe he's out there waiting longer than he might think. So we'll see how that goes. And that's a long way away. We got a whole season to figure that out. And he may not even be the Astros' priority because we know they haven't offered him a contract yet. I mean, they've talked, but they haven't offered him anything. And he may not even want one. He may just wait to free agency to see what he can get. And a career year for him certainly would be helpful. We got one more segment to go. We talk about cornerbacks quite a bit here because the Texans we think are a little weak on one side, at least opposite side of Stingley. Well, the Titans made a move. And it's a move where the Chiefs took a gamble, and I'm going to say they lost. I'll explain what I mean on the other side. We got a couple other things to get to before we wrap it up. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Final segment of the show. Got a couple things, and we might get to a recent report about what the Rockets actually did offer from Mikal Bridges. Now, that trade obviously wasn't consummated, and look where the Rockets are. But we got some news from Shams on that. He was on FanDuel TV, and really some solidified reporting on what the Rockets were involved in when they were trying to make a move around the trade deadline. But first, I want to get to an acquisition made by the Titans. They trade for L'Jarius Sneed. He was one who's been looking for a trade for really since the start of free agency. The Chiefs allowed him to do that. They put a tag on him, which meant there was money tied up in L'Jarius Sneed. And the Chiefs get a third-round pick from the Titans and a swap of 2024 seventh-round picks. So essentially, the Titans traded a third-round pick and got a really good corner. He's older. They got to pay him a lot. So I understand why the Titans did it. But the Chiefs thing is what I'm really questioning. If they had just let L'Jarius Sneed go, they would have gotten a third-round compensatory pick and kept that money open for them to spend in free agency. Now they took a gamble. They thought they might be able to get more for Sneed in the trade. Maybe they thought they could get a second-round pick plus maybe a fifth. But what they got was what they would have gotten if they had just let him go, which means they had to sit out free agency. Now the Chiefs will be fine. They got Trent McDuffie at corner, and they have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and so on and so forth. But a team who may have had the chance to spend in free agency and make that roster stronger couldn't because they had money tied up. And when we talk about the franchise tag or transition tags, that's kind of the gamble you take. And I think the Chiefs lost. Now, what L'Jarius Sneed will be as a player for the Titans will directly affect the Texans more than the Chiefs, maybe mismanagement of the situation. But when we talk about putting the franchise tag on players and why some teams don't do it, this is an example. Because with the compensatory stuff, if one of your major free agents gets a big deal, the size of the deal that Sneed got, you wouldn't have to worry about compensation. You're going to get that pick back anyway. And the Chiefs thought they might get more. They did not. And now they weren't able to maybe get really deep into free agency. Well, they brought back Chris Jones, which was important, and they have the bulk of that championship team back, but it could have been more, which might have made the Chiefs even scarier. So maybe we should thank the Chiefs if you're a fan of an AFC team that they weren't able to use some of that money now available to scoop up a couple of free agents that might have really strengthened their squad. Shams on FanDuel TV. He is one of your newsbreakers. We know. We go to Shams, we go to Woj. There are a couple of others we go to when there's big NBA news. And Shams discussed news that didn't happen, news that could have happened if the Nets had acquiesced the Rockets in making a trade. The Nets have Mikal Bridges. He's probably not as good of a player as his tag says he is. Like, Mikal Bridges had a really good back half of last season when he was traded from the Suns in the Kevin Durant trade, and people thought, hey, could he be a number one? Turns out Mikal Bridges can't be because the Nets stink, and he's their best player. So he probably is not a number one. Maybe he's a 2, maybe he's a 3, but the Rockets are interested as Jalen Green was struggling, and the team overall wasn't playing to the level they were to begin the year. There's some talk of maybe Mikal Bridges being a Rocket. They didn't make the deal, and now you see where the Rockets are and where Jalen Green is. But this is Shams discussing what the Rockets were willing to offer to acquire Mikal Bridges and why it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this 6-game run that he's had. They've won 8 in a row, but this 6-game run, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists a game, 52% from the field, 48% from 3. And you compare and contrast that to how he has been playing with Alperen Sengun in the lineup. 18 points a night, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 41% from the field, 31% from 3 in 63 games. He's thrived without Sengun in the lineup, and a lot of that is because they're able to play his style of game without Sengun in the lineup. They're 5th in the league in pace. They were in the second half of the league in pace per game. Their offensive rating has been 2nd in the entire NBA. They were in the bottom half when Sengun was healthy and Jalen Green was playing, really based around Sengun's game. So now you have Jabari Smith Jr. playing more at center Amen Thompson has been playing a lot of the point forward position. He's been playing at the 4. And just taking us back 2 months ago, the Rockets called the Nets on Mikal Bridges, and I'm told they discussed the concept around Jalen Green and multiple first-round picks. That deal was not accepted by the Brooklyn Nets. That didn't progress anywhere. And now you're looking at it. It's a great problem for the Rockets to have. You have 2 burgeoning stars, I think, with Sengun, with Jalen Green, and they're both extension eligible this summer. They're both going to be in line for massive deals, potentially, in extensions. But Jalen Green needs this space. Like this pace that they're playing with now, he needs it without Sengun in the lineup. So what do you do if you're the Rockets moving forward? Can these 2 guys coexist? Can they play with each other?
So that'll be something we figure out next season, unfortunately, because Sengun isn't here. Is Jalen Green and this uptick simply a product of not having Sengun around, or as he put it, he's doing it for his baby? And if you saw the news that came out over the weekend, maybe baby should be in plural. That's just rumors and gossip. But you type in Jalen Green and baby, and you'll see. I don't need to explain the entire thing to you, but it's out there if you care to search.
He's on his Tyreek Hill.
That's
Allegedly.
how it was put by someone. He's trying to do the Tyreek three-peat, apparently. Allegedly, because that's comforting. But he's playing really well. I don't know if we even care that much about his personal life. It's just interesting as this develops that now people are digging in and finding other things. But yeah, I mentioned Mikal Bridges. I mean, when he joined the Nets last year, he was up over 26 points per game. Had a really good second half to the year. Now he's back to 20.5 points. I won't call him just a guy. He's a good player. But are we giving up this version of Jalen Green and multiple first-round picks for Mikal Bridges? No. But we didn't know this Jalen Green was coming because we didn't know Sengun was going to be hurt. And you heard Shams. That's the most important thing beyond all the success Jalen Green is having as far as we talk about the Rockets' future. They're both extension eligible. Are we giving one guy money and telling the other guy, nah, we're going to hold off? Because you know how that can turn. I mean, as much as this is great, Eagles can play a part. And if they're giving Sengun money early and not Jalen money early, which we thought was going to happen, then we got a whole different conversation.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting because I don't think both guys are going to get the max extension.
Do you think they both get extensions?
I think they. I think they both get extensions at this point. Maybe later. Maybe as we get closer to it, we'll kind of hear some more things about what they're feeling and just frankly what Sengun and Green are asking for. If they're asking for maxes,
I can't imagine they're not. I mean, both guys. I mean, Jalen Green's going to say, "Look, he was out of the way, and look what happened, and look how great we were. Look what I did." If he continues this run through 82 games, and particularly if they make the play-in, forget about if they make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, the max is something he'll ask for and probably get. But
we're doing that for 25 games, it would be 25.
He'll have
games after 60 battles.
What he'll have
that's what we're doing.
What he'll have is evidence, quote unquote, evidence to say I'm much better when this guy doesn't play. Give me my money. Look how great I am when you give me the ball and get out of the way. I'm not saying that's right, but if I'm an agent, that's what I'm doing. He left. I'm great. Give me my money. And Sengun was like, I was great when he was holding me back. So these will be the discussions going forward. I'm not even saying the players will do that themselves, but their agents have a job. And the agents will sell, look how great we were when this guy wasn't around. Just give me the money.
Maybe you just ride it out then. Because if they don't sign extensions, they'll be restricted free agents
you
next
can
year, so you can just still keep them.
You can always push it off.
Yeah.
Prove it. We'll see how it plays out. It is an interesting subplot to the back half or the last couple games of the Rocket season as they continue to perform and maybe make the play-in. They got the Blazers tonight. We expect them to be above 500 when we come back tomorrow. We'll see. We are done for the day. Gallant and George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Happy Monday. Welcome into Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe, Paul, and Sean. And you are welcome into the show at 713-780-3776. What a weekend. March Madness was awesome. No buzzer beaters, but it was pretty good.
Texas Tennessee ruined it all for me. That's the worst game I've ever seen in my life.
No, it was better than the Virginia game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So here's the list of all the crap games that were out there. There were some fun moments in college basketball, but after the first weekend of the NCAA tournament, Joe, I feel very good saying, yeah, I don't need to watch college basketball every single game of the season unless it's the Cougs.
100%. Do not need to. That game was wild, and we'll get into it. But the Rockets, Paul, the Rockets just keep winning. That's all they do is win. Win basketball games. Jalen Green's shooting like 40% from three in this stretch. They're rolling right now, and they don't stop. It's incredible.
Back to 500. The Warriors lost again, so they're closer to potentially getting that 10th and final play-in tournament spot. And to what you said about Jalen Green, he's going to win Western Conference Player of the Week again, you would think. I mean, look what he's done over the last couple of games. He's averaging 36 points a game since being Western Conference Player of the Week. He's 18 for his last 36 from outside, and he had 41 points. 41 points on 7 of 11 from outside against the Utah Jazz on Saturday. And again, you can put an asterisk by the Jazz, who didn't have Lauri Markkanen, but it is really amazing that this stretch continues. You hope it keeps on keeping on. Is there a wall that's coming? There's a part of me that feels like, there's bound to be, but all of a sudden the Houston Rockets are watchable again, which is nice because there was a little stretch of this year where things were getting pretty ugly out there.
Mm-hmm. And they're playing collectively well, just as a whole. The Rockets, Fred VanVleet's playing great. He had 10 threes, just 10 of 15. They just collectively have really turned a corner in a way that seems kind of shocking when you think about who's missing from this team. You don't have Şengün, you don't have Tari Eason, you don't have Cam Whitmore, and they just keep playing better and better and better throughout this stretch. And yeah, I hear you. Like they're not playing the best competition, but at some point, if Jalen Green just keeps balling like this, then it's what he is right now. And I don't really care who they're playing because he's doing it every single night. He's having a good performance
For the last month, though.
Yes, for the last month. It is a short sample size.
He is the streakiest of streaky players in the NBA. The difference is he just also happens to have 99th percentile athleticism.
Yes.
And that changes things a little bit. I was very surprised to hear the Bill Simmons podcast, late Sunday posting, lead off with the Houston Rockets.
I was listening to it on my way in.
And there were no Boston Celtic references during that entire period that they discussed the Houston Rockets.
Well, except there was the only one they mentioned was the one that we discussed that Sean brought up last week on the show. That when you look back to what the Celtics did when they really turned it around in Udoka's first year versus when the Rockets did, like it's very on pace.
I was trying to give Bill a pat on the back for not mentioning the Celtics for the first time ever, but you're right. It's a little different because Udoka, of course, used to coach the Celtics.
That's why he gets a pass on this one.
Yeah.
He gets a pass on this one moment. But it was surprising to listen to their podcast, and because I saw Rockets in the description. I was like, okay, let's see what they have to say. Sometimes they're not the biggest fan. Sometimes you'd even call
deservedly so. That they have not been. I mean, for me, I have not enjoyed watching them until this year. And I go, they had James Harden. Oh, they were a game away from the NBA Finals. Yeah, I like that they won, but I didn't like watching them play.
Yeah, the style of basketball was not enjoyable.
Just unmanly.
Yeah, but the way they play now.
Yeah.
And talk about being manly.
Oh, my God. They're getting in fights every game. Jabari Smith got suspended.
Which is a garbage-ass suspension.
It really was, because he did not strike first.
No.
He struck second.
If you get punched in the face, you should be allowed to punch back.
Especially if the person grabs your neck and then swings at you.
Yeah.
Because there were 2 strikes, so Jabari should get his 1. It's not even like anyone connected either, which is always the most disappointing thing about NBA fights.
Disappointing.
I wonder how much of it is just say, like, hey, Rockets, chill out. Like, we can't be having to review your tape of what happened in every Rockets game. All right, like it's been a rough and tumble last like 3 weeks of Rockets basketball.
Yeah.
Just hey, sit one down.
Shut up, Jock Landale.
Yeah,
Come on.
like,
what are you doing?
We're seeing Dylan Brooks every night. We're seeing Amen Thompson. We're seeing Jalen Green against the Suns.
This is good.
No, I'm saying if you're the league, they're like, all right, guys, settle down a little bit.
Yeah, Sean is saying the league is soft.
We can't have every night one team is fighting someone.
Well, the Rockets are on television every time they play because there's a fight. Like somewhere, Scott Van Pelt every night it feels like is showing a scrap in the Rockets game.
It's like, hey, look who's getting tangled up.
And then at least it's a different player every night too. So it's not like it's just Dylan Brooks.
They're spreading the love.
It's Cam Whitmore. It's Amen Thompson. It's Jalen Green. It's Jabbar. It's team fights.
Yeah. From top of the roster to the bottom of the roster, no one
squabble
is above a good squad.
We need Boban to get in the mix. That's what we need.
Start
cracking
don't.
people's heads like coconuts.
I don't want him to get in the mix. I feel like he'll kill someone.
Hey, Jabari's suspended for a game. Well, they need some big
He's
man minutes.
got an opportunity.
They need some big man minutes.
How about Jock Landale? It's his night tonight against the Portland Trailblazers.
That sounds good.
Okay.
He's Australian, and I mean him telling Dylan Brooks the other night, like, "Hey, Dylan, we can't have you getting ejected." Shut up, Jock.
Who's sleeping on the air mattress? Who was that from the
DeAndre
Portland?
Ayton.
DeAndre Ayton. That's who Jock Landale should fight tonight.
Yeah,
that's your target.
I forgot.
Mark.
He's in Portland.
Yeah,
God,
yeah, he's in Portland.
Stinks.
Yeah. Now, Paul, you're going to the game tonight.
I am going. Yeah.
What do
They've earned my attention.
They have. I was
courtside.
No. But I will go down on. I mean, I'm going to go on the court before and take some videos and post it to the gram to make it seem like I'm someone worth having. Make it seem like I am a VIP. Then I'll go back to the press area and not say a word for 2.5 hours. Which is how it normally goes. But listen, I'm going to the game because they have earned the respect of Mr. Bandwagon. Mr. Bandwagon, he's looking to put a seal of approval on the Houston Rockets. And if the Rockets can go back above 500, I will be there to put the stamp there to say that I'm officially on the Rockets bandwagon until the end of the season when it's Boston Celtics time. And then I'm back in the Celtics bandwagon.
But the Rockets might be in the playoffs.
They might.
For at least one day, you might have to be the play-in game.
They might be in the play-in.
Okay, so it's not the playoffs?
It's not the playoffs.
Sean and I made a big mistake this weekend.
What'd you do?
Well, because listening to the Bill Simmons podcast, I learned that at one point this weekend, on Saturday, the Rockets were plus 800 to make the play-in game. We should have jumped on that.
You guys are such amateur gamblers.
Yeah, well, Sean told me my bet on the Rockets this weekend was bad.
That is true, Mr. Rocket.
Well, no, wait, but it hit, right?
It hit eweasily because I took the over, and they scored 90 points in the first half.
They scored 48 in the first quarter.
I was like, okay, like we're feeling good here.
Yeah, and after watching like 15 hours of college basketball every day this weekend, 48 points in 12 minutes, you're like, oh my god.
Now the Jazz had scored at one point 20 points in the first quarter when the Rockets had scored 40, so I was a little nervous. But the Rockets just all they're giving right now is reasons to be thankful, Paul.
I wish I'd watched the Rockets on Saturday night. I watched that Texas-Tennessee abomination. The Lord.
So did I.
The Lord. I mean, I'm sorry for your loss, Sean, but I think we all lost watching that one.
Dude,
that's the worst basketball game I've ever seen.
I feel like every third March Madness game, there is just like a 7-minute scoring drought.
It's terrible.
It's like insane.
I mean, even in last night's Cougs-Aggies game, there was a stretch where it was bad, but the final score, I mean, they still got close to 100 because it made it to overtime.
They went to overtime and Texas A&M started fouling like with 3 minutes left, sending the Cougs to the line, which is a move I super enjoy.
They brought in Elvin. Our guy.
Oh,
yeah, they're just running out of bodies.
He hit one of his 2 free throws. The Great White Hope.
When he walked on the court, I was like, oh, he's gonna get the ball here. He's absolutely getting the ball in this moment.
Of course.
Dell and I were talking about how many guys had to foul out before Ryan Elvin on the bench was like, oh my god, I might play. Which is, by the way, what his reaction would be was, oh my god, I might have to play.
Yeah.
The funniest part was all of his teammates were basically like patting him on the shoulder, encouraging him before he even took the first free throw, and then they would shoot over to a shot of the Cougs Cougs on the bench, and the Cougs are all like, "Oh Jesus, this is not good.
Yeah,
This is not good."
You have your token walk on, all of a sudden he's on the court.
Yeah, the last time
me-sized player.
The last time he took a shot in a game, like with the game still in doubt, was probably in high school. Like what?
Yeah. That was great. That's an all-time March Madness moment. I need the Cougs to win the national championship game this year, just so Ryan Elvin can be part of one shining moment. Because you got to put him out there. Just
did he slap the court?
Of the. No, I don't think
he played defense.
Yeah, I think he shot his free throws and they took him off the court like right away. So it was it was not made for him to slap the floor in this game.
I do want. I mean, when they play Duke on Friday, more than anything, I want Ryan Elvin to get some buckets against Duke. It's like you could have had me, Duke.
You're gonna need a lot more foul outs.
Yeah, I really hope we don't see Ryan Elvin play ever again.
I mean,
unless they're smoking Duke.
They see him with 3 minutes left in the second half while the Cougs are up 35.
With the way they called that game, I mean, you got to wonder if the NCAA even wants to see the Cougs win.
I don't know. I feel like they got bought off, the refs.
There were a lot of fouls.
I feel like there was a highly religious man in the crowd that I wonder if he was just if he was praying for fouls for A&M.
Ted Cruz? No, I'm kidding. Jack Easterby.
What?
The Cougs had Ted Cruz, the correct man on the bandwagon, not Jack Easterby. Huzzah!
That Jack Easterby thing came out of nowhere.
It did. A&M immediately, Buzz Williams feels the need at a press conference to say, "Oh, wait, no, this isn't a big deal." But one of his players directly contradicted him. Jack Easterby, he has weaseled his way in. Hey, culties, I know you're listening out there. You guys better be strong, okay? This is like an FBI informant infiltrating your cult. This guy will go all the way to the top if you do not remove him immediately. He is bad, okay? And you know, as well as I do, that culty school, a man like Jack Easterby, he could turn that thing into a borderline military power. You know it. That man, he sees just an inch to grab for power. He will take it. Guys, you have this paramilitary thing going on there, okay? I do not want some random militia coming out of College Station and Bryan trying to take over all of Texas. Jack Easterby will do that. Get him out. Get him out.
Thank God they already hired an AD.
Okay.
Imagine him in the building with an open AD spot.
Oh my God! Seriously.
Wait, time out. How do we know he didn't help pick the athletic director?
That's a good point.
I mean, like I'm literally trying to get a Wikipedia on Trev Albers to figure out if there's, but he doesn't have. Oh, here's this Wikipedia. I need to figure out if there's a connection to Jack Easterby now.
I know the Aggies get mad when I do this, but guys, I'm legitimately concerned for you. This is not me making fun. This is me legitimately being concerned. He is a part of this, okay? He finds an effing way. He is like life in Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. No, Jack Easterby finds a way. Jack Easterby finds a way to the power.
I can't believe that Jack Easterby is back in the lives of Aggies fans who are also Texans fans. For those of you, I apologize. I'm so sorry.
What a game for him to not make his debut because I think he was around the first round matchup against Nebraska, but for him to really be in the spotlight, and it's literally Texas A&M versus Houston. The most amount of people in America who know his name. You could not put two teams together where every member of the fan base is like, "Hey, I know that guy."
Here's the thing. If they had won that game, I mean, it would have been disastrous for our beloved Cougs. But, I mean, if they won that game, don't even try to tell yourself that Jack Easterby is not going directly up one rung on the totem pole if they win that.
Defensive coordinator for the football team.
Watch out, Buzz Williams. It's coming soon to you on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the Jack Easterby Show, Monday nights at 7 o'clock.
I mean, we are the home of the Aggies. We're not that far away from it, man.
Now all I know is that I hope that at some point Jack Easterby is interviewed on a Texas A&M coaches show in the next 365 days.
Oh my God.
Or just swing by Texags and do an interview with Nuno.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love to be able to call Nuno and be like, "So what's Jack like?" That would be incredible. All right, it's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul has a spicy Rockets take. He kind of hinted to, but we'll deep dive into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. I told you to take the Cougs to go all the way. I told you to take the Cougs to cover against Longwood. Holy crap. I mean, really covered against Longwood. Sorry, guys. Wrong place, wrong time. But if you want to keep on betting on all of the madness, I mean, don't you want to bet on the big game that's coming up on Friday night? The Cougs get a chance to prove to the world that Duke is a bunch of frauds. Cougs are 4-point favorites with that 8:39 tip-off on a Friday. What the hell? What the hell, NCAA, by the way? Can we make it a little bit earlier in the day? I know, I'm getting up there in age. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can get a deposit match of up to $1,000 if you enter in that promo code, and you can play with it immediately. Hammer the Cougs. Hammer them. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So, Paul, this is the first time that you've enjoyed watching the Rockets ever?
Yeah. I like the 2011 and 2012 teams. I liked the Rocket era teams of finally moving on from Luis Scola, and then early 2012 before I understood what James Harden was. Like the first year of James Harden, I didn't hate it. It's mainly because of the emergence of Patrick Beverley. But Joe, the teams that I want to root for, I want them to win, but if they're not going to win the title every single year, I would like them to win in a way that makes me feel proud of them as somebody who lives in the same city as them. And that means being tough over being, I would say, like showtime, showy, flashy. And this Rockets team, with yet another squab happening in the midst of the game, Jabari Smith Jr. getting suspended, there is a scrap to them that I enjoy significantly more than watching James Harden dishonor all Americans with his flopping BS and his theatrics to try and draw foul calls. Honestly, the best part of the last month since the All-Star break ended and the NBA put some rule changes in is that all of a sudden James Harden's not working anymore. You hate to see it. I love watching this version of Rockets basketball a lot more. Yes, even though the Rockets were a game away from making it to the finals, where they probably would have won the finals back in 2018 against the Warriors.
Yeah, 2018 is probably the last time I really, really enjoyed watching the Rockets on a night in and night out basis until this stretch. Because 2019 was good, but not as enjoyable as 18. I did enjoy the Russell Westbrook era, like right before the bubble. So like that January 2020, really when the Rockets started to figure it out. There was a short stretch there where it felt like everything with Russ and James was starting to come together. Russell Westbrook stopped just bricking threes constantly. I liked that moment, but I'm with you. This is the most I've enjoyed Rockets basketball. And I think it's just because I like you, I did not really enjoy James Harden. And part of that's probably the ties to the city and like the passion of the fan base at times that we each have. I just don't. I could never get behind just dribble, shoot a bad shot.
Or flop, or flail your legs out violently to try to get a foul and not play any defense. I mean, this is perhaps stereotyping in the realm of sports, but I always feel like flashy and soft go hand in hand. Maybe the Warriors are the exception because they've got Draymond Green running around kicking people in the nads, but
okay, he's still soft.
Draymond?
Yeah. Draymond is fake tough guy.
I don't know. I mean, Draymond is actually bullying people out there and punching them. Now, no one punches back because I think they know that they're going to get in trouble if they do.
Yeah, I'm not. Draymond always screamed. Like he
is about that life, though. I mean, no one punches back. Someone should punch back.
Now, Draymond knows that he can toe the line and he's not going to get response. Now we'll see if that happens on April 4th. If he tries to squabble with Jabari Smith Jr.
He says he doesn't pay the Rockets even a second of attention. Bulletin board material.
Is there? He's probably still like, what? Don't they stink? Isn't Steven Silas still their coach? I
but
forgot
he's new
about
media.
him.
He's a podcaster. I thought he was on top of the game.
I wish my bookie had lines for will there be over under amount of technicals in Rockets Warriors on April 4th.
I think you guys said it 2.5.
I'm gonna say 1.5.
1.5's the line.
I bet that Dylan Brooks and Draymond will have something happen though, and that is pay-per-view.
Yeah.
So my thought behind 2.5 was Draymond or Dylan are good for one themselves.
One each, and then another.
And then one of them will get another one.
Yeah, or Udoka will get one.
Yeah.
So there's professional slapping competitions.
Okay, that stuff is wild.
It is wild.
It is wild.
What if there was a professional sacking competition between Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green? Last man standing. Like they just get to go, bow, right in the baby makers. And then the other guy, after he gets up, probably convulsing, never to have children again, pow, back in the other baby makers, and they go back and forth.
60
and whoever
seconds
wins,
on the clock.
toughest man in the NBA.
Yeah, after you get hit, 60 seconds on the clock for you to get up.
Yeah.
to compose yourself. That has to be a thing, and like I don't know. That feels like a very like Wales or like Scotland thing of like we just punch each other in the nuts, see who gets up.
Pound for pound, Brooks and Draymond Green have got to be two of the best nut punchers in the entire world.
And Chris Paul. That's probably your top 3.
Oh, yeah, Chris Paul.
That's probably your
Chris
top
Paul
3.
Is a body
right
of
there.
work.
Honestly, Chris Paul is number 1.
Unimpeachable body of work.
He's
He's been doing it since
kicker.
Wake Forest.
Exactly. Yeah, Draymond's more of a kicker.
We'll see Draymond's, though, a lot like
Chris
in
will just get
MMA.
the tap on the way.
But see, you hate on Draymond because of his kicking. Draymond's the MMA guy, where Dylan's more of the boxer.
It's different styles.
Two different styles, right? So, I mean, there's a reason that Draymond's won all those championships. And no, I'm not talking about being on the same team as Steph Curry. I'm talking about because teams are scared that they're going to get sacked. So they're always like a little on edge. But in this Rockets Warriors game, not too long away. What is it? 9-10 days or so?
Yep, something like
April
that.
4th.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever April 4th day is away.
Yeah, I always get screwed up. The 31st of March messes with my math.
It does. So, Sean, you are like the real resident Rockets fan here. Do you think it's a fair take that this is the most we've enjoyed Rockets basketball since, for me, 2018, for Paul, 2012?
since Kevin Martin was on the team.
Kevin Martin was off the team.
You're the only person
Off
that's
the
like,
team.
man, Kevin Martin.
I was like, let's go
Off the team.
He went way farther back.
Kevin Martin got traded for James Harden.
Yeah, I know.
So
that's what I mean. So when Martin was off the team, like I liked it.
You like the first James Harden year.
I liked 2011, the first year where Chandler Parsons comes out of nowhere, is randomly good, and then where Kyle Lowry was being a little baby and wasn't playing, and Kevin Martin was doing the same thing. Goran Dragic comes out of nowhere and randomly becomes my favorite rando European basketball player. I really enjoyed that 11 team. And the 12 team I like too because, they brought in Landon Oshik and Harden was in there at first, but Patrick Beverley emerged over the course of that year, and I really like Patrick Beverley.
I think it is natural for a lot of people to like the kind of the come up teams more than the actual, especially when you're not like when you're the Wile E. Coyote of the of the NBA and the Warriors are the Roadrunner. Like you enjoy. I mean, like
no
you mentioned,
expectations.
You enjoyed the 8 seed Rockets in 2013 more than you like the 2018 Rockets, like the best regular season Rockets team of all time. Like I think it's a natural thing to like. Oh wow, we're seeing the signs of Sengun and Green coming together and all this stuff. Min Thompson more than if we fast forward in 4 years and they lose in the Western Conference Finals is like the farthest they get. Like that is a natural thing to have.
The resume was out with Harden in 18, though. I knew what Harden was. And 18 was not Harden's fault. I mean, Paul got hurt. It was bad luck more than it was anything that the Rockets did in that series other than missing 27 threes in a row. But let's not talk about that.
Even with the 27 threes in a row, they lost by 9.
Yeah.
Like, it was a very close game.
It was still pretty close.
They would kill March Madness.
I just want the teams that I root for to be tough, and specifically the ones that are in the same city as me. And I mean, that's what I loved about the Patriots growing up. That's what I loved about the Ubuntu Celtics, who only won the one title. Those two teams played in a way that even when they lost, you were like, well, I'm still proud of them. I'm still proud of them at the end of the day. And there were so many moments before that 2018 year with the Rockets that I still think of, like Harden not playing at the end of that Clippers series, at the end of Game 6 when they had the comeback. The awful Spurs series in 2017 where Harden's getting blocked by Manu Ginobili at the buzzer.
That was the first, I would say, irredeemable sin of James Harden.
It really was.
Like the 2015 against the Clippers, it was like, hey, he was ready to fire Kevin McHale, and so were the Rockets, as evidenced by they only brought him back for 6 games the next year before firing him. Like that, it seemed like they're like, well, we got to bring back Kevin McHale. We made the Western Conference Finals. But yeah, the resume on Harden, especially once you get to 2018 and especially 2019, that one was terrible too.
Boy.
All right, the Rockets will play tonight, try to get back above 500 for the first time since
James Harden.
Maybe fight some Blazers.
Since the bubble.
Can Steven Adams fight anybody right now off the bench?
They weren't 500 at some point this year.
They were over 500 for a good stretch.
Yeah, they were. They were
13 and 19.
Yeah, so they were 13 and 19 at one point. So it's been a while.
Okay. I was thinking finish a year.
Yeah, first time above 500 since 2020 in March.
Can't lose this game.
Can't lose this game.
This team stinks. You got to win this one. Got to win this one.
Even without Jabari, the Rockets are heavy favorites to win tonight's game. But we got to talk about our beloved Cougs, because what a roller coaster that was last night. We'll talk about that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So the Cougs became the first team since like 1984, I think it's what it said on TV last night, to win a game in the tournament in which 4 players fouled out from their starting lineup. That game was a roller coaster. First of all, we got a text about this earlier. As much as I love college basketball and I do love March Madness, it took like 35 minutes to play the final 4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not a great visual watch, I would say.
Well, yeah, no one can
For
shoot.
so many reasons.
But everyone thinks they can shoot on top of that. And as you just mentioned, at the end of a game, teams are going to foul so that they can get you to try to win a game with free throws. And guess what? When lots of guys start fouling out, the free throws are going to stop falling as well.
Yeah, it gets to a point where they show the little graphic of the guy's like free throw percentage for the year, what he shot today. And it gets to a point where if you see a guy who shoots like 74%, you're like, oh, he's one of the better free throw shooters on the team. Like, it feels like everyone starts 3 guys that shoot like 60% or under from the free throw line. It's crazy.
Spiro, is that the guy's name?
Spiro Ditas,
Yeah, at one point, one of the Cougs players got to the line. He said he has no like substantial stats to even tell you what his free throw percentage is in that game. The ending of the game, just to go into overtime.
They also had a couple of replays, too, on top of that added to the amount of time.
A lot of toes on the line. For A&M.
But that 3 that A&M hit was...
Yeah, that guy.
I'll be honest.
Onions.
He just chucked it.
I'm mad. I'm mad about the way that inbound pass was so easy. Someone fell asleep. I'm not 100% sure who was supposed to be there. But, I mean, a guy from underneath the basket is bounce passing it outside the 3-point line, basically straight through the key. How does that happen for a team that is as good defensively as Houston? If they had lost that way, my God, this would be such a different mood this morning. I got to say, look, the fouls impacted the game in a way where I'm not sure the Cougs had that much control over it, but I'm a little frustrated with the way that game went. They had it in the bag. They were up at one point. I think Sharp hit a 3, and I said, oh, this game's done. It felt done.
I think they're up like 12 with 4 minutes left. It was
Yeah.
something like that, or 8 with 3 minutes left.
I almost tweeted out my version of a victory cigar, which is blouses, bro, and with a gif from the Chappelle Show, True Hollywood Stories with Charlie Murphy, showing Dave Chappelle dressed up as Prince hanging on a rim. Game, blouses. And then all of a sudden it just collapsed. And as someone who, yes, is the most important Cougs fan in the city, Jeremy's a paid actor. I also hold them to a standard. I know Jeremy will get mad at this a little bit later, but I'm happy they won. I'm relieved they won, but I'm disappointed in the win. And I know that they were emotional afterwards and blah, 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 blah. You almost let that one get away from you.
Well, at some point, it's if they were, no offense to the Cougs, if they were a professional basketball team, we would be talking about them the way we talk about the Rockets. The way that they get so far in the tournament, that they're always one of the best teams in the country, and that they fall short. And the expectation for this team, look, they had the second best betting odds to win the championship this year. And to go toe-to-toe that way with the Aggies, who have played much better basketball. I mean, now this
people were saying that they would be a tough matchup.
Yeah, now this is a team that, like, if you look at Joe Lenardi's brackets, they were on the outside looking in the tournament until they got to the SEC tournament, won a couple games. They played really well, and it's not the worst loss in the world if it would have happened, because they're playing well, but at the same time, you are the second best team in the country at worst, and you should have taken care of business last night when you had the opportunity to.
They missed, the Aggies, 15 free throws, and on top of that, before they hit a couple of threes at the end, I mean, they were shooting pathetically from outside in that game, and you should have had a bigger lead on them. And look, the Cougs offense, we know that from time to time it's sporadic. But last night, until Jamal Shed had a couple of moments on his own, it really felt like it was just Emmanuel Sharp with the occasional LJ Cryer shot. And when Sharp fouled out, you were like, oh, God, what's going to happen here?
And then when Sharp and Cryer fouled out, you're like, oh, my God, Jamal Shed, save us, please.
Please,
Yeah,
right.
And the Cougs plays point, too, that three that the Aggies made should never have happened. That was one of the worst jump ball calls I've ever seen in my life. I saw Andrew tweeting about it last night, a bunch of, Houston Cougs. They were not happy.
It wasn't a good call.
It was an absurd call.
Yeah, it was really awful.
But I'll also say, like, they kind of allowed that game to get to that point.
They did.
It's one of those things where it's almost like the fates of college basketball. They want the crazy stuff to happen.
They wouldn't be the first team in the world to like have a bad jump ball call lead to them getting a buzzer beater hit on them. They're up 12 with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was 2. I mean,
I was giving them.
They won.
That doesn't even seem possible. 12 with 2 minutes left.
Especially in college basketball.
Yeah.
They won, and I'm happy. But, I mean, let's,
tighten it up.
We have high expectations. They're the number 2 overall team in the country, even with the injuries that they've gone through this year. And that was a victory that was way closer than it needed to be.
Now, Jamal Shed. Boy, I love this kid. He's awesome. That jump stop and the little layup he threw up in there I guess I can't remember if that was regulation or overtime. I think it was an overtime. Yeah. That was a great play. He
the
was
tip dunk.
Yeah.
Not 1 second off the court until he fouled out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, you don't see that. You might see it more in college sports, in college basketball, than you would see in the pros.
Yeah.
But like, unless it's typically like LeBron in the NBA Finals, players come off the court, and he was just out there all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
awesome.
it was nuts, especially in overtime, and he didn't look like he really was slowing. Again, like we're saying, everyone else on the Cougs fouled out, so it was more and more of a burden on Shed, and he was able to carry it.
When he's at the free throw line before he fouls out, and they're talking about how he hasn't come out of the game yet, he looks like he hadn't been sweating.
Yeah,
he looked so calm, so like nowhere near out of breath. He was very, very, very impressive.
I hope the Rockets draft him
in the second round.
No, number 8 overall, whatever the Nets pick is. Just draft him.
All right, you heard it here first. Jamal Shed.
Hey, he fits the identity.
He does. He does.
But he needs to fight someone.
Yeah, he's got to fight someone. He's got to fight.
Well, hey,
Duke's coming up.
They play Duke.
Good
punchable faces.
Yeah, good opportunity to fight someone in Duke. Faces. But yeah, it was a very good, fun win. 7-1-0-3. Do you think Houston can beat UConn playing like that?
No. Flat no.
No, they can't beat a lot of teams playing like that. But
you see, Dan Hurley's getting mad at them when they're up 30. I mean, even Kelvin Sampson, that's something he would do too. But I'm sorry, UConn is the villain team in every movie ever. That's it's an unstoppable juggernaut. I don't see anyone beating them.
I mean, the Aggies missing 15 free throws is just that. I mean, I get it. I get it. They shot, I think, 48 of them. So if you miss, that's still not a horrible percentage, but that's still bad. Especially a game that goes to overtime. You want those 15 free points.
Who has? I'm looking at Duke's roster right now just to get us ready.
Kyle Filipowski, most punchable face.
Okay, I was about to say who has the most hateable Duke sounding name.
Oh,
and I was just going to go
name. Yeah.
Jaden Shutt.
That's okay. Strong start.
Well, that's a pretty good one. How about Kyle Filipowski already out there. Neil Begovic.
I would take the first guy over. I would take Jaden over Neil.
Okay. How about giant white man TJ Power?
Oh, why'd you have to say he's a white man?
Well, because I mean that's the trick with the Duke guys. You just hate the white Duke players. Because it's fun.
I like the white ones come with a little warning of warning, this man is white.
He's white and goes to Duke. Has he thrown change at the homeless today? I don't know. Has his maid changed his chamber pot today? I don't know.
I'm gonna say Jaden Shutt is the most punchable name on Duke. Filipowski's the player because we all know what we went through this year with him. Yeah. The court storming nonsense that we had to deal with from Jay Billis talking about how all these guys, everyone needs to be arrested.
Yeah, they amputate Filipowski's leg.
Yeah, the fact that he's playing on Friday against the Cougs.
Heartwarming.
It's a heartwarming story. It's
also,
really
underdog.
Special.
Also, I'm not sure if he makes it out of the first half. if a 120 140-pound Wake Forest kid can knock him over. I'm not sure what he's got for Kelvin Sampson's squad.
2575. Can we talk about how Jack Easterby's prayers are clearly a jinx? Sorry, Aggies. Yeah, they were. They clearly were.
I'm just very thankful that the Aggies now have a way to remove him from their operation, because as soon as that became public, the amount of flaming that they got, it's probably for the best that Texas A&M is so close to Houston. So of all the places that would have people who would know, no, you don't want that guy around your program. There's enough Aggies who follow the Texans who are like, okay, wait a second. We can't do this.
Again, that was the one game where every member of the fan base was like, wait, that guy? every single one of them.
It's rare that you have the upper hand having Ted Cruz on your bandwagon, and the Cougs had the upper hand last night.
They absolutely did.
Again, though, maybe Jack Easterby's prayers, he could only do so much. He could only get him to the line 48 times.
He
can't make him make all the shots.
They can't all go in.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of other stuff from March Madness that we have not gotten to. Mainly, there's we got a heel turn happening in the women's game, and then maybe the ultimate villain gave a gnarly PR statement as well. We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we do that, I want to tell you guys about O Athletic. You can check them out at oathletic.com or 767 North Shepherd. O Athletic is a new state-of-the-art gym. It's not super new, but you guys got to check it out because they have everything you need. They have weightlifting classes. They have agility classes. All throughout the week, over 100 classes that you can attend. Plus, they have personal training. My guy Cam, he's been working with me. We set up our session for next week to get my progress on my weight loss, to make sure that my BMI is going down and getting me into shape, because that's what we're doing this for, is for me to get healthy in 2024. So if you're like me, and you're a little late into the game, into the action, it's almost April, and you haven't started your weight loss journey, or you want to add some muscle or just lean out, make sure you check out oathletic.com or go there, 767 North Shepherd, and tell them Joe George sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Bunch of other good games this weekend. Creighton, Oregon was awesome.
That one was at least good.
That game was very fun. It's been in an enjoyable tournament, I think, so far.
I just think it's been a reminder that college basketball is a rough watch until the last 4 minutes. And the best part about the first couple of weekends is that you can stack all those games on top of one another. So you see the last 4 minutes over and over and over and over and over again without having to have watched the first 16 minutes.
Yeah,
Makes me sound like a great sports fan, huh?
Over the weekend, the only upset there was Clemson over Baylor, I believe.
Yeah. Pour one out.
Every other game this weekend, the favorite, the higher seeded line won the game.
All the 1s, all the 2s, and the only 2 3s that are out are Baylor and Kentucky.
Yeah, and Kentucky lost in the first round. So not exactly a riveting weekend for upset. I mean, Colorado had Marquette on the ropes. The Oakland was fun.
Yeah, to me it was just the lack of, or not even the lack of. There's just certain spots, especially the Saturday Sunday games, where the Duke James Madison game, it was like after 5 minutes, you're like, okay, this one's over.
That's how a lot of them felt.
Yale, San Diego State, all right, this one's over. Like, there's just so many games where it's just the ball goes up, okay, this one's over.
Yeah.
And you would just like some more, like you mentioned, Colorado, Marquette, Oregon, Creighton was a great one.
No.
Cougs, Aggies was a good one.
Gonzaga. They smashed Kansas.
Yeah, that was nice.
In the second half. It was 44-43.
Catholic pride.
And then Gonzaga scored 46 points in the second half, shut Kansas down completely in the second half.
I love my people on the east side of Washington. They're a very intense group of people. And hell yeah, go Zags, baby.
They had
also go Zags.
They had a fun 3 flights it takes to get back to Spokane from wherever they played that game.
Same thing with Wazoo, because Washington State's not that far away. I think it's about an hour and a half away from Gonzaga. I was bummed to see the Cougs lose. Our beloved Cougs, the other ones. There's 2 Cougs. They played Iowa State. Iowa State's mean.
Iowa State looks...
Yeah, they look... I mean, Iowa State looks exactly
good.
like the team that smoked Houston in the Big 12 final.
Talk about 2 teams that won in blowouts, Illinois and Iowa State. That one should be a good one.
Yeah, that should be a good game. Hopefully, we need some more competitive games.
And that's the upside of all the 1s and 2s and half the 3s making it, is that you are in theory gonna get best on best here in the Sweet 16 Elite 8.
Better second weekend.
Hopefully much more. I did okay weekend betting wise. I did okay.
That's good.
My
bracket would have been perfect if I filled it out.
Yeah?
I found that out today. Yeah, I looked down at my handwritten bracket and I was like, wow, I got them all right.
Yeah.
Good for me.
You've always been a big Clemson guy. Yeah.
That's well, listen, between Clemson and Baylor, I mean, you hate both schools by default.
Sean did watch me sweat out 2 bets this weekend.
Yeah.
So the first one was
This is at the Bears, right?
Yeah, the Bears, yeah. So Friday night, what was it?
Made it Irish?
The James Madison game. Was that? I can't remember what game it was.
James
On
Madison,
Friday night.
Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. I live bet the under 131.5. I missed it by 1.5 point. Ended at 133.
It was dead for...
It was so dead.
Basically from when I sat down.
And then all of a sudden, it was like we were in it.
Yeah.
And I was feeling
some missed free throws, you're back a lot. Or no, made free throws. It was an under. Missed free throws, you're back a lot.
And then Saturday, I had the over in the Arizona-Dayton game. Had no business even coming close to that one. But Dayton started fouling Arizona with like 2 minutes left to go in the game. And they were down 10. So they were just giving them points.
It was ridiculous.
And I was like,
honestly,
all of a sudden I was like, oh, wait a minute. I missed it by 2 points.
A little
again.
shady by the Dayton coach of why you're fouling.
Yeah, I was like, maybe he's got the over in this one.
My favorite part of listening to people talk about their gambling exploits is when they like try to rationalize their disease.
I came up.
He would have covered it, you know.
I'll just be honest with you. I won a lot of money this weekend.
There's something up there, but you wanted more, you greedy bastard.
Well, I actually lost a decent amount, and then I won a lot of it back on
so
Saturday.
you lost it and then won it back.
I won a lot of money playing blackjack on Saturday night.
Oh,
I'm not.
Your
like
card counter?
No, I got the most.
How'd you do it?
Lovely cards for about 10 hands straight, where I was just getting 18, 19s, 20s, and blackjacks.
Sounds fishy.
Pretty consistently.
Yeah.
It was pretty wonderful. Check out LaBerge. It's a good time.
Check that dealer.
So Kim Mulkey happened this weekend again.
Kim.
So she, right before LSU's game or just meeting with the media on Saturday.
Because she would never make it about herself.
Just goes scorched earth on the Washington Post. Out of nowhere, it seems like no one knows what's going on. And all of a sudden, she just starts screaming, basically, at this reporter who's dropping a supposed hit piece in the next week. Is that what she said? I don't even know when she said they're going to drop it, but it was very bizarre. And all I heard when listening to it was she's guilty.
That's what you heard from it.
Yeah.
Why? We haven't even seen it come out yet.
Yeah, but I whenever someone is going to be on the attack that aggressively and try to spin it as a hit piece and only have, she said they only had 2 days to comment on it, right? Well, the reality is this story's been being written for 2 years, and they've been trying to get her to comment on it for 2 years. They're finally just going to go to print with it and said, hey, you have 48 hours to respond, and she still won't respond to it. So it just the way how aggressive she was, it screams like she's hiding something.
Well, what do you think she would be hiding? Because the only thing that I can think of that would actually resonate with enough people to click on the article and read the article would be stuff relating to Brittany Griner.
Yeah, or just mistreatment of players in general.
I mean, it could be that. It also could be mistreatment of players. Could be Brittany Griner didn't hear from Kim Mulkey when she was in a jail in Russia because of something that she did, which was ill-advised. No matter how you feel about Russia's laws, they are Russia's laws. I look at it from this perspective. Kim Mulkey does seem very unlikable. I also look at it from this perspective, though. In 2023, 2024, there are so many people who do not like the media. So if you get ahead of it like this, there's going to be people who side with you immediately, regardless of whether or not the story that comes out ends up being true. And there's going to be a lot of skepticism, eyebrow raising towards entities like the New York Times and the Washington Post and others who do feel a little bit more part of the political ideology game than they've been in years past.
Sure.
I am curious about the contents of the story, but this might be the way to go about it now, to go Cobra Kai, strike first.
I mean, we've seen it work for Dave Portnoy. When the New York Post when the New York Post or the New York Times has done stories on him, and he, instead of waiting to for the article to come out, it's okay, they've given me 48 hours to respond. I can't adequately respond to this. Now, his seemed like he actually had 48 hours to respond, and he went on the offensive and told stories and shared screenshots and let it be known. Frankly, it is probably the best way to handle it. That if you would disagree with a story that's being written about it, you tell your story first. But she also didn't tell her story. That's what I found out.
I agree with you there. If she had actually told the story, that would have made me a little happier, at least as far as what we're talking about right now. But I'm not saying this is the right way to go about it from a moral perspective. All I'm saying is it's probably the right way to go about it from if you want to fight a story that's put up about you and you know that it's coming, you may as well get them antsy before it's posted. Because these days, a lot of people just aren't going to believe the things that they read.
No, that's very true.
That's not, and I'm not.
No, you're right.
I'm not even trying to take a side here, but I kind of understand the strategy, and I mean, it's worked for certain former presidents to go about it this way too. So may as well. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen here?
Yeah, you're basically just giving. There's just going to be people that are just going to be on Kim Mulkey's side no matter what.
Exactly.
There's going to be people that are against Kim Mulkey no matter what.
Also, exactly.
You're giving the people, the Kim Mulkey defenders, you're basically just, hey, here's what my defense will be. You're just giving them a head start on getting the, they didn't give her enough time to respond. Da 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 da. It's like, yeah, it's not really a defense though. It's
right.
You're just kind of you're just kind of throwing stuff out there. And I do find it interesting, it's before it even drops. And there is a little bit of yes, maybe going on the offensive helps, but it's also we would not be talking about Kim Mulkey right now if she didn't go on the tirade.
No.
So it's a little bit of well, now my ears are going to be perked up for a Washington Post story about Kim Mulkey that's coming up that before probably wouldn't care about unless it was some super scandalous stuff.
Honestly, I probably wouldn't have read it or ever talked about it.
Yeah,
if she didn't mention this first.
Because what you're mentioning, what it could possibly be about. The only way, if she doesn't basically give us a pre-rebuttal, is the only reason that we would talk about it is if there's something either super explosive that's gonna get her fired, or it's something crazy about Brittany Griner. But if it's just she was kind of mean to some Baylor girls back in 2015. that
She coached him hard.
that we don't know. Yeah, just kind of your run of the mill aggressive college coach story that comes out where they maybe cross the line, but it's not like criminal in any way. We probably don't talk about it. But now there is a spotlight on it.
Mm-hmm. And then we had Caitlin Clark this weekend.
Oh man,
heel turn. So
I like this. I like both these stories actually.
I do too. So Caitlin Clark's, I don't even know where to begin.
At one point, she crazy person.
She threw the ball off her own head.
Her dad was telling her to shut up.
Yeah, she was complaining so much. Her dad told her to shut up, and they caught it on camera.
She got in the ref's face.
Yeah.
After a call. The dad saying "shut up" to
It's
her
so funny.
while she was yelling back at her dad from the court. You gotta feel, no matter who you are, Caitlin Clark is like the biggest star in women's sports right now on today, March 25th, 2024. That's gotta make you feel so small. Like you're out there and your dad's like, "Shut up."
Because that's you did it right. You did it right.
The thing is though, he's been telling her to shut up. He's been coaching her like that for however old she is, 20 years. Like, I think she's used to I don't know what Mr. Clark's name is, but I'm sure she's used to Mr. Clark's coaching style of telling her to shut up. All the gyms that she's played in, they're probably smaller and less filled than the Iowa City gym for the national or for the NCAA tournament. She's definitely heard her dad chirp a little bit more than just a shut up.
He seems so annoyed.
I love it.
I loved it too.
He seems like such a hard ass.
Yeah, and he's just like, "Shut up." He's like, "For the love of God, stop complaining."
Yeah, throwing the ball on her head.
I like that though. That was.
I know. No,
that's a new one.
That's a good one.
I like that she's just like a psycho. Like
Yeah.
I
respect that.
Now we got a little something, but because before
Could she be a Houston Rocket? With that kind of mentality?
Well,
she ain't no soft boy.
Normally we hit the other team. We don't.
Hashtag
Jabari
strong
Smith doesn't
woman.
hit himself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. You do want him to hit the other team. Yeah, throw that at another player, and I'll be like, "Oh,
throw
let's
some
bring her
bows."
aboard.
I don't know who you're playing in the second round. Throw some bows, please.
Yeah, just interesting weekend for Caitlin Clark. She all of a sudden became the villain on Twitter a little bit.
Yeah,
That's kind of what you need, though.
Yes,
that's what you need.
When has there ever been a villain that you can remember in women's college basketball?
Yeah.
Because it's always positive. Like everyone loved Diana Taurasi.
They tried to make Angel Reese that.
Yeah,
it
I was
seems
gonna.
like last year.
I was gonna say whichever side you
She had
fall
some
on.
dirty plays this weekend too.
Whatever side you fall on last year's national championship, it could either be Iowa or LSU.
I guess, yeah.
I guess, but I mean that's still what 12 months ago, where it's not. It hasn't. We don't have a long illustrious history of like heels in women's basketball.
Yeah, there's not enough JJ Redick's in women's basketball.
And that's true.
That's what we need from Caitlin Clark.
True qualities when we can hate the stars of women's basketball. It has nothing to do with like them being women. It's just like, hey, you're being a little extra right now.
Is Caitlin Clark the Christian Laettner of college basketball, women's college basketball now?
Ooh.
I wouldn't go that far.
She's going to be on the Olympic team.
I do wish instead of flopping against that Ohio State fan, I wish that she just cold cocked that person.
Totally agree.
Just took him out.
The flop.
If she had taken him out, I would have liked it. I would actually like her more. I'd be like, yeah, I would have done that if I was 19 and I just lost a game to a team that sucks.
That is the thing with her and Kyle Filipowski is like the going down, like trying to get sympathy. That's not the way into America's heart.
Yeah, fight back.
I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, fight back.
The way to is like start knocking dudes over.
All right, 3 days, 3 more days until baseball is officially back. Our Astros opening day countdown is next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I can't prove yet that Jack Easterby is the reason why Trev Albert is the new athletic director of Texas A&M, but I'm going to keep looking during the breaks. Trying to find some connection. How close is Nebraska to Kansas City? It's pretty
Nebraska,
close, right?
Kansas City. Well, it's all one state, right?
Yeah, there's nothing in between those two places, so
Yeah.
you can probably get there pretty fast.
Right, there's
But
just-
it's probably a lot of mileage.
You'd have to probably fly because you have to get over the massive corn husks.
So Jack was the chaplain with the Chiefs while Trev Alberts was at Omaha as an administrator. Not at the
Okay.
University of Nebraska, just at Omaha. So maybe that's our connection there, that they somehow found God.
Did they go?
in-
Hey, I was gonna say, did they go to the same church? Or
I mean, there's not a lot going on in those states, so they might have gone to the same. Like, there's like a church in the middle somewhere that like it's like you drive up and meet to.
I gotta say too, even with that aspect of Easterby's career, so I mean, Easterby becomes a known chaplain because someone killed himself on the Chiefs, Jovan Belcher. It is wild the ladders he is willing to climb.
General manager in the NFL.
Willing to climb
You
makes it seem
think-
like he did it on purpose with Belcher.
That's what I'm
Valid.
wondering. Like, do you think in a job interview that Jack Easterby says, straight faced, well, when a Chiefs player killed himself, I was here for the entire locker room.
Yeah, he helped navigate the situation, helped keep the team together. Like, that's definitely what you say in a job interview.
It is, but it's just such a.
It's a lot.
To me, if someone brought that up, you got to have the proper tone when you say that. Because if you're braggadociously doing Jack Easterby's routine that we've seen him do for a massive audience,
That's a joke. You'll laugh later. That's my favorite one.
that someone, whoever, I think it was Rivers McCown, maybe it was somebody else, someone put the Seinfeld laugh track underneath him, and I was like, oh, this makes it so much better.
Well, he laughs at his
Boom,
own
boom,
jokes.
boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
But I'm very curious in every single interview that Easterby did on his way up to the top of the Houston Texans organization. I'm just very curious as to how he portrayed himself. There is no doubt that the guy has a charm to him that some people fall for.
100%.
No doubt. And you know, we all want to be welcoming. We all want to be trusting of other people. And I'm just going to say this again. I'm glad that Buzz Williams distanced himself publicly, commentary-wise, but it's very clear from some Aggie players that nope, it is not just he's not just a casual friend. He was in the front row of that press conference. That does not happen.
He was like hugging Wade Taylor after their first round game, like they're lifelong friends. Wade Taylor then shot 5 for 26 against the Cougs. 3 for 13 from 3.
What's it like to be touched by Jack? You stink at basketball, apparently. All right, let's go to our Astros opening day countdown. Three more days until opening day when Framber Valdez will take the mound against. I don't know who the Yankees opening day starter
I
is.
think it's Nestor Cortez.
That's right, because Marcus Stroman
Stashy.
told them no, that he didn't
told
want to
them
be the
no?
opening day starter.
He didn't want to
Thanks, but
be
no
it?
thanks. Was he like, I haven't earned my pinstripes yet?
Must be. That's the only way you can get away with that and not seem like a total beta.
No, he said it would because it would change his routine.
Oh my God.
Like his every 5 days.
How obsessive compulsive is he?
I don't know, but if I'm the Yankees, I regret that contract right now.
That's an honor.
To turn down opening day is wild.
Especially as a Yankee.
Is he going to start like game 3?
Yes.
All right, well, Yankees are done. I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to
R.I.P.
say it right now. March 25th, 2024, the Yankees season is over entirely because of a story that Joe just told me about how, what's this guy's name? Marcus Stroman does not want to go on opening day.
Rip the Yankees.
My
So
God.
Alex Bregman was meeting with the media after he hit, 2 bombs in his last spring training game. I guess there's still technically 2 more spring training games tonight and tomorrow at Minute Maid Park when they take on the Space Cowboys.
But
Friendly
in
reminder.
Florida, they are done.
Yeah, in Florida, they're done. Friendly reminder, ESPN 92.5 will carry all Space Cowboys games
Hell yeah.
this season. So when Justin Verlander makes his first start of the year in Sugar Land.
Lance McCullers, Jose Urquidy,
Luis Garcia.
Yeah.
You're home for Astros starting pitchers.
Yes, ESPN 92.5. We might just need to start
We
branding
have better
that way.
pitchers than the Astros flagship on our station.
That's it. We might need to start making promos like that because those are
probably
very good
should.
points. But Alex Bregman said he's not expecting a contract extension before opening day.
Not surprising.
I'm not surprised either. They never made it seem like this was a certain that the offer would come before March 28th.
Dana Brown said it would come at some point during the regular season. I think the best thing that we can see is that nothing, at least to our eyes, seems to have gotten testy. Even though you could perhaps read between the lines, oh, wow, he bought a house in Arizona, Alex Bregman did. Uh-oh, does that mean he's going to leave? But everything's cordial right now, and that's good. And specifically on the Astros front, this is not something that you want to be messy whether he stays or goes.
No, it's just you let it play out. We'll see how it goes. I'm still hopeful that, when he hits the market, that he's not going to find the market that he wants. I hate to root for a guy to not make the money that he wants, but he's also, even if he signs a 3-year, $100 million contract with the Astros, he's still generationally wealthy, him and his family. So it's not like he's going to be a broke boy if he signs that deal with the Astros.
What if he starts gambling like Joe George did at the casino this past week?
Then he'll be making more money because I won this weekend.
Okay.
So as long as he's
but
not
you weren't losing at first.
As long as he's not Shohei Ohtani.
But that's assuming Scott Boras can even still negotiate at all, right?
Because he's washed.
Yeah.
He's washed.
He is washed.
Someone called me Scott Boras the other day.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear this, Paul?
No. They called you Scott Boras?
No, it was the guy at the coffee bar at O Athletic. He must have seen the video, and a lot of them know that why I'm there is a sponsorship and
kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah.
But he couldn't remember my name.
I'm the Joe George. You didn't remember my name?
He couldn't remember my name. He goes, "You look familiar, Scott Boras." I'm like, "No, dude. No, I'm not washed."
I mean, you would want to be Scott Boras.
Hell yeah. Because even these washed contracts he's still making millions on.
He's still getting, it's whatever, 5% commission.
He's still making tons and tons and tons of money.
Just gotta wet my beak.
Yeah, just give me. Can I take 0.1%? Yeah. So no contract for Bregman. I'm not worried about it. But is this your feeling that this is his last opening day?
Yeah,
with the Astros?
I do feel that way.
I do too. I was hoping that the deal would get done at this point, but I still believe this will likely be the last opening day for Alex Bregman.
Especially with the, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know what position Joey Loperfido is actually going to play, but with all the sudden random hype about an Astros infielder, oh wow, Joey Loperfido. Now I'm wondering, okay, what are we doing?
Because
here? Are we trying to pump up the
soft
tires
launching them
of the exactly a soft launch like on Instagram when you show that you're out on a date with somebody but you don't show who the person is.
A hand holding a wine glass.
It's always a hand holding a wine glass. Sean, I saw somebody that is a recent target of mine who pulled one of those over the weekend. I was like, thank God, I need to stop pursuing this absolutely horrible person.
Explain.
I'm not talking about Beagle Girl. I'm talking about
recent target.
This is somebody that
like it's college football recruiting.
This is one of those people where I should not like the person and yet I do, and it's entirely because the person's got a great body.
Okay,
that's it.
That's fine.
It's terrible. No, I'm glad I saw
it's
this.
Not a sin
I
in
could
America.
stop. I could stop.
But why do you have to stop?
I'm stopping pursuing. I'm
okay.
just cutting off contact
Because she had
altogether.
the wine glass photo with the.
Yeah, she just did the soft launch. You know what a soft launch is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, she had a soft launch on her Instagram story.
But did she hold it like Joe Espada did? Do you guys remember that photo?
Yeah, well, because
he held it just by the bottom.
He's a sommelier.
I saw that photo and it blew. I'm like, I've never seen anyone hold a wine glass like that in my life.
Yeah, that's when you kind of stumble into a situation where you're like, oh, this is more like either rich or upper class than I am. I am out of my element here.
Oh man, I always get so intimidated. I have some richer friends, and when they start talking about wines, I'm like, what? I'm like, I'll just nod. I'm like, yeah.
So we
Yeah.
slap in the bag tonight, or
I mean, I will make that joke occasionally, but sometimes I'm with people that are so serious they don't understand my sarcasm.
they don't. Oh, I thought you were gonna say they're so rich they don't get the joke.
that might be it. But then they like start talking about watches, and I'm like, well, I got this with a gift card.
Yes, that's
that
where
I wanted a company
See this
party.
new Timex?
Yeah.
That's where, like, with having my wife work in an Italian restaurant, whenever we go somewhere nice, she just knows everything.
That's
so,
good.
Like,
That's key.
You choose all of them.
You're running the offense, Jamal Shad.
Yeah, I'll worry about the appetizers and what kind of salad we're gonna get. Like, you worry about the wine, and we're good to go.
There are times where I'm like, just get the cheapest bottle. Just get the cheapest bottle.
Always good.
Just get the cheapest glass.
I always go.
Why do we gotta get a bottle?
Okay,
How much
so
is 2 glasses?
Yeah, it depends on. You're gonna end up losing money if you get the glass. Sometimes
You're right, but it's the funniest thing ever. Like when you're with certain people, and then they're like, "Yeah, let's get the $200 bottle." How about the $20 one? Come on.
What's your strategy on a date then? So your date wants to get a bottle of wine.
Run out before they force me to pay.
Well, but there's, you gotta find the wine that's in the middle.
Hold on, I'm getting a call. 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this outside.
I'm such a white knight, Joe. My strategy is like I ask for them to pay.
Oh yeah,
because I believe in equality.
How's that working out
It's
for
working
you?
out. I mean, I could probably find a sugar lady. That strategy.
You haven't tried that path yet?
No, I have not.
You find a sugar mama?
No.
Paul Gallant sugar mama stories would be incredible content for this show.
I am running out of options.
I mean, and there's a reason why they're available usually. So they have money.
It's because they're strong, independent women, and no one can handle it.
Speaking of Alex Bregman, one of the more well-known writers in baseball has a spicy Alex Bregman take. Plus, we got updates on Jake Myers and Jose Urquidy. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
One thing you never want to see right as spring training is going to end is a player get hurt. And there was a little worry about Jake Myers there. Got hit in the hand. Had to go for x-rays, but it appears he's okay.
I'm going to say something controversial.
Okay.
There's a part of me that wish a door had been opened for Mauricio Dubon to be the everyday center fielder. And if it came because of a Jake Myers injury, I would not have been upset. We do hope that Jake Myers recovers. And if he was on the disabled
injured list.
Sorry.
Don't get canceled, Paul. Come on.
If he were on the injured list,
shame.
It would allow for Mauricio Dubon to play. And for Mauricio Dubon to start opening day, which he should. Anyway.
Agreed.
Myers is hurt. I suppose we're going to see all the potential that's always been there this year with Jake Myers. And guess what? I hope I'm wrong, but my first reaction was when I saw that news, oh, Mauricio Dubon's going to actually start the year in the everyday lineup as opposed to being a super utility guy like he won a Gold Glove doing last year.
Well, I mean, look, the way Jake Myers played this spring, it's positive signs, but it means nothing at the same time because he needs to do it every day, every other day on the main roster in the lineup. And it's the one thing with the Astros this year for me that I would have a short leash on as a fan of the team, as Joe Espada. Like, I'm not running this guy out there for as long as Dusty Baker did. You know what the track record tells you. So if he's healthy, which it seems that he is, and if it does not go well, then just move on. You got to play Chaz. You got to play Doobie. And maybe there's a way that Lope Porfirio can fit into the equation, or Jacob Melton after some time in the minors to start the season. I don't need to wait 2-3 months into the season. You're gonna know your answer on Jake Myers.
I hope that, and this is a totally different situation, but I hope that the way that Joe Espada basically told Fromber, yo, you ain't doing this calling your own pitch thing after one outing. I hope that he is one of those immediate correctors as opposed to someone who is laissez-faire. Because I think a lot of the people who were mad at Dusty Baker last year believe that he was a little bit laissez-faire on that front. He did not correct things immediately. He would sit back and say, oh, it's going to work out all in the end. And, okay, for the most part, it did, especially in 2022 with the World Series. But sometimes you actually want somebody who is going to correct something immediately as opposed to being patient.
Now, we also know from this weekend, Dana Brown said that the expectation for Justin Verlander is that he will face live hitters again today or tomorrow, and that he will miss 2 or 3 starts. So that's not bad. So that means you got him by the end of April at the absolute latest. It does sound like he will make an appearance, if the timing works out in Sugar Land, assuming that they are home when he's ready to make that rehab start, because they won't send him to Reno or wherever they're playing. So if the game's at home, then maybe there's a chance that you can all go see Justin Verlander in Sugar Land for a much cheaper price. That's like my favorite thing about the Space Cowboys being the Astros affiliate, because you can get cheap rehab starts. But we also found out that, well, not found out, they're hoping Jose Urquidy can return in May. That doesn't sound, I don't like the word hope.
Yeah, especially when
sometimes hope's a good thing.
Hope is a return in May.
Yes.
Because we were all of the hope that this would be 3 weeks or something. If you're hoping that he can be back in May, and we're talking about a forearm issue, there's a bit of wishful thinking going on. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what the hell is going on with that forearm of his, but that feels like, hey, let's be cautious and hope it's just better, and that the next time he's out there, it doesn't re-aggravate itself.
Yes, and so we'll wait and see with Jose Urquidy, but Dana Brown said in this interview with the Chronicle that I think with Matt Karakawa, that he feels good about the rotation depth. Good for you, Dana Brown, because I don't feel that way. Just the amount of injuries they have right now. I mean, literally, the rotation in Sugar Land or on the injured list is way better than the rotation the Astros have.
Yeah, there's not depth right now. I don't know what they're talking about.
The depth comes in July.
And it will come. And I'm sure Dana Brown at the trade deadline will say, look at what we did at the trade deadline. Much like he said when Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez got back last year. He will say the same thing. And he will be technically correct, but the depth does not exist right now. They are going to have to make things work with bubblegum, duct tape. They're going to have to MacGyver their way through this. By the way, they've done it before, but it's JP France, it's Ronel Blanco. And are you expecting those guys to do what they did for a good amount of time last year, specifically France? I personally am not. I hope I am proven wrong.
And even if they don't, as long as Fromber and Javier are what you need them to be, and you hope Hunter Brown takes the next step, if those three things happen, then you can deal with whatever happens with 4 and 5.
Brown is the big question for this year. It really is a matter of, is he close to the person that we all hyped up about 2 years ago, or is he just, best case scenario, going to be a solid number 3 or number 4? And there's no shame in that. The majors are a very difficult league to crack into, but we had very elevated expectations for Hunter Brown, and we did not even come close to meeting them last year.
I mean, if he's a solid number 3, that you'd take it for 2024.
Hell yeah.
You know, if his next step is just being a solid number 3, congratulations. Like, I feel good about that part of the Astros rotation, because I really do think that Hunter Brown and Christian Javier are the two biggest kind of. What kind of years we get from them will tell us a lot about how good the Astros are, especially in the first half before the reinforcements come, and when you're having to depend on, like you said, the Ty Francis, Ronel Blancos, Brandon Belaks of the world. It would be easier if that's half your rotation, but the other half is Fromber's pitching well, Javier's pitching well, Hunter Brown is pitching well. That would be a nice balance to have before Verlander comes back, and eventually Garcia and McCullers as well.
Yeah, definitely. It would be very wonderful if those things happen. You really think Hunter Brown is Hunter Brown a bigger question than Javier bounce back for you, or just because you've seen Javier do it?
We've seen Javier and Fromber do it.
Sure.
So we know that they're capable of it.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown, we saw at the end of 22. We were like, oh, look at this. This is cute. Here's a guy. He's just come from the minors, and he's looking pretty good. But last year everything kind of looked the same to the average batter, and they started shellacking him, and he never rebounded. He never came close to rebounding. It was a bad year, but that happens. I'm not writing I'm not writing an epitaph for his career or anything like that. I'm just saying,
no, I understand.
This is, I think, that of all the guys, like the biggest variable one way or another, it's got to be Brown, because I think you do lean towards Fromber and Javier being better than they were last year.
Because, I mean, we've seen Fromber do it for an entire year. We've seen him do it for longer than that, but we've seen him string together a year's worth of quality starts. We've seen half years out of Christian Javier. We saw it at the back end of 2022. He was awesome, and we just haven't seen it over the full year for Javier with Hunter Brown. Like Paul mentioned, we really just haven't seen it more than a start here, a start there. Because even last year when he was pitching well, like when he was pitching better, it was still relatively inconsistent as far as what you're getting start in, start out from Hunter Brown. So if he can raise the ceiling a little bit and raise the floor too, be a little bit more consistent with that raised ceiling, then we're really talking about a quality rotation once Verlander comes in and you get pretty good Fromber. Let's just say the 80th percentile of what you can expect from him. Not the 10 out of 10 best, but just even just good Fromber. You get good Javier. You mix that in with a solid Hunter Brown, and then you have Justin Verlander. That's all we need. That's all we're asking out of this rotation for the first half of the year until that depth comes, until Dana Brown's able to make some trades at the trade deadline and get Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia back on this team.
Bob Nightingale predicted Alex Bregman to win the MVP this year.
I like it. I'll take it.
Good. I want that to happen.
I'll take a pay me my damn money year from Alex Bregman.
Would you be bummed out about the probability that he's completely gone? Like, you don't even have a chance to bring him back if he gets the MVP?
No.
Because the MVP does not guarantee a World Series. In fact, an MVP might guarantee that the Astros are 72 and 88 or something
the
like that.
Angels?
Yeah, they're the Angels or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't. No, because it'd still give you a very good chance to win the MVP. I mean, to win the World Series. If Alex Bregman has an MVP year, I'd assume you're the 1 seed.
Yeah, the problem with the Angels wasn't that they had MVPs. It was everyone else on their team.
Yeah.
It was the fact that the third baseman hates baseball. That was an issue.
Maybe there's other issues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe there's games being thrown. That's the reason why the Angels were winning MVPs and not winning World Series.
I think the Angels' track record of being a sad, pathetic franchise was a little bit before Shohei showed up, too, of being disappointing with Albert Pujols.
Even the fictional version of them sucks. Angels in the outfield. They're garbage. They needed divine intervention so that Rogers could have a father figure in his life.
It's the true origin story of Jack Easterby, Angels in the outfield. All right. Our 10-minute drill is next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for the 10-minute drill here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Gallant George. Breaking news.
Breaking news. What happened?
Texans signed defensive back.
Defensive back? Quandre Diggs?
Miles Bryant, former Patriots corner.
Well, not a good sign when I don't know who that is and I'm a Patriots fan. But, hey, you know, I'm guessing.
That's a good point.
I'm guessing you're buying low and hoping for high.
It's been in the NFL since 2020. Let's see. Career 200 tackles, 4 interceptions, 17 pass deflections.
Oh, that's a lot.
Hey, he looks like a solid player according to Wikipedia.
You know what? He might be already the number 2 corner.
Man, they really love to go for these. And he does not fit into this category, obviously. I still can't believe that right now C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah are their plans at corner this season.
Never a good sign when you look up somebody who is a new member of your team and the first name that comes up from Google search is a totally different person.
Mm-hmm. It's not good.
Especially when the person's done something horrible.
Oh, what?
Who'd you look up?
I looked up Miles Bryant. I think I spelled Miles wrong.
Oh, okay. The hip drop tackle has been banned.
That is dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah, the NFLPA was very adamant against this, and then it passed unanimously today on the competition committee. Which surprises me. If the NFLPA is telling you don't get rid of it, and then the competition committee says we know more than you, they're probably wrong. I would side with the players here.
Well, the competition committee doesn't care about the players at all, and I think they believe that, hey, if another player gets hurt like this, that means that less people are going to be happy watching, and they are legitimately concerned about scoring being down in the league. So I think that's a part of it. But yeah, I saw J.J. Watt say, like, why don't we just skip to flags?
I don't totally disagree.
What bothers me the most about the banning of this is the idea that there is some sort of technique being taught to tackle people like this. No, man. If you're trying to tackle somebody, you're trying to bring them down by any means necessary. And sometimes, just based off of where your body physically is, that's the way to do it. So now you're basically saying, all right, well, if you want to tackle somebody, you might have to take on a 15-yard penalty. Is this going to stop it? I don't think it does. I think it's just going to add 15-yard penalties in. The idea that people are going to stop doing this when it is, I think, a very difficult move to pull off on a regular basis, I do not see that happening. I just think there's just going to be more 15-yard penalties now.
And when they initially started talking about this, the one clips that kept kind of going around that people were using as an example were some Aiden Hutchinson sacks on Dak Prescott, which I thought was okay. I could see why you want to take that out of the game. And then some footage got leaked out or, posted from, Twitter accounts from these coaches and GM meetings or whatever that's happening right now in the NFL. And the example number 2 that they used was from San Francisco days was Jimmy Ward, in which he was chasing a wide receiver across the middle of the field. He grabs him, and then he does the hip drop where he pulls him down. He drops his feet out from underneath him. And I'm just like, you're chasing a guy from behind. Like, you're just trying to make a tackle. It doesn't feel like this is not Vontaze Burfict trying to kill Antonio Brown.
Right. There's no intent.
Yeah, they're just trying to make a tackle.
That's what bothers me about it. And the way that some people are describing it, saying there's some sort of advanced technique behind it. I think Florio put that in his write-up. That's just disingenuous.
Yeah. This just feels like a headache. This is going to be a lead
already
topic.
Was, man.
This is going to be Texans lost a playoff game or Texans won a playoff game or a regular season game because of a hip drop tackle penalty. And there's going to be a huge controversy because I don't think the referees are going to have a good feel on this also. This is not cut and dry. And that's what this is a gray area penalty. I don't like it.
Well, if there's a gray area, that means they're going to overcorrect at first and then hopefully they figure it out on the fly.
Yeah. But does the play happen enough to where
No, I don't think it does.
Like when they tried the offensive pass interference and how they tried to change it, and we saw it really come into play in the preseason, and then by week 1 they figured it out. The hip drop tackle is not happening enough to where you're going to be able to figure it out in a preseason.
I legitimately, for the most part, do not see it when it happens. You would need to explain it to me afterwards. I would just think to myself, oh, that's a tackle. And guess what? Most of these players, in the moment when you're trying to tackle somebody, you're not thinking to yourself, should I try to tackle it with the hip drop tackle? Or should I go for the Harkinian harpoon move or some other BS move? No one does that. You run at the person, you try to bring them down.
Cowboys are, according to Pro Football Talk in the story they put out there, that they seem willing to let Dak walk after 2025. Or 2024 into the next free agency year. It's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
I don't like Dak that much as a quarterback. I think he's fine. Replacing him seems very challenging.
So instead of being all in, the Cowboys are actually about to walk away.
Yeah,
the Cowboys are about to cash out.
They're gonna do the opposite.
Right. So Jerry Jones was just talking completely out of his ass when he said all those things. What's funny is that Jerry Jones also, I believe, said in a recent interview, we still believe in Dak Prescott, but at the same time, that story's coming out about how privately behind the scenes, Jerry might be willing to let him walk after the season's done.
It's just fun to say, hey, we're going to be all in this offseason. Mm-hmm. I think that's part of it. Jerry Jones just wants to, we're going to do it. And then all the, Stephen Jones and all the people that actually run the Cowboys are like, we are not going all in on this. This is not going to happen. But it still gets branded with the all in, comma, my ass.
And then there's this photo that's going around from Jerry this weekend.
Oh, yes.
Which is great. And one of it's this piece of paper that's just literally scribbles.
Yeah, he's like sitting down talking to reporters and stuff, and in front of him is like a notepad where theoretically he was taking notes at some point during the owners meeting, and people zoomed in on the notepad, and it's literally just scribbles. Like there's not like words being. He literally just took a pen and just went.
Yeah, he's drawing lines. Like it's not like he's writing too fast and you can't read it.
It's not like a doctor's handwriting. It is literally just scribble.
It's literally it looks like it. It's just lines.
Maybe he's like the little kid in the ring.
But he apparently said,
drawing
quote,
demonic drawings.
I think there are a handful or more of quarterbacks playing who haven't won a Super Bowl that will win a Super Bowl.
A handful.
I think Dak is one of them. I'm firm there. He's one of the ones who can. So what is it? Can he win a Super Bowl, or are you going to let him walk?
Turns the ball over too much.
Because it can't be both.
He can't win a Super Bowl.
Quarterbacks who haven't won a Super Bowl, who you think will? CJ?
Yes.
Joe Burrow?
Yes.
Josh Allen?
No.
I lean towards no on Josh Allen. Jalen Hurts?
Not after last year.
Dakota? We said no to. Are we missing anyone?
Jared Goff?
No.
I would say Brock
They can
Purdy.
make a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy or Jared Goff, kind of one of the other.
If you have to pick one of those, who are you picking? Purdy,
because the 49ers are so much better.
Well, yeah, they've actually made a Super Bowl.
Right.
They've
Yeah,
made two of them.
Goff's gone to a Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, I guess
with
he
the
has.
Rams.
Long time
So
ago.
With Sean McVay.
Yeah. Do I think Sean McVay is going to another Super Bowl? Yeah.
Oh really? You think with Stafford or with someone else?
Maybe with Stafford.
They
but
were weirdly
he's
good
also,
last year.
He's also 38 years old.
I know, they're gonna need a new quarterback.
He's a 38-year-old good coach.
Yeah.
He might leave though.
Oh.
Yeah, he might just retire.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, hard for me to see it, especially after the most recent playoff performance. Like the only time he's ever looked good has been like a half of a game in every playoff game that he's been in. It's never been more than a half where he's looked like the guy.
Kyler?
Murray?
No, the other Kyler.
I'm a no on Kyler.
There might be another one. It's 2024. It seems to be a popular name.
Jordan Love believes the Packers have a chance to win the Super Bowl next season. So Jordan Love
out. But
I
it's a
can see-
limited sample size, so I could see myself.
I can see him being a great quarterback for 15 years and winning one Super Bowl.
They have
with
the youngest
Packers.
roster in the NFL. Like they have a ton of young talent on their team. So there could be a point where if he's just competent, that they could be a Super Bowl contender. It's hard to say no to a lot of NFC quarterbacks. That's why I struggle saying no to Dak.
Well, the problem with the NFC quarterbacks is that they're going to have to play an AFC quarterback to win the
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the AFC is tough because it's like when he said a handful at first, you're like, what are you talking about, dude? You don't think there's more than like 5 guys that can win a Super Bowl in the NFL? And then you're like, well, Patrick Mahomes is going to go to like 4 more of them at least. Like I'll just pencil him in for 4 more trips to the Super Bowl. So there's just not going to be a lot of rings to spread around.
Yeah, because who won Super Bowls during the Brady era? So you have Brady, Roethlisberger, Eli,
Peyton,
Drew
Flacco.
Brees.
Yeah, Flacco and Drew Brees.
Flacco. I think that's it, pretty much.
And
like that's
Foles.
the list.
and what the
Did I say Roethlisberger?
yeah,
Okay.
Roethlisberger was 2, the Mannings were 2 each, and then everyone else was 1.
Yeah. So there will be other quarterbacks that will win Super Bowls in the Mahomes era.
Probably.
Because I just don't know if they go. They will.
Probably.
There will.
There will be. I mean, there will be a year where
They'll probably
fluke out or get unlucky.
I don't think it's like I don't think it's on the board enough though as a lock. You
Well,
know,
but Brady
that
went-
somebody else wins. Honestly, right now with Mahomes, I'm like, if he could win with that team, like,
I know.
How many more can he win with?
I mean, Brady went, 10 years without Super Bowl
He
championship?
did. He did go.
But
a
he
long
went
time.
to a couple still.
But what if Mahomes
in
just
that
goes
stretch.
to every single one forever?
I mean, great.
Then that
NFL
makes it
rigged?
tough for
Makes it real tough for CJ and the Texans.
That makes it tough for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Makes it tough for all these guys.
Lawrence out.
The year that he gets hurt will
Out.
be. Oh, wait, we didn't mention Herbert.
Yeah, because he's forgettable.
Gardner Minshew.
Out.
Aiden O'Connell.
In.
Anthony Richardson.
Out.
Speaking of Super Bowls,
Will Levis.
Out.
Sean McDermott said it's kind of narrow-minded to say the Bills haven't succeeded without a Super Bowl. Do you agree to that?
So ignorant. You're ignorant. It sounds like Michael Jackson in South Park, the Jeffersons episode. You're ignorant. You're saying I can't win. If it's not a success if I don't win. Yeah, it's ignorant. You see, 5 games of the regular season when you were 6-6 and exposed as a 9/11 hyper.
No, well, an Al Qaeda appreciator. He appreciated.
My bad. You're right.
He appreciated the.
He wasn't hyping 9/11. He was
grit.
appreciating Al Qaeda.
Their tactic.
Yeah. Caleb Williams.
Yes.
Out.
What am I supposed to say? Okay, give me a. At least this is my hope window.
JJ McCarthy.
Michigan man.
He's a winner.
He's a Michigan man.
Let me tell you, the gargling that Jim Harbaugh did today of JJ McCarthy, best pro day, best combine I've ever seen. Shut up, dude.
I don't know. I can't believe him. He's a Michigan man.
I would be terrified
If it was that good, then trade Justin Herbert. Trade Justin Herbert to the Bears. Take JJ McCarthy.
Maybe they're going to
number 5.
Maybe they're going to do that.
That'd be awesome.
It would be hilarious if Jim Harbaugh traded Herbert so we could get JJ McCarthy. You know what? I want that to happen.
That would be the most.
That's not off the board either.
It's not.
That's got to be a 1% possibility. What do the Chargers pick?
5th.
Yeah, no, they don't even have to trade anyone. They can just pick them.
They can just take JJ and then trade Herbert for an army of players and picks.
Oh, I want that to happen so bad. That would be hilarious.
It would be so chaotic, but I would be very here for it.
They trade him to the Cowboys, and the Cowboys trade Dak Prescott to the Raiders.
Gross. All right. 2 hours from now. Is it 2 hours from now? When's 2:45 Pacific time?
3 hours from now.
It's 3 hours from now?
Yes.
3 hours from now, Shohei Ohtani will give a statement. He won't give questions. He won't answer questions, but he will give a statement. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Shohei Ohtani is going to speak with the media today. We got that report yesterday, and then just recently we found out he's not going to answer any questions.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
Sometimes, why don't people learn from history?
Well,
I don't know, maybe putting Alex Bregman and Jose Altuve at a podium, not letting them answer any questions. So that's the one thing that the media is going to pick up on was a bad idea. Because when they went in the clubhouse, everyone gave honest, good answers, but Alex and Jose did not have good written statements. That PR ball drop was huge.
It's so easy to forget things that happened less than a year ago. So something that happened almost 5 years ago now?
Yeah.
Probably around 5 years ago?
I guess it was 2020?
Spring training, 2020.
Okay, so 4 years ago or so. So it is easy to forget something like this. But to me, I look at it from this perspective. Like, if you're Shohei Ohtani, do you want people off your case? Because this doesn't help. At least I think. To his credit, the guy is incredibly private.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we're talking about the visits he was making during free agency, where it seemed like it was a bad thing that David Roberts said that there had been a meeting between the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani, and we were laughing for a couple of days, thinking to ourselves, the Dodgers just dodgered themselves again. Another divisional playoff loss, this time during February of free agency. But then ultimately, okay, he signs with the Dodgers. But we did not know that this man was married. And this is also somebody who still speaks through an interpreter. Call me xenophobic. He's been here for 6 years. The fact that he is still speaking behind an interpreter is noteworthy to me, considering all sorts of international stars, specifically in basketball, all seem to have a pretty damn good grasp on the English language. Mm-hmm. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Joel Embiid, Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic. 4 of the best players in the game. They're from other countries. Is English their first language? Doesn't sound like it, but they still speak it. They work hard on it. Hell, Julio Rodriguez in the AL West. That's a person who I think could potentially, if he wanted to, have gone the route of, I'm just never going to actually speak to the media. I'm going to have an interpreter with me at all times. Mm-hmm. With Shohei Ohtani, I truly do not understand it. It is a very convenient shield to have.
It is.
Especially for a situation like this, where you just read a statement. And here's the funny thing. The guy who's supposed to be translating for him is a new guy. Best case scenario, if the person even exists. So he gives himself a little bit of armor. And let's be honest, nothing ever is really accomplished at a press conference. We're at the point now where you don't find out anything at a press conference that you don't already know. You might get some confirmation on something like that.
Sure.
But to go about it this route, I don't think makes the noise go away for the Dodgers at all.
No, it won't, because there's more and more. Whether you have, this random Twitter account that claims they have documentation that, going through random games. Look, it has 9 million impressions. That doesn't mean it's correct, but it's something that 9 million people or 9 million Twitter accounts have seen. Maybe not 9 million exactly. But
no, 9 million. No, someone on Twitter has scrolled past it 9 million times.
Yeah,
that's what it means.
It's still, that means so many people have seen it and read through it, because as you go through the thread, there's all these allegations of games that Shohei Ohtani was betting on and then throwing games. Whether it's true or not, whatever. I'm not going to pretend like I know it's true. But then you have on a radio station in Washington this week, you have a guy who says he knows Shohei Ohtani's bookie in Orange County, and his name is Brad, and it's closer to $25 million in gambling debt and gambling.
Only on
like
soccer, from what
Only
I
on
understood.
soccer. Yeah. So
sure,
it's all over the place, but you're not going to get a firm answer. And even if he's going to deny that he gambled on games today, he's going to say that Ipe stole the money. Funny enough, then we find out this weekend that Ipe also apparently has been lying on his resume.
He's got a little Jack Easterby in him. And
That's what I thought.
His resume, because remember with Jack Easterby, there was a period of time where he was with the Jaguars, and I believe he claimed to have a title that he never actually had. So with Ohtani's interpreter, I guess he claimed that he was the interpreter for former Red Sox reliever Hideki Okajima. And the Red Sox actually came out with a statement saying, nope, that never happened. And maybe we got to take what the Red Sox say with a grain of salt here, but this is interesting.
And he lied about where he went to college.
You have the most unreliable actor as somebody who has potentially stolen millions of dollars from Shohei Ohtani. It does make it seem a little bit more plausible that this could all have happened to Shohei Ohtani out of just ignorance. But at the same time, I don't really know what part of this story to trust. And now we're just going to get a PR statement with no questions asked in response to it afterwards, and baseball's just going to expect everyone to forget about this. I suppose they will, because everyone wants Ohtani to play baseball. Everyone likes watching him play, no matter what team he plays for. But I don't think this goes away, and I think more people will continue to dig and dig and dig. This just keeps the digging going. If you're actually truthful and honest and take questions, okay, maybe that slows down. And again, I'm saying maybe. I'm speculating.
I think part of it, too, though, is the fact that he's, like, actually under, like, FBI investigation. And so you want to be very careful with what you say in front of a microphone while you're under investigation from the FBI. And, again, this is something that it would be in a second language. So, like, he has to be very careful about what he says and doesn't say nothing can get lost in translation. And the bad thing is his interpreter is the guy who's kind of the eye of the storm here.
We're expecting him to read off a piece of paper, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not expecting him to speak from the heart. If he spoke from the heart, maybe a little more believable.
I mean, he's got to put that thing in reverse and bus drive this guy.
Yeah, no,
he's got to bury him.
That's the key. Is just to, like you mentioned all the stories that came out this weekend about like him lying on his resume, not going to the college he said he went to. It's like, that's your way out of it, is to make this guy, to make the interpreter seem like the biggest scumbag on earth. And like, yeah, okay, maybe he is the biggest scumbag on earth. I don't know, but that's the way that that's the easiest way, kind of in the clear for Ohtani.
Yeah.
Written statement in Japanese, probably.
That's a good question because he can speak English.
Yeah, he did talk. He did speak in English. Like, what was he like accepting an award or something?
He did after the World Baseball Classic on Fox with Ben Verlander.
Yeah, and he did. You know.
So it's just to the extent, and like I remember I've heard Ben, because he's obsessed with Ohtani in a really bizarre way, talk about how like you can see Ohtani understanding the questions. So he understands it. It might just be wanting to give the correct answer coming back. But my guess is that the statement will not be in English and there will be an interpreter there.
If you do it in English, some questions will feel answered and some people will be put at ease. That doesn't make it actually truthful, but that is a part of this too. This language barrier is a very interesting element of this, especially considering the interpreter is the guy who stole the money, allegedly. That's what makes it so fascinating.
Yeah, and it will be funny. Just like, is he just gonna get up there, speak Japanese, and be like, "All right, thank you for your time," and then that's it?
That would be funny if he ended it by saying, "Thank you for your time" as well.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. No, but arigato, and he walks away. I've been watching Shogun.
I've been watching Tokyo Vice and Shogun. I know a lot about the Japan culture.
Yeah. But if like some other interpreter walks up and then just says what Ohtani said in English to people, that would also be funny. Or if Shohei's like just standing next to a guy who's reading a statement, looking like serious, solemn, nodding, like, "Yep, I mean this." Like this, the scene is gonna be interesting.
And this is just the beginning.
Yeah, and I get why you do it. It's because like they're gonna have to play on Thursday. Like opening day is on Thursday. He's gonna be available in a clubhouse so you want a like, here's like our first public, acknowledgement of this, or first public statement on this. Then, after we win 5-3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks and you want to come and talk to me about it, then I'll just say, ongoing investigation I can't talk about.
I am curious what his strategy will be because, like, if you guys obviously remember back, it was weird because the pandemic was going on, so there wasn't as much media access. But once the media access did start to open up, every single city that the Astros would visit, those reporters felt like it was their opportunity to take a crack at Bregman, Correa, and these guys. And I would expect Chandler Rome to, when Ohtani comes here for the first time, to try to get a crack at Ohtani and to figure out, what's going on.
At him.
I mean, everyone's going to ask questions.
Put the
This is
screws
not
to
going to
him.
be the end.
Yeah.
If baseball
Get a spotlight up in front of him.
Exactly.
What were you gambling on the night of March 22nd? Were you betting on Longwood to cover against the Cougs?
Terrible bet.
That's a bad bet. That's
They
a very
covered by
bad bet.
twice the
You
spread.
idiot.
I didn't make it in time to LaBerge on Friday to get that bet in. Instead, I was hanging out, and we had the full experience this weekend at the sports book. We were outside on the patio on Saturday. It was awesome. I highly recommend that if you are leaving Texas to go to Lake Charles, you go to LaBerge in Lake Charles. The sports book was very cool. The casino was a good time. Sean and I played way too much video blackjack. It was a terrible idea, but we had a good time this weekend over at LaBerge. But also, I got to take the whole experience in. I brought my wife with me this weekend. We went to the steakhouse. We went to Emerald. We went to Asia, the Asian restaurant they have there. We went to the seafood restaurant for brunch on the last day before we left. Great food all over the place. Sean had some great pizza. We watched Brian McDonald eat this thing called a death burger, and I thought he was going to die on the air on Saturday, but he made it through, and he'll even be here for the Killer Bees today. But if you have not downloaded the Penn Play app yet, make sure you do so, because when you do, you have the chance to win $2,000 in Penn Play cash, and when you leave Texas and you want to go bet on your Texas teams, make sure you head over to Lake Charles and the LaBerge. The Rockets are on this very impressive run without Alperen Sengun. Now, they're not playing, Paul, the best teams in the NBA, but in any way, shape, or form.
Lots of bums.
But they've beaten some playoff teams as well in this stretch. They've beaten the Kings. They beat the Bulls. The Jazz are pretty much out of it at this point as well. But so it's not like they beat the Cavs. So you're not
Suns.
beating the world beaters, I would say. Of the NBA. You haven't beaten the Mavericks, the Warriors, the Clippers in this recent stretch, but they're playing very good basketball. How much of this, as you view it right now, we'll start with Jalen Green. When you watch him play, do you look as this is sustainable?
The three-point shooting is not. He is 18 for his last 36.
Yes.
The scoring, because of the three-point shooting, also probably not. But I think you have to admit, if you've been watching him, that he's making smarter decisions with the basketball. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence. And the Rockets are very good playing at this pace. And it is a feather in the cap for the Jalen Green truthers out there. Because if Green was telling people privately that they're not using me correctly, and this is what it looks like when Green is running the show, I mean, the results do speak for themselves, even if those results are coming off against, for the most part, absolute NBA bums. You would expect it to happen again tonight against a Blazers team. But Green's going to win Western Conference Player of the Week for a second straight week. I mean, he averaged 36 points over the last 3.
The 50% three-point shooting is not what it's been 40% over the last week since he won Western Conference Player of the Week. So that's not sustainable to that level. But can it be somewhere in between and that be sustainable? To me, the answer is yes. Not what it was before this recent stretch and not what it is exactly right now, but somewhere where he is just a more efficient shooter. I mean, the confidence. He's the one done 2 of those, shoot the 3, turn around and run down the court before it even goes in the last couple games. So the confidence is at an all-time high.
It's gotten preposterous.
Yeah, it's pretty. He's feeling himself.
You love to see it because I think for a guy like him, if you're playing confident, then you can try to do all of the many things that you can do that other players can't. He's got an athletic gear to him that very few other players have. And the Rockets have a couple of guys like that because Amen Thompson as well. The same kind of story. But what you're seeing from Green right now, it's been awesome. I'm appreciating every single moment of it. And either it makes him have sky-high trade value at the end of the year, going into next year, if the Rockets want to package him with other players for another player, a more refined player, or it's just a guy that you have going forward. But you got to feel good about it. And I am very curious as to what the next step potentially could be for Jalen Green.
Yeah, I think the biggest question now is, so you listen to the full part of the Rockets from Bill Simmons and Ryan Russillo talking about it?
In that segment of the podcast, he compared Jalen Green to young Kobe Bryant. And I think the Kobe Bryant that you're thinking of, people in the car listening right now, no, he did not mean like one of the best players in NBA history, Kobe Bryant.
Froby.
Yeah.
He meant the young sidekick to Shaquille O'Neal
before they won championships.
Those titles that they won in the late 90s.
And with the athleticism, the jump shooting. But one of the takeaways I had from listening to their podcast was that now Bill Simmons he's smart. He's not like some other media members who just throw out super flaming hot takes all the time. Bill will often present his very hot takes as a question. So when there's too much pushback, he can say, I didn't mean that.
And then he whines about the aggregators.
So when he said today on his podcast, are you ready to have the Alperen Şengün conversation about if the Rockets are better off without Şengün? I think he meant it. And then Russillo pushes back. But that conversation is going to happen. It is going to start happening, on social media, on talk shows about the Rockets and what they've done without Alpi, even though this stretch started with them together, about if Alperen Şengün slows down the Rockets too much. It's not, to me, you have to see them play together again before you can really have that conversation.
I agree with you there, and I also am curious as to if this pace is just running laps literally around teams that don't want to be here anymore.
That's also part of it.
Because these teams blow. These teams are terrible. The Blazers are no different. Tonight, the Rockets should win by 30 with the way that they're playing right now. Any game that's not a blowout by the Rockets tonight, it's going to be interesting to see how Ime Udoka handles it. I think he's very happy with the way that they've been finishing games of late. But this is one of those games where you look at it and the Blazers, 5 rookies starting again. You just smoked them not too long ago. You are expecting a big night from these Rockets. But what happens when they go up against Golden State, who maybe is going to take the Rockets a little more seriously, seeing as the Warriors do not want to miss the playoffs? That would be an embarrassing look for them. That's a prideful team with a bunch of guys who have won ships. And also some of the other teams that they're going to play down the stretch because, the last couple of weeks of the year, the schedule changes significantly. To their credit, they are beating up the cupcakes. They are just mowing down the cupcakes in the cupcake buffet. But now, after that, what happens? And we'll see as soon as Wednesday.
I it's not that I don't love watching Alperen Sengun play basketball. To see more of a sample size, part of me does not want him to come back this season because I want to see what this offense and the way they're playing looks
No
like
walking
right
through,
now.
no limping, based off of a tweet I saw from Ben DeBose on I want to say it was Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday's game.
Like, I want to see what it looks like versus OKC versus a team that's
Wednesday.
like tall, very athletic, has probably at least a top 10 player in the NBA in SGA.
And Shep Holmgren's been great this year.
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like when you play Dallas, when you play Minnesota. I'm curious if this play style that they have right now is sustainable. So I hope we get some run with this current lineup before Alpi gets back and when they start playing the good teams.
Yeah, they're gonna get, as we mentioned, the schedule is very easy right now. It's part of the reason I haven't been like super standings watch. Now that they're one game back, it's still a long way to go. In April, they basically exclusively play playoff teams, so I think they have one more against the Blazers, and then exclusively playoff teams. So the schedule is going to be tougher. We are going to get a chance to see this lineup against more real teams, more teams that are not even just like have more reason to try, but are just like better teams. Even if they're not trying, at least the guys that aren't trying are better. Like, it's just, I'd rather have good guys that are trying than bad guys that aren't trying. And I think some of it though is a little bit overstated. It's a little bit like simplifying the like pace stuff, because post All-Star break, the Rockets have played faster than they did pre All-Star break. And that was with Sengun. They were, I think, 7th in pace when Sengun was healthy in the 10 games post the All-Star break. And then since Sengun's gone down, or no, they're 6th in pace with Sengun in there for the first 10 games. Since Sengun's gone down the 7-8 games now without him, they're 7th in pace. So they haven't actually played any faster or slower since the second half. That's really the line of demarcation for the Rockets season, more so than the Alperen Sengun injury. As to like can these guys play together? It's like, I don't know. Can we see it? Like, I don't know why we have to choose. Like, just come back next year with these guys.
Well, hopefully Rafael Stone will keep his draft picks in his pocket, because Shams Charania on television today confirmed that the Houston Rockets offered Jalen Green and multiple first-round picks to the Brooklyn Nets at the deadline for Mikal Bridges. Fire him. See ya. I don't want him. Take you and your wife who deactivated her Twitter account after she tweeted out Roosh and go away.
I think he is very underqualified to have a general managing job in the NBA. Do you give him credit for not pulling the trigger on that deal?
No, because they turned him down.
They turned him down? Is that what the Nets are saying right now? Because you have to remember this.
I'm not admitting that if I'm the Nets.
If this is coming out, it's coming out because of the Nets.
Yeah, but
why would the Rockets
Nets are leaky. The Nets are very leaky with this stuff.
Why would the Rockets tell Shams, hey, the guy who's been playing awesome for 10 straight games? Yeah, we tried to trade him.
I don't disagree with you,
it's coming from the Nets.
Yeah, but why would you admit that you turned it down?
Because
they're
morons. The Nets want people to pay attention to them.
They do.
Also, there's a little bit of maybe trying to sow discord in the Rockets among the Rockets ranks, because Shams also went on a long thing, like as he was talking about that on the FanDuel TV thing that he's on. He also did I don't know, can Jalen's been playing so well. Can Sengun and Jalen play well together? Like, he also did that in that thing. So it was a very negative Rockets thing when he starts it with like, man, Jalen Green's been playing awesome. Now you have to remember, he can't play with Sengun, and the Rockets try to trade him at the deadline. Which, by the way, let's go back to the trade deadline. How are we feeling about Jalen Green? Do we think this was on the horizon?
Not at all.
No, but Jalen Green and plus draft picks for Mikal Bridges is not a good trade.
Jalen Green was playing like one of the worst players in basketball
at the
deadline.
But Bridges, the idea that you could give up a top 10 pick this year, we're going to give Brooklyn their pick back, like potentially for Bridges,
it's not it wasn't as crazy at the time as
it wasn't.
He was
not good.
Also Bridges has come down to earth since then too. They kind of have just like passed each other.
They have flipped pretty dramatically.
Yeah.
If I was going to trade Jalen Green, I never would have traded him for a guy like Mikal Bridges. I'm glad they didn't make that move.
I would have traded him for very little.
Yeah,
a month
in
ago.
January.
Really?
January, I would have been like, "See ya, Jalen."
I never liked Bridges that much to where I'm giving up. Maybe it's not Jalen.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what position Miles Bridges plays. But you know what? Miles Bridges was that whatever. I don't even know. But I still would have traded Jalen Green.
We talked about this. I remember saying that I would have done Jalen straight up for him. I guess it's more the draft picks I have issues with.
It's the 10th overall pick though.
I don't trust Rafael Stone.
They're not going to be able to draft like Reed Shepard, who scored 3 points against Oakland. Like, yeah, we're gonna not be able to draft that guy.
I just rather use those assets for a better player.
Well, now with the way Jalen is playing, you have the option to be picky. Now you have the ability to be like, which star is actually worthy of trading Jalen Green for, as opposed to where we were at the deadline, where it was like, oh my God. I think I literally said on, maybe not this show, maybe it was just Paul and I were doing the show, where I was like, if you put like just basically any shooting guard in for the Rockets, they would be better than they were with Jalen at shooting guard for most of the first 60 games of the season.
I look at this situation where you're looking for opportunities to punch Rafael Stone, right? And that moment at the trade deadline theoretically could have been won. I think more so you can just look at the Kevin Porter Jr. stuff. Because I get where you're at. Like, I'm out on Stone too. I get that some of the moves have been working out, specifically the mid-round draft picks. But I think that the whole Kevin Porter Jr. thing is weird. Like, that they thought that this guy who had such a troubled track record off the court, that they thought he could be the guy for an organization at some point. That's what I'll focus on more. I don't blame the Rockets for trying to see what they could get for Jalen Green at the trade deadline. He has responded since the All-Star break. But there was a moment where I think we all pretty much were in agreement that, like, yeah, this ain't working. The only people who were sticking behind Jalen Green were delusional.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get what you're saying there. But
I wouldn't have an issue if they traded him this offseason. I just don't. There will be a conversation within the Rockets organization about how they played with him without Alperen Şengün. Honestly, they're a terrible organization if they don't have it. You have to look at what's happening and try to evaluate it and figure out who you are. I just don't want Rafael Stone to be part of those conversations.
Yeah,
he can be the GM, but that should just be Udoka's call.
Yeah, and that could be just how that's how it felt like last offseason went. It was basically Udoka being like, I want that guy, I want that guy, I want that guy. And it was more Stone making the contracts work. So that could be how the Rockets are run. You'd think that Udoka, if anything, has more pull in the organization now that he has some pelts on the wall as far as how the team is playing. You'd think his role would only grow in that. And again, Stone is more of the like, yeah, well, I'll do the actual like boring GM stuff, but Udoka is picking who he wants.
All right, coming up next, one of the Texans' divisional opponents made a massive, massive deal this weekend. It wasn't a big trade, but a big contract that came with it. And there seems to be this theory that the AFC South has gotten much more challenging this upcoming year. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So over the weekend, the Tennessee Titans traded for L'Jarius Sneed. And it looks like today that they gave him a big contract. When the trade happened, I was a little surprised because I'm not sure the Tennessee Titans should be in the business of adding high-quality, expensive talent at this point in their rebuild. But I give them a little bit of credit for doing something that makes them more competitive next year.
They've done two things this offseason that show that they're done with this stripping of parts era that they were in, ranging from moving on from A.J. Brown to most recently Derrick Henry, others along the way, Kevin Byard, Danico Autry. I mean, it's been a lot of changes, but they go and they get L'Jarius Sneed. They only traded a third-round pick for him. And on top of that, they went and they got Calvin Ridley away from the Jacksonville Jaguars. And for all those people that are here in Houston that believe that since the Houston Texans have C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract, these are the kind of moves that they should make, this is the team to watch. Because this is the team that, if they are correct with these two moves that they did this offseason, making some big splashes, this would make you right. Person who was banging the table for the Houston Texans to make the big move that you feel Danielle Hunter wasn't, that you feel Joe Mixon wasn't. Because there are some people that are like that out there. I'll give them credit, though. I mean, I thought that they were perhaps going to give it one more year to really get everything moving forward. Clearly, they have a lot of confidence in Will Levis, and they're hoping a quarterback on a rookie deal is going to be able to make things happen, especially if he's got another good corner on the other side of things. Wouldn't say that that was Tennessee's big issue last year, though. It just felt like Tennessee was a mess from top to bottom in so many different ways.
Yeah, it was. And I differ from you on the Calvin Ridley contract. To me, he is a player who hasn't shown that he was what he once was in Atlanta. He had some moments, but this is a guy who missed basically 2 years of football. And I like Calvin Ridley, the football player. So I hope for his sake that coming off the injury, the unjust, unfair suspension that he was given, that he can, get it back together.
Never has an athlete been more apologetic for something he did not need to be apologetic for.
It's pretty crazy that they suspended him for an entire year.
He wrote that whole piece in the Players Tribune, which I was too lazy to read all of. But, I mean, I glossed over it, and there were so many segments where he's like, man, I let so many people down. It's like, no, man, this is not nearly as bad as some of the many other things that NFL players do.
Yeah.
So I get where you're coming from where, hey, he wasn't that special with the Jaguars this past season. But I think the Jaguars are going to miss him.
Oh, I think they will too. The Gabe Davis for Calvin Ridley swap is not a good one. So to me, Jacksonville, as much as we all wanted Eric Armstead to be a Houston Texan, that is not this move that belongs in a category that makes them elite.
I don't know.
Adding that in Gabe Davis.
I think it's a good move, though. I mean,
it is a good move. Yeah.
I don't know if the Jaguars got better, but I feel like the Colts have improved this offseason. I feel like the Jaguars have, in a way, not as much as you would want them to. I think the Jaguars were still in that, we're still like an 8 or 9 win team. But the Titans have gotten a little bit better as well. And, I mean, they challenged you the first time that you played them this past season. Obviously, Case Keenum was under center for that game. So I think the AFC South is going to be a little bit better this season. I think the Houston Texans schedule is going to lend itself to this division, even though it's one that we just historically look at. It's like, whatever. It's the AFC South. It's probably going to be a little bit more difficult for them to win this thing this year.
Yeah, the big thing will be definitely Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and then if Trevor Lawrence can stop fumbling the football, depending on how good these teams are.
How does he keep fumbling?
He has the most fumbles in the NFL, and it's not even close.
It's insane. I think it's 28 over 3 years or something like that.
And he doesn't lose all of them, but it's staggering how many times. I didn't know that one day Jeremy pointed out, and it kind of blew my mind a little bit that someone that good could be that careless and just reckless with the football.
I think I'd have a solution. Like if he put product in his hair, he could, when he takes his helmet off on the sideline, he could get a little stick 'em on his hands. Just
But that's
by
a delicate balance because you
putting
don't want the ball to stick when you try to throw it.
I think you want a little bit of stick on it, though. A little bit of stick. Not too much stick, just a little bit of stick. And I mean, honestly, he might need a little stick because he overthrows people all the time. But with Lawrence, I mean, the man has no product in his hair.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of weird. And I feel like, yeah, if he puts a little product in his hair, he might actually be able to hold on to the football. Also, his hair won't make him look like
Sunshine?
No, because he doesn't look like Sunshine. He doesn't look like Sunshine. He looks like a medieval page.
You don't think he looks like Sunshine?
No.
Remember the Titans?
Sunshine is objectively handsome. No, this Trevor Lawrence is whatever.
But does he need to do what Sunshine did? Sunshine was a better football player when he cut his hair.
I don't even remember that part of Remember the Titans. Did they make him cut his hair?
Yeah, they cut his hair and it was like short, like the last like half of the movie.
How
Or no, yeah, I think it was like the whole time basically.
I look at not Sunshine. I look at Trevor Lawrence and I see a young King Arthur from King Arthur and the Sword and the Stone, the terrible Disney movie.
Okay.
And that's what I see. It's just like a medieval page boy who would have like died like at the age of 20 from like a whooping cough in the midst of a campaign to retake back Jerusalem.
He looks like a Lannister cousin or something.
Yeah, that's good.
Better.
That's good.
That's better.
3076 looks like a Hanson brother. Also good.
Yeah.
What side of Game of Thrones is Trevor Lawrence on? He's on Team Green, I assume.
Oh yeah.
He's on the wrong side of history.
Oh, I forget what's.
Even though I guess that's technically the right side of history.
The Lannisters are in this coming season. They were in the last season.
Oh yeah, there was the twins, right?
There were a couple of Lannisters. They seemed like betas though.
Yeah, they're just they're popping in. You know?
Yeah,
They're trying to get wives with dragons. You know, they're trying to be sugar daddy or sugar babies.
Who isn't trying to get?
Who doesn't want to have a wife with a dragon?
For the 832, Trevor Lawrence is the human version of Jar Jar Binks. Now that's just
Oh, I can kind of see. In a weird way, I can see Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks would fumble that many times.
Yeah, and the hair is kind of like the ears. I see.
Jar Jar Binks was a Sith Lord, though.
Yeah, I've seen that theory before.
Yeah, he really was like the reason why the Empire rose.
He's just so annoying, and no one took him seriously.
I mean,
they should just make that a Disney Plus show.
I mean, it's
better than all the other ones.
It's such a common theory. I mean, they made the Marvel What If. They could do the same thing with Star Wars.
He was supposed to be a bigger factor in the prequel movies, but everyone hated him so much, so they basically wrote him out of the script.
He was just so terrible.
Legitimately, he played his way out of the script.
It's like if the Nets said yes to the Jalen Green trade. That's what it would have been like.
Pretty much.
All right, Paul Gallant, Joe George, Sean Mapes here with another half hour on the show. We got a question here about Xavier Howard we'll get into when we get back. But also, is there a reason why the Texans fans want wide receivers? And it's really just because they don't believe in the longevity of Tank Dell. We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we do that, I want to tell you guys again about the Sportsbook at LaBerge, Lake Charles. It's your go-to spot for betting and watching all your favorite Texas teams. Had a couple plays this weekend. Some went well, some didn't. But the one thing I know is that it was an easy process. There's 19 betting kiosks in the Sportsbook throughout the casino. There's 22 slot machines. The other thing I love about the Sportsbook, though, is that not often you walk in and you see tables. There's tables right there. They were $10 blackjack tables. The only place you could find them at LaBerge, they were in there in the casino, so you could play blackjack. You could play roulette while you're watching the games. They have a 24-foot video wall, and they have an outside patio that was absolutely beautiful as well. Chef Lyle's great cook. We mentioned earlier, Brian had the Death Burger this weekend. They also have the Death Wings, but also, normal, great tasting food as well. We had the Boudin egg rolls. Those were absolutely incredible. So become a Penn Play Rewards member today. Get the rewards and enjoy perks while you stay and while you play. Download the app. When you do, you can get up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Plan your next trip to LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles and download the Penn Play app to start earning rewards today.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
8327 there, as we were talking about additions in the AFC South, asked, what's the deal with Xavier Howard? The guy comes out and says he wants to take less to play in Houston. He's still a free agent.
Not that much less.
That's where it's being overlooked.
The guy had a $75 million contract. What, you think he's going to take the minimum now?
Yeah.
No.
He's not going to take the minimum. But he's made it so clear he wants to be a Texan. I also found it fascinating that he said he's not a lifelong Texans fan, but said he had a Texans tattoo. That seems odd.
One of a few people that actually likes the logo.
Well, might have to change it. No, the logo's going to stay the same.
The logo is staying the same, yeah. It's the uniforms are getting a little hornier.
That's true, they are.
Quite literally. No, not like the uniforms are not going to have the relations.
Yeah, it's not baseball. They're not going to be see-through pants.
Yeah, I was going to say the mesh.
There's literally the shoulders are going to be a little hornier.
Can't wait to see that on opening day. Oh yeah. Can you? You excited to see the new uniforms in action?
You don't think they're going to have it fixed by tomorrow?
No.
By Thursday?
You think this is baseball we're talking about? Come on.
It didn't seem like a big deal. I mean, I guess the
Shohei
series
Ohtani's reading a statement later today. This league is a bunch of dumbasses.
I kind of hope that he just, like, in the statement goes, and also our pants are see-through. Please fix them.
That would be funny.
Just dropping it at the end.
Just has a list of grievances. He's like, now that I know that you're listening.
Yeah, here's no problems with baseball. All of them. Runner on second base in extra innings. Stupid.
I like that one.
I do too.
Yeah, I don't want to watch extra innings in the regular season.
I always wish it would just start in the 11th. I wish they played one more regular inning, and then added the runner on second base.
I want the game to end earlier so I can go to Highway Cantina after the game's done.
I feel like the Astros play like
place.
It's amazing, dude. I'm going there before tonight's Rockets game.
They play such an inordinate amount of extra inning games against specifically the Oakland A's that I'm for it. Just whatever gets me out of the Oakland A's stadium fast. Just not even. I'm not even there. It's just that they normally start the game at 9:30, and so it's like 1 o'clock, and no one's scoring in extra innings.
Yeah, those are. I do not enjoy West Coast baseball games. It's one of the advantages of the schedule changing a little bit was you had less nights in Oakland.
Yeah, I don't mind. Again, I don't mind the Seattle games because those are at least competitive.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I don't like watching a bum team and staying up for it.
Yeah, or they're losing and you're watching them lose to a bum team at 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's how I normally get sucked in. Is that it's like, oh wait, we're gonna talk about them losing to the A's tomorrow, so I have to stick around. It's not they're up 6-0. I'm in the fourth. I'm like, cool, I'm out.
All right, so Paul, you asked this question. How many people believe Tank Dell can make it through an NFL season without getting injured?
We've seen a bunch of workout videos of him recently, and everyone's like, he's in the best shape of his life. And I am wondering if the many people who have been calling for the Houston Texans to bring in a wide receiver this offseason are people that just don't think Tank Dell is ever going to make it through a season healthy, but they're unwilling to say it publicly.
I bet you there's a lot of that because he is a fan favorite, and there is a delicate balance, whether you're just a fan of the team or in the media, that you don't want to dump on a guy for being a fan favorite. I think about going back to the Will Fuller conversations that we used to have. People were, for the most part, usually pretty positive about him until it got to the point where it was clear the fan base had turned on him. No one wants to be the first guy to turn on Tank Dell, but that is what I would agree with you that there are people who don't believe in him staying healthy, and that's why they want to add a wide receiver.
There are legitimately no reasons to turn on Dell to this point, but there are reasons to wonder if that frame can last a whole season entirely because of that freak accident that took place because Tank Dell was on a spot of the field that I get it. Some of the football heads out there are like, well, stuff happens. Yes, but it feels like of all the people that you would want to have towards the middle of the line of scrimmage on the goal line, the 5'9", 10, 165-pound guy is one of the last people that you'd want around that area.
It absolutely is. Now, it's not the injury concern that I have for Tank Dell that I have wanted the Texans to add a wide receiver. It's more that I don't believe in the sample size of Noah Brown and the other wide receivers on the roster. And it's you don't need to get T. Higgins or Michael Pittman, missing out on those guys this offseason or trying to trade for T. Higgins right now. I think that'd be a mistake. Adding another wide receiver in the second round with one of those 2 second rounders would still be valuable because
don't do that though.
I don't believe in Noah Brown, honestly.
But why do you need him why do you need a second round receiver?
Oh, so second or I guess third round.
A lot of people seem to believe like that's like the number one need in the draft. It's not. Like, I get everyone wants to have an extra wide receiver, but Noah Brown's better than whoever they're probably going to get for year 1 in the second round. Probably.
I would only disagree because Nick Caserio has shown that whoever he takes in the second and third round is awesome. And his hit rate is. I trust Nick Caserio's wide receiver evaluation at this point more than anything else. So with that, if he tells us in the draft that he's not taking a wide receiver because he likes his wide receiver room currently, then I will trust him. I believe in the robot right now.
They have said otherwise because they were talking about how they specifically want to get somebody who has the ability to get open. And I don't know if that was an indictment on Noah Brown or Robert Woods or something like that, but he has a good hit rate, specifically in the third round with both Collins and Tank Dell. And you could theoretically have someone fall into your lap in the second round like you thought you were getting with John Mechie. But I feel like there are bigger needs, and yet everyone is banging the table for another wide receiver, and I just don't understand why people seem to be ignoring the many other holes on this team. Because that's when I hear somebody bang for a big-time free agent receiver, a trade for a receiver, or to draft a receiver early. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that you don't think the other holes on this team are a more pressing concern than the weapons that C.J. Stroud has clearly found ways to make work.
I tend to agree with you. Part of the issue is that the biggest holes that you and I see, they seem to disagree with us on. The Texans haven't talked to or brought in a safety this offseason.
I can't believe that.
They
maybe
clearly,
that's what they're going to be looking at that in the second round.
Yeah, they clearly at this point in time are confident in the Petrie Ward combo, and you and I don't agree with them at all. I do not believe that that they are set at the safety position. Defensive tackle, it seems on paper you would need to add a bigger body, but the amount of guys that they've brought in, keep bringing in, they're probably good there. Nick Caserio said with Sean and Seth that they're gonna basically give Kenyon Green another run of it, so that kind of knocks out interior offensive line. I'm fascinated, honestly, what the Texans are going to do in the draft, because what you and I view as negatives, they seem to have no concern of addressing at this moment.
I wonder if the corners that they brought in, they're looking at some of them and thinking to themselves, they have safety traits. Because that really is the only thing that would explain both Jeffrey Okudah and
C.J. Henderson.
C.J. Henderson,
yeah.
Because, these guys were high up draft picks. They've got to have some sort of athleticism that works. Does that athleticism translate to the safety position, especially if they're going deep? And is that easier to put in the budget than signing a Quandre Diggs or signing a Justin Simmons or some of the other guys that are still available? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm so curious. Is it justified at all, though, the people who might be worried about Tank Dell's injuries, kind of going back to that? Because I don't think so.
I think it is justified to wonder if a guy who is that size is going to be able to make a long NFL career happen, especially considering he had multiple issues last year before the broken leg.
Yeah, I mean, the concussion was a weird play, but he was pretty healthy in college.
Right.
I know it's college and it's the American Athletic Conference.
He seems like somebody where if you hit him the right way, another concussion is certainly possible just because of the size. And we're not talking like helmet to helmet. We're just talking he falls back hard and hits his head. And then on top of that, like the small frame thing, unless the NFL is going to add some more changes this coming off season to make it a little bit more safe. Yeah, it's a safer league than it's ever been for receivers, but he's still one of the smaller guys in the league. That position.
Maybe they actually do put belts and flags on these guys, and then
Texas would be in great shape.
Then all our fears about Tank Dell go away. Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that just look around the league, how many 5'9", 165 wide receivers are there?
I remember going on the Killer Bees. We tried to find a comp for him. It was literally impossible because
Rondale Moore?
And Rondale Moore
probably like 190.
Exactly. Every player that you would come up with, Tank Dell was still like a little bit bigger than, and they all were terrible football players, and you never thought any of them were going to be good. So it's impossible to find a comp for Tank Dell. But going back to his college days, the one thing, he does a really good job of not getting hit big.
He does have some of that. I mean, which is necessary when you're a smaller, thinner wide receiver. Is he does have some good self-preservation. Not just like running out of bounds, but even like the hits that he does take. Lamar Jackson's actually a guy who's really good at this. Where like he doesn't really get blown up very often for how much he has the ball. And Tank Dell is kind of the same way where he maybe it's just he's such a small target. It's hard to hit him.
Target.
And now you can't hip drop him. So now I don't know what
Ant-Man.
Yeah, he's the Ant-Man.
I hate the hip drop rule. The more I think about it, guys, the more it bothers me.
What? It's going to help keep Tank Dell healthy.
It just feels.
Well, you don't need to hip drop tackle Tank Dell.
Yeah, you just hit Tank Dell.
Push him.
Yeah, you get good contact on Tank Dell. He's going down. You only hip drop.
Again,
Tank
small strike zone though.
Yeah. The hip drop is for like the Nico Collins of the planet, not for the Tank Dell.
I sense a little height shaming from size shaming from Joe in this segment.
I'm allowed to.
Tank Dell. Oh, you can, but I can't.
I'm 5'6".
Fair enough.
It's just there are certain things where you can defend your people or attack your people. Tank Dell, Jose Altuve, those are my people.
Those are
your people.
Open season on them for you.
Open
but if we
season.
say anything,
you're size shaming. For me, fair game.
Okay.
All right.
Then I'll choose my words carefully next time.
like Sean probably could have criticized us for what we just said about Trevor Lawrence's hair. He can say whatever he wants about Trevor Lawrence's hair because he is, similar.
Yeah.
Come on, Junior Bronco. I'm not 5'4".
His fair's all right.
Someone said that I looked like this crying Aryan Coug fan who was at the game last night. I think it was Dr. Dre on 290, and a lot of people agreed with him. I was like, I don't see it at all.
I saw that tweet because the guy's hand is covered his face.
Yeah, so you can't see his face, but his frame is like.
Did his face look like me?
No, you never see his face.
Then what's the similarity? Like we both have bodacious hair.
It's just the hair.
The hairstyle. Because I think he even mentioned like something about like, did you bleach your hair and go to this game?
Yeah. I thought maybe the other fan, the one with the crazy beard and the long hair. I thought maybe that was you in disguise. Didn't you tweet a photo of him today?
Oh, the guy who was doing the Shasta.
Yeah, he was pumping it.
He was sure pumping it and saying Cougum. That guy knew exactly what he was doing.
He 100%.
He was doing dirty things, and the Turner Sports Network, whatever channel that was on, they fell hook, line, and sinker for it.
All right, garbage time. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
A robbery has occurred. Jalen Green, not your Western Conference Player of the Week.
How dare they?
For week 22 of the NBA season. Anthony Davis scored 27 points, 16.7 rebounds per game, 2 blocks, and the Lakers went 3-0. So Jalen Green, not a Laker.
Left coast bias. I mean, he's got LeBron on his team.
Yeah, LeBron probably just told the NBA, hey, man.
Well, Jalen doesn't have Sengun getting in his way.
Exactly.
I'll choose my words carefully.
Oh, you don't want to get canceled?
No. He's very, Sengun's very limber. I've always said that.
Yeah.
Definitely not the STIFF word.
What nonsense. Is that still going? Does anyone know?
I'll check back in with Dale. I think Dale said he was going to lock his
unlock his Twitter account?
Well, he was like, this weekend I'll unlock it, see what's up.
Makes sense.
I was like, yep, good strategy.
Wait, when did saying stiff become a problem?
Whoa. Joe, do I have to dump that?
Look at them both. You're not even
It's
responding
not
to me
because it's
saying
not
that.
that's not what the issue was.
You call them the Turkish
They
stiff.
said they eat dirt. Like that was the issue.
Well, I
but that
thought
was
the
a
issue
that was a joke callback.
I thought the issue was more about the proper adjective and a word that isn't flattering.
Yeah, so dumb. What an overreaction. That was incredible.
They know what xenophobia is very, very well, even though the history books don't teach them that there.
Yeah. All right, it's time for garbage time.
Great news, guys, because I know that everyone wants to see the next chapter of this man's career. Johnny Manziel, arena football? It's possible. AFL Commissioner Lee Hutton III, the first black pro league commissioner in United States history, wants the biggest names in football to join the Arena Football League. When asked about who those big names could be, he said, quote, I reached out to Johnny Manziel. So,
Okay.
Johnny, I'm a Texas guy. If you're ready to come back and endorse because you did very well, we will take you. We will find a spot for you. Are you going to watch Arena Football if Johnny Manziel's back in the game?
Are we getting a team?
I don't know. I feel like we might have too many spring football league teams.
Yeah, Roughnecks start on Sunday.
RIP Gamblers.
Yeah, Easter Sunday to start a football league. What a weird decision.
I will say I am more likely to watch it if Manziel's out there. I'd put it at 0% if Manziel's not out there. I don't know, maybe like 25. It depends on my schedule. Like it can't be during the Sweet 16 or anything. But yeah, I'll watch it.
I loved Arena Football.
I did too.
It was fun.
It was fun. Like there was a time where it was an enjoyable thing to go to.
Tampa Bay Storm, 5-time champs.
Chicago Rush is what we were.
Now, was it just because that we just had like less options back then?
Yes.
Where for me on a Sunday in April or whenever they would play that, it was like, well, after the like ABC, Celtics Magic game, now there's nothing on TV for me to watch unless it's a re-air of an old movie.
Yeah.
Oh, Arena Football.
Did you guys ever have Arena Football? The PS2 game?
I thought about getting it.
It was so much fun.
I thought about getting it.
It was a nonsense game, but like just because like you don't really know the rules, even though it's still football. I loved playing it.
I went to 3 Tampa Bay Storm game in high school.
Well, we went to a lot of games.
They
growing
were a
up.
dynasty. They had sick uniforms. I really wanted to get one of their jerseys. Their jerseys were dope.
Yeah, I mean, growing up in the burbs in Illinois, it was way close. It was the stadium where they played in was 45 minutes away from us.
Oh, it's okay.
So it was super cheap, and we would go, and then it was a big field trip thing. Like if you had certain grades, they would do a field trip every year to like a weekday game or something.
Have either of you ever been caught in the spadle?
Oh no.
I don't know what the spadle is.
Okay, well, look this up.
I can't wait to hear you explain this.
Wrestling fans who were watching ESPN's coverage of the NCAA quarterfinals on Friday saw Ohio State's Jesse Mendez do the spladle against his opponent, Nebraska's Brock Hardy. Basically, this man was put into one of the most uncomfortable looking positions I think I've ever seen anybody put in that isn't dead. But to visually describe it for you, the listening audience.
I just texted it to Sean because
imagine that somebody has you lying on your back. Your legs are spread out wide. And they are somehow essentially like folding into your stomach. It is the most uncomfortable looking thing I've ever seen.
I'm looking at this crab. I'm looking at this photo and I can't tell whose arms and legs are who.
Well, I can tell whose ass is who.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The legs that are up near the guy's ears,
those are, yeah.
That's his own legs.
Look, you got to look this up.
It looks crazy. And to answer your question, Paul,
you have not been in a spladle?
No, I have not.
Did you guys wrestle?
I appreciate that you assume that the answer was no, and yes, the answer is no.
Did you wrestle?
No, I did not. No.
Did you?
Never wrestled.
I did for like one season.
Mm-hmm. Didn't like it,
dude. They wanted me to weigh 90 pounds.
Right, the weight thing.
I was like, and this is like 8th grade, so I was probably like at the time 110. They wanted me to weigh 90 pounds. I was like, no, I'm good.
It's crazy. The weight stuff that you gotta do to make weight, like you eating grapefruit and stuff. I heard stories. I didn't do it myself.
Seeing middle school kids run around in garbage bags,
that's what my
and
memory
not
of
eating is mind blowing.
Also, and I say this with all due respect, the high school kids that are in wrestling are psychopaths. Like they're
99% of the
they're just
time.
the biggest psychos in the world, and their parents just want them to channel some of that psychopathy into something that's at least theoretically productive.
The number one arrest team when I was at college was the wrestling team.
What? That's surprising.
Urban Meyer was the coach?
You'd walk into their house, and it looked like just a demolition crew had gone through there. There was broken doors, broken walls, because they're
just wrestling all the time.
These morons would just get drunk and wrestle each other and just throw each other into walls.
Guys being guys.
Dudes being dudes.
Yeah, hey, that's how they got the number one spot, I assume.
Yeah. And to wrap up garbage time, speaking of the spadle, the police officer
is it
who
another
hooked up
position I've
spadle. Yeah, you should know it. Speaking of the spadle, the lady police officer who hooked up with 6 officers on the job and claimed she was sexually groomed sued the police department of her municipality and won $500,000.
Really? Good for her.
Was she put in the spadle at any point?
What do you think?
Check out
Can't rule it out. Can't rule it out.
You cannot rule it out. You cannot rule it out.
Well, you know what? Good for her. Good for her.
Good for her.
$500,000.
The spadle. If I would get in the spadle for $500,000. What?
Just the spadle.
What did you do for $500,000?
Well, I would do it for that.
Fair.
Well, I'm so glad we're running out of time on this show before Paul starts listing off the things he would do for $500,000.
Doing it tomorrow. Dude.
Oh my God.
All right, that does it for us. We're going. We're leaving. What a way to end the show today. For Paul Gallant.
What's wrong with this?
You can find him on Twitter at Gallant Says. For Sean Mapes on Twitter
Joe's
at
kink shaming over here.
Sean A. Mapes. I'm Joe George on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Talk to you tomorrow at noon. Goodbye.
Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? How was that?
It sounds like you're going to need a minute. I hope you're ready for the Friday game against the Cougs. I hope you didn't blow out your...
You have any allergy medicine back there?
Yeah,
There's a little tickle in my throat.
You blow out your voice. You're not going to have a voice for Friday.
He's not here. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Can you talk for like 20 seconds? I need to collect my breath.
You're gonna be okay.
That was tough for me. I don't know. I don't think.
You sound very out of breath now. You put a lot of wind into that for sure.
I've had a day.
You've had a day. What was what would you guys get back last night?
I laid my head to pillow at 5 a.m.
Oof.
5 a.m.
And now, for people who don't know, you have obviously a little one.
We do. No, my wife was terrific last night.
All right. So you got to sleep in a little bit.
Yeah, we have a guest room, and nights that I get home really late, she'll set up the guest room for me and allow me to sleep in. I have a great wife.
All right, well, that's
Great
good.
wife.
That's good.
So I gotta sleep in a little bit. I'm good. Riding on emotion. But what a game yesterday. Blankers
Well, I was going to ask. I mean,
Blankers is in traffic.
Even if the game was here in Houston, you might not have got to bed to 5 a.m. because of how exciting that game was.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go to sleep before 5. But yes, there were some emotions yesterday. An absolute thriller, a March classic, Houston and Texas A&M. This is what the tournament's all about. Like, you have a game that you feel is unbelievable, and that's what it was. You knew it was going to be a tough game. Houston, Texas A&M, they're very similar. Tough teams, physical teams, rebounding teams. The game's going to be won based on getting the rebounds. Is A&M the best offensive rebounding team in the country, second overall? Houston prides themselves on the same thing. Texas A&M, much improved team over the last 2 months. They've changed what they do offensively. They have 3 great guards. Boots Radford is a man. That guy is tough.
If it wasn't for Boots Radford, that game would have gone to overtime. He was the only guy scoring on a consistent basis for the Aggies. Obviously, Wade Taylor, and we'll get into this in a minute, but rough shooting night for Wade Taylor.
Yeah, and I think you tip your cap to Jamal Shed there.
Of course.
But the first half, the teams were trading punches. It was going back and forth, a tight game throughout. Second half, Cougars they controlled. They controlled the second half.
Yeah, there was a stretch. I don't remember exactly what part of the second half was, but they kept running action to one side to where it seemed like the Aggies kept forgetting about L.J. Cryer, and it left him wide open for a couple of huge shots. It was very good offense. I was just surprised that it worked as many times in a row as it did for the Cougars before the Aggies adjusted. But that certainly gave them a little cushion that they seemed to hold on to for most of the way. And I know you won't say this as the play-by-play guy, but when it got down to, I believe they were up 11, just under 2 minutes to play. I believe it was 1:58 when the shot goes in. It felt like it was over. And then the Aggies obviously went on just a torrid pace there to close regulation.
Yeah. You had 4 starters foul out of this game. You had a walk-on that had to hit a clutch free throw to make it a 2-possession game in overtime. You had, 45 free throws for Texas A&M? Houston shot 30. There were 75
I know the
in this
Aggies
game.
missed a lot of free throws. That was a big part of the early action looking, especially when they went to the first half graphic. The Aggies were like 11 of 22 from the line. They missed a lot of free throws.
They were much better in the second half. They ended up shooting 64% from the line, which isn't good.
Still
but
isn't
it's not
good, yeah.
50% like it was at halftime. For Houston, it's a culture win. You play games where in the tournament you have to find different ways to advance. I think Houston played good defense for a majority of this game, especially on Wade Taylor. Tip your cap to Jamal Shed, the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, Big 12 Player of the Year. You tip your cap to Boots Radford, who is a stud. I love that guy's game. He is so good. But then the Houston Cougars, who were in foul trouble throughout the game, had 4 starters foul out. The other team shot 45 free throws, yet you still find a way to win the basketball game. You also scored 86 points in regulation, which I know a lot of critics to the Cougars. Well, they can't score. Not a good offensive team. It's the top 15 in KenPom offensive efficiency. You don't look at that because you look at all the other variables, and they're playing more lower scoring games because their defense kind of dictates that. Yeah, you look at Buzz Williams. Buzz Williams quotes in the press conference after the game. We couldn't stop them offensive. We couldn't stop their offense.
Well, yeah, to your point, they don't have to score 86 points in most regulations to win the game. So if you don't have to, that's especially for a defensive-minded head coach like Kelvin Sampson, you're not going to put yourself out there if you don't have to do it. You're not going to create more chances for bad play if you can play a low-scoring game and cruise your way to victory.
So I'm not a big get on officials guy. I know how hard that job is. I like officials, especially you get two physical teams like that. It makes it a very, very difficult game to officiate. I know I saw a lot of discord from Houston fans that they were displeased with the whistle. 4 guys fouled out. The other team shot 45 free throws. But I have a couple of Aggie friends. I have a couple of Aggie acquaintances that they weren't happy with the whistle either. So I'm curious, you, Brian, as a complete neutral party, because you're a Texas fan, what you thought of the whistle?
I thought it was tight. I thought there were some missed calls. I didn't think it was egregious for either side, though.
The only one that. Well, I mean, I had a lot of, objections, but the one that I thought was the craziest call of the night, and I live, I was like, okay, that didn't look like that to me, but I didn't have a good look.
On the steal?
No, the jump ball.
Okay,
the jump ball that gave the Aggies the basketball with one final possession with 1.2. I saw it was Locker that posted the a replay of that from I haven't watched the game back yet. I haven't had time, but I've seen clips of that jump ball. In my mind, there is never ever a simultaneous possession. Ever. I don't see an Aggie even touch the ball. So I don't know how that was called a jump ball. That to me was the worst call of the night.
Yeah, no, there's. I mean, I think you're, as you mentioned, kind of in the lead up to this. In every game, there's going to be bad calls. There's going to be missed calls. But overall, I mean, despite the free throw disparity, I don't think it was an egregious called game for either side. If the fact that both teams are complaining about refs tends to lead me to the side of then it didn't really affect the outcome a whole lot in the game. But certainly there were definitely calls to be mad about on both sides.
The jump ball totally changed the direction of the game. I mean, you don't call the jump ball, then you have to foul there. There's a 1 second at most left, and the Cougars are going to the free throw line up by 3.
Sure.
Uncle Barney texted me a moment ago, and he said, if you handed the ball to the Aggies, don't even get the jump ball, just hand it to them. Here you go. You have the ball. There's a layup. It's a 1-point game with 0.4 left.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I couldn't believe in real time, it was like, okay, it must have been there, and I just didn't see it. After watching the replay, it kind of triggers me. It kind of makes me mad because it could have I was on the opposite baseline. I was probably free throw line extended opposite of the Cougar bench. You didn't see me make that great catch on the sidelines, by the way. There was a pass that got thrown out of bounds, and I made a terrific catch.
I should have
early
spotted
second
that.
half. It was a beautiful, best hands in the business.
Yeah, I know. There's a video out there.
I will post it. Whenever I find it, I will post it because I of course pat myself on the back. Yeah, I'm gonna add it to the highlight reel. Best hands in the business. No radio guys got hands like Branham. That's what they say. That's what the scouts say. So I was on the opposite side of the floor. I was on the other half of the floor. But the jump ball was the worst call I've ever seen in my life. And this is totally hindsight 2020 because I didn't see it live. Live I was questioning it. I was like, that was a quick jump ball, man. That was super quick. I'm not sure. But then watching the replay later, no jump ball. No jump ball. And it really, I know that you win the game and all that, but if you were to lose in overtime, based on that call, I would have taken off the entire week from the show.
That bad, huh?
How do you make that? It could have totally changed.
I mean, we're only
fate of this year's basketball team.
I mean, absolutely, but we're only a few days removed from the Sanford Kansas game with the block or the block that should have been called a block.
That one's bad too.
Yeah, no. So
I'm not comparing. I'm not saying that this is worse than that one or whatever. Maybe I am. They were both bad calls though.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I wouldn't blame you for being mad if the Cougars had gone on to lose in overtime, but. I mean, it's one of those things where there's a million. Maybe this is just kind of my mindset for the general blaming of refs when it comes to these tight games. There's a million things that happen in the game leading up to that point where you could point to any one team if they do this better on their own, that better on their own. Then in that spot, they're not in that moment to even have the ref call, to bring it into question.
That's one of many reasons I don't bang on officials. I think banging on officials is silly. I see these Twitter dudes all the time. Oh, this call, and then a call goes your way, and you're like, oh, what a great call.
Exactly.
You're a hypocrite, dude. I can't take you seriously. So I'm not a big bang on it. If it's warranted, I'll certainly mention it and we can talk about it. But I probably defend officials and calls more than anything. Actually, I thought that one was bad though. I saw a lot of people talking about defending that baseline out of bounds play that led to the game tying 3 that sent the game into to overtime. That was more of a missed assignment than anything else. If you were to watch that play, the Cougars had a lot of attention on Wade Taylor, who's their,
he's their
best
Mr. Everything
offensive player. Didn't play that way yesterday. Credit Jamal Shed. But if you look at that play, there was a screen set at the right wing. Taylor was running to the corner, and the Cougars switched it. And the guy who got screened, instead of switching it as well, he chased down Taylor, which allowed Garcia to get wide open. So it was more missed assignment than anything else. I think you bring up a good point about Wade Taylor. Wade Taylor was on a heater going into that game yesterday. I got my game notes here.
Oh, yeah, you got the
I'll
whole.
just pull these
wow.
out and just read them right off the cuff here. Some real-time game notes. Wade Taylor had a stretch in SEC play late in the year where he missed 12 straight threes. He was 0 for 12 in back-to-back games. Since that point, he had been averaging 23 points a game, 48% from three in a stretch of 6 games. In his last 3 games, his last 5 games, he scored at least 19 points in each of those games, was averaging 25 a game and a 45% three-point shooter. Yesterday, the best defensive player in the entire country, in my mind, held Wade Taylor to 5 of 26 shooting, 3 of 13 from downtown. And I want to go to this quote from this soundbite from Jamal Shed. This was pregame. I think this was the Saturday in the media availability there in Memphis. Where look at the demeanor of Shed when he's asked about having to defend Wade Taylor.
He had a really good game versus us. He brought them back, and I'm excited to play him again.
Love that demeanor. Like you credit the opponent, but you could tell I want a little bit of Wade Taylor again. They're up by 20. Aggies made a great comeback because of Wade Taylor. Had like 24 points in the second half on Jamal Shed, jumping at the bit. And I would say that revenge was nice for Jamal Shed.
I mean, certainly, because if we played the rest of that clip, because they kind of tried to follow up with Shed, try to get more out of him, like like, hey, come on, expand. You guys played before. What's the motion? Get that sort of thing out of him. And he does basically the same thing, kind of deadpans again. It's like, yeah, he had a good game. I look forward to the rematch.
You could tell, like in that quote, that little bite there. We'll let actions talk.
Yeah,
we'll let the actions talk.
You could tell in his facial expressions, the tone of his voice, like he's been motivated and had this rematch. I mean, obviously he didn't know the rematch was definitely possible until Friday when the Aggies won their first round matchup. But I'm sure he was kind of hoping for this rematch.
2769 refs were calling ticky-tacky fouls the reason for the Cougs' foul trouble. I went back and watched like 8 minutes of the game yesterday as I fell asleep, but I'm going to watch the rest probably tonight. 6043, the jump ball was a horrible call. Not a good one. Not a good call. 0793 says that was the best intro this show has had in months. My what up, H-Town? Hey,
wow.
Speaking of Blankers.
You know what? I'm going to call him right now.
Yeah, call him up. He said that he was in traffic. Apparently there was a bad wreck on 59. He lives where? The Fort Bend area? Sugarland area, wherever. So he was
Sugarland.
Where's that?
He lives in the Sugarland area.
Sugarland, that was my second. Is Sugarland and Fort Bend not the same?
I actually don't
I think
even
they're the
know.
same thing. I think Sugarland's in Fort Bend County. I think that's why. But I could be wrong. I live on the north side of town. I don't really know. Yeah, but Blankers said that he was in traffic. So we're going to get an update on what's going on with Blankers, when we might be expecting Blankers on the show today, what his ETA might be. So Brian's calling him right now. 3209. I'm glad they won because we would have lost this game if we would have gone to double OT. We need to control our fouls. Look, it was ticky-tacky. Yeah, I mean, point taken, sure, especially with a limited bench and all that, but it is also the way that they play, and the way that they play is one of the best defenses in the entire country. So I think Brian's got Blankers on now. Blankers in traffic. There was a bad wreck on 59. You got him, Brian? All right, Blankers, what's your update? What's going on, man? What's leading all this traffic?
You're extra cocky when I'm not in the studio.
I'm
That's
always cocky.
Entertaining to have to listen to when I'm stuck in traffic. The update is that I've been moving at a pace of.
All the time we got. We're up against it, Blankers. Sorry, you know how it works. Up against it. So, looking forward to you getting here. But please text us any further updates that you might have. Coming up next, we can keep talking. We can keep talking some Cougar basketball if you'd like. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. When we come back, well, Blankers isn't here to answer this question, but is Blankers still on the embrace the suck train when it comes to the Houston Rockets? 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, on the 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. You can search for us at ESPN Houston on YouTube. We're there as well. He's at Sacked by BMAC on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When Blankers gets here, I'll tell you his Twitter handle. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Just Branham, actually. No blankers today. He's he might be here eventually. He's in traffic on 59, 713-780-ESPN.
I mean, we tried to talk to him, but,
We're up against
time.
it.
Yeah.
We're up against it. I mean, the clock matters more than any individual.
Yeah. None of us are bigger than the clock.
None of us are bigger than the clock. 8437, what is Blankers ETA? Wrong answers only. Or Blankers says he's in traffic. I have no idea.
Oh, you claiming conspiracy theory?
I'm saying for the sake of the bit, yeah. For the sake of the entertainment value, yeah. Blankers said he was in traffic, but where is Blankers really, and why is Blankers really late? Wrong answers only, 713-780-3776. Maybe he was – I mean, we did get the text. I do have some questions for Blankers whenever he arrives, though, by the way.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I mean, I guess we could pull up the traffic.
You gonna interrogate him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to put the spotlight on him.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the spotlight on him.
I think that's fair.
Because I do have some questions. I'm wondering if this story's really adding up.
Okay. I like it.
Wondering if this story is really adding up. So I am going to interrogate him. He's going to be.
Maybe we should pull up Google Maps, see if there's really some red lines there where he says he is.
Yeah, do that actually.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm doing it right. I don't know if this app really tracks that. I mean, I believe him, but for the sake of the bit, let's have a little fun. Why is Blankers really late? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. 3209 said Blankers just landed from Memphis. No, that was me. That was me. I just landed from Memphis. 9780 Shed's fifth foul was brutal. I thought so too, but look, I'm looking through Cougar goggles. I haven't watched that one back yet, so I have to go back and see it. 5044 is an Aggie, but also a Coug fan, listener. The Aggies just got beat by a better team. No shame in that. Go Cougs. If we're going to lose, then let's lose to the national champs. Look, I'll be honest. I'll say it now. I didn't like seeing A&M as the 9 seed. I didn't like seeing A&M as the 9 seed.
Because of the potential trash talk if the Cougars lost, or just because you felt they were dangerous?
No, I don't care about that. I feel like A&M didn't play to their potential for a good majority of the year, probably the first half of the year. I mean, last year they were 15-3 in the SEC and won the SEC regular season and returned just about everybody.
Right.
They had a tough schedule. I think that they were not playing to their best, and I think in a variety of different ways. I think from a player standpoint, Radford had some injuries early, had some issues off the court, silly issues off the court. Not silly from him, silly from other people. And then secondly, they totally changed what they were doing offensively. Like they were kind of round pegging, square holing it, not really playing to their personnel. And then about halfway through conference play, it's like, we have 3 unbelievable guards that are tough to stop in space. Why don't we space the floor and get them on one-on-one matchups against some defensive players that can't guard them? And then since they did that, their offense went through the roof. It skyrocketed.
Maybe that's when Coach Jack Easterby stepped in and told Buzz Williams, look.
Buzz Williams gave a different answer than the players, by the way. When they were asked about Jack Easterby being there.
Buzz called him Coach Jack.
Buzz did?
Yes.
Well, he said that he's just been around. Whereas the players said he's been leading prayer for 3 months.
Oh, man. I mean, look, he was a team chaplain in New England, so if he's leading prayer and that's all he's doing, fine, I guess. But no, in the initial press conference, or it was between the games. It wasn't last night, but it was in the game the day between their first round win and the game against the Cougars last night. Buzz was specifically asked about Jack Easterby. How could he not? What 2 teams in the tournament, unless you want to include the Longhorns, would know more about Jack Easterby than fans of the Aggies and the Cougars? So, yeah, a media member asked him about Jack Easterby and his involvement, and at one point Buzz referred to him as, quote, Coach Jack. Which he could have almost said anything, and I think a lot of it's okay, whatever. But the fact that he called him Coach Jack, I'm sure it had to irritate a lot of people hearing that.
Yeah, I think we overrate the significance of him being involved in the program because of how it happened with the Texans. He's good at other things. Just don't let him control the roster.
Sure, but words matter. You can't call him Coach Jack.
Yeah, that's
that's questionable at best.
That is a little bit interesting. 713-780-37. But to the point, I think A&M was their talent. I think they were a top 3 seed. I don't think they were a 9 seed. I think that they're one of the more talent, especially their backcourt, one of the more talented teams in the tournament.
Yeah, specifically to the guards, I think I could go with you there. 3 might be. I don't know.
I think so. What were they last year? I mean, They went 15-3 in the SEC last year.
I mean, I certainly believe they would have been better than a 9 seed, which was what they ended up as. I mean, they would not have been facing the Cougars in round 2.
I think they were the best 8-9 seed in the NCAA tournament. I don't have any problem saying that. I think they were better than FAU. I think
Michigan
they're far
State?
better than Northwestern. Michigan's talented for sure. A&M's far more talented than Michigan State. Now, Michigan State has a legendary Hall of Fame coach that gets the absolute
like
most out of his
if you're
team.
putting the two teams in the court in a game, I think I might
Michigan
lean
State's
Michigan
a good call more for different reasons.
Right.
Michigan State because of Tom Izzo.
Sure.
And he's a
He doesn't
legend
lose
in March.
first round games.
A&M's roster, though, from any of the 8-9 teams, I would put them as the best.
Yeah.
But a lot of people would say FAU. I don't know about FAU. FAU wasn't great this year. They're kind of more resting on the laurels of last year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they win their first round game. They get smoked by UConn. It's hard to say.
No, they lost to their first round game. FAU lost to Northwestern.
You're right. I'm thinking of San Diego State is going to have the rematch with UConn coming up in the Sweet 16. I think you have an argument there for sure. You think the Aggies, I would say, at least fully healthy all season, maybe don't have the weight to switch to the different offensive philosophy, as you pointed out. Maybe they end up as a 6 seed, 5 seed, but certainly
maybe
3 seed.
Yeah.
Either way, they would have been playing the Aggies in round 2, which I think is your overall point. They played a more talented team in round 2 than they necessarily should have had to.
It's funny. Look at Dan Hurley's talking about how they loaded up that bracket and stuff,
Such
and
a whiner.
he's complaining about everything. And he's like, "Well, we got 2 Final Four teams at FAU and San Diego State, and we have the
Meanwhile, he's
hottest
winning
team
games by
with
40.
Auburn." He's like, "We have the hottest team with Auburn in our region."
Right.
Auburn loses, you won't have to play them. FAU lost to Northwestern. You played a team that you beat by 50. You might have to play. They will play San Diego State, but it's that region's kind of opened up for him. So he's sitting here complaining about how tough things are for him, and it's completely opened up in that region.
Yeah, I mean, I could guess I could get his points, but going into the tournament, obviously going on Auburn is specifically I had them in our tournament game here, and I based that largely upon the KenPom ratings, which they were I think 4th in the nation in overall KenPom ratings, and they go down in round 1. So I guess to Dan Hurley's point, drawing Auburn as a 4 seed in the Sweet 16, had Auburn actually advanced and not gotten upset, would have been considered a pretty tough draw. But you never know how things bounce in the tournament, so it's tough to make those complaints before they actually happen.
Pre-tournament, I would agree with that. Pre-tournament, I would absolutely agree with that. And we have the ability to do hindsight 2020, which I don't like doing. But Auburn was playing about as good as anybody. But that's the beauty of the NCAA tournament. You don't know what you're going to get. Blankers is late because he's stuck in traffic. Wrong answers only. Why is Blankers really not here?
Does it possibly cause his own wreck because he doesn't want to have to talk about his belief if the Rockets should still tank?
No. He didn't say he was in a wreck, did he?
Well, he's stuck behind her, right?
Yeah, but he's not in the wreck.
Maybe he's twisting the story. Maybe he caused his
I do have
own
questions.
wreck.
I do have questions with the evidence that we've been presented. 4106, Blankers got stuck in a man-made hole in the wall of a public park restroom. How big is this hole? And does Blankers walk in public parks? I don't think he does. Eric says wrong answers only ? He's in traffic. That's my favorite one. Key from L.A., Blankers had to go to Lake Charles to place a bet for Shohei Ohtani, which you were there. How was LeBerge?
Me, Sean, and Joe were there. We actually placed a couple of wagers as a team on the Astros. Got some action down.
Y'all did it as a team?
Yeah, we pulled our money together, made 2 different bets. We put the over on Astros 92.5 wins, and we put a bet in on the Astros as the American League champs.
This is interesting to me that y'all pulled y'all's money. Why didn't y'all just make 3 individual bets all on the same thing?
Team bonding activity. We were all out there, LeBerge, doing the show together. We decided to go in on it together.
I'm pro team bonding, but I'm anti stupid ideas.
Why is that such a stupid idea?
I don't understand why y'all collected y'all's money. Like, if y'all are collecting y'all's money to make like a parlay, that makes some sense because now you have more stakes, to higher payout, things like that. But for the 3 of you to pull the money to make a futures bet, why didn't y'all just make each individual bet with yourselves?
I guess you're just not as much of a team player as Joe and Mapes and I.
I think I'm learning that I'm more pro-stupid idea or more anti-stupid idea than pro-team player.
No, there were some other stupid ideas made at the LeBerge, but that wasn't one of them.
A437, Blankers is late. Did y'all gamble at all?
Yeah, I know Joe and Sean played some blackjack. I didn't get there as early as they did, so I didn't get any gambling in outside those 2 bets. But they both played some blackjack. Joe claimed he was up on the day for blackjack, so he apparently did well.
Are you say that like you're unsure. Like you question if he really is.
He didn't show me the slips. He didn't show me the chips. I don't know. But he claimed he was up on the day. So
5004. I followed the Ags close this year. Branham nailed it right on the money about their struggles midseason. Yeah, they changed their offense, and it was for the better. 01. Actually, we'll go with 1642. Do we think Coach Jack still lives in Houston and listens to the Killer Bees to avoid the highway to hell? Probably doesn't listen to sports radio, if I had to imagine.
I think he's fairly safe now, though. He's far enough. Well, I'll say it like this: he's far enough removed to where his name doesn't come up much.
Probably, but also you're not going to want to.
Like today.
But still, even if your name's removed, you're not really going to want to hear about the team that you have bad blood with, or they fired you.
Yeah, especially when they're doing well.
Yeah, I doubt he.
You might listen when they're doing poorly because you're like, see, if I was there, this would be different. But
right.
Since they basically turned the table, pretty quickly after you left.
Unless he's like, look at the foundation that I instilled. Yeah. This is all my doing. I wonder if he lives in Houston. I wouldn't surprise me if he did. Like if he's close with the A&M program. Yeah. Like Houston's close enough.
Buzz in the same press conference where he called him Coach Jack did say he knew Jack before he even.
Oh yeah, I mean they've known each other for years.
They go back before Jack was even a member of the Texans. So I could see him being a part of. The A&M program without living in Houston, but certainly the travel would be easy.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if he's around them that much, is he flying in or is he driving in? It's more likely that he's driving in.
More likely he's driving in, but the Aggies have money to fly him in.
I don't think you're flying him in. I don't think you're spending money to fly him in. I really don't.
You're underestimating the schmoozing that Coach Jack does to wiggle his way into the heads of these decision makers.
I have a really difficult time believing that he gets flown in on A&M's dime. I just can't believe that.
I found it hard to believe that he was wormed his way into Cal's head for as long as he did, but I was surprised by that. So I'm just saying it's not impossible with the budget, the size of what the Aggies have, that he could be being flown in.
8437 Blankers is late because he lost track of time trying to get some last-minute thumb war reps so that he could challenge Branham for the best hands in sports radio. I like the text. I think it's funny. But hands and thumb war, I don't think is a correlation.
You're not
hands is more catching.
You're not equating thumb strength to your hands.
No, hands is like the ability to catch.
Now, if we
not the ability to thumb wrestle.
Obviously, we'll get into this at 4. Your first round matchup in our fight bracket might not have gone the way you'd hoped. But if we'd had
a terrible audience,
if we'd had a hands bracket, I mean, are you a 1 seed?
No doubt. I
love how confident
Baytown Batty bobbles the ball, fumbles it.
Yeah, well, that was the
better hands in the show. Yeah, Locker's. I don't think he's an athlete. Lopez probably has good hands because of the years of fishing. That's good hand-eye.
And he's used to. If he can hang on to something as slimy as a fish, he could probably catch a ball.
Yeah, I think that he would have solid hands. Bajani would. Creighton no. Payne and Pinder. Nah, I don't. Definitely not Payne or Pendergast. I mean, I don't think Payne would. He's more of he's a bigger guy. Bigger guys don't really, have as good a hands as 6'1" guys.
What about Clanton?
6'1". Who?
Clanton.
I don't know. I've never really seen him catch anything. Wexler no. MT no. Salisbury probably has pretty good hands.
Anybody here you would feel is a threat to your hands?
I'm just going through the Granado. Not really. Lance no. I bet you Paul has pretty good hands.
I mean, he was an all-district safety.
Yeah, but he's playing defense, not offense. There's a reason he's playing safety. Why wasn't he playing receiver?
Set you up for that one.
So
you're welcome.
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, I don't know if the voters would vote that way because we've seen the voters voting challenged.
I've got a problem with a few of the votes, and I say that as a man who will be in the bracket today. Hopefully, it doesn't go the wrong way.
Oh, you're in the bracket today?
Well, if we're continuing if we're doing 3 a day, then I would be. Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll hold off on asking Blankers if he's still on the embrace the suck train whenever he gets here. 32 minutes late. Is this a nothing burger or a something burger? 713-780-ESPN. The Shams reporting on Jalen Green being a Brooklyn Net. Is this a something burger or a nothing burger? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. It's time, basketball bettors. We're having so much fun with the tournament. It's March Mania. Branham here to tell you all about BetUS.com. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. They've been driving to the basket for over 30 years. This year, BetUS has an epic three-pointer, a 125% sign-up bonus in your first 3 deposits. That's right, the industry's craziest 125% sign-up bonus in your first 3 deposits. Plus, 10% gambler's insurance, and there's even more. BetUS accepts crypto and is offering a massive 200% crypto sign-up bonus. Gambler's insurance and crypto. You don't see that everywhere. March Mania basketball can even get more exciting with their live in-game betting. It's also a blast to check out their casino after the game, where you could get a 250% casino bonus. Get started by visiting BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MyBetUS to learn all about their bonuses and special offers. BetUS, where the game begins.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's not Blankers because he's not here. He just, we do have an update on Blankers. I'm Brian behind the glass. Blankers just tweeted at us. He tweeted at me. I guess he didn't see you as talent like I do.
Wow.
He said,
disrespectful.
Been in this for over an hour, moving about 1.5 feet a minute on 59. Some are saying this was caused by the police escort Branham requested to get to the studio after the big victory last night. Had a police escort in Memphis, not in Houston, though. He sent a picture.
Because you're a bigger deal in Memphis than in Houston?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I'm a spoke on the wheel. Yeah. He did send a picture of the traffic. The question, though, is this a recent picture?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of overcast right now in Houston. It's kind of gray, right?
Sure.
Sun's out here.
Could be an earlier picture. We don't know.
Sun's out here.
Yeah. Here, look, I'm going to say it. If he's only moving 1.5 feet per minute, he could walk faster than that.
He could walk.
Pull over to the shoulder. Walk here.
We're obviously having fun with Blankers. Blankers, I know it's frustrating.
Be a good teammate. Get here. Walk.
I know that you're frustrated right now, Blankers, but it's not a big deal. It's not. We got you. We got your back. I'm speaking sincerely, and we're obviously going to have fun at your expense. We're not going to miss. Like, what is the old saying? Never let a crisis go to waste. We're not going to let the crisis here go to waste. But in all sincerity, we're good, Blankers. You've had our back plenty of time.
We got to make fun of
it.
it.
It's content over feelings. But in all sincerity, take your time. Well, not that you have any choice. You don't have a choice.
If you're moving a foot and a half per minute, yeah, you're kind of locked into that.
So back when I was at the Highway to Hell, my car at the time had a flat tire. I woke up and it had a flat tire.
Is this when we were doing the show together with the Baytown Body? Or
Yeah.
Is this, okay.
Yeah. So I woke up. No, I didn't go to the car that day. Like I do all the prep from home, and like I hadn't gone out to my car. So I'm getting ready to go. It's like I guess that show starts at 2:00.
It started
I'm probably
at 2:00,
leaving
yeah.
around noon. So whenever I walk out, I notice my tire's like flat. Like it's flat. It's on like to the rim. I can't drive this thing, and I don't have the time to like change it and then get to work on time. So I made the executive decision to do it by remote. Because I had the equipment. No big deal. Sounds just fine. And I got in trouble for not Ubering to the station. And keep in mind, I live up in Spring Woodlands area. So that would have been like over $100 Uber. And I got yelled at for not. I didn't get yelled at. I see. It didn't get yelled at. It was more of I would have rather you have taken the Uber than to use your Comrex unit, which sounds just fine.
Jeremy, I don't know if we want to get into this.
I know you have one.
I had the exact same conversation with the exact same person. I was told I could either Uber or catch a ride from John Lopez. That was what I was told. And my wife.
And you're in Kingwood.
I'm in Kingwood, right? So this same person, there was a day where my wife started off for school, and she got not even all the way down the street, and she calls me, the car's smoking. And so I was like, well, I'm going to drive our car over to you, or my car over to you. You take that car to work, and I'll get your car taken care of. And so I text the person you're referring to in the assistant PD, and mention like, hey, I got to get this car taken care of. I might not be into work today. That way they have, because the worst thing you can do is tell someone 30 minutes before a show that you're not going to be in, right? So I wanted to give them plenty of leeway. And days later, I get called in this meeting and just chewed out that I didn't want it enough. My heart wasn't in it, and I wasn't passionate for this because I could have, like he told you, gotten an Uber. I could have caught a ride from John Lopez, all ignoring the fact that even if I'd done that, I would still have this car the next day that would still need to be taken care of. And by the way, I actually did get into work. Like, all that to say.
That's right. You still made it.
I still made it to work.
I forgot that you had made it.
And days later, he's so pissed that he calls me into a meeting and reams me out for 45 minutes for hypothetically not making it there in time, when I did show the passion to get it taken care of and still make it into work.
I forgot that you had made it in. I remember the rest of the story, which is kind of why I brought it up, because I wanted you to say your story.
That was the day I decided to get out of radio. And then years later...
you didn't want it enough.
Yeah, exactly. And then years later, you guys brought me back. But, yeah.
0892, why is Blankers not here yet? Heart attack Cougs caused a late-night ER visit and just got released after 12-hour eval.
That's not nice.
It's a wrong answer.
It is a wrong answer.
Are we expecting these to be nice?
No.
6927 Blankers forgot to spit his gum out before his dance class with Swayze's coach, so now he's in timeout.
You mean Cookie?
That's a Miss Cookie.
We got another reference to Cookie on this show? Let's make the show better.
Miss Cookie. 713-780-ESPN. So the Rockets, they're doing some good things. We'll get to that in a minute. I hear Blankers. I hear them.
Oh, you hear them coming
I hear them, yeah. We'll save the Blankers, embrace the suck stuff in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I do hear them. Okay.
Is this a nothing burger or a something burger? Do you have the audio here? Shams?
Yeah, I've got it.
Is it Shams or Shams? I never know.
I
Blankers
think it's
always
Shams.
breaks me on that.
I think
Shams
it's
or Shams? Is it Shams or Shams, Blankers? It's Shams. So here was Shams talking about the Rockets almost trading Jalen Green. Something burger or nothing burger? 713-780-3776.
And just taking us back 2 months ago, the Rockets called the Nets on Mikal Bridges, and I'm told they discussed the concept around Jalen Green and multiple first-round picks. That deal was not accepted by the Brooklyn Nets. That didn't progress anywhere. And now you're looking at it. It's a great problem for the Rockets to have. You have two burgeoning stars, I think, with Sengun, with Jalen Green, and they're both extension eligible this summer. They're both going to be in line for massive deals, potentially, in extensions. But Jalen Green needs this space. Like this pace that they're playing with now, he needs it without Sengun in the lineup. So what do you do if you're the Rockets moving forward? Can these two guys coexist? Can they play with each other? How do their styles balance each other? They haven't figured it out yet.
So there was Sham saying that the Rockets were on the verge of trading him for Bridges to the Nets. I've thought, Blankers, that this was BS from the very beginning. I've called it that. I said, I don't believe this. I don't believe this story. Do you think that's a nothing burger or a something burger? Do you buy that?
I've heard from a few people that there was a conversation, at least one. I don't know if it went any further than that. I don't know who instigated the conversation. I don't know the depth of it. We just have to kind of remember at the time that the trade deadline was popping up and these rumors were coming out was a time when Jalen Green was not freaking playing very well.
Did you hear what Joe said?
Yeah, I heard Joe.
He said,
but
thanks
I mean,
for finally showing up.
Joe is probationary talent at this point. He's got to prove himself a little bit more before I even respect his opinion or his put downs. So to me, it's just one of those situations where we forget because of how well he's played lately that at that time, I was the one that said, hey, I'm not saying trade him at all, but you got to at least see if there's even a market for him anymore. And I think that's what the Rockets were doing.
See, I hope they weren't. But if there was the conversation, it could be as simple as the Nets being like, hey, is this something you would entertain? And them being like, hey, no, it's not. You know?
Yeah, the biggest thing is who instigated the conversation. We may never know. But if you're the Nets and you've scouted this kid coming out, you realize, and we've said it, there's a boatload of basketball talent just waiting for someone to try and kind of, untap the resource or tap the resource and get everything you can out of him. Obviously, Steven Silas wasn't able to do that. He was struggling to adapt to Udoka. And maybe the Nets were looking for a bargain, which a lot of teams do. Daryl Morey used to do it all the time. But overall, when you look at the situation, it's like you don't know who instigated the conversation. Everybody assumes the Rockets were trying to dump out. Maybe some savvy general managers were trying to cash in.
Yeah. My other thing is, like, I don't care. Like, I don't deal with almost. Like, I don't deal with this whole, well, this almost happened. I don't care if it almost happened. I care what does happen. It goes back to the Keenan Allen thing the other day. People celebrating Nick Caserio for missing out on Keenan Allen. Cool, you got second place. That does nothing for me. Do you have Keenan Allen now? Oh, you don't? Then I don't care that you almost got Keenan Allen.
Jeremy, we forget now because it's easy to do. Well, Robert Horry and Matt Bullard were almost traded for Sean Elliott. And then the deal didn't go through. 24 hours later, they were back with the Rockets. That might have been the greatest thing that ever happened in Rockets lore because with Robert Horry, the Rockets won 2 championships.
That one a little different because it actually, happened.
Yeah, there was the medical, but still.
It actually happened, and
Chris Paul almost got traded to the Rockets a time before he actually got traded to the Rockets.
Well, the commissioner got involved.
That was the commissioner for
that was the three-way?
Yeah, with the Pelicans.
Yeah, where the Rockets would have gotten Pau Gasol and given up 4/5 of their starting lineup and and draft picks and everything else, and they would have been absolutely handcuffed for years. And Stern was the acting owner of the Pelicans while they were for sale and decided to veto it.
That was that three-way.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Is Blankers still embracing the suck when it comes to the Rockets? Also, I got to interrogate you about this little traffic jam you were in. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a minute for my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure. Bottom line is, if you got pattern baldness, you're thinning, or you're actually bald, and you want to get your hair back, and you don't think there's any solutions that are permanent to get it back, I'm here to tell you about the Neograft procedure. And better yet, you should let Doc Linville and his staff do it. Just go to 975hair.com. Check it out. See some of the information. Sign up for your free consultation that normally costs $150, but because you listen to us and you go to 975hair.com, you get the consultation for free. And just go in and get all the information you can possibly get and see if you might be the next to actually go through with the procedure. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. And I'm here to tell you it's a game changer. It's your own hair. The one thing that Doc told me right off the top that I wasn't aware of, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how much hair you lose in other places. He takes some of that hair, he relocates it to where you need it, and in no time at all, suddenly you see the results of getting your hair back. You get that self-confidence back with it, and you've got a whole new perspective on life. It's absolutely fantastic. I can't tell you how great it is enough by telling you how much success I've experienced. You could be the next in line. Go to 975hair.com today and check out my good friend Doc Linville.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll get to Blankers' embrace the suck. Is he still on that train in just a second? I got some interrogating questions, though, for you. You arrived, when did he, 41 minutes? 3:41? 3:41, 41 minutes.
Yeah,
Can I get some?
it was
Can I
right
get
about
some
41.
Blankers?
some coffee if we're going to be in here for a while? If I'm getting interrogated, I may need my lawyer.
We already
You
had
need
the
a coffee and a smoke?
We already had the big spotlight.
Their spotlight's already there.
We just need
Yeah,
to turn it a little
believe
bit.
me, I got
directed at
that
you.
part of it.
So here's some interrogating questions that I have for you. First off, this you allege that you were in a traffic jam that forced you to be 41 minutes late to work today. This picture that you sent, been in this for over an hour, moving about 1.5 feet a minute on 59. Some say this was blah, 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 caused by police escort, blah, 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 blah. The picture that you sent is very sunny. Outside, it is very gray. What's up with that?
So I heard you say this, but I also was in the car long enough to watch the clouds and the sun and everything like that. Depending on the angle and if I had a semi alongside of me, shading me, I really could give a rat's ass if you could see the sun shining or not, because I have multiple pictures on my phone of both 18-wheelers, several medical vehicles, and police vehicles, and the fact that I was already at a level of frustration that I heard this on the radio and went, and you hung up on me? Okay, well, this is what you're going to get, and this is where we're going to leave it. And if you want to keep pushing it, go ahead.
They, I didn't hear anything there that would find you innocent. I heard a lot of deflecting there.
If
without
it
actually
mattered to me enough with you,
I
I would
also
show
heard-
you the other pictures, but I'm not going to. And
I
Brian, by the
also-
way, if I could have walked here in 1.5 feet a minute, I still would have beat you.
I also heard some guilt there that the picture that you posted was not the actual time of when you posted.
Oh, no,
it
it wasn't. That was exactly.
There we go. That's
No, that was exactly when.
I don't know that. Were you texting and tweeting while you were operating a vehicle?
Yeah, because the car wasn't moving. Yeah.
We might get you for a lesser crime, but I
No,
think
you
we're going
really
to get you.
can't,
They got
because
Al
They got
Capone
Capone
for
on
tax
tax evasion.
evasion.
Yep.
I think we got Blakers for texting and tweeting while operating a motor vehicle.
Well, the car wasn't moving, so as
still
I
operating.
explained,
Was the car on?
We were stuck in traffic.
Was car on?
Yeah, the
There you
engine
go.
was on for the
It's
air
guilt.
conditioning.
It's
Yeah,
guilt.
absolutely.
Was it in gear?
No, it was in park because I had the air conditioning on as I waited for us to move the next 1.5 feet in the next couple of minutes.
We'll leave it to the hive. 713-780-3776. Is Blankers guilty? 713-780-3776.
There's going to be an overwhelming vote, just like the freaking Fight Club. I can't wait.
Yeah, our voters are not good.
I've got a few
poor
issues.
voters.
I've got a few issues with the votes.
Very, very poor voters. All right, let's get down to business. We stand on business around here. Are you still on the embrace the suck now? Rockets are a game behind the play-in.
Yeah, because the end result to me is still the same. Like, even if you get in, how long will you stay in? Will it be a game, maybe two? I don't think you're even going to get to the point where you're going to get a series out of it. So to me, the fact that you've got everybody paying attention, you have everybody locally and nationally realizing you're on a heater, you're playing unbelievably good basketball right now. People are taking notice of the coaching staff, the team, the way you're playing, all those things. Those are all huge positives. But the fact to me that you still would have a better chance percentage-wise to try and hang on to your own pick as well as the Brooklyn pick that you basically control and add maybe even another good player so that you would have the chance to get even better quicker and maybe elevate it even further is still something that I'm on board with. I'm not going to change the stance simply because they're playing good basketball. Whether this heater keeps going or not, I'm obviously pulling for them. But I think for the long-term betterment of the team, I still would love to have a better chance to get the ping pong balls.
A couple of things that I would push back on. First off is like the probability of the ping pong balls. Like right now, you're in 12th. You've played to a 500 record, and your chances of getting a top 4 pick are 7-1. The Bulls, who are ahead of you they're behind you by a game and a half. It only increases to 9.4. Atlanta, who's the next team in line, you're 4 ahead of Atlanta. It increases to 13.9. Then you're ahead of Utah, who's 29 and 42. You're currently 6 games. That would be 6.5. 6.5 games ahead of Utah. That increases to 20.3. So like that's a long way to drop. I don't think that Utah can catch you. I don't really think Atlanta can catch you. I think the furthest that you can drop to this point is 11th worst in the NBA, and they get you from 7.1% to 9.4%. Is that 2.5% is that worth not getting the 10th spot and playing valuable games? Secondly, how much does that development or how much does that high stakes play, whether you're chasing down a play-in spot or actually trying to getting into a play-in spot, how much does that help the overall development, and are you willing to trade that overall development for 2.5%? I'm not there anymore. The Rockets have played themselves, from my point of view, out of that conversation.
Yeah, to me, I hear what you're saying, and like I said, I've never fought it if everybody wants to.
Sure,
obviously,
sure.
But my logic was when I was thinking about the number 20%. Like that Utah win on Saturday night was absolutely crushing for the chances of getting to the 20% too. So, like, I also understand. My way of thinking was if you had a 20% chance on anything, I might be ready to roll the dice because I think that there's at least a legit chance with the way these lotteries have gone in the past that you might be able to absolutely luck your way into getting that second pick. When it drops below 20% and it significantly drops because of who you're beating and how the leads that you have, then I totally understand that, hey, it's probably a worthless cause anyway because no matter what you do, win or lose, you've probably surpassed the opportunity to have a better than 20% chance to maintain your own pick.
Like, how many ping pong balls do you need to trade off the development for whatever you think it helps of trying to play into the play-in spot, and then if you're fortunate enough to do so, playing in that play-in spot? I think that's where the conversation's at, and it's a very convoluted conversation, like, to be honest with you, because you're talking about percentages, you're talking about the unknown quantity or the unknown quality of making a play-in and what that actually does for future development. So it's a lot of unknown. It's a lot of gray, to be honest.
No, like, you're right, because the way of thinking about this was the playoff experience, even if it's for one game, is valuable. The thing that I felt was more valuable was the chance that you could have two significantly strong picks in this upcoming draft where there's some more talent where you could add it to say, hey, I think that's worth more than a possible one and done in a playoff scenario. But now when you look at the odds, you look at it and say, I'm all on board for getting this young team the opportunity to feel that the taste of do or die, win or go home, and then understand if you lose what it feels like, understand how high it's ramped up in terms of the pressure and significance when you play a game like that, and learn from it, remember it, and use it as a tool because Udoka will.
8638, I smell cap in your defense case, Blankers. 8437, Blankers used a picture filter on Instagram to add sunshine, trying to become an influencer. Yes or no?
No.
Yay or nay? Not an influencer
No,
picture?
I'm not Jennifer Reyna.
You're not Branham, who is an
Or
influencer. 5433,
yeah,
show the time steps on the pictures, Blankers. They need more information. You can tweet
If I
it. I don't
cared
care.
about you that much to have
That's
to feel
mean.
like I
You don't have to.
justify
You don't have to be. You don't have to be mean to them for just saying they need more evidence to try to get more information on the
they're never
case to
mean
charge
to
you
us
guilty
or
or
me.
not guilty. I mean, two wrongs don't make a right. 9589 guilty. 9589 says 6941. I say give him a break. Houston traffic is pure trash. You're lucky he made it in. Are we lucky? Are we lucky? 0815 Sunny and 610 at Wayside.
Yeah, right. Okay, so thanks for the weather report, Doppler
Well,
radar.
they're actually defending you.
Right, but I didn't even look at the sky. I'm looking at all the freaking wall-to-wall parking lot that I was stuck in. Look,
You're being
I
mean
was
to
in
your
a car-
defense attorney.
I was in a car and tied up all weekend, and then to get in the car and be tied up, nothing. I hate very few things worse than I hate getting stuck in traffic.
A lot of rambling going on.
I think we need to ask permission to treat the witness as hostile.
Yeah.
I think we're reaching that point.
Mm-hmm. Can we hold him in contempt of court?
You seen that video where that one guy goes over the freaking top to get to the judge? You don't want to get there.
Yeah. 504. I kind of want to, actually. 5044.
Team content, baby.
Car and park to prevent it from operating. Unforeseen emergency defense. Joel is not guilty.
Thank you.
This reminds me of an episode of Maury. You are not
the father.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Fight Club bracket. We had some major upsets that happened over the weekend. Who advanced, and what are the matchups today in the first annual ESPN Killer Bee Fight Club bracket. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, tell you that we know that we can feel the heat, the humidity. It's coming, and once it gets here, it ain't going anywhere. You got to make sure your AC unit and your HVAC is all up to speed before it's too late. Too late means it conks out on you in the middle of summer, and you've got nothing to do that can help you, and you're looking for somebody that can help ASAP. That's why I speak for Vanderford Air, because Vanderford Air has that same day guarantee. You call them, and within 24 hours, they're going to be there to be at your place to help you with your air conditioning problems and make sure that you don't have to wait days just to get someone to check it out. They're absolutely fantastic, and everything is 100% money-back guarantee. They have the best value at the lowest cost to you. They have the comfort assurance guarantee that the temperature will be and stay exactly where it needs to be. Quality workmanship, whether it's a repair or replacement of products, and the performance guarantee that everything operates at factory standards. And the most important thing to you, 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's the toughest thing to find in business these days, especially when you're talking about heating, air conditioning, even plumbing, because they do an unbelievable job with plumbing as well. But everything they do is guaranteed for you. That's why I speak for them. You can check them out today. Call them 281-557-COOL. It's simple, right? 281-557-COOL, or go to vanderfordair.com.
All right, Killer Bees Fight Club bracket continuing. 3 more matchups today. Final 2 in the Ralph Cooper region and the very first one in the Rich Lord region. Our voters are awful, by the way. Brutal. The 3 results from last Friday's matchup. Booker T, I mean, just a domination. It was a, what do they call them?
Squash match.
Squash match. That's the exact word I was looking for. Thank you, B-Mac. Booker T beat Sean Pendergast 74-26.
As he should, right? I mean, we all
Blowout.
figured that was
Even with
as expected.
Even with a hobbled knee, I would take Booker T.
Just blowing out these teams in the tournament, like Dan Hurley said. Second matchup of the day, Sports MT defeated Sean Mapes 57-43.
Big problems with this one.
This
Sean Mapes is an athlete, man.
Yeah, I don't think this was how he would go down.
How
but
many,
it's in
how
the hands
many
of the voters.
messages that were directly sent to very loyal people of the 10,000 you think got involved? Because I think it was heavy.
If that's happening, I'm all for it.
It's happening.
I'm all for it. Give me those impressions. Give me those engagements. People throw around that engagement farming like it's a bad thing. I'm leaning into it. Yeah, I'm engagement farming. They're paying me money. Of course I'm engagement farming.
You're an influencer. Of course
I'm
you
an
are.
influencer. Yes, people, you're engagement farming. That is absolutely right, sir. You're using it like an insult. I see you just calling a spade a spade. So if he's doing that, awesome. I have had multiple people in this bracket outside of the station reach out to me.
I bet.
I have.
I have too.
I have. So it is something that has caught eyeballs. So, hey, engagement farming, very well. The final matchup of the Fridays, this is where you guys have lost your minds. John Lopez defeats me, Branham, 53% to 47%. I have been eliminated in the biggest upset in the Killer Bee Fight Club bracket tournament in history.
You couldn't even take down Lopez?
I had nothing to do with it. It's in the hands of the voters.
I really hope I lose, too.
It's in the hand. I kind of like that I lost.
Yeah, I really would love to be out of this thing.
Actually, I did
people
want to
care
win.
way too much about this and take it too literally.
I did want to win this one, actually, and then I wanted to take a dive for Booker. It would be more honorable if I lost to Booker T than John Lopez.
Are you wanting to be out of it so you don't have to hear arguments against yourself? Is that it?
No. I think it's more fun if we're not involved. But it was hard to get to 32 without us.
Yeah, that would be pretty hard. Yeah, we'd have to start involving people that are barely on air.
I think it's better if we weren't in it, but we had to be. Now I did want to beat Lopez. I'm not going to lie about that. That's a turf war there because I grew up in Humble. He's in Atascocita. That's a turf war.
I mean, I said on the show I thought Lopez was going to win this, so I can't say I'm a little surprised. I'm not surprised.
I lose. So let's set up today's matchups. We got 3 in all. The first one we're getting to, Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610. Who are we? Who's arguing who here?
So I'm going to go ahead and let Jeremy argue for B. Scott, since I think you guys might have crossed over more than Joel has crossed over with
I know
him.
Brandon.
And that way, and that would mean obviously Joel will argue for Paul Gallant.
Okay. Blankers, go ahead.
I mean, this is a no-brainer, right? I mean, there's no one that can tell you, well, there's only one person that can tell you more about Paul probably than me, and that's Paul. And Paul would be blowing his own horn to the levels of unbelievable decibels. All district safety, wherever he played. I mean, this guy's athletic. This guy is completely in the mix. He's scrappy. He's temperamental. He likes to get after it. There's no doubt in my mind that he is going to be vicious, dirty. He's from Boston, so he cheats. And because he loves the Patriots, he'll cheat even more. He's going to go by any means necessary to make sure he wins so he can talk about it on the show. So, therefore, there's no doubt he's going to win.
Where did Paul grow up?
He grew up actually in Florida,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, we grew up in Massachusetts high school in Florida.
How nice were the houses he lived in growing up?
No idea.
No idea.
He never invited me
I think it was
over.
pretty.
Was it?
I think so. I think it was pretty ritzy.
You calling him soft?
I think it was pretty ritzy. So Paul grew up as a, how would we say it?
A have versus the have-nots?
Pampered?
Silver spoon.
Silver spoon?
Silver spoon.
Okay.
I actually don't know this 100% to be the case, but I'm
Just
going
taking
with it.
wild stabs.
I'm going with it. Yeah, Paul grew up with a silver spoon. You know where Brandon grew up? In the mean streets of Houston. I rest my case.
And Beaumont.
I rest my case. Rest my case. I don't need to say more than one sentence. Paul, silver spoon, Brandon Scott, mean streets of Houston. This only goes one way. Brian?
I'm going to have to unfortunately disagree with you here, Jeremy, because from B. Scott's own words, he actually is one of the people that tweeted about this and said, if I can't get Paul in the first 30 seconds, then I'm done for.
See, I read that as confidence he gets it done in 30 seconds.
I don't know.
I read that as confidence.
Paul's an all-district safety. He's got a little bit of a temper. This means, like the SEC, this just means more to Paul, and I think Paul is going to come out with a fury, and he's going to last past the 30 seconds, and B. Scott, by his own admission, is going to run out of gas.
I read that differently.
Is there anybody, and this is a tough question based on what we've had off the air from people, is there anybody in this entire bracket that cares more about winning this thing, at least winning each individual fight than Paul?
Maybe
is
you?
There anyone?
Maybe.
No, I don't care. I want out in the worst way.
Maybe you?
Nope.
I think Clayton would have been offended if he lost, or he would have been offended if he lost in round 1 to Creighton.
Yeah.
I could see Clayton caring.
You're probably right. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that, Dub. All right.
10-9, though, for Gallant.
All right. Next one we have the final matchup in the Ralph Cooper region. We have from the Highway to Hell, Sean Bajani versus my colleague, the great Joel Blank. I'm arguing for Blank.
I think for team content, you're arguing for Blank, and
I
Joel
said
was
last
arguing
Friday
for
Blankers
Bajani.
would never punch somebody, so this
did
might not go well.
We did let Joel argue for you on Friday, so
No, I'll argue for Blankers. Blankers works out daily. He's got muscles on muscles. He's strong as a bulldog. He's a former college athlete, even though it's Wisconsin. So he's bigger. He's taller. Not sure he has the reach advantage, but he's got the sage wisdom. He's smarter. He's stronger. I think he's a little bit faster than Bajani, even at a more advanced age. Blankers is going to take this one down.
Joel?
My man Sean Bajani is one of the nicest dudes around. He is a phenomenal guy, and he's a dear friend.
That's not really arguing for him.
He's in great shape. He's athletic. He loves sports. He coaches sports. He loves to be around sports. I think that, if there's a guy that's going to be like using his speed to like dance around and stay kind of out of the ground game, Bajani's got the chance to do that. I think he's got sneaky strength too. And I would give him the chance to actually stay in this thing for a long time by extending the fight.
I want you to win this badly.
This is a tough one.
You're the last hope we got.
Good.
Well, Brian, too.
Glant's in the. Oh, you talk about from this show, yeah. So I'm gonna go. Look, I think if Joel can catch him, he wins the fight. But I'm gonna go with Bajani 10-9 on the scorecards for the stamina reasons that Joel mentioned. He's gonna stay on the outside.
Blankers does cardio. Blankers does more cardio than
Bajani's
Bajani.
in great shape, man.
Actually,
Bajani's
Bajani ran
in
a
great
marathon.
shape.
So maybe,
Did he really?
Yeah, I think he ran the Houston. Maybe
Good
half
for
marathon.
him. Oh, the half.
Yeah,
maybe
I know.
the half.
I think his wife does too.
Yeah, the poor guy ran 13.1 miles. He doesn't have the cardio advantage.
The only person that might have a chance as far as just pure stamina and athlete against Bajani would be Paul Gallant. So that'd be an interesting
I'll tell you
matchup
what,
in the next
this
round.
was I think this was one of the best matchups from an athletic standpoint.
sure.
Because Bajani, you're right, Bajani is an athlete.
And he loves baseball too, man.
I don't know how that helps in a fight, but
I'm saying just from an athletic perspective, like he still plays in the. I don't know how old he is now, but he plays in an adult baseball league.
Does he really?
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know he and Mandy they're both in great shape.
I went out and watched.
His wife's run marathons too.
Has she?
I believe so.
I went out. It makes me feel like such an underachiever, but I'm anti-exercise. I went out and watched an adult baseball league once, and you have.
What, just on a whim?
Like guys, yeah. You have guys that.
Wait, hold on.
I think it was a buddy. I had a buddy.
Okay.
So you have guys that look like
good.
you and me, right? That are playing ball in front of like 3 people and their dogs. I realized in that moment that I do not have a love of the game like those people do.
No.
If you're playing these little baseball leagues that you can't even really swing and run, and you're facing pitchers who are throwing 67-mile-per-hour fastballs
pay to
with
be in
Uncle
those leagues,
Charlie's
too.
that don't move, that
Oh, you
you
got
pay,
to.
and you're all
you
decked
pay.
out in all this gear. And I saw one of the catchers have a scouting report on the other pitch, with his pitchers. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? This is like the lowest level of adult league baseball ever. I realized in that moment I don't love sports nearly as much as these guys.
What's the Jay guy that
Or at least
pissed
playing
everybody
sports.
off in Houston that used to be on ESPN, that cold
Jay
pizza
Williams?
show? And then he's in Ohio. Remember,
I know
said
exactly
something
who you're talking
about
about.
pumping in the crowd noise for the Texans.
Crawford. Jay Crawford.
Jay Crawford. There you go.
Jay Crawford.
And someone started sending me this. Goes, you got to kill this guy on air. He still plays adult baseball and he takes it seriously. I'm like, what? And then there were videos all over of him like playing serious adult baseball. I'm like, never. Like my landscape guy, and he has a team.
What's his name?
Sergio. And Sergio he's done some homework and whatever, and so he starts telling me one day, hey, I need you to pitch. I'm like, no chance. He's like, I'll give you like a couple of weeks. You can get your arm back, and I just need you to pitch for me. I go, let me just explain something to you real quick. I enjoy being able to use my left arm at a pretty a good clip for everything I need, and you know, and I have access to both arms and limbs. If I tried to pitch for you, even 3 weeks from now, the chances of something going really wrong and me losing the ability to use a lot of my left arm, it's probably going to happen, and I don't want that.
So it's one breaking pitch and you're Lance McCullers? Is that what's happening here?
Probably.
Every time I go to grab like something, the remote, when I'm sitting on the couch watching a game, my shoulder, my rotator cuff sounds like someone's picking a lock. It just feels like click, 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 click. I'm like, yeah, no,
I love sports. I know you love sports. Our lives are around sports. We make a living because of sports. I do not love playing sports anymore. Those guys do.
Yeah, I do.
I don't. I have zero desire to play sports again. Zero desire. Like, I like to golf or whatever, but to have like a scouting report on the other team's pitchers, I don't have a love to play the game anymore.
Competitively.
I don't have a love to play the game anymore.
Competitively, though.
Period. Period.
Okay, let's say 10 years from now, your son's what, 2?
Yeah, but that's more because of him. No,
Sure.
he's not 2. He's about to be. I guess it's not as egregious as he'll be 2 in August. Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's not about it. You
guys
play. You play in the front yard in the driveway with them, right? You're just talking.
No,
competitively.
sure. I'm talking competitively.
Okay.
But still, I'm not doing that for me.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm doing that because I love him, and if he has that desire, I'll do anything for him.
Right. I'm coaching my daughter's softball team, and I would as long as she wants to play, and I'll pitch to her, and not hit grounders, whatever. But like Jeremy and I were challenged by King of Twitch a while back when we were going to the Space Cowboys game or something, that we could throw a ball from the mound to over the center field wall, like Trevor Bauer.
Oh, I think I remember that.
And so she had practice one night. She practices where the varsity field is right behind it. And I went out there, and there was a bucket of balls. And I started loosening up my arm a little bit, and I just kind of 3/4 way, and I was like, oh, it's getting pretty far. And then I decided to crow hop and let one fly and went, you know what? Don't care what the bet is. Don't care what I win if I do it. I ain't going to try it, and I'm not pushing it any further.
Blankers are saying no mas.
Yeah,
no
no,
mas. Like his landscaper,
you're burying
Sergio.
the lead. Did you make it over the wall when you put full effort in?
I didn't put 100% full effort in. I made the warning track with like a crow hop and a pretty good throw on it. And I'm like, if I kept working, I go, nope. Because the last time I did this, I was in the field with my dogs throwing the hard rubber ball.
Right.
And just went to really make them run for one. And basically didn't use my left arm for much for about 2 weeks. I'm like, no, I'm not doing it.
Was it a Kong?
No, they make it was almost like one of those field lacrosse balls that are like hard rubber, but they bounce a little bit. And the dog can't chew it up, and like tennis balls, they'll shred it. And so it goes a ways. And I just threw it, and I went, oh, my God, that didn't feel good.
Yeah. Let's get to the final matchup of the day. It's in the Rich Lord region, the first matchup in the Rich Lord region. It features Chris Gordy from the flagship against our very own, the talented Brian McDonald. Who's arguing for Brian here? This kind of throws a wrinkle into how we do things.
I think we keep it as you guys arguing.
Okay, so I'm arguing for Brian. You're arguing for Gordy.
Here's the guy that is as good on the air as he is when he follows LSU, and he loves. I mean, the fact that he's such an SEC guy, I just think that Chris Gordy's the kind of guy that he's not going to lose to anybody. He's going to make parody songs and tell you just how strong he is.
I'm not sure that was nice.
I don't care.
You care when people are not nice to you.
Yeah, because the people I care about being not nice to me.
You're not following the golden rule.
That was a mean tweet.
You created
in audio
this
version.
monster. I'm playing along.
Fair enough. Okay. I think Brian, love Chris Gordy. I think Brian got a cupcake in round 1.
Thank you.
Like, you had to deal with an athlete, one of the better athletes in this bracket.
Wait, you think BMAC's going to crush Gordy?
I think he got one of the weaker contestants in the Killer Bee Fight Club
That doesn't
bracket.
mean you think he's going to crush him.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I think Brian.
I'm curious.
I think Brian is a better like if we're talking strictly fighting here, I think Brian has an advantage in everything that Gordy does. Like he's bigger.
Talk on air?
What? Well, that's not a fight. Lakers, you keep saying things that aren't part of fighting.
Any fight starts out an argument.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
So whenever Mike
in the Fight
Tyson
Club.
goes into the boxing ring to fight somebody else, he starts chatting
We don't have a ring and a referee. We have maybe a car
Well, there is the
accident.
I think you're
Maybe we
taking
have-
this.
There is the press
It's
conference.
weird
store.
because you're taking this very literal, but also not very literal. Like it depends on the sittings, I guess.
I'm having fun with it.
No, that's how you should. But Brian, I think Brian, like Chris Gordy and Brian to me are the same guy, but Brian's a little bit better in every avenue of fighting. He's taller, he's bigger, he's got more reach. I don't know if he's as good an athlete. I would say they're at worst on par, and he's got the size advantage. So I'm going with Brian. I think Brian advances here in the first round of the Lord region.
I mean, clearly I win in a knockout. Stoppage. Yeah.
Gordon's got
stoppage.
his two favorite teams, LSU and Kentucky.
Not
He
sure that
follows
matters
them,
in a fight.
but it does because he learns tactical, athletic things from such talented and athletic universities, and I think he'll use that to his advantage.
There you go. All right, you can vote on the
In the
first
trenches.
matchup. We'll vote. We'll send them out here in the next. We'll send another one out at the bottom of the hour and top of the hour. The one that you can vote on right now, though, is the Paul Gallant Brandon Scott matchup.
You
at
have
Jeremy
a
Branham.
update on that one?
On Twitter.
What's the early results here?
Let me pull that up real quick.
Says BMAC rides scooters inside Walmart.
What does that mean? Who said that?
Poncho.
Sheesh.
Wow.
Paul has the
That's
early.
We
funny,
all
but
have
very
options, Poncho. If he wants to use a scooter, so
I mean,
what?
if it's there, why not?
He's got a lot of stuff to get.
Hey,
come
come
on, he
on,
might
man.
be there a while.
I'd do it.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's probably
looks fun.
efficient.
Paul would do it.
Save time, right?
Paul would do it with sunglasses on.
If we did it, do you think we would get looks? Should we do this as a bit?
I think if you're under, what age do you have to be over before you stop getting judged for it?
Oh, there's a lot of people that'll judge you immediately
Like,
if
But
you
if
are
you're like,
younger.
if you're like
Jeremy's
over,
point is right.
If you're over 70,
If
no
you're
judgment.
younger and you don't have a cast or some kind of brace on, people are going to give you the stink eye.
We need to do this as a bit for real. Like it'd be great for social. And then we need to do the Subway buy a bag of chips. See if you get a funny look from the cashier. Paul Gallant's leading Brandon Scott right now, 53-47.
Oh, a little bit
close
closer.
vote. Close
Yeah, a little
vote.
bit closer than I was expecting.
Close vote right now. Call me crazy, but there was a big contract in baseball today. Ezekiel Tovar, I think that's how you pronounce it. He got signed to an extension by the Colorado Rockies. 7 years. I saw two different. This 7 years, 63.5. I saw 8 for 84. So it could be either one of those two. They probably have an option on it. I would give this contract right now to two different Houston Astros. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. So you're in a little bit of a quandary right now, right? You didn't mow the yard because you were watching basketball all weekend. I ain't mad at you. I don't mind that at all. But now there's some rain, right? So now you don't want to mow because you're going to leave tire marks everywhere. It's really a difficult spot to be. Well, you can eliminate that difficult spot with Sin Lawn. That's right. Get some Sin Lawn in your life and you never have to mow again. You're wasting all this time. You'd rather be doing other things, dealing with your yard, the grass that's now wet and muddy, the weeds, the dead spots. You don't want to do that. We'll stop because Sin Lawn is here to get your weekends back. Sin Lawn's the evolution story of the AstroTurf that was made popular by the Astrodome. That's pretty cool. And now Sin Lawn, S-Y-N, Sin Lawn, wants to improve your lifestyle. Stop mowing the grass when it's wet. Stop mowing the grass when you'd rather be watching sports. Stop pulling weeds. Stop throwing money into an ugly yard that you don't want people to see. Sin Lawn artificial grass is the best in the market, too. Their people are fantastic. They're there with you throughout the entire process. They care about you. Sin Lawn also offers a lifetime warranty and products that are made right here in the USA. Fully insured, fully bonded. Also, they have their own in-house crews and don't contract anything out. How many big companies do that? That they have their own in-house crews. Usually they contract out everything. Not Sin Lawn. They're going to do it all for you. Sin Lawn's number one priority is making their customers happy. Sin Lawn's perfect for your yard, whether it's for the patio, maybe you have a playground for the kids, it's perfect for that. Maybe you have pets where, days like today, they're out there running in that wet grass and now they're bringing it into your house, maybe on the carpet, making things a big mess. Well, get Sin Lawn so you can stop doing that. Also, their putting greens are fantastic. Awesome. Head to 975sinlawn.com to learn more. That's 975SYN-lawn.com, 975sinlawn.com to get started on the yard of your dreams. Sin Lawn, control the process from yarn to yard.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I'm Branham. Ezekiel Tovar, is that how you pronounce it? The shortstop for the Rockies. He signed an extension today. 7 years, 63.5. You put this in here, Brian? I saw 8 for 84. Is there some sort of option, I guess?
Yeah, no, that's I just went to his Spotrac page, and that's what it had. So I guess there's conflicting reports, or someone has wrong information. I'm not sure.
I'm not happy with Spotrac, by the way.
Just because they didn't respond to your email?
They think they're big league in the beats.
I tried to back you up and try.
I tweet at him.
Yeah, I tried to tweet at him too.
Yeah, I actually wrote them a handwritten letter. No, I didn't do that. But I did email their contact us, like a true Karen, and they didn't respond. They're big leaguing the Killer Bees. They're big leaguing us. I'm not very happy with Spotrac, but I can't quit them. Anyways, Tovar signed this deal. This says 7 years, 63.5. I saw 8 years, 84 reported, so whatever, somewhere around there. Let's go with the 8 years, 84, though, because it's a little bit over $10 million per year. I would give two Houston Astros this contract right now. You guys know me. I have a tell, so you probably can guess which two I would give it to. Mm-hmm. Who would I give it to?
Jeremy Pena.
Jeremy Pena's one. Yep.
Yiner.
Yep. I would give them to both of those guys right now. Just
and
go ahead and lock them up.
You know of the two that, well, I shouldn't say that.
Here's why you do it, because they're cheaper the earlier you do it. We get mad, or we don't, but fans get mad when these players leave in free agency. Carlos Correa leaves. Oh, pay the man. Oh, it turned out it was wise to not do it. Look how they set up Alex Bregman. Like they gave Alex Bregman a pretty good deal. It wasn't super team friendly, like as it turned out, like as you thought it was when you signed it, but it's going to turn out to be more team friendly than player friendly. And Bregman's going to hit free agency when he's 30, as opposed to 26, 27. Perfect time to do that. They were able to do it with Yordan Alvarez, where you signed him early, you extend him. Whereas Kyle Tucker, they couldn't do that, and he's probably going to leave in free agency. The earlier you can get these things done, you do them. The danger is they don't live up to the contract. Right. That's the danger. But the reward is you get them for their prime years at a cheaper cost. And I'm willing to take that risk for that reward. And you also look at what these positions have gone for in free agency this year. Do you think Mitch Garver is a better player than Yiner Diaz?
No.
I don't. Mitch Garver got a $24 million 2-year deal this year. That's $12 million AAV. You telling me I can get Yiner at $10 million for 8? Cool. I'm doing that. If you look at the shortstops, and there weren't really great shortstops in the market this year like there have been in recent years, the highest paid shortstop this year is Isaiah Kiner Falefa, who really is he's a bench guy, I think. Mm-hmm. He's a guy he's really good on the bench. You have him on the bench, very valuable, can play multiple positions, almost every position. Actually came up as a catcher. Guess how much he got paid AAV?
11.
No, that's high.
Really?
I mean, he got 7.5.
Oh, right now?
He got 7.5
I thought when
this
you were
year.
saying when he was coming up, if they
No.
locked
So
him
he
up.
got 7.5 this year. You got $15 million deal for 2 years, $7.5 million. Jeremy Pena is a better player right now than Isaiah Kiner Falefa, and this is before Jeremy Pena has really learned how to hit. And even if Jeremy Pena doesn't learn how to hit, if Jeremy Pena right now is a free agent, he gets $10 million a year easy. Easy. He probably gets 12 to 15 million because of his defense alone.
IKF Mets?
The Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't have minded him in
I
the
think that's
Astros.
the biggest thing. Look, I think this is what Dana Brown in part was brought in for, right? This was kind of what he was known for when he was with Atlanta, is finding the young talent, locking them up before they hit free agency, making sure you got cornerstones, pillars, and guys that are going to be part of the long-term big picture future of your squad. If he truly has, a talent for being able to do that, and he did it in Atlanta, and you expect him to do it here, then you expect to be able to take out the one worry and concern that I would have, which is exactly what you mentioned, which is giving these guys these contracts and then all of a sudden realizing they crap the bed, they're not worth anywhere close to it, and now you're out literally left holding the bag and giving it out, going, now what do we do? And it's not like you're a small market team where it could actually paralyze you, but it ain't great because all it takes, as we've been talking about when we want to keep the window open for as long as we can, is one bad deal, whether it's a bad free agency deal, whether it's a bad deal where you lock up a guy too long at too much money, and to really kind of screw you over.
But this is where your scouting comes into play.
That's what I'm saying.
Like you should have an eye for that. Like if you're a good evaluator of talent, you should be able to make this call now. And if you can save money in the long term and keep a player here long term that's good for longer than he would have if you didn't give him the extension, it makes perfect sense. So it comes down to evaluation of the player. Jeremy Pena is a big league shortstop. Jeremy Pena is an above average big league shortstop. If Jeremy Pena can combine some of his offensive power in his rookie year and some of his play discipline in his sophomore year, I think Jeremy Pena is a top 10, 12 shortstop in baseball. And a top 10, 12 shortstop in baseball is going to make $20 million a year. That's why I would sign up Jeremy Pena early. Yainer Diaz doesn't have the plate appearances that you would love to do it this quickly because he was a part-time player last year. He played pretty permanently whenever Jordan was on the IL, and he handled his own, was really good offensively. But I would go ahead and do it too. I have faith that Jeremy Pena over the next 8 years is going to be just fine. We could argue about how good he's going to be, but I think Jeremy Pena right now in free agency is $12-15 million a year player. I think Yainer Diaz, if he hit the open market right now, what is the most that Yainer Diaz gets? I think he gets $12-15 million a year.
Yeah, he gets I don't think he gets J-Rod money. I think he gets more the money of the kid that signed the deal in Milwaukee.
Probably.
The center field.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
They got that kind of money. But at the same time, when you look at it, this is what I was getting at. It's not just Dana Brown. It's Dana Brown, his system, his staff, people that he brought with him and he hired once he took over the GM job. This is supposed to be his specialty. This is where he makes his money and it's his bread and butter. He's seen enough of Pena. Of the two guys, the one guy that obviously we all hope and don't think that this is going to happen, but that you would worry more about is Yainer because of the fact that we haven't seen enough, and in the playoffs we hardly saw any of him, and we know he was a part-time player last year, as opposed to a guy like Pena that proved it on the biggest stage. And as much as people were expecting that to continue, and when it didn't, they wanted to crap on him. The fact is that he is an above-average shortstop in Major League Baseball. I could see them wrapping him up.
B-Mac, get something to say?
Yeah, I'm absolutely with the idea of this for Yainer Diaz, even though he has fewer, plate appearances, fewer at-bats. I just don't love I get the idea of on the open market, Jeremy Pena could get this sort of AAV. I guess where I push back is the years. Because some of the guys you've mentioned, like you said, 2-year deals, 3-year deals, and now we're talking about 7 or 8 years. And I push back on that not only because I don't believe Jeremy Pena showed anything that would be worthy of those stats or worthy of that contract last season, but also look at the Astros roster, depending on who leaves this team, specifically, obviously, Kyle Tucker. You're going to have some spots open up. Shortstop might be a position where you look to improve. Maybe it's through, calling someone up from the minors, although that guy's not close to the majors right now. Maybe it's through free agency, but I still view Pena as a plus enough bat to lock up for 7-8 years.
Yeah, I don't know how you're really upgrading over Jeremy Pena. No one in the minor league system is even close.
Yeah, I said, look, again, we're talking potentially 7-8 years down the road. That's why I'm leaving it open to the possibility that more likely it's free agency. But
yeah, but even in free agency, the best shortstop this year, if you're just going on salary, was Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
No, Jeremy
there's
Pena
not a starting shortstop in free agency. The next guy is Tim Anderson, who's coming off the worst year of his career. Then you have Kike Hernandez, Brandon Crawford.
Right, we're talking about this year's class, though. We don't know what will be the class, in the following years.
Now, the class you had last year, but again, this is now a different conversation. Trey Turner, you're going to pay $300 million for 11 years of Trey Turner. Xander Bogaerts got $280 for 11. Correa got $200 for 6. Dansby got $177 for 7. I think that Dansby Swanson's should be the plight for Jeremy Pena. A guy who came up early, was more defensive than offensive, and then Dansby's turned into a good offensive player. But I don't see...
certainly shown more power than Pena has.
But you're not going to... My point, though, is that Crane's not giving any of these contracts out.
Well, I guess that's a different conversation.
That's why I said it flips the conversation.
If we're factoring in what Crane is likely to do, then maybe that boxes you into the idea of you having to stick with Pena. I haven't seen anything from Pena outside of October of 2022 and then the first month of his rookie season where he's proven to be the type of offensive player that I'd want to lock up for 7-8 years.
To me, it's not just about the offense, though. It's about the complete player. Jeremy Pena's won a Gold Glove and has proven to be one of the best defensive shortstops in baseball. He's a top 5 defensive shortstop in baseball at a premium defensive position. Whatever he gives you offensively is 100% bonus.
And that has value, but this kind of goes back to, the overall roster build. Going back to a shortstop the Astros had in the past that was all defense, no bat with Adam Everett. It was fine in 2004 when you had Jeff Kent and you had all these these guys in Carlos Beltran and a lot of offense around him that could absorb that automatic out in the lineup. But as the roster or the makeup of the roster changes over the years, let's say Kyle Tucker leaves, maybe I'm not sure who else would leave, but maybe you need more offense from the shortstop position. Then suddenly you're not able to absorb maybe the minus that Jeremy Pena is at the plate.
See, and I'm not saying that you are thinking like Astros fans that were so spoiled about what he did in the playoffs a couple years ago that they just assumed that was going to be the progression for the rest of his career. But because you saw that, because fans kind of get biased by that, thinking this is who he's going to be, they also forget that, yeah, there's been shortstops that like go over the top with numbers and things like that. But the fact that he brings the glove, he brings the defense, he brings certain things to the table, and you don't know how good he can be. I don't think it's fair to expect him to be like he was in the playoffs in the World Series a couple years ago, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities like we saw with some of the things, and we'll see how it translates to this year, shortening his swing, not swinging for the fence as much, trying to go the other way, do some things, be able to hit the breaking ball better. That he could get better. He could find a happy medium somewhere between the two.
See, I think he's going to take bigger swings and look for actually launch than anything else. But I think one thing, I think what you're overstating though, Brian, is the offense at the position. Like you take away some of those top few names that we mentioned, there's not a lot of good offensive shortstops.
Yeah, maybe I'm too far deep into the fantasy baseball realm and that's clouded my judgment. I think the overall thing that's the main obstacle for me is 8 years. Like if you're talking,
I'm with you on the years. The years is fair.
If you're talking about buying out his arbitration,
then you go 6. Now Tovar's younger than Pena, and I guess he came up around the same time.
So Pena would have 4 seasons left before he hits the open market?
This will be his 3rd, so he'll have 3 more years after this.
Yeah, so I would be willing to buy out those years. Mm-hmm. So this year and then 3 more, total of 4.
Well, you want to buy out some of his free agent years. That's the purpose of these contracts.
I'm completely unwilling to go to 7 or 8. Like if you want to talk about 5 or 6, then maybe I have that conversation. But once you get into the 7-8 realm, it feels like you're possibly throwing away money.
What did I say? Connor Felifa was getting 7.5. 7.5. IKF has never had a year offensively.
He has no power. I know that.
With an OPS over 700. His entire career, he has never had an OPS over 700. He's getting 7.5 AAV. He doesn't have the defensive prowess that Jeremy Pena has. In both of Jeremy Pena's seasons, he was over a 700 OPS. He was 715 in his first year.
705 last year.
That's 2 years. In his first 2 years, over 700. Isaiah Connor Felifa, who's been in the bigs for 6 years, has never done it in his life, doesn't have the defensive chops as Jeremy Pena, and is getting 7.5 a year. You're telling me that Jeremy Pena is not a $10 million shortstop? You're crazy.
Of course he is.
Now, the years is your point.
The years is my point, and I'm not making a pro Isaiah Connor Falefa argument. I'm never arguing for his case.
What do you think that Pena would get in the open market right now?
I think you're right. I think he'd get between 8 to 10.
I think he gets 15.
15 feels. I could see him getting up to 12. 15 feels like a reach. My main sticking point is the years. I would be completely unwilling to go to 7 or 8 years.
I mean, when you guys were having the conversation too, because to my point, I don't think that I think the days of like the Cal Ripken Juniors and the A-Rods and the big hitting, big dominant shortstops that offensively do a lot of things too. Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking Xander Bogaerts is a good offensive hitting shortstop, one of the better offensive hitting shortstops in baseball. Who else are we missing? Because the Yankees don't have one. The Red Sox don't have one. The Padres don't have one. The Dodgers don't have one. Even if Mookie plays shortstop, Mookie's not a power hitting, big slugging.
Come on.
Depending on the video.
Come on. You can't put down Mookie's offensive prowess.
No,
I
but
can't
Mookie's
let you
not
say
a
that.
Mookie's close. If his video coordinator stays, maybe he'll be better.
But Mookie Betts is one of the best offensive players in baseball.
He's a good offense. He's an above average offensive player.
No, above average? He's great.
He had 30+ last
year. He's
a
great offensive player.
But he's not playing shortstop.
He is this year.
They've been moving him around. He's been second, short. But Mookie Betts, Xander Bogaerts. Who else?
Who else is a good shortstop?
No, that's a above average offensive hitting shortstop, like one of the better hitters in baseball. Or
Seager, Turner.
Yeah. Seager for sure. You're right.
Turner. But I mean, after the top 4 or 5 guys, you have a huge drop off.
That's why I think Pena at to the point we're making, we're all kind of in the realm.
Yeah.
Ceiling is the way tip top 15, but at the low spot, he's making more than 10.
I think we would have a happy medium, locking up now 12 million AAV 6 years.
Yeah,
you buy out a couple of years of the free. You buy
salaries
out
are only going up. You probably by the end of it, you're probably catching a bargain no matter what he's doing.
And you're buying out his 2 free agent years.
That is a good point that Joel makes, because by the time you get to the end of it, that is even becoming probably is on the low side for a starting caliber player.
713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Time for our Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I've been telling you for a while now that Gentle Ben is the best, and make this year the year where you get Gentle Ben into your life. Why not? It all starts with the finest ingredients and classic time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses their innovative process that removes the harshness that's found in most spirits. The result is unparalleled smoothness and an enjoyable drinking experience. You get all the flavor, none of the burn. You'll love what's not in it, including undesirable acids. These acids take the enjoyment out of your drinks. Well, Gentle Ben gets rid of the undesirable acids so you can enjoy. Gentle Ben offers vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, cask strength bourbon. All are fantastic, all in my rotation. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Whatever's on the way home, pick up a bottle today. Next time you head to dinner, go to your favorite bar, ask for Gentle Ben. If you're looking for plans, how about you go to the Gentle Ben Tasting Room in Alvin? Great spot to have a drink. Gentle Ben's inside of Minute Maid Park and inside Toyota Center. You're going to either places for the Astro game, Rockets game, maybe a concert. Stop by the Ben's bar at either locale and pick up some Gentle Ben on the way to your seats. And now getting Gentle Ben is easier than ever. You can just go straight to the website, gentleben.com, learn about the incredible legacy and story of Gentle Ben, and order some Gentle Ben straight from the website, gentleben.com. Gentle Ben, smoothest, honest. Your question for the Killer Bees, 713-780-3776, our Mailbag Monday, 713-780-3776. What is your question for the Bees? 3367, in regards to early contracts for Astro players, it's smart to spend that kind of money so early in a player's career. Isn't that a little too risky, or has it been done in the past with other players and other organizations that had positive outcomes? There is risk to it. There's also great reward. The reward is you get these players for more of the prime of their career at a lower AAV. The risk is if they don't materialize to the player you think they're going to be, now you're overpaying a mediocre guy, but you're overpaying a mediocre guy with a more manageable contract. It's been done a lot in Major League Baseball. It's a huge trend. Some of these teams are locking up prospects before they even play in a game.
Yep.
The Astros have done it. The Astros did it with Jordan. They've done it with Christian Javier. They tried to do it with Springer. He turned them down. They did it with Jose Altuve. They did it with Alex Bregman. They did it with Lance McCullers. The Astros have done it a lot. The one where they missed, per se, was they gave one of these deals to Singleton.
10 years, $10 million.
But whatever. That's
Right.
$1 million a year. Like this, the benefits you got on the return of investment on all of the other players make the Singleton $1 million a year for 8 years piece of cake, or 10 years, whatever
I mean,
it was.
that was so affordable that I think the deal was made. I think it was Luno that made it at the time, or whoever made it at the time. Was basically like, even if we miss, it's not like we're breaking the bank and losing $200 million over 7 to 10 years. Where you look at what J-Rod got, the other one that backfired, and there's nothing you could do to. Well, maybe there is a little bit of due diligence, but the Tampa deal with the shortstop.
Yeah, that's not production. That's more the guy was a creep
just,
off the field.
but-
And I think you can
but-
get out of that because of his actions. I don't think you have to pay it now.
It'd be interesting to see
Because I
you
think
could
it's a
push
breach
that,
of contract.
But the only reason I say the due diligence because we've talked about it so much about you got to know a guy's back. Deshaun and Osuna and everybody said we did our due diligence. Well, you got to do some due diligence on that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, Acuna was somebody they've locked up. You mentioned J-Rod was locked up early. I think, to me, I'm doing these all the
Michael
time.
Harris?
A lot of the Braves were. I think
pitchers.
the Strider was too.
Strider, yep.
Austin Riley. They did it with almost their entire core. I'm a big believer in doing this, and I know that there is some risk. I think the reward outweighs the risk.
Milwaukee just did it because they're always so tight with their cash that the kid they just did it with has never even sniffed the bigs. But it's a risk. To your point, it's the biggest risk reward they can take because they want to hit and have him locked up under the assumption he's going to be good, as opposed to if he is good and they don't do it, you're not going to keep him.
6856 Key from LA, as we know him. Birria tacos or original tacos?
I'll go original tacos.
You can't go wrong.
Right.
You
Either
can't.
one's an easy win.
I'm the innovator of Taco Tuesday. You give me a taco, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to like it. It kind of depends on the mood. If I can only eat one for the rest of my life, I'm probably going to go original because you get the huge variety. You can go flour tortilla. You can go with a crunchy shell. You can go with a corn tortilla if you're eating seafood or barbacoa. So I would probably go original taco over birria tacos, but I'm not mad at you if you're picking birria.
Birria is what? What's the shell?
It's more that it's like kind of all greasy. It's almost like a quesadilla in a way, but it's more flat. And then you have the dip. The dip's what it's really known for. You can smother it in the dip.
I'm going with the original tacos.
Yeah, they're both very, very good. Brian, do you have a preference?
I would go original tacos as well.
Both are very, very good.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad at either, but I would go original taco, like you said, for the variety.
There's a hole in the wall. It's actually a food truck next to a car wash on Rayford. That's unbelievable birria. 8143. Do the Cougs make the Final Four, and who would be the toughest team remaining to stop them?
Do you want to answer that first?
I'm going to start answering this like I'm a coach. Like, I'm just going to give you the coach speak of it. We're taking it one game at a time. The team that is the toughest remaining team to stop us is the next one, which in this case is the Duke Blue Devils, first ever matchup between Houston and Duke in history. I'm going to start.
A secret. The Chronicle said there was a secret matchup.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't a secret, but it was a scrimmage that was not open to the public. So yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that they had done that a couple of years ago with Shire. It was after Coach K.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm just going to start coach speaking all the Cougs questions because I think it's funny. What do you think?
Look, I was listening to you guys and didn't have a chance to even to chime in on what happened last night, but I think that the testament is that Kelvin Sampson is one of the best coaches in the country, and he's going to find a way to game plan for every matchup. So that's why I never count the Cougs out. I really feel for the entire squad because if they had their depth, if they didn't have the injuries that they're dealing with, that doesn't happen last night or even get close to it. And there's a lot of different options he's got for no matter what the team that he's playing brings to the table, a 7-footer, a big front line, all those things. I am concerned about the depth going forward. I think that's the only reason why that they're vulnerable, and the fact that, as well as they score, that, because of the injuries, you can't afford to have one of your top 3 guards that shoot the ball so well get in foul trouble.
The injuries and the depth are it's not. It's the depth really because the injuries you're not fixing the injuries,
right? And everybody has them, so it's not fair to say that.
Yeah, and the depth thing too, like. Your depth could not have been more tested than it was yesterday.
No question.
Could not have been more tested. And somehow you overcame that and won.
No,
now, foul trouble is critical.
Dare I say, Jeremy, that I was thinking about this. And even with UConn and some of the teams that have some depth, if you lose 4 of your 5 starters that foul out.
Unbelievable.
Tell me that how many of the highly ranked teams in the country are going to survive that. If Purdue loses Edey
Sharp fouled out early overtime, and then Shed fouled out with 18 seconds to play. So, you didn't have all 4 out for the entire overtime period. It got there.
Wasn't there more time left for Shed?
No, it was 18 seconds.
Well, that call annoyed the hell out of me.
Did it? I haven't watched that part of the game
replay
back.
Looking back
was
on
it. Just like a little
he thought that it was a
oven?
shove from behind, and when you look at it, I don't think that there was any kind of follow-through at all. He might have, as a guide, had the hand there, but normally you see the body move or something like that. I thought that was a ticky-tack
What did you think of the jump ball?
It was awful.
Okay.
It was absolutely awful. And the amount of time, normally with a jump ball, I guess the kind of, in a ref's mind, supposed to be like 3 seconds where there's at least stopped ball with hands on it from both teams. The fact that was such a bang play and he just immediately jump ball, it's like, are you kidding me? Like, there wasn't a chance to even have that ball tied up and stopped with both hands from each opponent on the ball for that long. That was brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one thing that really the one real quick, because I like I said, I missed
of course.
But the other thing that really bothered me was, and I think that this is probably why both sides are arguing, but there was everybody complaining about the officials. Consistency from a coaching, playing standpoint, as you know, is all about call it a certain way. If you're going to let them play like you did in the first half, then let them play the whole game.
I don't think they let them play in the first half. A&M shot like 25 free throws.
I understand that point of it, but I'm saying when you looked at some of the replays on both sides, bodies are flying all over, guys are shoving all over, and especially in the trenches and stuff, you're letting a lot of things go.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden in the final, 5 minutes or less, you decided to call everything.
Like it stopped on a dime.
Yeah, and you
just
just can't do that. It's unfair to the players and the coaches and the game itself.
Ocho, this is a good one. On a plane, would you rather sit next to a crying baby, sit next to someone who smells, or sit next to a very large person?
Ooh, boy.
I would take the baby.
Mine's easy. I'm going baby, too.
I'm going because I could put on noise-canceling headphones and get rid of the noise. The other two things, there's no way around it.
I'm going to go next to a crying baby.
Is there overhang? Because if the big person,
a very large person, I think you can.
But a very large
classify
person
that
still
as,
has to fit between the armrests or to where if you.
When does that ever happen? When does a very large person ever fit between the armrests?
Well, I think they fit up against it.
They muff it over.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. The headphones is the way to go. So, I've got stories on that. I can't tell on the air, obviously, but yeah, there's been some people that have fought that.
Texter Bo, when are we going to get a remote show? North area, Woodlands, Conroe? I would love that. As soon as you sell it, Texter Bo. ALCS rematch. Lorenzen changed things. Ask 1067. Maybe an ALCS rematch. I don't think Lorenzen's an upgrade to what they have. Lorenzen's not like a game changer, though.
No, he's not going to be a dominant top 3 of the rotation guy that you can say is going to take you places. He's a filler because they have so many holes to fill right now, and they don't have the depth of even, anybody, let alone the Astros with all the depth in starting pitching that they have for options as we get into the season. And they needed somebody because, as we know, their starters weren't great before, even when they started going to get Scherzer and DeGrom and the guys they got in Montgomery.
6383, how many minutes do you expect Ramon Walker to have against Duke? Again, I'm answering these like coaches. It's the bit that we're going to do. As many minutes as necessary to win the game.
Well, I thought that, it was wise with such a big lead in the first game that they were going to get him kind of some run. And then he didn't play against A&M, and it was a tighter game. And then to throw him in there, he came up with some big-time rebounds and plays for that squad that maybe, it depends on how the game goes again. Now Kelvin has even more confidence now that he's got some run under his belt that he can put him in there and that he's able to play. So I think you'll probably see more from him. I'd say in and around 10 minutes.
My favorite 5 plays from that game yesterday, he was the offensive putback was one of my favorite 5. The Ryan Elvin free throw is on one of my favorite 5. The Jamal Shed putback dunk.
Oh my God!
One of my favorite 5.
That was incredible.
Unbelievable. That was awesome. I lost my mind.
His mom's
That was one of
reaction
the
was
most
priceless.
I saw that on Twitter. It was awesome.
Yeah. They showed his parents a ton with the shirts.
Yeah.
Uno. And then my 4th one was the Emmanuel Sharp dive save ball in the corner.
Like the bounce save.
The bounce save.
Fantastic.
Unbelievable play.
No, that's not. Is that the one where Shed high fives him on his way back
Yes,
down the court?
absolutely.
Yeah. I know.
I didn't realize the high five.
He didn't
Yeah,
high
like,
five. He
waits-
side-fived him
Give
and
him like a
swatted
pat
him
on
on
the
the back
back.
when they were coming
Yeah,
up the
he
court.
waited for Clark to get up, and then as Clark passed him, he gave him a pat. Is like,
Like an attaboy.
and you can
Yeah, that
clearly
was
see on
fantastic.
camera that
And
Shed
then,
says something to him, and then they go down the court.
And then my 5th favorite play was I think it was the first possession of overtime
Offensive
where
rebound.
Roberts dove into the
over
into the
the table.
over the table, saved it to Shed. Shed kicked it to Sharp. Sharp hit the 3. I think it was the first points of overtime after A&M made this improbable run. Everything's going against you. All the momentum's going against you. You make a great hustle play, lead to a 3, you lead an OT, and you never trail again.
Maybe you mentioned it, but when he went to Walker right away, the first offensive rebound he gets was a key possession, and they missed the shot, and he came out of nowhere in traffic to get the rebound and reset the possession, and they reset the clock.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, my God, already Kelvin pressed the right button. I mean, he's already contributing at a major point in the game was phenomenal.
Yeah. Nathan Seabrook says, I'm disappointed in you guys. No one mentioned Carlos Correa when talking about the best offensive shortstops in baseball because he ain't.
He ain't.
He ain't one of the best offensive shortstops in baseball.
Paid. But, yeah, I mean, look, he didn't have a great year.
He was in 2022, but he wasn't in 2023.
Yeah. Okay. This Aggie says it was a physical game. We Aggies lost because we couldn't make a free throw or Shed smothered Taylor, etc. Pick an excuse. Either way, it's in the books. Move on, Ags. Go Cougs. I have so much respect for that basketball team. I love the Aggie basketball
Buzz
team.
is a really good coach.
I think that team was really stinking good. Way better than a 9 seed. So much respect for that team. And it was mutual respect, too. You could see it in the handshake line after all that. They had a, they were better than a 9 seed, in my opinion. It was a classic March Madness
You're absolutely
game.
right about
Classic March Madness game.
And the athleticism that A&M, I don't think gets enough credit for, about all their guards and their wings, like, can get up on you and get right up into you and defend, and they're long. Man, that was impressive. That A&M team at full strength is impressive.
713-780-3776. What's your question for the Killer Bee? 713-780-3776. This is not so much a question, but not sure if you've covered this, but a Atascocita High School boys track team broke the U.S. high school record in the 4x100 relay that stood for 25 years prior to this past weekend.
Wow.
I saw the replay of this. Yeah. Unbelievable. It would have been the second fastest time in college this year.
Whew.
They broke the high school record, would have been the second fastest time in Division I NCAA this year. Congratulations to
I would hope
Atascocita.
U of H track team is knocking on the door, as well as lots of others that have big-time scholarships.
That was my old stomping grounds. I didn't go to Atascocita because it wasn't
Because
around
you weren't
yet.
fast enough?
No, because I wasn't old enough. Atascocita, or I wasn't young enough. Atascocita is younger than me. What was I going to say? Oh, they breed athletes. This is why I should have won the fight against Lopez. I'm not upset about that at all. All right, 713-780-3776. Thanks for participating with our Mailbag Monday. I had this thought. I don't know what made me think of this, but who is the better coach relative to their sport? Ime Udoka or D'Amico Ryans? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know 'tis the season. We've got all the madness of March. We've got everything going on in sports these days. The one thing that you want to do with all this sports on television and all your access to watching and listening and seeing games is to be able to bet on it. Well, how about a one-stop shop that has everything for you at one stop on the internet? All you got to do is go see the people at mybookie.ag. Their website is unbelievable. You can take your viewing experience to the next level. Real-time live betting that lets you stream and bet the games right from the website. It's phenomenal. And right now you can take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. You put $200 in, they'll put an extra $100 on top of it, so there's $300 ready to play instantly when you use the promo code that we tell you about, Bet975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You get up to the minute odds, prop bets, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide who you want to bet on when the games are actually played. We know that Friday and Thursday, as well as Saturday and Sunday, are going to be full of basketball, as well as NBA and golf and all the other sports going on. And you need a spot that is going to keep your money safe while you have all the opportunities to cash in on bonuses. That's mybookie.ag. Go to mybookie.ag right now. Even if you get a friend to sign up, you get a bonus. You get a bonus, it's like Oprah. You get a bonus, you get a bonus. Just go to the website and use the promo code to get the bonus. Mybookie.ag, use that promo code Bet975. And as I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, I thought of this question the other day. I think I was in the shower, actually. 713-780-3776, TMI. D'Amico Ryans or Ime Udoka? Who is the better coach? And let's set the record, because I'm already seeing some people here on why are we comparing them? Like, why are we even talking about this? Blah, blah, blah. Because it's fun conversation. They're both very good. I don't want to speak for you. They are very, very good. We know that they are very, very good. I love D'Amico Ryans. I love Ime Udoka. I think Joe Espada is going to be a fantastic manager from a professional point of view in sports, professional sports point of view. We are in very good hands with who is leading the charge for their respective professional teams. I think D'Amico is a great hire. Happy they got D'Amico. Wasn't my first choice. Ben Johnson was. I take that back. D'Amico's the perfect guy for this football team. Love that we have him. Same thing with Ime Udoka. Ime Udoka was on our top list before they even went into the coaching search, and we didn't believe it was going to happen because we felt it was far-fetched. They made it happen. So let's let the record show we think both of these coaches are fantastic, and the Rockets and the Texans are very fortunate to have both guys.
Facts.
Which one is better relative to the sport, though? Ime Udoka, basketball, NBA. D'Amico Ryans, football, NFL. Which one, relative to their sport, is the better head coach?
Man, it's a hell of a question.
Thank you.
Because I think that when you think about this as a Houston sports fan, you won the lottery twice because you got the best available NBA coach in the offseason you needed a coach. And after two absolute debacles with the Texans, you got the best available coach that was available to you for the perfect, as you mentioned, for the perfect situation for what you were dealing with. They both turned franchises around. That's why I've always said, when I always harp on, these are two mirror image franchises. It's crazy how close they followed each other with all the like scenarios and situations they've dealt with. And now you've got two of the premier young coaches in your sport. To me, what separates the two of them is the ability to connect and motivate from a guy like you have with D'Amico versus the skin on the wall already of an Udoka who takes a team to the finals and loses, but has already taken a young team and taken them almost over the top to where he's got that kind of experience. But other than that, it's a really tough call. I would say that I lean towards the experience of a guy like Udoka because of the fact that they were both taking over complete bleep shows that they had to try and turn around. And it was unbelievable what they've been able to do. I'm going to lean Udoka just because of his experience as a head coach and the years he's had it. He's already been through all these things as the number one guy. Not that, again, to your point, I'm not taking anything away from D'Amico, and he'll probably get there. But if I had to pick one or the other, I'm going to take a guy that's gone further and has had more years doing it.
Let me get to my pros and cons list.
Okay.
Starting with Ime Udoka. You mentioned, now he hasn't done it for a lot longer. He's only been a head coach in 2 seasons with 2 different teams because he's a dirty dog off the floor. He went to the NBA Finals. He went to the NBA Finals. Now, the team was good, obviously. You have to have a good team. You have to have a good roster to get there. But he did it. He went to the NBA Finals in Boston. He took over a really bad situation. Because I think when you look at D'Amico, he took over a bad situation. Okay, I get it.
Come on, here.
Credit there. Yeah. Ime took over a really bad situation with the Rockets. Team that had won 20-something games with 2-3 years in a row. And terrible culture. If they were playing AAU basketball, they had no clue, the guys who were holdovers, how to play winning ball at the professional level.
No discipline.
And Ime Udoka has them at a 500 record, and they're 1 game behind the play-in. So those are the pros for Ime Udoka. The culture that he's built, taking over a team that was going nowhere and going nowhere fast, and they are 1 game back of a play-in, and you can see the strides and the player development and all of that. And then, of course, Boston, he did go to the NBA Finals. D'Amico Ryans, we have the 1 year to work off of. And I would say a lot of the things that Ime has done with the Rockets in his 1 year with the Rockets, same thing with D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans turned the NFL laughingstock into an NFL playoff team. They won the AFC South. He rebuilt the culture. Players want to play in Houston now. And you talked about that too, these free agents. They see what the Texans are building and the leadership of D'Amico Ryans, and they're going to want to be part of that. But other than just the culture, he's also produced. He turned in a team that had won 11 games in the previous 3 years into a playoff contender. Both of them have really good players, like young players. The Texans have C.J. Stroud. They have the quarterback. The Rockets had Alpi Shingun, who was a borderline all-star, didn't make it. And now Jalen Green's playing really good. Because Ime has the year prior to Houston where he took Boston to the finals, I don't know how you could go D'Amico Ryans over Ime Udoka. But both are fantastic options, obviously.
That's the one thing that puts me on one side or the other. Otherwise, it's a really neck and neck race because of the fact that you know that it's not ending here. Like it's going to be I think it's going to be an even better evaluation when both guys are done with their careers here to look back on it, because I think both have the potential of getting to multiple finals and Super Bowls. Both have the potential to do so much. But the fact is that one thing I would ask you guys is it basketball or football that the coach means more?
I would go football.
I think it's football as well.
Professional football over professional basketball.
I think it is. So I think
that's pro. It's a pro for D'Amico.
I'm gonna say so. That's a little nudge D'Amico's way. But at the end of the day, we all know winning is what everybody's worried about, and to what level you've gotten. And the fact that Udoka was a guy that took a team to the finals. Now the Boston situation, as much as there was talent there, similar to the Rockets, it was young talent that was running amok. There was, it was tough to control. They didn't understand. No one understood how they were going to get everybody to get on the same page. He got them there. And then, like you said, off the floor, he was his own worst enemy. He created his demise. The situations that each guy walked into for their respective professions, no one, I would wish that on anyone in coaching, because they were they were brutal. We thought it was going to take years. In both situations, feathered in the cap for both guys. The way they were able to turn it around and the short time it took is remarkable.
Yeah. Do you want to know one area where I don't want to say that I'm dinging D'Amico, and this is like, again, they're both great coaches. Like, I'm not trying to ding either one of these guys, but whenever you are, nitpicking both guys to try to figure out which one is the best, do you ding D'Amico for having the quarterback? Because if D'Amico doesn't have the quarterback, we might be singing a much different tune.
You stole my argument. Yeah, because there have been other coaches who we wouldn't have nearly as high praise for in the NFL, like a Chuck Pagano with the Colts, who inherited Andrew Luck, and certainly first 3 years in the league. Now, first year, he obviously didn't coach most of the year, but first 3 years in the league, he's 11-5. I mean, you get the quarterback, and even if you're maybe a below-average head coach, if you get the quarterback, you're going to have a chance to have a pretty good record. Now, that's not a slander on D'Amico, because I also think he happens to be a good coach in addition to having the quarterback, but there's no singular position in sports that can affect the team overall like a quarterback can. Maybe the NBA star, but the Rockets didn't have that NBA star. They didn't have the LeBron James that you could then equivalate to an NFL quarterback.
Quarterback's the single most important position in sports. So we've said that. The one thing that I thought you were going to throw out is, when you're the head coach in the NFL, even though D'Amico coaches the defense, you have a coordinator on either side that does a lot of the kind of offense, defense, and those kind of coaching moves. Whereas when you're Udoka, you're doing everything. You're doing the offense, you're doing the defense, you're doing the team psychologist, you're doing the disciplining, you're doing all those things. D'Amico does some of those things, but I think you do more of it as a head coach in the NBA. But again, not to ding either one of them, because the sports also dictate what's required of you differently in both sports.
Would you give either one of them a bonus for having to deal with, I guess, less than at the GM position than the other? Because I don't know who you would take, between the two GMs. I would take Nick Caserio. I know where Joel leans on this. I guess I didn't have to ask that question. But if you would lead Nick Caserio as the better GM, and I would, then I think that's also a feather in Udoka's cap that he's overcoming more.
I would give Caserio the edge over Stone. Now,
first of all, as much as I have a lot of reasons to crap on Rafael Stone, the biggest thing is experience. If we're going to talk about just like Udoka gets it because of the championships, Rafael came into this job with zero experience except for the fact that he shadowed Morey for a year, whereas Caserio has had now years of experience before he got to D'Amico.
Now, to defend Stone, I don't think that he's made catastrophically poor moves, though.
I think he's dodged some bullets that were there.
Maybe, but I deal in actualities.
You're right.
Like, what is the worst thing that Rafael Stone has done? Like, I think here's a hot take. Rafael Stone's worst move is less impactful than Nick Caserio's worst move.
Well,
what is Nick Caserio's worst move?
Trading down and then selecting Kenyon Green.
That's fair.
What's the worst thing that Stone has done?
There's a couple. I mean, the first one is the entire KPJ situation.
Okay, but that didn't really hurt you on the court.
It kind of did because he was pushing for him to be the man, and he was pushing for him to be the starting point guard. But from a draft capital and getting out of it because of the legalities, you escaped it.
You're fine. Like, you're fine now. Like, that wasn't – and you traded a second rounder that was, like, super conditional. You didn't lose anything.
Right.
Like, you didn't have the opportunity cost of a lottery pick. Like, and look, maybe Kenyon Green can change the story for Caserio, and certainly rooting for him. You know, an Aggie and a Tascasina Eagle, somebody we brought into our show.
They got out of it too with Kenyon Green because it didn't prevent them from playing. You know, obviously reaching 10 wins and winning the division.
Yeah, but you didn't get Kyle Hamilton. Where did like KPJ didn't prevent you from getting somebody else?
Okay, so if it wasn't
drafting
KPJ,
Kenyon Green prevented you from getting Kyle Hamilton.
Is it the 4 or 5 first-round picks that you basically didn't get anything out of and threw away?
Yeah, but. Maybe. I don't think that. Maybe.
I'm trying to think of
but that's not as significant as Kenyon Green.
What would be the one thing that we'd say that's the worst move Caserio made? That's the worst move that Stone made. I don't know which one.
Yeah, it's hard to point out maybe a singular move for Stone as compared to Caserio. But, I mean, if we're going to make the point that Stone's worst moves didn't actually impact the rebuild, then I think you could say the same thing for Caserio because Kenyon Green, to this point, you know, once D'Amico come in, that failure has not impacted the Texans all that much.
But it's hurt your personnel. Like, I see what you're saying because they still were able to produce and win the division and all that, but we're in free agency right now, and we're like, the Texans can use an upgrade at left guard. We're not really saying that because of the departure of Kevin Porter Jr. We're not like, well, because KPJ's gone, you missed out on having one of these guys as one of your starting 5. Or the late first rounders, like, we could probably pull up the draft and find guys who were drafted after them that would really help out, but I don't think they even cracked the starting 5 per se. Whereas Kyle Hamilton, you're talking about having like a really dynamic defense.
Yeah, even like wrapping up guys before that they needed to be wrapped up or signed contracts to. Look, I don't think that there's anything that's been like handcuffing the franchise because of something he's done to date. Dylan Brooks, as much as I think he was grossly overpaid for the amount of years and money you gave him, but he's still, it's like he's not Kenyon Green, right? He's productive.
Yeah.
He's doing things for you.
Now, in contrast, you could say that Rafael Stone has not done anything as good as Nick Caserio. Like, okay, well, you drafted C.J. Stroud at number 2.
Right?
Some people thought it wouldn't be Stroud. And then also the trade up to 3.
Well, the closest thing he did was he traded to get Alpe.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, he traded to get Alpe. And so regardless of the other things, the biggest feather in his cap was he made the move with Oklahoma City to get the extra first-round pick that gives you Alpe.
I wouldn't say that Alpe's like great move.
Oh, you're right. It's not as dominant
I don't think it's as good as CJ.
No.
I don't even think it's as good as the trade-up for Will Anderson. And I was very critical of the trade-up for Will Anderson. I still think that they overspent to trade up to number 3. But because you hit on the evaluation of Will Anderson, it makes that, a moot point.
I think we have to see both careers play out because Alpe looks like he might have a way higher ceiling than a lot of people thought.
You're kind of playing pretty good without him, though.
Yeah, but you are. But we also got to see what Will Anderson if he continues on this progression, he does the same thing. So there's still plenty to kind of evaluate.
Well, Stroud's the clear-cut one.
Yeah, it has to be because he is the single most important position in sports.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. That was a fun conversation. Stone, Caserio, and then also, who is the better coach? Ime Udoka or D'Amico Ryan? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a word for all the people that are golf fans out there, and I don't mean just watching it on TV. You love to play golf, and sometimes you want to play golf when it's too dark out or it's raining out or you want to practice your game, and you can't find a course or a range or a spot where you can figure it all out. Now you can go to X Golf and Katie and figure it out just about any time of the day or night. You want to get some shots hit some shots and hit some range balls with your own golf ball if you wish on the best simulators I've ever seen, including putting and chipping. You got to go to X Golf and Katie because if you go once, you're going to go multiple times. If you can't get a tee time you want to play or it's raining and your tee time was canceled, go to X Golf and Katie because these simulators are all world. It's like the best sports bar meets the best simulators all under one roof. You're indoors, air conditioned. It's phenomenal. You and your buddies can play a full round of golf in half the time or less than it takes you to play a full round of golf out on the course. And then when you want to, you can practice and you can hone in because everything that those simulators do, from charting the distance of the ball, the spin rate, the direction, everything about it is like real golf indoors, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Check them out today. Go to X Golf Katie online and see all the different ways and all the different specials that they have going so that you can get your golf on, even if it's at night or even if it's in the morning. They are fantastic. Check them out today, X Golf Katie.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. Who's a better coach, Ime Udoka or D'Amico Ryans? Again, we think both are fantastic. Keith from LA, it's a great question. All right, thank you. 5044 Ryans makes playoffs first year. He gets my vote. Boston Celtics success means nothing in the H. Okay, I get how it means nothing in the H. Like, I don't care that Boston made the finals. I get that. That's a valid point. But when you're talking coach and chops, how are you not talking about the total resume, even if it's pre-Houston?
The big thing for me is we haven't seen the first year, even if you want to eliminate Boston, which I don't, and the experience that he has. We haven't even seen him play out his first year yet. He can make the playoffs, too. He can make the play-in and make the playoffs. He could do some things, too, to where Dick Willie asked me earlier, what would be the equivalent, or where would we have to get to with Udoka to be able to equal what D'Amico did in his first year? I said, realistically, the more I thought about it, the team he'd have to get them into a series in the first round, which means you got to get through the play-in tournament. And then you can't get swept. You have to at least be competitive through the series, maybe take it to a final game, or win it, or make it a competitive series to where you would say, whoa, from a team that won 22 games a year ago, that's a massive jump. But even still, you didn't win the division.
Yeah.
So it's hard to kind of surpass or see the Rockets surpassing year one with D'Amico.
So are you saying D'Amico?
No, I'm still saying because remember how that started? That the texters taking out the Boston experience and the championship. I'm not. I just think that of the two guys, here's a guy that's been to a finals. Here's a guy that took a young team all the way to the finals. And then as good as both guys have done their jobs, I just think overall I give the slight edge to Udoka.
Yeah, I'm with you. 3367, great question. Thank you. I'm going to go with D'Amico for now since he got his team to the playoffs. Let's see what Ime does, though. That might change my mind. Something I'm noticing here is we're totally disqualifying Boston. Mm-hmm. Not you and I,
right.
but the reaction that we're getting. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
I don't think you can do that.
Fair at all.
Like, if we're talking about the overall coaching chops of an individual, how do you eliminate previous stops from the individual?
Especially since Boston was year one and he reached the finals with a young team.
Are we going to disqualify D'Amico's defensive coordinating with the 49ers? I don't think we would do that.
Well,
so why are we
you can
disqualifying?
take the resumes and say, did he learn what he learned from Shanahan and the Niners, and does that give him more credit than Udoka, who was groomed his whole life by Popovich, and then spent times with other teams that had in Brooklyn and Philly and teams like that where he got a lot of more experience?
I think that's part of the process. I think it's part of the recipe. Why are you a great coach? Okay, well, for Ime, all the things you said. For D'Amico, well, Kyle Shanahan, playing the game, a leader, captain, like that.
For Saban at Alabama.
That all adds to you being the coach
that's
that
what I'm saying,
you are.
But who wins out in that regard?
Yeah, I would give a slight edge to Ime.
I think Udoka wins because of the fact that he spent a good portion of time being tutored under the likes of Popovich.
He was a player
and those
with
guys.
Sampson when he was an assistant at San Antonio too.
That's right.
So he's seen a lot of great coaches,
especially because of the exact two names. Now it's going to feel like an unnecessary shot at Shanahan, but Shanahan obviously not won any Super Bowls, whereas Greg Popovich has won a ton of NBA titles.
Yeah, Shanahan. It's like one play from winning a Super Bowl twice.
I know, but specifically, if you're going to branch it out into a comparison of who they're under the learning trees of,
I'm cool.
Popovich is
but D'Amico
had
learned
a
from
far better
Saban,
career,
right? I mean, you're learning and spending.
No, he didn't.
He played for Saban at Alabama, didn't he?
He was pre-Saban.
Was he? Are you sure?
Yeah, I want to say that D'Amico's last year was the first year.
His last season was 2005, so
he was
sure
1 year before Saban, I believe.
I'm not sure when Saban got there, but I know
I think that D'Amico's final year was the last year before Saban got there.
D'Amico's rookie year was 2006. His last year at Alabama would have been 2005, as you're looking it up.
Saban's first year. Actually, Saban's first year was 2007.
Okay, so he would not have coached D'Amico.
He didn't. I know that he didn't coach D'Amico because D'Amico's talked sometimes D'Amico's gotten that question, and he's like, "No, I didn't."
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
So that would have been what?
So then, who was this coach at Alabama?
I think it was Mike Shula.
It might have been Mike Shula. Yeah, it might have been Mike Shula.
That doesn't help the argument.
It might have been Mike Shula. There might have been another one in there. He might have played for more than one.
Alabama before Nick Saban got there in the early 2000s wasn't great. So.
Yeah, he didn't play. He didn't play for Saban. 713-780-ESPN. 8458-5149. Tough questions. Yeah, and the Rockets are following his toughness, but you can make the same case. This is what's interesting about the conversation. I'm not going to say all. a lot of the points that you can make for one guy, you can also make for the other guy.
Absolutely.
And it's why they're both good coaches. Like, okay, change culture, leadership, the players respect them. They demand certain things, and all the players get the buy-in of those things. Like, they have a lot of similar characteristics, and a lot of those characteristics are what's needed to be a great coach, period. Tony 22, I believe that it is easier for a coach in the NBA to get a job than a coach in the NFL. Many reason for believing this is it seems like it's harder to have a long tenure, sustained success in the NFL. Bill Belichick, even if you do, there's no guarantee you're going to get a job somewhere else. I disagree with this.
It's just math. There's 30 jobs in the NBA, and there's 32 in the NFL.
Well, I also disagree. Unless you were a superstar player, you're a superstar player in the NBA, you can get a head job without any experience at all.
Yeah.
Unless you're that rare exception, you got to pay your dues for several years before you even consider for a head coaching.
They're willing to be a little bit more willy-nilly in the NBA with those head coaching jobs. Like you mentioned, the star player, like a Steve Nash, and Isaiah Thomas.
Kidd.
Yeah, I remember Mike Miller being a name that was thrown. I never got it. But if you do that in the NFL, you're making stupid decisions that no one would ever do, like Josh McCown. Like Josh McCown.
Yeah, that too.
Like Josh
Right,
McCown's the
right.
equivalent to a Steve Nash, but you can get away with it in the NBA, but you can't in the NFL.
No way.
So I would say the NBA head coaching jobs are a little bit more willy-nilly with who they give it out to. But if you're an assistant that's working your way up, I would say it's actually tougher.
See
in
Mario
the
Elie. Mario
NBA.
Elie busted his tail as an assistant coach, earned the respect of everybody in the league. Unfortunately for him, not thinking about it at the time, his Mavericks went too far into the playoffs, and he missed the window where teams he was going to be a favorite for a lot of jobs that year, and they hired before he got done with the playoffs. He never sniffed a head coaching job again.
Yeah, Sam Cassell, same way, right?
Yeah, and Sam's still bouncing around as an assistant. I think he's back with Boston now. No, he's with Phil. He's back with Boston after being in Philly.
He's never gotten the head coach job,
Nope,
right?
never.
I didn't think so. 6630, I don't know how you can say Udoka over D'Amico. He was a finalist and should have won Coach of the Year. No shade to Udoka, but D'Amico was a top 3 coach in the league this year, and I don't think Ime is that this year.
Did Ime win it when he was with Boston?
I think Ime is going to be a finalist for Coach of the Year.
For this year, but didn't he win it in Boston too? Or
I don't
come
know.
Close?
It wouldn't shock me
He
if
doesn't
he
have
did.
to. If to match that, all he's got to do is what D'Amico did. If he finishes top 3 in Coach of the Year
Right.
voting, then he's already done that.
That's what I'm saying. I think
If
he's
the
going to be there.
Rockets get into a play-in spot, he's certainly going to be considered as a top Coach of the Year candidate.
I don't even think they have to get into a play-in spot.
I mean,
for that.
they've already surpassed their
yeah, when you
their-
won 22 games a year ago and you're fighting for a play-in
Yeah,
spot.
their Vegas win projection this year was 31.5. They're at 35 now, and I think we all expect them to get to at least
Cash.
38, 39 wins. So they're going to be way, way over their Vegas preseason total, much like the Texans. Again, a lot of the arguments you can make for D'Amico, you can also make for Udoka.
6856, who wins the championship first?
Ooh.
That's a great
I
question,
hate
too.
this question.
I know it's been brought up before.
I hate this
By the way,
question.
Udoka was 4th overall in the 2022 Coach of the Year voting.
And D'Amico is second.
Yeah. So I guess a slight advantage to
Where does Ime finish this year?
right, but it could
I think he'll
change
be
this
top
year,
3,
right,
so he'll have 2 top 4s.
If you eliminate Boston, then we don't know yet, but it could be a possibility that he wins it.
Well, yeah, but we're not eliminating Boston.
Right,
Who wins championship first?
I think the Texans do.
It'd be funny if they win in the same year because they've been following this same plight. I don't know. We're guessing.
It's the beauty of being able to hypothetically do what we do.
I want to
and
watch
guess.
the process.
I'm going to enjoy the hell out of the
Wait,
process.
now you're not
with
willing
both
to give
teams.
an opinion?
It's not an opinion. It's a guess.
Okay, that's what opinions are. They are guesses.
No, opinions more reactionary. A guess is more trying to predict.
I'm
more
think-
in the react business than the prediction business.
Look, the way
all right.
we know Alpy's been playing great all year, and then now he's hurt. We know Jalen Green's showing the glimpses we wanted to see more of when he got drafted. But unequivocally, you know who your superstar is on the offensive for the Texans, and you might have your superstar on defense right behind him already, and it's clear cut. It's cut and dried. Which is, I think, where you're still trying to figure it out. Well, why we want to still see this team play so well the rest of the season is trying to figure out what you don't know.
Yeah, gun to my head, I would take the Texans because of Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
I love Jalen Green. I don't think Jalen Green is the best player on an NBA team is quite where Stroud is relative to the quarterback. Now, you do throw in like the Pat Mahomes factor too. That's why it's so difficult to answer. 504, what's that?
There's another great question.
Go for it.
The other great question on the flip side of this. Who's the worst head coach for Houston sports in recent history? Because the texter says Cully.
Let's do that tomorrow.
And you could go Steven Silas right behind him.
versus David
Let's not
Culley.
give that away. Let's not give away that content. What was the question? Who was the
Who's
worst?
the worst coach in recent history a Houston sports
Houston.
for Houston sports history.
Make sure you're listening to the Killer Bees tomorrow.
There you
from
go.
3 to 6 on
Thank you
ESPN
very much.
97.5 and ESPN
3227.
92.5. We'll take segments from anywhere. We're not ashamed. 5044. When the Rockets win the division or get in the playoffs, the conversation would change in favor of the Rockets coach. Texans got there. D'Amico gets the vote today, in my opinion, but totally understand Joel's argument. So again, we're dismissing Boston, which we have a problem with. 0974. This is one that I find interesting because we've gotten hundreds of texts on this in a matter of minutes. So we don't know what we were saying exactly whenever this text came in. Mm-hmm. The biggest issue is how he managed the whole team. The culture was a disaster. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
I guess he would be talking about Stone.
No, but this is exactly what I brought up to you in the break. I read that and I was like, which team are they talking about?
Either one.
Because again, they were both mirror images of each other. They were both absolute bleep shows. It could have been either one.
I think that's why they're both great coaches, because they, have similar personalities. 2738, I think it's harder to control a smaller locker room because the majority is negatively affected faster. Okay, but the counterpoint to that is you have to control more whenever you have a bigger locker room. So I think there's pros and cons to both, and I think it's probably a wash at the end of the day.
Because the thing is that in the smaller locker room, it's just you and the players, and to your assistants to some degree. When you talk about the NFL, you have a massive staff of coaches, almost as great as half your roster of players that you are in charge of on both sides. It is a massive undertaking when you talk to coaches about just running your coaches meetings and overseeing everything with your coaches, let alone a full roster and everything you got to do on the football field.
2228, Udoka got a team to the finals he didn't build. The team was already good. How much team building is Udoka and D'Amico doing right now, though? That's given the coach a lot of credit maybe for some general manager duties.
No doubt.
We don't know. We don't know. We're not in those walls. We don't know how much Udoka has control of the roster, and the same thing for D'Amico.
This is also one of those – this is also the living proof of when people say coaches really don't matter all that much in professional sports. When you look at what these two coaches have had to endure, what they've had to dig out of, and what they have to be responsible for, and then not just responsible for like Stephen Silas, but being responsible for making sure that it's being done the right way. And the development is happening with the players, and the wins are coming with them, and the way that they're playing is a certain way, and the way they're carrying themselves. For anybody that doesn't think that coaches matter, and I guess baseball is the biggest argument for people say, well, maybe they get 5 games difference for you in a season. But you're discounting the fact that it's not just the games themselves. It's the practice habits, it's the disciplinaries, it's the locker room, it's everything like that. But especially in football and basketball, Houston, I don't think they really understand how lucky they've been to get these two guys when they needed them most.
8143, Ryans did more with less.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, the Rockets won 22 games last year.
Yeah.
And you know what we didn't know? A whole lot going into this season, where now we're talking about Alpi. We're talking about Green. We're talking about Amen Thompson. We're talking about the development of all these guys and the potential in the future. We were wondering if there was any future going into this season with the Rockets.
6517 have to finish out season to decide who's better out of the two. See, I disagree with this because, again, you're talking about the guy as the coach, not their resume. So, how the Rockets finish out the rest of the year doesn't change my mind on how good of a coach I think Ime Udoka is.
Because
this guy's looking at it from a results-based point of view, where I'm looking at it as coaching chops. How the Rockets play over the final few games isn't going to change my opinion of what I think is Ime Udoka.
Well, the only way it would is if they went back to ISO ball and
I just don't see that happening.
It became unwatchable. Right, I don't either. But to your point, though, the only way that could possibly happen, where you think they took a step back and it would change your opinion, is if they just started to play like they played under Silas.
Yeah. 8835, D'Amico eats garden salsa sun chips. Well, they should fire him. 6517, Udoka wouldn't be able to contain himself around Hannah McNair. I have no idea what that means.
Oh, I do.
55, I'm kidding.
I know.
5595, I'm just glad we finally have what seems like 2 great coaches for the near future.
Oh, but to the point on the one about Hannah. Is it fair, though, that we weigh in the off the field? Because you don't see D'Amico ever doing anything even remotely close to that. D'Amico's never going to embarrass you off the field.
Ime has not embarrassed you so far.
But he's done it in his career to where at least you have to keep that in your mind.
I don't think it matters for coaching chops. I think it's certainly something that's going to follow Ime around.
Well, we say that with Deshaun playing, being an unbelievable football player.
No, it's part of his story.
But yeah, it definitely affects everyone.
I don't think it's affected the Rockets.
No, but I'm saying like Deshaun, no matter how good a quarterback he was, it affected the organization, the city, the reputation.
Yeah, but that stain happened when he was in Houston. Like, if Udoka were to do that again in Houston, now it's a problem. But it's not a problem yet.
No, but as an owner, it creeps into your mind when you're hiring him, and then that that this dude has, his very recent past has had some issues. Whereas with D'Amico, it's a no-brainer when you hired him after talking to him and knowing what you know about him.
Yeah, I think you're making something out of nothing.
No, but I'm asking you the question: does the off the field
not once
factor
you
in?
not once you make the decision to hire him. Like, because you do all of that stuff before you hire him. Once you make the decision to hire him, you've told yourself you're good with that. Now, if it pops up again, then you got to get rid of him.
But we just talked about it too. I forget which maybe it was with the baseball contracts and things. You still have to have done your due diligence enough to know that you're hiring a guy in which he's had a hiccup that has been very public and was ugly, that you have to put into the.
Well, we're talking about Wander Franco, but he didn't have that background.
No, but I'm saying as it relates to like hiring anybody, you have to do your due diligence enough to realize, hey, this is a one-time thing. It was this and this. You know more details than we do. It's not going to happen again.
Right.
But in the back of your mind, you're still going.
Well, I think
I have concerns.
once you make the decision, though, you're pot committed. Like, you make that decision in pre-production. You don't make that decision in production or post-production. 50-10, we didn't think Tiger was going to do anything like that, and then he did. We didn't think Deshaun was. We didn't think that Wander was. A lot of these things that happen are usually random. Now, there are guys who like repeat offenders, stuff like that. But when you make the decision to give a guy a second chance, you've made the decision before you ever hire him.
It's whether it's an addiction or whatever. There's plenty of teams that have made the commitment to guys that have had drug and alcohol history, saying, "Well, he's over it now. It's never going to happen again." It happens again.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Who's going to lead the Astros in strikeouts? And who's going to lead the Astros in reliever ERA? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, it's that time of year. We're talking a lot about basketball. College level, pro level, it doesn't matter. It's that time of year where we're jonesing for some hoops. And you're probably jonesing to shoot some hoops. And if you're going to shoot some hoops, you should be shooting hoops with Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you will ever find. You're not going to find anything like this in the big box stores. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And with their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy, fun to do, idiot-proof for guys like you and me. And their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. You work, kids are in school, you can't play till the night. Well, get an LED light kit. Don't have to worry about that. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. Yes, the pros at Pro Dunk Hoops will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk Hoops do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho said that I didn't realize that Ocho was a 70-year-old woman. He said he just finished red Jello at Luby's.
Red Jello at Luby's.
I didn't realize the Luby's were still around.
Oh yeah,
are they still open?
Yeah, there's still a few. There's one in Kingwood, right near.
The one on the highway.
Yeah, Kingwood and North Park. It's
that one's
open.
still there.
Yeah, it's still open.
One off of Gray and
there used to be one right at the corner of.
I think that one closed.
There was one at the
With
corner
the
of Post Oak and San Felipe that was actually
close to there.
Are the bats back
Under the bridge?
on Wall? Because I remember they went away. Like I think a lot of them died during the freeze.
No, I have no
Are
idea.
the Wall bats back? 713-780-3776.
Is Claiborne still open?
Because I want to go. I want to take the kids, but I don't know if they're around.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, if you're ever out in Austin, they have a great bat bridge.
Do they?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just look it up. There's bat tours. They'll take you out in a boat and right before sunset, and the bats always fly out like the certain
That was
time.
the same thing with the Wall Bridge.
Yeah,
and
it's
the bats.
if you're ever in Austin, they've got a great bat tour.
Is there any crap that smells good?
No, but I mean, like, when you can't get rid of them, like our neighbors in Midtown, their townhouse had like hundreds of bats in their attic. They weren't aware of it.
Yeah.
When they went up there and just opened the attic door, ooh.
There's a guy that you know. I don't want to blast him on air.
Yeah.
He got a bat stuck in his attic. He like flew into a hole into his attic. It was stuck there.
And it died?
I don't know.
Because that would stink
Well,
too.
if it couldn't get out, I imagine it did die.
That would stink too.
Literally and
more
proverbially.
ways than one.
All right, let's get to our Astros prediction. Who's going to lead the Astros in strikeouts this year? Dang it, I'm not ready. I'm first here.
You're not ready.
No, I forgot to do some prep during the break. Last year, you look at the Houston Astros and you look at who led the guys in strikeouts among the team. At the very top of the list was Fromber. I have two guys in mind, but I'm kind of heavy on the other guy. I'll just go chalk here. I'll go Fromber Valdez to lead the Astros in strikeouts.
I mean, it makes sense. He's going to give you
I'll
the
go
most.
chalk.
He's going to give you the most innings.
I think so. I hope so. If he doesn't, then something's wrong.
Something is very wrong if he doesn't give you the most innings. So if he goes the most innings, he's got to me, he's got the odds-on favorite to lead you in strikeouts.
Yes, go ahead and give me Fromber. I'll sign up for Fromber. Blankers?
Man, I just don't think. I think Javier's strikeouts it's between two guys for me. I think Javier has got his velocity back. I think Javier is going to be the guy that's going to get back to when that high fastball is very much untouchable. And though he's not going to pitch as many innings, I think that he's going to have good. I'll go Javier.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to say Verlander so I could
No,
then take Javier.
No.
You're leaving me a bad spot because I don't want to go Verlander with the unknown
There's
of how
another
long
answer.
he's going to miss. You know what? I'm going to go a little bit off the board. I'm going to go Hunter Brown.
Off the board?
Off the board. That's the one he and I were both thinking.
I almost took him first.
Why didn't you take him then?
Because I think Fromber's chalk, and I'm
Okay,
already heavy
well,
Hunter Brown. I'm heavy Hunter Brown in this game.
If you want to switch, I will gladly switch and take
No,
Fromber.
well, I'm not switching. I drafted Fromber because I'm heavy Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I think I don't have obviously the injury concerns of Hunter Brown, and I think he goes 150 plus innings. He's got the nice strikeout ratio. What? Because I said off the
his
board.
joke.
Good.
I said I'm heavy Hunter Brown. He goes, I don't think you look like Hunter Brown. I don't know why I giggled at that, but I did.
Yeah.
All right, so you got Hunter Brown. I like the pick. I think it's great value there at 3. All right.
His stuff translates to being a guy that if he just has a decent year, he's going to give you strikeouts.
Yeah, I'm bullish on Hunter Brown.
No
but again, I'm heavy Hunter Brown. I have him in tons of best balls too. All right, reliever ERA, minimum 40 games. We're not going to do innings because innings can be kind of, so are games, I guess. We're going to 40 appearances.
Especially for a reliever.
Minimum 40 appearances. Blankers has the first pick here. It's good because there's 3 options.
There really is. I'm going Josh Hader.
I just get to sit back here and wait to see who y'all
that
don't
makes
pick.
my pick fairly easy. I'm going to go Brian Abreu.
I love Brian Abreu. My favorite reliever.
It was a 2-person pick for
numbers.
me.
Haters, it'd be hard to argue with the Braves numbers.
That's true.
Actually, this might be a clear-cut 2 instead of a clear-cut 3.
That's what I was thought. To me, it was either Hader or Abreu, no questions asked. And so with Joel taking Hader, then it was pretty much I had to put my answer of Abreu in each.
Hope.
That's the biggest question.
I would probably go chalk and say Montero.
Because of the fastball?
He was good in the second half. And these other guys are like mysterious guys that we don't know how they're going to play or pitch. If Hader and Abreu are the clear-cut top 2 relievers, Is the wrong guy pitching the 8th inning? You know what? That's another topic for tomorrow. We'll save that. I'm going Presley. Just give me Ryan Presley. Really good reliever. I don't think I'm going to win this one, but I'm picking third, so I got to do with whatever's left. All right. So that is that. We'll do a couple more of these tomorrow. What are you laughing at?
Someone responded, I think Jeremy Pena will lead the team in strikeouts.
It's well played.
Very well played.
I'm a Jeremy Pena stan, but it's well played. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What are we nominating for today's car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What are we nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. I'm nominating these voters in the Killer Bees Fight Club bracket for picking old man Lopez over me. Idiots.
I'm disgusted by that, actually, myself.
Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day, Blankers?
I think the easy one is the official last night in the U of H game that called that jump ball. I don't know his name. I don't care to know his name. I just feel like in that situation and what happened was brutal and almost cost the Cougs a chance to advance.
Touche. I like that one. 0835 NFL hip tackle ban for car wreck. A lot of people have texted this one in, and it was at the top of my list as well. Shohei Ohtani. He answered questions today. No, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. He gave a statement today, but did not answer questions. Right. Did I also read this right? That he didn't allow cameras in this thing?
Well, he had to have because I'm seeing video.
Okay.
Maybe there was not still photography. I don't know about that, but there is video.
What does that matter?
Video of it. I don't know. Like if it's just another. If
What's
he
done is done. We don't care what you look like now.
Well, if he didn't allow it, I
Maybe
think
he's
it's a
worried
bad
about.
look.
Yeah.
Maybe he's worried about body language.
But I must have. It's clear I read that wrong because
Yeah.
you're watching video. So let's strike that from the record. What do they yell? Objection, Your Honor. Let's
Yeah.
strike that from the court.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's strike that. So we'll strike that. What were some of the did he say anything of significance here, Shohei? I think it's soft he didn't answer questions, by the way.
He flatly denied in a quote saying, "I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked someone to do so on my behalf." So that was a flat denial. The other quotes that I have a bigger problem with because it doesn't jive with what we saw with Shohei in his former interpreter in the Seoul Korea series last week. There's two quotes on this. Ippei has been stealing money from my account and telling lies. A later quote, "I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I trusted has done this." From the timeline we know of these events, Shohei would have known that by the time they were in Korea, and he brought him to Korea, hadn't fired him yet, and they were laughing together in the dugout.
This
I'm
was
not buying
starting to be
those quotes at
investigated
all.
in January.
He might not have known about it in January, though.
Right, not in January.
But based on his comments, when do you think he knows about it?
Before Korea.
And how's he giggling with a guy who stole $4.5 million from him?
Because we know Ippei basically either right before Game 1 of that series or right after Game 1 of that series told the entire Dodgers,
It was after Game 1.
It was after. You're telling me Shohei didn't know during Game 1 that after Game 1 Ippei was about to tell him this?
This is so staged.
Did he tell Shohei at the same time that he told Mookie Betts that, I've stole $4.5 million from you?
I believe Shohei. Psych.
The final quote's the one that kills me too, because he said he never bet on baseball or other sports, or have asked somebody to do it for me, or never been through a bookmaker, or never assisted anyone betting or making payments for anyone else. $1 million in January was taken out of your accounts, wired, and there's only less than a handful of people in most cases, no matter how much money you make, that have access to, and you would know. I would know if I don't care how much money I've made in my life. I would know if I wired someone $1 million.
Some people are just dumb with money. Like I've seen them try to play the dumb card with Shohei that he just doesn't know about money, doesn't pay attention to money, which okay, I'm with you. I would know. Maybe some people just don't care about that, especially guys who have tons of money and unlimited resources and they et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I can buy that to an extent, not really, but to an extent, maybe it's plausible. But how in the world does your interpreter have your wire information?
Yeah, especially as a married man. It's weird it'd be weird for the
But
interpreter
it was
to have it no matter what.
before Game 1 in Korea.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, the timeline here doesn't add up, man. The timeline here does not add up at all.
You can't tell me these quotes about about Ippei that I read earlier in this segment, how that jives up with what we saw in Korea.
Especially you had that one. Who was the one guy who came out with the statement and then lied and changed it an hour later? It's
Well, that was Ippei.
No. It wasn't the interpreter. There was another guy, I thought.
Ippei originally came out and said that Shohei paid the money on his behalf to cover his gambling debts
Not
to
stolen.
ESPN, and then later,
Yeah, they allowed him a 90-minute interview with an ESPN reporter, and then shortly after the interview was done,
he changed his
people
mind
called
to-
ESPN up and said, "Scrap all that. That's not true. He stole from us. He's lying. He's that."
This sounds like a huge cover-up.
Well, of course it is, because the reason why Ippei would have to change his story, because if Shohei paid an illegal bookmaker money to cover up his buddy's gambling debts, then by MLB rule, he's violated their rule. Because it doesn't matter, even if it wasn't on baseball, if you paid money towards an illegal bookmaker, then you are violating MLB rules and you're violating federal laws.
He didn't realize that was against Major League Baseball rules. And then somebody wisened him up to it, said it is against Major League Baseball rules. Okay, Ippei, how much is it going to cost for us to make you the fall guy? You blank check. Here, 20 million, 50 million,
the Chris
100
Carter
million.
playbook. The Chris Carter playbook.
I would do this if I'm Ippei. I would absolutely do that. How much would it cost you to be the fall guy for Shohei Ohtani? What's the minimum you would take?
I would take $5 million.
If there's
I guess you would know
prison
that,
time
though.
involved, but you got to start trying to factor that in. Am I going to do time, or am I just going to take the fine?
Prison time certainly raises it, but assuming I'm not doing prison time, $5 million.
This guy says interpreter had access to Ohtani's phone. I don't have my wire information on my phone.
No, you should.
Yeah, exactly. What is he Venmoing $500,000? Come on.
What a Venmo. Does Venmo have a maximum amount? Let me check.
Come on.
Let me check real quick. Timeline doesn't add up here. This to me, best case scenario for my conspiracy theory is that Ipe bet. He covered up the $4.5 million, and maybe Ipe was telling the truth at the beginning.
I believe Ipe's original
which
story
I
was the
still
truth.
have my doubts.
They were so close though for so long, and they both said how great of friends they were. That I believe that Ohtani at the very least he knew about all this and he was trying to bail him out.
Yeah, I believe Ipe's original story. I believe exactly kind of what we talked about. He went out and told the truth, and the lawyer's like, whoa. You're admitting to Shohei breaking both
his agent probably
Major
said
League
that.
Baseball rules and federal laws. We got to change the story.
But I could also believe that Shohei was betting and Ipe was
that is possible,
mediator
but that is
in
possible.
the process as well.
That is possible.
50/30 wire information's on bank account apps. But as a guy who doesn't care about money, does he even have these bank accounts on his apps? I don't know.
He's probably paying
so
somebody
much
that's
information
supposed
here.
to be doing that.
What a weird
But
deal.
no matter what you're paying someone to do for you, you shouldn't have them. They should not have the power and authority to wire money in your name.
Total Arlington says Kim Mulkey.
The Jonte Porter one is the one that gets me. Jonte Porter's with the Raptors, and he's being investigated right now for betting on himself in prop bets in NBA games.
I don't care if he's betting on himself.
No, because then he bet all the unders so that they wouldn't.
That's not great.
And then he pulled out of games with injuries in those games.
I don't think it's fair to put Kim Mulkey on here. She's entitled to her side of the story just as much as the author's entitled to his title of the story.
Yeah, that's total Dallas. He's total Arlington. He doesn't
Yeah,
count.
I mean,
I'm talking
both
about what
of
I
them-
said.
Both of them have a. Brian, did you have one?
SEC basketball. I don't think it was a great opening weekend for them. Got 8 teams in the tournament, only 2 the Sweet 16, including Kentucky and Auburn flaming out in round 1.
Who's winning? Who's our car wreck of the day?
The official that called the jump
It's
ball.
got to be Shohei,
I'm
right?
I'm going Shohei.
Shohei.
I'm going Shohei. The Cougars were over to
guys aren't
overcome that.
homers
If they lost though, then different story. So Shohei Ohtani, congratulations, car wreck of the day. Mostly for not taking questions. I wonder why. Because you want a very specific story.
You want to lead.
You want everybody to have. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters. He'll be talking all about the CONCACAF Nations League with the USA victory 2-0. That's next.